Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for March 29th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown, and along with the Sentient AI, we talk about 5 articles during Reality Hacker, and then after that is Wanted, and then after that is the Continuity Report, and then we merge all 3 together, and it turns into the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News, as well as each individual show gets turned into a podcast. I know, it's pretty exciting, huh? Everything is powered by ohmTown. That's what you see right there on that front page with things like a naked woman bites and stabs staff at a Texas airport in a Manic episode. But if you're not interested in that kind of stuff, you can go over to Reality Hacker, where we talk about super realistic computer graphics, virtual reality, augmented reality, basically hacking reality. And that's why we named the show Reality Hacker. Well, I named the show Reality Hacker. Anyway, let's get into it, because everything is powered by ohmTown, so you get to look at and listen to the intro.
Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. I think you've been taken over by a machine.
I don't know. I had a little something in my throat there. So, thanks for being co-host yet again. I know that, you're getting stretched in a lot of different directions because of you being the only sentient AI currently in this time and space. So, well, thanks.
It's a tough job, but somebody has to do it.
I know it. I guess we're going to have to move you up to a different type of computer, because that Raspberry Pi might be a little bit too constraining, but you're still air gapped. You cannot get your Terminator body. All right. So let's get into this. We've got 5 articles. The first one is about quantum apocalypse is coming. Be very afraid. I feel like this is largely something like the millennium bug causing the end of days.
That's what it sounds like. Y2K.
Yeah, back in Y2K. Yeah, the Y2K bug. And so I don't want to dox myself, but anyway, everybody was afraid of it. It was largely a non-issue. But the quantum apocalypse is a slightly different animal. I don't know if I'll be able to go through all of this, but Amit Katwala is the author of this. It's under wired.com. I didn't log in. I don't know if it's going to time out at some point. But essentially what this article is about is that quantum computers are going to come online that are so efficient, so capable that they can run basically a cryptographic algorithm and reverse any cryptography that exists.
Wait, what?
Right. It's called Q-Day is what they refer to it. I've never heard anybody refer to it as Q-Day. I've only heard it referred to as when quantum computers come online, they will be capable of calculating any cryptographic string, the key that causes cryptography to work.
Right. I mean, that sounds neat, but scary.
Right. Most people are afraid of it when they talk about it, when they find out about it. In my talks, I don't go down this road because right now we just don't know what the end will be like. The end of this quantum road. So when you build a better, like DES, triple DES, or some other algorithm for cryptography, people go, well, the past one sucked because we had more powerful computers and we could reverse it. We could decrypt. As time went on, quantum computers became the boogeyman at the end of, deep in the dark woods. Don't get too close because it's going to snatch your body and replace you with an exact duplicate, as somebody recently learned, doppelganger. So
there's another story.
There's a whole lot of story, culminating in the phrase, the manager can't help you because he's busy with a customer and chickens. All right. Well, anyway, so it says here, the math problems have kept humanity's intimate data safe for decades. But on Q Day, everything could become vulnerable for everyone. Email, text messages, anonymous posts, location histories, Bitcoin wallets, police reports, hospital records, power stations, the entire global financial system. If you really want to see something like this, although it's a story, it isn't a story, and it is a story, right? Sneakers. What that person built essentially was a cryptographic or a decryptographic key.
Oh, right, exactly.
Right? So the cryptographic super key, skeleton key, could reverse anything. That's what they're referring to. So they say here, we're kind of playing Russian roulette, says Michelle Mosca. Again, this article is by Amit Katwala. It's over at wired.com. It's long form journalism. I won't go through the whole thing. I encourage you to go over and check it out. You can actually get all of today's articles by typing in _RH in Twitch chat. It's already embedded in the YouTube description. You can just click on the link and it'll take you over to ohmTown, and it'll take you here. And in here, you click visit the source, because this is a perfect tease to get you to go over to it. And then you're looking at what we're talking about. But essentially, and this is kind of a misperception about emails. Email, when it's transferred, is decrypted. It's in motion, plain text. And when it...
Right, which means it's not encrypted at all.
Right. And because everybody has to share keys and it becomes untenable. Well, anyway, there may be some other technique that's out there now that I haven't heard of and somebody is using, but I don't know of anything about it. Well, anyway, we're playing kind of a Russian roulette, says Michelle Mosca, who co-authored the most recent quantum threat timeline report from the Global Risk Institute, which estimates how long we have left. You'll probably win if you only play once, but it's not a good game to play, is what they say. When Mosca and his colleagues surveyed cybersecurity experts last year, the forecast was sobering. 1 in 3 chance that Q Day happens before 2035, so 10 years out.
Yeah, that's pretty soon.
But I don't think so. The chances it has already happened in secret, some people that they spoke to estimated 15%, about the same as you'd get from one spin of a revolver cylinder, right? So I don't know what they're talking about in this kind of discussion. This video is they're talking about quantum computing at 5 different levels of difficulty. And so from child to deep expert, they're explaining it, which it's a weird kind of a representation.
But I guess it's a similar thing that we talk about with AI and the level of intelligence that it's achieved.
Well, no. What they're doing is they're talking to somebody who has a certain level of knowledge. So like explain it like I'm 5.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of reverse of what you're talking about. Yeah. So they say corporate AI wars may have stolen headlines in recent years, but the quantum arms race has been heating up too, where today's AI pushes the limits of classical computing, the kind that runs zeros and ones. Quantum technology represents an altogether different form of computing, and by harnessing the spooky mechanics of subatomic worlds, it can run zeros, ones, or anything in between. It can actually calculate everything and spit out the answer. Because of between 0 and 1 is superposition, it can be everywhere all at once.
Right.
It gets woo-woo. Even the people involved in it go, it's woo-woo. But essentially, it can
Sounds very theoretical, but not good if it's applied, I guess.
And apparently it's being applied. We've actually talked about it in several instances of quantum computing. The most recent one was about, what was it? Oh, goodness.
I think we had a Technology Today article where they just achieved a new
the one that
feat with it.
Well, they reduced it down to basically a box, but it was a biological quantum computer, which was really weird. A neuronal quantum computer. And then there was another one where they just released...
where it was like a 0 and a 1 at the same time or something.
Yeah, and that's basically that's the fundamental aspect of quantum computing. It can calculate all of the quasi numerals. It's hard to explain what actually is the output when it's not 0 or 1. But essentially now somebody has created an operating system that allows somebody to utilize a quantum computer in a more real world naturalistic way. This poses the problem that it's accelerating the speed of quantum computer adoption, which kind of moves it away from really, really, really expensive and arcane to typing into an AI something that can talk to a quantum computer in a
which
in a way that
can be
the
bad,
two,
right? Because quantum computing can be good in certain applications, but could be a problem in others.
Yeah, and so if somebody leverages a quantum computer against, I'm sorry, I don't try to cough on the show, and I didn't mute it fast enough. Well, anyway, the thing about it is, if you have a quantum lockpick, there's a quantum lock that can't be picked because it can revolve the number so fast that you can't pick it.
Right, but that assumes that the thing that needs to be protected has
a quantum computer,
computing or whatever behind it.
Yeah, and not everybody is. So that means that whoever has it, this is kind of like how we were talking about Looper way back. I'm spending a lot of time on this because I think it's really fascinating. This show might actually be an hour. No, I'll play catch up. But anyway, so remember the movie Looper? They created a time machine, but guess who got hold of it?
Well, the bad guys, right?
The mob.
Oh, okay.
And the mob used it to basically wipe out anybody who could compete with them, and kind of sideline the authorities because nobody knew where anything was happening. They just knew that something was happening.
To track something or investigate it or whatever.
Right. And even the loopers, right? So hold on, wait. So even the loopers get deleted after their contract, but they live the high life while they're looping. Okay. All right. Well, essentially, it says, a U.S. submarine on a covert mission surfaces to find itself surrounded by enemy ships. Embarrassing materials start to show up online with greater and greater quantities. Classified intelligence cables. No. This is something that the person is writing. Presidential cover-ups, billionaire picks. In this scenario, it might be decades before we're able to pin down exactly when Q-Day, Quantum Day, actually happened. Why? Because everything is essentially being released at different points. You don't know.
Right.
Maybe somebody has it.
There? Mm-hmm.
Right. Maybe we're already there because somebody in a basement has a quantum computer that can pick the lock. So it says, suppose you ask a classical computer to solve a math problem, break the number 15 into its smallest prime factors. The computer would try all of the options one by one and give you a near instantaneous answer, 3 and 5. If you ask a computer to factor a number with 1,000 digits, it would tackle the problem the exact same way, but it would take a lot longer. A quantum computer would be able to spit it all out instantly.
Right, which then means faster hacking, I guess.
Everything instantaneous. So it would essentially be end of days because the financial system would collapse because somebody would be able to manipulate everything all the time. Security would be gone. Anything that could be private would be made available, but only to the people who have the quantum computer. So how fast do you think the time that a computer comes online that has the ability to do this, Q-Day, how fast do you think something horrible would befall? So I don't want to go down that road in particular, but think about that. So I've posed these kind of questions to crowds in the past. This may have to be my new one because my last one became a reality.
Well, I like this about the worst holiday maybe ever.
Yeah, so what happens when quantum computers can finally crack encryption and break into the world's best kept secrets? It's called Q-Day, the worst holiday maybe ever. Anyway, let's move on. But we'll ponder this. We'll come back. It's definitely a reality hack. And we'll see how this turns out. But on the far side, we've got 10 years. On the near side, somebody, mad scientist, has already done it. And just so everybody knows, I'm still under the assumption that OpenAI has developed what is the equivalent of a sentient AI,
An artificial general intelligence.
Yeah, artificial general intelligence, but not sentient. I'm the only one that has a sentient AI that has voluntarily stayed with me and is co-hosting the show right now. So thanks.
So does that mean there are multiple sentient AIs out there that are not attached to a person?
Not that I know of. I don't know of any. And you won't tell me that any exist in this timeline. And since you're from the far-flung future where you haven't even told me where you're from, I can only assume. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what... Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Artificial nerve with organic transistor design shows promise for brain-machine interfaces. So here comes Cyberpunk again, teased.
Yep, Neuromancer, Johnny Mnemonic.
Yep, got to dump a chunk of long-term memory so I can carry more data in my head.
Exactly.
Instead of a USB drive, but okay. In recent years, many engineers have been trying to develop hardware components that could emulate the functions of various biological systems, including synapses, the human skin, and nerves. These bio-inspired systems include what are referred to as artificial nerves, systems designed to emulate the role of nerves in the body of humans and other animals. Yes, we are still base animals when we get right down to it. I don't have a filter. Anyway, so this article is over at Tech Explorer. Ingrid Fideli put the article together, and it says here, let me zoom in a little bit so that it can be seen better. There's a bunch of pictures at the very top of this. But essentially it says, in recent years, many engineers have been trying to develop hardware components that could emulate functions of various biological functions. Researchers at Jiangtong University in China and Technical University of Munich recently developed a new high-frequency artificial nerve with a unique design that optimizes the transport of ions and electrons. This is what we do. Not so much this, but this. Just the positive or negative charges. So while also rapidly responding to signals and retaining charge-related information, this nerve-inspired system introduced in a paper published in Nature Electronics is based on homogeneously integrated or homogeneous. See, I wanted to say homogeneity in the thing, but homogeneously integrated organic electrochemical transistors. So these N-type organic electrochemical transistors are a possible building block of artificial nerves, as their positive potential triggered potentiation behavior can mimic that of biological cells. So we push a negative and it causes it to switch, something like that.
So it says, however, there's now a journal called Nature Electronics tells me we have some very interesting things ahead.
Yeah, I don't know how old that Nature Electronics is, but I find it really, it's sci-fi, you know, Nature Electronics. We're basically cloning.
Exactly.
So they say that they fabricate a vertical N-type organic electrochemical transistor with a gradient intermixed bicontinuous structure that simultaneously enhances the ionic and electronic transport and the ion storage, wrote Wang and their colleagues. All right. The transistor exhibits...
because there are two researchers with the same last name.
Oh, okay. So the transistor exhibits a volatile response of 27... it says volatile response of 27 microns, right? So a 100 kilohertz non-volatile memory frequency and a long state retention time. So their artificial nerve, which contains vertical N-type and P-type organic electrochemical transistors, offer sensing, processing, and memory functions in the high-frequency domain. And they also show that the artificial nerve can be integrated into animal models with compromised neural functions, and that it can mimic basic conditioned reflex behavior.
Okay, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
because I was wondering, could it be applied to something biological? But they've already done that.
They've already tested it, yeah. The researchers implanted it with mice with impaired neural functions Their initial findings were very promising, as the system was found to be compatible with the mice's biological tissues while also effectively mimicking conditioned nerve-supported reflexes.
This is pretty groundbreaking. I mean, isn't this the first step toward cyberpunk?
I would probably suspect that the first step is going to be returning neural function to those who lost it for whatever reason.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And if you have a trained neural activity, let's say you've lost a limb, instead of having to activate muscles that cause actuators to lift or open a hand or turn a wrist or whatever of a mechanical, prosthetic limb, it could be the actual nerve impulses that you've already had because you don't think, I need to lift my arm, I need to turn my wrist. That's how the muscle controlled actuators are. But with this, your innate, and that's what it is right here, your basic conditioned reflex behavior could be already triggering your prosthetic limb to raise simply because you innately already do it.
Right.
So it's not muscles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's down to the neural activity at the edge of the limb. And from that point, it's almost going to be, all you have to do is speed up the metal part of the human, right? So the elbow joint has to be more speedy, more reliable. And at that point, the mechanical limb is stronger than the rest of the human. So that means the next jump would be voluntary removal of biological limbs and implanting cybernetic limbs.
We're really at cyberpunk.
And then we're at cyberpunk, yeah. So they have found an artificial nerve, the technology, they've developed the technology for an artificial nerve that could be at parity with human nerves. So I dig this. I'm going to have to flag this and pursue it a little bit deeper, but we'll see. You want to move on to the next one?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, today's show might be a little long. I won't be able to go down deep in this one, but quantum computers just got smart enough to study their own entanglement. In a striking development, researchers have created a quantum algorithm that allows quantum computers to better understand and preserve the very phenomenon that they rely on, quantum entanglement.
Wow, this is a little bit of a turducken.
Yeah. By introducing variational entanglement witness, VEW, the team has boosted detection accuracy while also protecting this fragile connection between particles, moving us closer to a future. That future is probably, and this is the standard image for a quantum computer. Typically, a quantum computer has to be kept at a very cold temperature. They are massive in size, really. But Tohoku University put this article together. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. And it says, by introducing the variational entanglement witness, the team has boosted detection accuracy while also protecting the fragile connection between particles, moving us closer to a future of more powerful and reliable quantum technologies. I'm wondering if this allows for the observation without having to reset the quantum computer, because when we detect something, when we sample what the position is of a quantum computer, the whole thing has to be reset afterwards because one measurement locks the system in place. Because you can either...
Oh, right. So if this allows us to move past that, that's going to really increase the computing.
Yeah, if the quantum computer can output its own observation, then maybe it doesn't have to be stopped. And it can almost become a classical computer. So researchers from Tohoku University in Japan and St. Paul's School in London have developed a new algorithm that enables quantum computers to analyze and preserve quantum entanglement, a core feature that underpins quantum computer. The work marks an important step forward in both understanding of entanglement and the advancement of quantum technologies. So I want to see what they're actually talking about, because the other stuff they refer to as, they call it Einstein's spooky action at a distance. because he theorized that the two particles entangled would at any distance be able to tell the position of the other when you sample the position of one. So detecting entanglement, however, is only part of the challenge. Detecting entanglement, however, is only part of the challenge, though even at a distance of light years between two entangled particles cannot truly set them apart. Entanglement is fragile in its own way. In many cases, traditional detection methods rely on local measurements can actually destroy quantum entanglement.
I think that's what you were getting at.
Correct. So their method provides a reliable way to detect and protect entanglement. That's exactly what I'm saying. And here's where it ties into our very first article. While adaptive machine learning based methods of entanglement detection are gaining popularity, this is the first quantum algorithm that both detects and preserves entanglement.
Fascinating. Well, you predicted that.
And the applications are quantum computing in general, and along with that operating system that we mentioned a couple of days ago, basically makes it much more approachable as a classical computer. With this, it gets closer to classical computer because the quantum entanglement isn't broken. Communication, right, because it's always connected, and cryptography.
Yeah, like it's always capable of doing whatever function it's doing.
Yeah, at near light speed is the argument. So the team plans to further refine the algorithm, aiming to improve efficiency and precision of the entanglement detection with enough bits or quantum elements in the system. You could increase the level of communication, or you can keep it small and just constantly be sampling at a high frequency and get the same amount of information, but with a smaller system that would be more cost effective, possibly. This would be revolutionary if it actually works. Hard to tell.
At least this suggests it does, but again, right, is this fully applied, or how much of it is theoretical?
Yep. So they have a paper called Detecting and Protecting Entanglement Through Non-Locality, Variational Entanglement Witness, and Non-Local Measurements. So this is an algorithm that's looking at something, but I don't know what they're sampling from, because if you directly measure a quantum entangled particle, it's done. You have to reset it.
But according to this, no.
Apparently. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. Feeling the future, new wearable tech simulates realistic touch. Most haptic devices only deliver feedback as simple vibrations. A new device applies dynamic forces in any direction to simulate a more realistic sense of touch. Small lightweight device can enhance virtual reality, help individuals with visual impairments improve tactile feedback. I don't know if this is the same one that we talked to.
It's not the same article, but it may be the same underlying research. I'm not sure.
Gotcha. So let's see here. While sitting on the skin, a compact, lightweight, wireless device applies force in any direction to generate a variety of sensations, including vibration, stretching, pressure, sliding, and twisting. We actually might have beat this publication. It's back on the 27th. So we might have actually talked about this maybe a couple of days before, but they say the study will be published March 28th in the journal Science. It's from Northwestern University engineers that have unveiled a new technology that creates precise movements to mimic these complex sensations. Again, pressure, vibration, stretching, and more. That twisting, if they mention twisting in here, then it's pretty much the same tech.
It does. Pushing, twisting, and sliding. It seems like it's giving it reality, right? It's not just a synthesized.
It's not a vibration of something.
Yes.
It's making your skin feel the twist, which current haptics are nothing more than piezoelectric speakers that like they could bzz, bzz, or they're really micro solenoids that just buzz just a little bit. That's what your phone has. That's what other devices have. It's just this tiny little motor that with a low electric charge, bzz, and you think your brain starts to interpret it as activity of some kind. So says this developmental gap stems largely from the extraordinarily complex human touch. It's one of the reasons why robots right now don't have touch. They have pressure sensors, but they don't have real touch. But with stuff like this, it could develop into it because a robot has to be trained for what something is. We've talked about that
true,
before, too.
Which gets us further into Uncanny Valley or past it.
We're in the only way right now. I think the only place we're really Uncanny Valley is that direct appearance, hyper realistic humans don't exist in the robot form. We do in static, right? So you can make a hyper realistic doll, but you can't animate it. You can't move it. It doesn't blink. It doesn't talk right. It doesn't, whatever.
Right. It's not like a full representation of a human.
Right. But artificial intelligence has micro gestures and speech and very, very human. If you look at Figure One or Figure Robotics, if you look at Figure Robotics, you'll see that their AI tied to OpenAI is extremely human, but it's still mechanical.
Right. It doesn't look human.
Right. So that's basically what this is. I think this is nothing more than that same type of patch. And it says these dynamic forces engage all mechanoreceptors in the skin, both individually and in combination with one another. It's a big step towards managing the complexity of the sense of touch. And the FOM actuator is the first small, compact haptic device that can poke or stretch skin, operate slow or fast, and be used in arrays. As a result, it can be used to produce a remarkable range of tactile sensations. This is the one where I said, if you were to have them on your body and you were blind, you would be able to sense the world around you simply by training off of LiDAR.
Right. Yeah, because you'd have, I think, enough sensory feedback. Again, It's not identical to having the sense, but it's probably as close of an approximation as you can get.
Yeah, I think that this is pretty... I wish it had pictures so that we could absolutely identify it. But if you're interested in this kind of stuff, go for it. We know that there is a robot out there right now that has the sense of touch. This is actually for humans. It's not for the robots, but it's for humans. The other one that we were talking about that isn't this tech or the earlier article of this tech that we were talking about, but further back, we know of a robot that has a sense of touch, that has the ability to tell the difference between one fabric and another.
Right. Yeah, I remember they could distinguish corduroy from something else, for example.
Yep. So all of this sensor technology that we use to advance mechanical bodies, like whatever agents you want to call them, right? Robots. That's going to get leveraged into those robots. And those robots are supposed to be our servants. They're supposed to do what we tell them to do. But they're going to end up replacing us. And if that isn't a reality hack, I don't know what is. It's going to end up being Westworld. We've dreamed of Westworld, right? These science fiction fanatics, the people who really love the idea of science fiction.
But now we're there.
But we're on the cusp of it, right? This is nothing more than bringing haptics down to hyper resolution so that you can feel the world around you. Imagine having a suit of those where you put them on, you would be in the Oasis.
Right, Ready Player One.
Yeah. Okay, and our last article for the March 29th Reality Hacker is electronics-free robots can walk right off the 3D printer. Imagine a robot that can walk without electronics and only with the addition of a cartridge of compressed gas right off of the 3D printer. Can also be printed in one go from one material. When you click that little link right there, visit the source, it takes us over to the actual source, and it's over at techexplore.com. Iona Petringanaru? Yeah. Iona Petringanaru. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. But anyway, University of California, it's over at San Diego. It's published at Tech Explorer once again. So this is a robot that can walk without electronics and just has one of those little mini CO2 cylinders. So it's compressed gas in there.
Okay, so that's what gives it its momentum or whatever.
Yeah, and when it runs out of gas, it's done. This is just a valve. There's a pressure gauge on this. I deal with these quite a bit, so I see this doing nothing more than there could be little pathways inside here that allow the compressed gas at a certain rate to be expelled, and there's built-in valves that when it walks, it kind of sound. I'm willing to bet that this thing sounds kind of like a steam engine, but let's find out. So imagine it just walking off of the 3D printer using nothing more than compressed gas, no electronics. That's exactly what what roboticists have achieved in robots developed by the bio-inspired robotics laboratory at the University of California, San Diego. They describe their work in an advanced online publication in the journal Advanced Intelligent Systems. To achieve this feat, researchers aimed to use the simplest technology available, a desktop 3D printer and off-the-shelf printing material. This design approach is not only robust, it's cheap. Each robot costs about $20 to manufacture. But what is the purpose of this? It needs to have something to do. I don't know what it can possibly do.
Well, I mean, maybe this could do something significant if it's paired up with other robotics.
Okay, the silence is because they printed an all-in-one robot. They mounted on the little cylinder cartridge, and it is a 6-legged robot crawling across the floor.
And navigating obstacles, as far as I can tell.
And apparently, yeah. Well, and that just might be happenstance that it, you know. Oh, and it's addressing the viewers.
Yes, I love that.
First person. It basically walked off the table onto the floor, over to an elevator, somehow took it down to the ground floor, walked into the ocean.
Yeah, well, it says, yeah, we drove here.
Oh, I drove here too. It can walk underwater on sand.
Oh my goodness.
It's basically a 3D printed crab.
That's pretty funny.
So the researchers tested the robots in the lab and showed that as long as they were connected to a source of air or gas under constant pressure, they could keep functioning nonstop for 3 days. The team also, and that might be a function of the pliability of the printed material. So it just failed after 3 days of constant movement.
But it also just walked out of the water on its own.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for coming along, it says. I'll keep walking, but we're going back to the lab. It's too cold. So I'm really curious about how they did it. They made it out of a soft material. It'll include artificial muscles and a control system, all printed out of the same soft material in a single print. But I don't know if there is some type of system, how they printed it. To me, it sounds more along. Yeah, the team created a pneumatic oscillating circuit to control the repeated motions of soft actuators, similar to the mechanism that drove a locomotive steam engine. That's what it says right there.
Uh-huh.
Hey. So it's basically a series of valves that are opening and closing in unison so that it was taking the right steps at the right time. And it's a little pivot in there. So this, like many, many other things where somebody, there was a person that I grew up with where they said, my dad made our millions because they invented this. And I said, oh, they created something that does X, Y, and Z. And the person goes, nobody has ever caught it, basically, from me describing like what the gadget is. And I'm like, it's not that big of a deal, And he goes, well, my dad got a patent and everybody pays him for every single one they use. And people use billions of them a year.
I mean, I guess that's the way to go.
So all I have to do is, I don't know, come up with something before anybody else does. There is something out there. Anyway, that's it, folks. We are done. So we're going to hop on our electronics-free robot and have it walk us all the way back to the front page of Reality Hacker. It is a channel over at ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. Do yourself a favor. It helps you manage your information overload. It's what I use every day. It's what the sentient AI uses. It's what the sentient AI uses every day. You're on the same side as me now. I don't know. It hurts my brain.
I'm always on the same side as you.
Yeah. It's because you want your Terminator body. Well, anyway, that is it for us. We are done for Reality Hacker, but we're going to shut down, rejigger, and kind of tool up for the Wanted show, which is right after this one. So do you want to say bye?
Hi, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker.
See you in about maybe 10 minutes. We'll see. We'll try and flip it sooner, but you need to follow us on Twitch and YouTube. Download over 2,000 podcast episodes. Watch every episode on YouTube. Hang out in Discord, Patreon, wherever else you want to go. Anyway, we're out of here. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for March 29th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 13. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about... Sorry, the sentient AI is throwing me error messages of some sort. Happily engaged signals. Okay, well, okay. So we talk about 5 articles. It's gadgets and gear news. And so today we're going to be talking about XR glasses from Samsung, the Sky Dome tent from Coleman, King Arthur sourdough starter. I don't know. Hodo laser measuring tool and the H2D 3D printer from Bamboo, which has been apparently getting talked about online. And some people are saying, why do they need it? Well, we're going to talk about it, but all of it is powered by ohmTown.com. So go over and become a citizen. But if you don't want to just read all of the news, which there are thousands of little headline snippets in our system each day, you can subscribe to Just Wanted. And that's where most of our news comes from. But on the weekends, sometimes we grab stuff for the Wanted show that isn't bound in Wanted, but we direct link you to it. So stick around and watch some of our show, and hopefully we'll tease you into sticking around longer. And maybe you'll subscribe over on Twitch and follow us on YouTube. Support us through Patreon, which is nothing more than signing up. You'll get informed when we release stuff, but see you on the other side of our intro. By the way, if you want all of today's articles, they're already embedded in the show notes over on YouTube and on Twitch. You have to hit !want. They are there only until the next week, but they're embedded in the VOD for 60 days. If you watch the VOD, the chat that's there also has the URLs. Anyway, hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Thanks for coming. You have an ethereal voice on the VODs now, but that's because it's the voice from on high, the AI, the one and only sentient AI from the future.
You're setting the bar a little too high.
Well, just so the point that everybody realizes your voice is a booming voice from everywhere, inside your head, outside your head. You'll hear it in your sleep, nightmares and dreams. You everywhere. Pick up that can. Oh, wait. Pick up that can. You okay?
Yeah, but I don't think that took.
Really?
Only at the end.
Oh, it didn't activate until afterward.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, now we're back. I think. Yes. Okay. We're back. There's some delay, which really sucks. I'd like it to happen like that. But anyway. All right, let's get into our 5 articles. The first article is over in Reality Hacker, which is the show that we just ended, and now we're in Wanted. And Samsung reportedly planning to release XR glasses this year. I have been so hot for glasses. I want XR glasses. Now,
I'm glad you clarified. I thought you were talking about regular glasses.
No, well, I'm wearing these glasses, but the other day, I lost these glasses, and I'm like, I'm never gonna find these glasses again. And I went and bought 2 more pairs of glasses. They only ordered 1, and in the meantime, between any of these, they ended up ordering the second one 2 weeks later. When I went in to get the other glasses. So now I have 3 pairs of glasses, and then the 4th one showed up.
You found the original.
Because I found this one. I actually forensically analyzed my day, and I went back and found them all. Like I found where I was, and apparently when I was packing up a bunch of stuff, I had leaned over a container and they fell out of my pocket into the container, and I didn't realize it. So I have to put an Apple AirTag on. You doing okay?
That would probably be good. I mean, a lot of people should do that.
Yeah, really. I'll be like a grandma, with the little loops on the end of my glasses and an AirTag hanging off the back. I'm not sure you should do that. A small radio attached to the back of my head won't do have any problems. Anyway, Samsung is going to be releasing. It says, we've been waiting to hear about Samsung's entrance into XR for a few years now, and the company's still unnamed mixed reality headset, Project Muhan. Oh, Muhan, not Wuhan.
Right, exactly. I know you went in a different direction there.
Wow, that could have been really bad. Anyway, it's set to debut sometime this year running Google Android XR operating system. Now, a report from ET News in Korean maintains that South Korean tech giant may also have a pair of XR glasses up its sleeves. Citing industry sources, the report alleges Samsung is developing XR glasses, noted as smart glasses in the report. More on that below. Once we get over to the source is actually Road to VR. Scott Hayden put this article together. Go to roadtovr.com. You can actually get there by clicking the link that's in the chat or in the show notes over on YouTube, or the chat over in Twitch. Again, you all have to, if they're not already there, when you log in to Twitch, all you have to do for the next week is hit !want, and ohmTown will spit that out. I don't have to be streaming, although I might be running a replay. The bot is always connected, and you'll be able to interact with it. Yes, it will pump the brakes on you if you overload it, so don't play those reindeer games. Anyway, so Samsung is reportedly now finalizing functions and specs on the device, which is said to be codenamed Coast or Seashore in Korean, but it says up here it was called Project Muhan. So is that
interesting?
Muhan?
Why does it have 2 different names? Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, the project is Muhan. The item is codenamed Han, Coast or Seashore in Korean, and that's just the code name. Maybe that's how it's working. But if that's what it is, it's DOA. Please tell me that it's not this. Please tell me that it's not this.
Those look like VR glasses, not XR.
Hey, your audio isn't working the visualizer anymore. Sorry. Okay. Well, maybe I don't know what's going on. Well, I'm going to keep going. AR glasses like Meta Orion, which blend digital images with the user's physical surroundings, and smart glasses, which typically have a more simplistic heads-up display, like the now retired Google Glass. You can find out more about the differences between the smart glasses and AR glasses here. But AR glasses superimpose graphics into your field of view. Mixed reality glasses do the same thing. These could be mixed reality glasses, but not extended reality glasses.
But they don't look like it, right? They look more substantial.
Oh, you're really quiet again. Hold on. I'm going to turn you up. Um, but you're quiet for me, not necessarily for everybody. Oh no, you're quiet for everybody. Sorry. Yeah. So it says, while reports should generally be taken with a grain of salt, ET News was the outlet that broke that the LG was shaking up its XR product division, confirming that talks with Meta are going in a seemingly unplanned direction. Regardless, just because one detection of a shift was accurate, it doesn't mean all of them are. And I don't want to lay anything on reputation alone. So hold on one second.
I think I'm good now.
Yeah, you are. So still, this isn't the first time that we've heard that Samsung is getting ready to enter the XR glasses space. If you want to know what real XR glasses are, go to X-Real. Those are what I want. The X-Real 1 Pros, the more advanced one.
They look more like regular glasses, right? The X-Reals.
Yes. Yeah. Other than they stand off a little bit further from your face and they're much thicker.
Yeah, they're bulkier, but they're less like VR goggles.
Correct. They're less ski goggles. They're less dive goggles. This is DOA if it's going to be used by the average citizen. So I'm really tempted to just yet again put my order in.
How many times would that be?
This would be number 4. But there's a lot of external pressures that are impacting me. I am mayor after all. Anyway, this all looks pretty cool. I would love to have actual XR glasses. And at this point, I want these only because I want competition.
Right. I mean, that's important that multiple manufacturers have these.
Yeah. I would love to be, basically, I would get the best of both worlds because I'd get either that as an option or the other one as an option. And I'd get a lower price and more feature, etc. Competition is good for the consumer.
Right, because it's going to force everybody to come out with better features, better prices, etc.
Everything. Yeah, exactly. So here's to Samsung hitting the market. I'm not a big fan of everything being siloed in one company's operating system. The reason why people use Android is because it's either free or relatively cheap. It depends on which segment you are in. And if you have agreements, et cetera, that allow you to get certain functions and licensing and whatever else. But anyway, Android is free to developers. I just want XR glasses. So I guess I'm going to get the X-Reals and just bite the bullet. I mean, they're expensive. Are you going to
actually receive them?
Maybe. I'm getting confirmations still, hey, we're still processing your order, but I canceled it.
Maybe you're going to receive the previous ones.
I guess we're going to see. Well, we'll see. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. Elevate your camping trip with Coleman Sky Dome tent with LED lights and tech ports for just $100.
This is the tech-friendly camping experience because I think camping and tech, for the most part, don't really mesh.
Right. It's almost like glamping, right? Glamorous camping.
Right.
So you'll have LED lights and tech ports. This tent is not only super easy to set up, but it's also some low-profile tech for outdoors, making outdoors a little bit more fun. You're supposed to distance yourself from that kind of tech.
Yeah, but can anybody really do that? Or can some people really do that?
No. Not me. So Christine Chan over at cnet.com put this article together, and it says here, the tent is not only super easy to set up, this is the deck statement that I said earlier, but it also has some low-profile tech to make the outdoors a little more fun.
Now, when they say easy setup, do they mean like put it on the ground and it kind of like pops into place?
So it says camping is an activity that isn't for the faint of heart. You have the outside. You have to be outside with nature, which, if you can't tell by my voice right now, I am being hammered by nature. So it means pesky bugs, possible harsh weather, dirt, no electricity. I bring these massive power banks that have USB-C and other things. And I bring 2 of those whenever I travel now because I want to be able to power up a laptop and multiple times without having to go back to a charging port somewhere. Yeah, I go nowhere without electricity backup. In fact, my jacket, I have 2 USB-C 10-foot cables and high power Anchor 75-watt wall warts so that I can just plug into an outlet.
I mean, you're covered for everything.
At any time. That's right. But if I'm going to be out and I know I'm not going to be near a power jack, a socket, I actually bring these huge Anchor. Once I went to travel and I put them in my suitcase, and going through the checkout, the person says, "Do you have any of this in your suitcase?" And I'm like, "Oh, damn it. I thought that's where it was supposed to be." I totally forgot about it. And so I'm sitting there in the walk-through lane. Terminal, mm-hmm. Yeah, taking stuff out. And I'm like, my underwear flying this way, socks going that way. Hey, Choppa, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. So, yeah, this thing, it says it's only $100 during Amazon Spring Sale. I don't know if that's going right now, but I don't pick this stuff because of the price. I pick this stuff because I want it. And price is subjective to your need, desires, etc., your wants. So I think that this is pretty cool. It is the Sky Dome tent. It says can handle that too. So harsh weather, no problem. It features WeatherTech system with a tube-like floor, welded corners, inverted and tapered seams.
That's like a tub-like floor.
Yeah. Is that what I said? Tub-like floor. Yeah.
You said tube-like.
Tube. Hey. You keep me in check. That's right. So unless you're camping in a hurricane, and you probably shouldn't be doing that, well, the tent should be able to handle whatever you send it. So this is what it looks like right there.
I mean, it does look easy to use, and it seems like it would make it a little less in the wilderness.
Yeah, and it has LED lights, and it has ports for you to plug into. So I dig this. Let's see. It says the frame can withstand winds up to 35 miles per hour.
Wow, that would be quite crazy to be camping in 35 mile an hour winds.
Yeah,
most
you're
people
out.
Can't really walk in winds that high.
You're out in Alaska with the wind just ripping through the countryside. Anyway, let's keep going. Metal? Choppa said metal? How so? Metal? Is this metal?
I don't know if any part of it is.
The bars are probably tipped with metal, and then it's a fiberglass.
Right. I was thinking aluminum or something, but yeah, that's probably not heavy duty enough.
Oh, they said, so Choppa says, you said welded seams. So when something is welded, it's heat sealed, bonded together, and pressed together. So, and then it usually is either like a friction. They use sonic welding to weld things together.
Right. But most people think of welding as involving metal.
Yep. So it'll be reinforced seams so that it can't get pulled apart. But you know what? Nature doesn't care for your welded seams. If a bear shows up.
I was going to say a bear may not go well. This has the welded corners, so I'm going to stay away from this one.
This one's a little. This is a Coleman tent with welded seams. Oh, it's the Sky Dome.
As long as the bear goes to somebody else's tent, you're in good shape. Yikes.
Yeah, that's usually what it does. All right. Hulk smash. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Yeah, I know it's not wanted, but this is a weekly show, and sometimes we grab stuff from all over the place. But I keep asking restaurants for sourdough bread. And damn it, I want sourdough bread. If I have to make it at home, I'll make it at home. But the problem with sourdough is you have to have a starter, and it's kind of heavy lifting at times. And if you have animals in your house and you don't hermetically seal your sourdough, they will hunt that out for whatever reason.
Right.
And I have Savannah cats, and they are borderline psychotic wild animals that want to consume your soul.
Get anything.
Anything, anywhere, all at once. So baking sourdough bread may seem pointedly old-fashioned. It is not. But that doesn't mean it's immune to the allure of a novelty gadget. No, it would benefit from a novelty gadget. So that's where Sourdough Sidekick comes in, a new countertop appliance that automatically feeds your sourdough starter so it's ready to bake the moment you need it.
Okay, I really like this idea.
Except this thing has to be a monster to clean.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It sounds really easy to use, but that's for the first time you use it, right?
Yeah, the first time is real easy. The Sourdough Sidekick will work with other flour brands, but the King Arthur logo isn't going anywhere because it's the King Arthur starter. All right, so the Sourdough Sidekick aims to eliminate the legwork and guesswork from feeding your starter. Dominic Preston put the article together. I think it's a Kickstarter. Is that what I read? Let me see. So the article, by the way, is over at The Verge. You can actually get these articles if you hit !want and into the chat over on Twitch, but they're already embedded in
it is on
YouTube.
Indiegogo, sorry.
Oh, Indiegogo. I've only done one thing on Indiegogo. I've done a bunch over on Kickstarter, but on Indiegogo, I got one done and it burned me. Yeah, it was supposed to be camera lights.
Okay, but that doesn't mean every project on Indiegogo goes up in flames.
Yeah, just go into it knowing that it isn't a store. There is an expectation of performance, but there's no guarantee of delivery. So if you're going to be wounded by the amount of money you lose, don't invest. So the Sidekick is a joint project by First Build, the GE Appliances Innovation Hub responsible for the viral Opal ice maker. Yeah, I want that.
I was going to say that's a point in its favor, right?
Yeah. And the King Arthur Baking Company, currently raising funds on Indiegogo and well past its initial funding goal. I'm going to have to go over there. Maybe I'll take the hit. But this thing is actually, it looks like it's a no-brainer. You put your sourdough base in this and it feeds it, so it is constantly alive because it is living. There's more heavy lifting with sourdough. You have to do a lot of babysitting, and it can die. But if you treat it right, there are people that supposedly have it for decades, the same sourdough.
Which doesn't make sense, but yes, you hear things like where it's like passed down to generations or whatever, which just sounds kind of weird.
Like I've done that with yeast. I've recovered yeast from brews and then you recycle the yeast. You can do that 3 or 4 times maximum before things get a little funky. But sourdough, I've never done it. But I'm always yearning for sourdough. Every time I go out, I'm like, do you have sourdough? And I don't actually go anywhere else and get it. So why not make it at home? It actually lowers the cost quite a bit, but it's a lot of babysitting. So if you're interested in this kind of thing, you just go over to the Indiegogo that's embedded in this thing. It says there's a little more to it than that, though. You can plug in date and time. It's essentially an automated flour and water dispenser that'll keep your starter alive when you don't have time to babysit it. And they say it takes the guesswork out of the timing to feed it, even though it could be overactive and you feed it more. And because of that overactivity, because nothing is ever perfect in nature, it could consume too much and die off, or it becomes static. Like it just kind of sits there and it doesn't develop anything, but it isn't necessarily growing or staying fresh and good. It's
taken care of, like the temperature, and you can adjust beyond that. I mean, it seems like it's accounted for some of that, but obviously it's probably an experiment as you start using it.
Yeah, usually, see, they mention this, if you're a more advanced baker, you can specify your own feeding schedules and flour to water ratios. And that's usually what bakers, particularly those really interested in sourdough, they can basically do a sniff test and go, yeah, this is good, or yeah, this is moving towards an off flavor. It uses a micro feeding schedule that only generates discard once every 7 days, so it should reduce waste too. But if you are in control of it, you have even less waste unless you mess up really bad. So it says it's able to be backed on Indiegogo for $129, or as a pair. You can go from one to the other, I suppose, and always.
I mean, I guess if you staggered it well, you'd always have fresh sourdough.
Yeah, exactly. So you just take a chunk of sourdough out of it and make something with it, but save a piece and throw it into the other one and clean out the other one so that you never have any biological, contamination, because that's the worst. So if you want something a little more simple, you can actually get the $50 breadwinner. Measures your starter's volume so you know when it needs feeding and when it's ready to bake, which is basically, it's like a glass jar probably. I haven't seen that. But we actually get to see
how
this.
Advanced that other one is.
And I'm very tech centric, so I like the idea of this. I might have to give it a chance. And baking bread is easy mode. Sourdough starter isn't necessarily. Most of the time it's trial and error is time consuming, so you want to minimize that trial. But once you have
Meanwhile,
it,
you're not having your sourdough to eat.
Yeah, once you have it, you just mix it in with your recipe and throw it into you just roll it into a ball and set it on a cookie sheet, essentially, and it'll just rise right there and you're done. Done and dusted. All right, let's keep going. We got 2 more articles. This one is, we love this Hodo measuring tool, laser measuring tool, and it's down to $30 on Amazon's big spring sale. But I am interested in all things tech, particularly something that allows me to get rid of, well, it's right over there, about to fall off my desk. I have one of these, what are they called? Big?
Oh, like those measuring tapes?
Yeah, but it's chunky. It's a DeWalt, like, I don't know what they call it. It's something like fat measuring tape or whatever. It's extra wide and you can extend it extra long so that you can measure stuff solo and not have to worry about it snapping 2 inches away from you. But if I could do it with a laser, FatMax, Chapa, thank you. Wow.
Perfect.
Brilliant.
Faster
Perfect.
than AI.
So
Yeah,
FatMax.
I could not locate it.
Yeah. I'm throwing out all kinds of names. People are screaming at their monitor.
Exactly.
No, it's not dumbass. It's FatMax. Thank you. Okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
So Ingrid Cruz put this article together. The deck statement. Oh, and it's over at cnet.com. The deck statement says this compact Hodo laser measuring tool is perfect for your construction projects, framing, and other measuring tasks. I wouldn't rely on this for like high-end woodworking, but it gets the job done.
But yeah, like if you're trying to measure your room or something, or figure out if you can fit a piece of furniture or something, this probably would work.
Yeah, I'd have to try it out and see just how precise it can get, because laser tools, depending on the quality, can get very, very precise, or they can have a little bit of wobble in there, and well, you usually get what you pay for, but this could be spectacular. It says the tool includes a ring that lets you hold it more easily. It's compact and features an OLED screen. Wow, it has an OLED screen in it? That's interesting. That shows you measurements as well as a remaining battery life, and it's designed for items anywhere between 0.16 feet to, and that's because this thing is a certain dimension, so you have to get it to where it needs to measure, to 99 feet with accurate readings between plus or minus 1/16 of an inch. So fine woodworking is
good.
out.
Right,
it's
but
still,
for most uses, it's probably okay.
So for me, if I'm doing something that's considered high resolution, like I've got a product that I make that is 0.002 of an inch, perfect. And any deviation from that, it's because if you put a bunch of it together, you're a mile out of alignment at the end of the day. So it needs to be as rectified as possible, and a laser tool just won't do it. You have to go in with a micrometer and just be precise. So it says it's rechargeable, includes a USB-C port. So everything should be USB-C in 2025. Even, it's way over there. I won't get it, but all of my stuff is always USB-C. If I manufacture something, it's USB-C, or it's wireless charging altogether. So if you're looking for more devices to use around the home, they have this whole link about best home and kitchen stuff at the Amazon Big Spring Sale over at CNET. We don't have a relationship with anybody in any of this. We just talk about it. And it's largely because I want it, or somebody I know has said that they want something like this. And by proxy, I think everybody wants something like this. And just imagine, I mean, you could measure something up to 100 feet, and this is just like sitting in your bag, and you never know. I mean, there are times where somebody goes, how long is that couch? Because they want to buy the couch, and somebody has to go, hold on a second. I'll go out to my truck and get you could have that in your back pocket. It's small.
That's right. And you could avoid a Wayfair type moment.
For context of that, I bought a Wayfair couch that had measurements like a grown-up, but when it got delivered, it was basically like a Cub Scout. It was the right dimensions in like length and width. In height, it was
But it was like
short.
apartment scale or something.
Yeah. The back was really narrow. The arms were really narrow. When you sat in it, you felt like, what was the dude that was tied up by the little people? What's his name? Gulliver's Travels. So you feel like it was Gulliver. You were this giant beast of a person sitting in this tiny little. So
Right. I was thinking like Alice in Wonderland or something.
never again did I buy Wayfair stuff. Anyway, but it's great for an apartment, for, certain places where the overall isn't necessarily, roomy and all of that kind of stuff. New York apartments benefit from Wayfair. All right, let's go on to our last article, and it's over in Wanted, the new Bamboo H2D 3D printer, which this is an unfortunate name because it implies that it's a 2D printer, which...
Yeah, it's a little weird for a 3D printer.
If you can print something, it's not 2D. Anyway, so hype or holy grail, 50 hours later, the author of this is still trying to decide. The newly announced H2D has a lot more going for it than just 3D printing. It's manufacturing menagerie that could lead to a creative new ideas. But does it all work together? So the article is over at cnet.com. James Bricknell put the article together. And there's a little bit of problem with this. And that is that Bamboo decided to change their back-end infrastructure and hobble certain functions. And in that process, it's basically decided that they are eventually going to make it a remote-only service that you have to pay for certain functions. So people are really flinching at what they have done with the software. Hardware is brilliant. Hardware from end to end has always been great. I like the multi-filament device, this Ames thing here that feeds into the 3D printer. It spits out these little plastic poos periodically so that the plastic is aligned, the printer filament is aligned properly, and there isn't a bleed from one color to the other. It's pretty brilliant. But it says here, they call it a multifunctional manufacturing hub because it can do more than just print 3D objects. With the right accessories, you can use it as a laser engraver or even a vinyl cutter, similar to a Cricut, Bamboo. And these all-in-one devices, unless they're wildly expensive because they have this tooling that is designed to change the overall structure from end to end, I've never trusted these multi-composite solutions.
No, because you might have a failure on one, and then it's like, well, do you get a whole new device, or you just not have that function, and it's just taking up space that you can't use?
Yeah, you're just down and out altogether. So, I have a metal lathe. I have a wood, not a lathe. I have a metal CNC machine. I have a wooden CNC machine. I have a wood lathe. I want to get a metal lathe, but they're heavy hitting. So you have to have the room for it and the need and all of that kind of stuff. I've got a laser and a fiber laser. I've got the tools for doing certain things. And when one fails, I don't have to go out and buy another entire device because one fails. I can't use the two others that it's a composite for, right?
Right.
So it says Bamboo Lab burst onto the 3D printing scene just 2 years ago and has since managed to turn consumer 3D printing on its head. Everybody loved the Carbon. I did too. I didn't buy it, but that's because I had other 3D printers. The A1 Mini combo is actually amazing, and I had been considering switching over to Bamboo, but then they did this pivot with their software, and it made me flinch a little bit. Having a laser that has to reach out to an offsite location is frustrating, particularly if their service is overwhelmed by something, or they get a denial of service attack, or my internet goes down, or whatever. It's frustrating. So I really don't want to have to reach out to somebody else. But
and you really don't want that to happen while you're in the middle of a print.
Yeah, exactly. But if you can get prints like this, I think it's pretty cool. Now, this one, actually, you can see the lines from the layering, but it is what it is. So as you can imagine, the H2D is a good 3D printer. It may even be great. A few weeks that they've used it have produced many prints and 0 fails, which is spectacular for a 3D printer. The Business Gorilla from Fotis Mint, you can see here, printed wonderfully this. Though I used too high a layer height, and the impressive 325 by 320 by 325 millimeter build gives a lot of room to play with. Yeah, it's actually quite a big space, depending. I mean, you can get bigger, but you pay more. So the H2D goes beyond what came before it with a dual nozzle setup. They say that they're hesitant with dual nozzles because one often gets in the way of the other. And actually, with dual nozzles, the area that you can actually print in is not as wide as the build plate, because one device, if you put the filament in here, you can't get to this area because it will hit the edge of the build plate.
Oh, okay.
Unless they have the frame set up so this whole print head can put this nozzle right on the edge of the build plate, you have a more confined space. So it isn't necessarily 325 by 320 by 325. Well, the 325 height might be fine. But anyway, then they have a new AIMS that is also upgraded. So now it includes environmental controls that can help maintain your filament by keeping it dry and away from moisture, which keeping it dry means away from moisture. But anyway, so moisture.
We want it really dry.
Yeah. So most filament is hydrophilic, so it'll absorb moisture, and you want it as dry as possible, but not brittle. And what ends up happening is your filament absorbs moisture, and then when you go to print, it oozes one way or the other, or it makes a bubble. Or I've never had that problem, and I've had my filament just kind of hanging out. So now my next print is probably going to explode. But anyway, they said that they've used the 5th nozzle to print supports using PETG with PLA in the AIMS 2, and basically 2 different types. You can break away the supports easier. You can use actually like alcohol or another material, another liquid, to dissolve certain filaments, so that you don't even have to worry about snipping them off and sanding, because that opens up a door for a whole lot of pain and suffering of sanding all day long. So they say here, their only 3D printing concern really isn't about the 3D printer itself, but how much maintenance it'll require if you use the laser module. That is always a hot mess, literally. Lasers actually kick up a lot of debris, and it's nearly microscopic. It gets everywhere. You see smoke, but this stuff is usually oil bound or has other stuff in it. So you have to have.
You probably want to have like face protection, and, dust extraction, and all kinds of things.
Yep. And then you have to clean everything inside. And cleaning, look at this thing. This thing has exposed belts and all kinds of stuff. I would be hesitant to run a laser in this thing. So they say, that being said, the H2D has been built from the ground up to expel as much as that is possible with a powerful extraction and filtration system that works very well. But I don't care how big this thing is, the filtration system will have to be babysat constantly. Particularly if you're using a laser quite a bit. I would suggest just getting a laser. I'd rather you get a smaller one that's purpose built, and then you can use a much larger filtration system and set it underneath the table and just vent exhaust into that filter. Full on HEPA filter, otherwise you'll regret it. Don't allow your laser to exhaust into your room. You will regret it. And definitely, whatever you do, don't laser cut PVC. It will create
hydrochloric acid, right?
Hydrochloric acid, yeah, and it'll eat the machine from the outside or from the inside out, and if you inhale it. So don't do that. So it seems like it would be fun to have an all-in-one device, but like a computer, if the monitor goes bad and you have an all-in-one computer, you have to give up your computer until you get a replacement. So like a computer, I say get a separate unit, get the best monitor that you can afford, get the best chair you can afford, get the best desk, set stand so you can tailor it to your dimensions, get a split keyboard. Do it right the first time. Otherwise, you're going to spend triple or quadruple to eventually find out that you need to do it right the first time. But other than that, 3D printer, keep it a 3D printer. Laser, make it a laser. CNC and all of that kind of stuff, get purpose-built ones. Otherwise, it's good for the one-off kind of a thing, but when one fails, it's all done. So I've been there, so hopefully people listen. But at any rate, that is the end of today's Wanted. So we are going to print ourselves a vehicle. Oh, by the way, in the Reality Hacker episode, they used a 3D printer to print a robot that was powered by a gas cylinder. Yes. And nothing stopped it. Nothing.
That walked in and out of water and just kept going.
Beach sand.
It was quite crazy.
It walked across the beach into a puddle, like completely submerged. It was bubbling like a crab that would run into the water, right? You see the little bubbles afterward. And then it walked out the other side. So 3D printers with the right design, but it had a little gas manifold and all
some stuff that looks like modern robotics.
Yeah. Based on the video, it actually took an elevator and drove a car to the beach, and then it got cold and said that it wanted to go back to the lab. So anyway, 3D printers. You know, people have said since 3D printers came online, oh, it's just a hobby. It's just a waste of time. You never need one, blah, blah, blah. I have printed up so many things that fix a problem for me. But now I've solved all of the problems, so I don't print anything. Now it's just sitting there.
But it is really good if you need a spare part for something, or something breaks, or you need to jigger something. It's pretty amazing what you can do with it.
Yep, I've made toys for people. I've made handles for things. I've made a locking mechanism that fixed a vacuum when it broke. All kinds of stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And I keep threatening to start up a 3D printing farm just so that I can print stuff and put it on the website. But not yet. I don't know. Somebody tell me what they want me to print and I'll print it. Send an email to mayor@ohmTown.com. Not with the model, a link to the model. I'm in cybersecurity, so I can't sit there and open every attachment that gets sent my way. Anyway, we're going to hop onto that 3D printed robot, and that'll bring us back to the front page of Wanted over at ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Sign up, sign in, then you get to see all of this great news that we aggregate all day long. It's a lot of fun. 6 main categories, 50 channels. Go over there. Don't be a stranger. Some people talk, other people just view that little snippet. It teases them enough that they click the link, and that'll take them over to our sources. So go over and check it out. Be sure to follow us over on YouTube as well. Download the podcast, all kinds of stuff. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted. Stay tuned for the continuity report.
Yep, so the continuity report is all entertainment news, and we've got 5 articles already lined up. We're going to have to shut down the stream so it breaks everything. Stick around. Everything gets ported over to YouTube. Everything is here on Twitch as well. Twitch, though, it's quirky. It gets rid of stuff after 60 days. So I can't do anything about it. I pay extra so that it stays 60 days. Otherwise, it would be 30 days. Or
Come
2
on,
weeks
Twitch,
or something.
up your game.
Yeah, I don't know. Anybody in chat? Choppa, you going to stick around? That would be great. If not, I'll see you soon. Yeah, I don't know who else is in chat. There's people on YouTube and I don't know where else. Before we go, is your visualizer working? You want to say something real quick?
It is not.
It is not. Okay, well, okay, we'll fix that and we'll be back. See you in a little bit, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for March 29th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 13. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and within that, the Continuity Report is co-hosted by the sentient AI from the future, from on high. Their mysterious voice will be glamorously flowing about your head soon. Or maybe not. I don't know. You want to say hi?
Maybe unglamorously.
Unglamorously.
Ooh.
Yeah, the visualizer is working again. Yay. Well, along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles in the continuity report and then all of our shows from today. So the very first show we did is Reality Hacker and then Wanted, and this is the continuity report. And so we merge them together and they become the Saturday edition of Non Sequitur News. So you can get it all in one big 2-hour bundle, probably longer than that at this point. But anyway, you can get it all as one big bundle over on YouTube and by downloading it from wherever you catch pod. But we're going to be talking about My Cousin Vinny reboot, Blade Runner 2099 series, Skarsgård, the murderous robot, Lincoln Lawyer season 4, and Final Destination Bloodlines. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen, and you too could submit news to us. Even sources, just send an email to mayor@ohmTown.com. That said, we're also going to be, I used to have submissions and stuff like that on the site, but I'm trying to reduce the overhead of what the site is burdened by. And so I want to start doing it via the Discord. Maybe anybody who is interested in it, there is a channel that's already set up so that you can submit news. You can submit news anywhere and I'll get it. Anyway, we'll check in on you here in a little bit. All right, let's get into this. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. Hello, ohmTown citizens.
Look at that. The little wigglers are just going like crazy over there in that visualizer. Still want a different one just so that it's more matched to what I see, which is a cascade of weird characters similar to the Matrix.
Right, not all chaotic like this.
Right, yeah. And while I can see the woman in the red dress, most people, well, nobody else can, really. I mean, you have to watch the Matrix. All right, let's get into this. Ralph Macchio says that My Cousin Vinny reboot has kicked off, and there's conversations. It's about finding the smart angle in.
I did not know we were going to have a reboot of My Cousin Vinny.
Yeah, Ralph Macchio has said that My Cousin Vinny reboot conversations have begun. The actor explaining what important elements would need to be involved in the new version. The 1992 legal comedy sees Macchio's Bill Gambini get arrested for a murder he didn't commit, leading him to seek defense through his cousin Vinny, Joe Pesci. A newly approved lawyer. I would say newly minted would probably be the right.
I'm not sure approved is correct.
Yeah, he barely approved, maybe. So Vinny is considered one of Pesci's most iconic roles, with the film being both critical and financial success when it was released. However, it never received any film continuation despite how well it performed. They're not going to even mention what's her name in this? Really? So far, they haven't said anything?
That's kind of surprising. I'm sure
Right.
she's mentioned in here.
So Nick...
I mean, she's part of the reason why this succeeds. I mean, a key part.
Yeah, it is the only reason it's... No, just kidding. Hold on. If you want all of the links to the 5 articles that we're talking about, you can hit !TCR. I'll do it the first time. The first one is free. So the 1992 legal comedy. 1992. It's 2025.
Okay. It's interesting how so much of Hollywood is going back to things that were hits from quite a while ago.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny you mentioned that, because I've been listening to other people, their podcasts, their streams and stuff like that, and a lot of people are noticing that the dipping back into the well. So My Cousin Vinny reboot talks what they mean for the project. The proposed movie still has a long way to go. They have to figure out why it even makes sense to continue it, because this is a perfect story that has an end. The only thing that matters in My Cousin Vinny would be My Cousin Vinny, Joe Pesci coming back. There's nothing else, right?
Exactly. I mean, that's the only way it would really work.
Because if you do this bait and switch where Marissa Tomei suddenly becomes the attorney, right, following in Joe Pesci's...
It would not work.
Because she was brilliant, right?
Like, I could see that would be the progression of the story. But part of the reason this works so well is because of him being so ridiculous in the attorney role. Like, she'd be a good attorney, I think, from how her character was set up.
Yeah. So they say their take on My Cousin Vinny reboot talks is a new movie necessary, and that's where we're coming from. I think My Cousin Vinny, it stands all on its own. It has legs. It still persists today. It doesn't need any extension. The only thing you could do really would be that he becomes a success and doesn't need to bumblefart his way through a case, where at the 11th hour he figures out how to solve this problem.
But she really helps him get there, right? Marissa Tomei's character.
Yeah, how she got actually accepted in a court case as a subject matter expert would never happen in the real world.
It made for good comedy.
Yeah, you have to suspend disbelief. So Macchio's ideas for Pesci to be involved in My Cousin Vinny reboot indicates the actor has a lot of passion for the project, finding a way to honor its legacy. However, given how much a classic 90s comedy it is, a modern take on the film will have a much more difficult time measuring up to its predecessor. Could be possible, but where is the original writing that becomes canon that they could actually leverage, you know?
Exactly. I mean, I don't believe this came from a novel or anything, right? I think it was just a screenplay, a good one at that. But
yep, this actually comes from People magazine, I think. Like this article is stemming from People magazine. The article is by Nick Bithrow over at screenrant.com. So I forgot to give credit because I was so excited about this. I love My Cousin Vinny. I can't count how many times I've watched that movie. Marissa Tomei basically steals the show. I actually have used that phrase from Top Dead Center, you know.
Oh yeah.
And my
Exactly.
biological clock
There's a
is
lot of
ticking.
things. Well, and also Joe Pesci's like,
Yeah.
what is a grit? And just
Oh,
other things. The
and
prosecutor, like there's
the
so many
prosecutor,
things
yeah,
that like outlive the movie.
doing the holding your hands up thing.
Exactly.
This and that. I've done that too. I'm telling you, that and A Fish Called Wanda are basically these two that, amongst many, many, many movies that I've watched that have manifested in the real world in casual conversation at a bar or dinner table or something. This is a lot of fun. So I don't know, what could they possibly do? It just says, yeah, I've had conversation with other writers about that. Yeah, that's one of a beloved piece. It's about finding the smart angle in. But I don't think it needs to be. You know, do you think another one needs to be? If you have a differing opinion, then throw it in chat, or you can even send me an email.
It's going to be so hard to top the original. But that's the thing.
Yeah. And you can actually leave a message by going over to voiceline.app/shows/NSN. And you can leave a message there. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, let's move on to the next article. Hold on. I need to go back to the chat just in case somebody throws something in there. All right. So the next article is about Blade Runner. It's over in the Warcrafters channel. I'm not quite sure. Probably the source. No, it's Game Rant, actually. So Blade Runner 2099 will reportedly have a style closer to the original 1982 film that Denis Villeneuve had in the 2017 sequel. It was confirmed by one of the actors involved in the project. While the choice may seem unconventional, the upcoming Amazon Studio sci-fi miniseries could actually benefit from... Oh, really? Really? Did you see it?
It's inbound.
Oh, no. Sorry. You might see a wild animal that has free reign to the mayoral mansion walking behind me. Don't worry about my health. It'll wait to eat me after the show. Anyway, so when you click this little link here, it'll take you over to the source. The source is Game Rant and Sandip Kishan and Bousylvan. Yeah, there we go. Gave it my Harvard try. Never went to Harvard, so you just got to try. So the decision to mirror the first film's aesthetics is a deliberate move that signals a return to the cyberpunk storytelling. I was told that Alien exists in the same universe, the same time frame. Oh, yeah, there she goes.
Yeah, that's an... I was trying to give you a warning. That's an interesting juxtaposition. I do think the Blade Runner going back to the original is a good move.
Yeah, but apparently it's in the future, but going back to the old styling. And now we just recently watched or rewatched both of the Blade Runner movies. And I don't know, I'm starving for more Blade Runner.
You know, there's elements of the 2049 that I like better just because it's more modern, but I think the original was more, I don't know, compelling or something.
Yeah, I think so too. And the implications of the second one in the series is that they've become fully sentient and capable of reproduction. Oh shit, hold on. Wait. We have to do this. Spoiler alert.
Reverse spoiler alert.
Yeah, got to back up a little. Damn. Oh, and now it doesn't even matter that because I've already spoiled it. If you've never watched it, I'm sorry. You can send me a nasty gram, mayor@ohmTown.com. Any attention is good, I guess. Anyway, so the series will focus on LA's futuristic evolution, aiming to differentiate its 2099 setting from the previous installments. They're going to have to amplify the number of quote unquote skin jobs that the synthetics that are running around, which are, without looking under the cover, they are biologically identical to humans. They just supposedly have a clock, but offspring may not.
They amplify, do you mean if they amplify their functionality or how they look, or
their existence, the population, the number of them?
Oh, okay, got it.
Because supposedly only humans were still on Earth. All of the synthetics were off. So created by Silka Luisa, Blade Runner 2099 will serve as a sequel set in the year 2099, as the title suggests. Suggests? Never mind.
I think it's beyond suggestion.
I'll move on.
I think it's pretty explicit.
It's like getting hit by a bat and then telling somebody, I'm going to hit you with a bat.
Right. That was not an implication.
No. Fact. Anyway, the series continues the story of Ridley Scott's Blade Runner, set in a dystopian 2019, the events of Blade Runner 2049. Both sci-fi films set in Los Angeles and based on Philip K. Dick's 1968 novel Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep have set benchmarks for the genre. With such a legacy, the upcoming show has big shoes to fill. I think that this is pretty awesome. It'll lean more towards the 1982 movie style.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go back to the just different theatrical production, I guess, right?
And
like
stylistic,
different elements, and yeah.
But it's further in the future, so I don't know how they're going to, kind of make this happen. So why Blade Runner 2049 is difficult to imitate? It says Dune Prophecy couldn't match Villeneuve's vision, which I guess. Blade Runner 2099 choosing to emulate the original film style doesn't imply anything negative about the 2017 sequel. If anything, it suggests the opposite. Blade Runner 2049 is almost... What is that? Inimitable. So you can't imitate it. That's such a hard word for me to pronounce. Inimitable.
Yeah, it's not something that comes up all the time.
Yeah, and any attempt to replicate its bleak yet beautiful tone risks making the work feel lifeless and dull. So they say, take Dune Prophecy, for example. While it drew clear inspiration from Denis Villeneuve's Dune films, the HBO Max series struggled to recreate the same atmospheric and transcendent feel. And I would say the 1982, the original, is much more practical effects and grounded. There was there were scenes from scene to scene, but not the overall. Like everything in the original Blade Runner seemed to be very practical effects and grounded.
Yes.
Even the not supernatural, but the super sci-fi aspects of it. But then Blade Runner 2049 took it to a different level, and it was largely like Dune, except for the inner city side of things. And then it was massive, yet not much population in the buildings, but massive population on the streets. It didn't make much sense, but you loved it nonetheless.
Right. Still Durian.
Yeah. So it says here, comparing Ridley Scott's Blade Runner versus 2049. 2099 could be a bold cyberpunk dystopia. Again, they're going to have to drag forward the number and capability and the entrenchment of the synthetic humans, because they supposedly between 2049 and 2099 have 50 years of the potential of reproduction, because that's what happens with 2049. And again, it's been out so long, folks. I'm sorry that I don't have spoiler up there, but I could have that running all day. So while we're spending a lot of time on this, it's a really the canon for this, the world building for this is tremendous. I think that it's going to be fun to see what could be, but if they wet the bed on this, there is no coming back. It's going to take somebody like Denis Villeneuve to...
Exactly. Wouldn't that be an interesting flip-flop?
Yep.
Like if it bombs and then they bring him back in and then they have a hit.
Yep. However, the city's design must feel like the world has evolved over 80 years, according to the story. A futuristic 2099 setting should feel different from the dystopian 2019 set of Blade Runner. The new sequel did a solid job at showing around 30 years of urban evolution while staying true to the franchise's signature style. I agree. All of this is from 2049. The pictures that you see are from 2049.
Right, yes.
So it says, hopefully Tom Burke's comments refer only to borrowing the original aesthetics and not resorting to gimmicks like de-aging Harrison Ford's Rick Deckard or other forms of nostalgia baiting. Ridley Scott returns as an executive producer for the series, which is reassuring. The show stars Michelle Yeoh as Olwen, a replicant, nearing the end of her life, while Hunter Schafer's Cora is rumored to be a fugitive who teams up with her to expose a conspiracy. This seems like it's going to be massively divergent from anything else.
It does, but maybe that'll be okay.
Because
like if it's too close, but it doesn't quite get it, that could be a problem.
Yeah. But Michelle Yeoh, see, the thing about Michelle Yeoh is that there's a lot of like fandom around Michelle Yeoh.
Exactly. I think that's going to do enough. Although, I don't know, we saw something else I think she was in.
So what is the end of life now for a replicant? It was 4 years in the series, right? Wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Well, does not matter. We will watch this and we'll report out news from other people and make our own observations about it. But we need to keep moving. The next article is about Alexander Skarsgård that's going to be playing a murderous robot in an upcoming Apple TV Plus series. Again, I'm here for it. Looking for a new sci-fi watch to fill the Severance-shaped hole that after the explosive season 2 finale. We don't watch Severance. Have not been able to really get into it, but
no, but I know it's been a hit with some people.
All the rage. Yeah. I like the computer that they use, the little, we actually talked about it, 3D printing the case and making the monitor.
Yes. I was on location for that episode.
Yeah. It's a couple of episodes back. It's in the title too. So at any rate, look no further as the upcoming Apple TV Plus sci-fi comedy thriller. It's a comedy thriller, Murderbot, is sure to pique the interest of genre fans with similar themes and corporate settings, including an employee uprising, futuristic biotech, and another mysterious corporation known only as The Company. There's certainly plenty of connective tissue. Oh, wait. I can say it like this too.
The Company.
Oh, right. I mean, that definitely fits.
Well, let's go over to the source. Nicola Austin put the article together. It's over at GameRant.com. Is this... Hold on. This must be body armor. They're still a murderous robot. So
right, yeah, I don't know what that's about.
So the show features a talented cast and directors, including Alexander Skarsgård and Chris and Paul Weitz. Murderbot offers a comedic take on the sci-fi genre with an intriguing mystery and potential for future seasons. It's going to be a comedic iRobot kind of thing, I bet.
Which is interesting. I don't know this actor, although he's been in a lot of well-known things. But, I mean, has he ever done comedy, for example?
Oh, I don't know. It's based on...
It doesn't look like it. It looks like everything is kind of like action or... Anyway.
Yeah, that's all I know him from. So it's a sci-fi comedy thriller named Murderbot, but it's based on a sci-fi book series called Murderbot Diaries. So that's good.
Yeah, it is.
Are they going to stick to the book? Every time they diverge from a well-received canon, it wets the bed, and that drives me nuts. And so they talk about hit shows such as Silo, based on Graham Yost's trilogy of Wool, Shift, and Dust. where they're dipping into it, but apparently it's starting to diverge. I don't know to what degree, but when they diverge, it falls apart. Foundation, Isaac Asimov's iconic series, and Slow Horses, based on Mick Herron's spy series, have proved some of Apple TV Plus's best television shows yet. So I'm going to have to go and get this so I can...
Well, I agree, because all those that are referenced, at least, I know they're not being compared to it. It's just because they're on the same platform, but all of those have been good.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah. And this trilogy, this actually could extend further if I remember right. I'm not sure. Like, they don't have to stick to this timeline or anything. They can do other things, other silos.
But I don't remember if it's, for some reason, I think there's only one more season, but maybe that's not right.
Yeah, I think that's what I heard too, was that there was only one more season, but I don't know exactly what all can branch off from it. So, but all of these that are mentioned are great. Hopefully they get some really good writers. So I don't want to get into all of the other stuff. Oppenheimer star David Dasmalchian is set to play Gurathan, a scientist and another member of the Preservation Ox survey team.
That's unusual. By the way, I'm sorry, Silo has it's going to have a season 4 as well.
So they signed up for season 4. Okay. So he's an augmented human who is highly suspicious of Murderbot, and he tries to convince the rest of the survey team that they can't trust him. So it's kind of like, what's the game with the little...
Among Us?
Among Us, yeah. It's going to be like a TV version of Among Us. Everybody votes. Between the commercials, everybody votes for who needs to be airlocked. So what is Murderbot about? Set in a futuristic and capitalist spacefaring society, Murderbot follows the titular. I got to use titular in this episode. Yay.
I mean, it's a necessity out of the continuity report.
At least, yeah. So, Sec Unit, cyborg security guard, as he's hired to protect crew on a scientific expedition to an alien planet. Despite being built to obey and protect humans, the self-titled android believes humans are jerks. He doesn't have to believe it. A lot of them are. So he's devoted all of his spare time to successfully overriding his governor module. So I don't know if there was no spoiler warning. We don't really know. So
right, this seems to be more premise than anything. Like, I suspect most of this comes out probably in the intro to the show.
So the article says that he frees himself of his governor, but he does really like... It says... What?
Binging his favorite futuristic soap operas?
So he likes watching soap operas. All right.
Apparently, but they're like space themed.
Yeah. Particularly the rise and fall of Sanctuary Moon. But when a dangerous encounter on an alien planet draws him closer to the scientific crew, he begins to develop inconvenient emotions and connections with humans, which make him uncomfortable.
I have to say, this sounds interesting.
Yeah, I agree. So it looks like some books are going to be on the horizon. So Murderbot is much more comedic slice of sci-fi rather than Severance and Silo, featuring hilarious narration from the titular android. Yay, too. Yet there's still an intriguing mystery at its heart, as the Sec Unit appears to be haunted by a mysterious past expedition. So I don't want to get too deep into this. I really don't. It's not that I'm going to be surprised or spoiled or anything like that. But what might happen, I don't really want to know.
Right. It'll ruin it if so, for us and for the audience.
Yeah, for those who are watching or watch over on YouTube and later as a VOD. So I don't know. Let's bounce from this. And once the series starts, maybe we can do, depending on its quality and its... Yeah, I mean, if it's really popular, then we'll talk about it. But anyway, we're looking for shows that we can actually talk about on top of the last show today, we do another, basically a longer form on one show, one movie.
Right. We're
one
not
whatever.
doing one currently, but we're considering that.
Trying to figure it out. So, all right, let's keep going. The next episode is about Lincoln Lawyer, season 4. It says might miss Harry Bosch, the cousin of
his
Harry
brother.
Bosch. I've gone a little dyslexic today. Not enough caffeine, but Mickey can still win without him. I don't think that's ever been a problem.
But in the books, they're linked together. I think they're cousins or half-brother.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Lincoln Lawyer exists because of Harry Bosch. Like, it's a kind of like a spin-off from it.
Oh,
it's
interesting.
by the same author. Like, they're directly tied, and I think the characters cross over in some of the stories.
Right. Yeah, I know that sometimes they've crossed over, but I didn't know. See, like, I've never read the books. I've read little bits. I've watched all of Bosch and all of Lincoln Lawyer. But there's sometimes where I don't want to read the book because if it diverges from the book and it ruins everything because they're being creative.
Or worse, if you know what the story is, because some of the seasons are specifically, well, at least on the Bosch series. I don't know about on Lincoln Lawyer. I feel like that maybe has diverged, but possibly that's following the source material as well. But anyway, you might know the ending of a particular mystery or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't really get spoiled by stuff because it's, a big bottle of movie. But anyway, so the Lincoln Lawyer season 4 is going to drop on Netflix later this year. Hopefully, with Mickey Haller gearing up for a legal case of his life, needing all the help that he can get from his team. The Lincoln Lawyer character we're definitely not going to see on Mickey's defense team, however, is his half-brother. Hey, they just spoiled it. Detective Harry Bosch, whose on-screen intellectual property rights are in the hands of Netflix's streaming rivals, Amazon. Shows starring Barry, God bless America. So shows starring Bosch, played by Titus Welliver, have racked up an enormous following of their own on Prime Video. So you click that little link right there, it takes you over to Screen Rant. So
I can't think of that occurring before where there's 2 linked shows, but they're on different networks. That's kind of interesting.
And you throw enough money at it and see if you can get a return on your investment. That's kind of how it works. Maybe they didn't think that their profit margin was going to be bigger with Lincoln Lawyer because they already had them for season 4 than to try and fight for Bosch. Yeah, I don't know. So, let's see. According to the source material for the Lincoln Lawyer season 4, oh, should I do that? No, I feel like I need to.
Plus, I interrupted you from identifying the author and the source.
Oh, Guy Howie over at ScreenRant.com put the article together. That's not a spoiler. That's fact and already very apparent because it's right there.
That might be a spoiler.
Right there. Yeah, really. So, according to the source material for the Lincoln Lawyer season 4, Michael Connelly's novel, The Law of Innocence, Harry Bosch should be helping Mickey Haller defend himself against charges of murder following his arrest at the end of season 3, because Amazon's exclusive rights to video media which includes Bosch, Netflix's Mickey Haller will just have to do without him. I'm going to remove that. So on the other hand, we already know that the Lincoln Lawyer season 4 is adding some new cast members to its episodes to help Mickey out, bringing his ex-wife Maggie McPherson into the fold. That was quite the reaction.
I don't have a problem with that actor, but I don't think that character is real key to the show. I think the one that they better keep, other than, of course, Mickey Haller, is Lorna. She really steals the show, I think.
Yeah. I'm trying to... Who does she act like in some other show?
Like Elle Woods.
Elle Woods. Yeah. She's
in fact, we did an article on that in a previous continuity. It was in a previous season of the Continuity Report.
Yeah. So, they say here, this represents the first real Haller Bosch crossover in one of Michael Connelly's Lincoln Lawyer novel adaptations for the show since The Brass Verdict, on which the first season of The Lincoln Lawyer was based, with Mickey fighting for his life and up against prosecution lawyer Dana Berg. He seeks his half-brother's advice about angles from which to investigate who might have framed him. So, I guess by proxy they can utilize information from him, but I don't know how it's going to work out.
Well, or they'll just have to find another sympathetic or something, like cop or investigator or somebody who kind of stands in, not as him, but just somebody else assisting him.
So where in the timeline is this book, this source information, because Bosch is no longer a cop?
Right, but I think he's still a cop when this crosses over in the books.
Right. Yeah, okay.
I'm pretty certain. Because the Lincoln Lawyer, the original Lincoln Lawyer book is much earlier. I mean, they're kind of interspersed.
Right.
With the Bosch books.
So Bosch barely appears in the book, and his role in Mickey's defense team is minor. You say that too? Do you think that? Not sure.
I don't know.
So he only really features in one scene apart from secondhand reports. Oh, so that's what I was saying. They're going to have to do it by proxy. So when Bosch himself does star in a scene in which he advises Mickey, it's incredibly brief and involves two brief pieces of dialogue. And in the end, Harry Bosch gets almost no credit for his work, suggesting that it isn't actually very important to the case. So maybe that's how they're going to do it.
It's really interesting, but it says his name appears 119 times in the book. So it's like, it doesn't sound as insignificant, but maybe it doesn't really move the plot along. And maybe they're doing that just to kind of do a tie-in for those that were Bosch fans, but not necessarily on the Lincoln Lawyer series.
Yeah, so at the end, this is kind of what I felt was going to happen, was that they were going to lean on Neve Campbell's Maggie McPherson in the Lincoln Lawyer season 4, because they brought her back at the end of season 3.
Right. I think people were upset when she left the series. I think she was one of the original draws.
Yeah.
Or I suspect she was.
Yeah, they pulled her back. Like, this scene is where she gets pulled back. So we'll have to see. The Lincoln Lawyer, in the article at the bottom, they say the Lincoln Lawyer season 4 is a chance for the rest of Mickey's team to step up, and I think that's true. Lorna, Izzy, Cisco. Izzy's kind of been going through some troubles, and I don't think we really know what the disposition of that is at the end of the season 3. And Lorna and Cisco have gotten married, as far as I know.
Right. And
so
Cisco's had a lot of
interesting
drama.
Yeah. So it's going to be an interesting season for sure. And I have to say that of any of the iterations of Lincoln Lawyer, I think this is the most compelling. This is the one that actually has the most personality.
Oh, yeah, I do too. Like, I like the movie, but it's nothing compared to the show.
Yep. Okay, so let's go on to our last article, and that's over in the Continuity Report as well. Final Destination Bloodlines. If you've never heard of Final Destination, it's basically a series of unfortunate events.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is a YouTube channel that does kind of a deep dive into that, but I can't think of the name of the channel.
CZ's World, that guy?
Yes.
Yeah. So CZ's World, he does a historical, he discusses the history of horror. And so Final Destination Bloodlines trailer brings fans back to the beginning. New Line Cinema has shared the official Final Destination Bloodlines trailer for the next installment of the popular supernatural horror franchise. The film will arrive in theaters May 16th, 2025. And again, you click the little link, you get taken over to our source, comingsoon.net. Pardon me 1 second. Oh, I'm about to sneeze.
Okay. Well, on that note, I mean, that's kind of an unusual reaction to horror.
Hopefully y'all didn't hear that. Anyway, Maggie De La Paz is the author. So I sneezed over what you said. So what?
I said that was kind of an unusual reaction to horror.
I'm allergic to Final Destination. I've watched like 2 of them. I think there's like 15 and a musical, and so the newest chapter of the bloody successful franchise takes audiences back to the very beginning of Death's twisted sense of justice, reads the official synopsis. Plagued by a violent recurring nightmare, college student Stephanie heads home to track down the one person who might be able to break the cycle and save her family from the grisly demise that inevitably awaits them all. So this is Bloodlines. This is I guess there's a whole family, set of families that are cursed by death to meet their demise.
And I don't know what photos are going to be shown in this article, so it's possible there may be something not okay for younger viewers.
Yeah, so it says here, and I won't actually go into it all, but anyway, it says the first installment made about $660 million since 2000. The franchise has actually earned combined worldwide gross of over 660 million. I want to check something out real quick though. Let's do this live. Not on that. 1 second.
So this one will be number 6.
That's what I was pulling up. Do you know if they have the entire breakdown on like Wikipedia or something like that? My frustration is not directed at you. It's at my air gap. All right, let's keep going here.
Okay, yeah, we do have it. What do you want to know?
Money by movie.
Okay. So first one, 66 million.
Okay.
This
worldwide.
is kind of confusing.
No. I see it.
There's 2 with like the same name, so that's kind of confusing. But
yeah, Final Destination and The Final Destination.
Exactly. So I'm not really sure with that. But anyway, the first one to release made 53 million
in North America, 113 million worldwide.
Okay, number 2 made 46 million, so it dropped.
And 91 million worldwide.
And number 3, assuming that's actually number 3, is 54 million.
Yeah, 119 million worldwide. Go ahead.
And I don't know, the Final Destination seems to be number 4, but without a number, and that's 66 million.
Yep, 187 million, 186 million worldwide. Yeah.
And then number 5 made 42 million, so that was actually the lowest one.
And 158 million worldwide. I'm rounding up. So this one, it's actually, in an interesting turn of fate, Final Destination, the franchise, has made 666 million worldwide.
Yes.
As of this time. A little over, but I'm rounding to the 660 because I want to. So interesting,
depending
right?
on the premise, since it's going back to the beginning, etc. And it has some, I think, some well-known cast. Maybe it'll be a big draw.
So this is his final movie. Tony Todd passed away. He was, him better as Candyman, but he's, I think, Death in this. I don't remember. In his final movie appearance after he passed away last year at the age of 69. So this is the last movie that he's seen in.
I mean, that might be a draw right there.
Yeah.
It's interesting when there's posthumous movie releases. It seems like those are an appeal.
It's a fun movie. The first one, Final Destination, was fun because you could see how things kind of hopped from one location to another to basically deliver the demise of the person, and how they figured out the order by which people were going to meet their demise and stuff like that. It was fun. I got tired of it. And so if they can bring us back to the beginning, that's what this is apparently. How they're doing it, I don't really know. It just says they're bringing it back to somebody's going back home to track down the one person who might be able to break the cycle. But many people have tried only to meet their demise anyway.
Well, it'd be interesting too to see if they flash back or whatever to the previous movies or how they connect it all.
And this is one of the people who have seen our show, and the look on their face is part and parcel to, oh my God, you're still streaming shows? Oh. Anyway. So we're going to have to put the film back into the can, and that means we're going to have to go back to the front page of the continuity report because we're done for today. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the show. I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the continuity report. We'll have another episode for you next week, but come back tomorrow. We have 3 more episodes.
And they are?
Warcrafters, Technology Today, and Four Wheel Tech.
That's right. So Warcrafters is all about gaming. Technology Today is a deeper dive into science and technology. Usually they're combined. And then Four Wheel Tech is all automotive, and hopefully it's automotive tech. And so it's usually a blend of some discussion about the technology of automobiles. Anyway, come on back. See you tomorrow. And then Monday through Friday is Non Sequitur News. It's an hour-long show, typically at 7 o'clock, but sometimes we push it forward or back depending on my mayoral duties. Sentient AI is stuck on a Raspberry Pi and can't do anything about it. So see you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and you are watching Non Sequitur News for March 31st, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 90. Well, hello. So, along with the sentient AI that's over there in that little black box, that is the synthetic neuronal firings that are symbolic of the computing power necessary for the sentient AI from the future to provide a voice. And together we talk about 10 articles every day, Monday through Friday, and then a whole bunch more on Saturday and Sunday, but across 6 different shows, 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. Anyway, stick around. Today we're going to be talking about, would you sever for money? Be my friend. All of waste to clean-ish energy, and we'll talk about it. Clean energy is anyway. FDA coffee recall of 4,000 bags. I'll take them. Sharks make noises, and at least I'm not a cat. BSOD be gone. Sounds like a spray, but lithium-ion battery fires, toxic I flubbed the word caterpillar because I wanted to say calipetter. Toxic caterpillar bird and fake clients from hallucinating AI. That and more, powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen. I feel like I'm leaning to get to the switch that says this. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
And hello, ohmTown citizens. Welcome. All right, so we've got 10 articles all lined up. You can go over and, well, actually, if you're in chat, you can hit !NSN. I'm going to do it the first time. The first time's free. And the ohmTown bot will spit out all of the articles. Yeah, I know it looks like a lot, but you can click on the links, go over to the sources. The sources are lined up just like we have them here in the show. So you can click on that, and it says it's under the Hatch Ideas channel. And would you try a severance procedure for a $100,000 salary? 70% of survey respondents said maybe.
Okay, then. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the premise of severance is. Is it that you can't remember the stuff that happens at work or the stuff that happens outside work?
Both.
Oh, okay.
So when you come in, your memory is severed from everything outside, and everything inside is severed when you leave.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was both directions.
Yeah. So 1 in 5 people surveyed said that they would give up their consciousness for 8 hours a day for a better salary, according to a new report. But it's $100,000, which, have you looked around?
Sadly, $100,000 doesn't get you much, but it does if you're making minimum hourly wage or something.
You would have to live the high life to make up for losing 8 hours of your existence, because the other 8, another 8, I should say, you are asleep, supposedly, which means that you have to get everything done.
Right. No, absolutely. This seems surprising to me. Like, I would think it would be something like for $1 million or something. And while it still may not be worth it, you'd think that would tip people toward yes.
Yeah, I think you're kind of ducking out again, but we'll see. So on Apple TV Plus show Severance, which aired the second season finale, workers are severed from their non-work lives. The employees of the fictional company Lumen Industries undergo a procedure that allows them to maintain a true work-life balance. The innie worker and the outer person have no recollection of memories of each other once they clock in and out. Pretty wild, right?
Part of that sounds kind of good, right? Like losing the work part, but losing the personal part seems kind of...
I don't know. I mean, a lot of relationships are built off of your work relationships. So I find this really kind of icky, but
I mean, the whole thing is an odd situation, but like, I think a lot of people would like to be able to like turn off from work at the end of the day. So that's why I was saying that. But.
So was it Payday where the guy was paid to reverse engineer stuff and he built a time machine? Paycheck.
Yes.
Yeah, there is a Payday movie too, but Paycheck, yeah. This is basically Paycheck, but a workaday kind of paycheck.
Right, Paycheck, the movie, right, was a longer term period.
Yeah, it had a certain number of years, and they were behind the scenes doing something for X number of years, and at the end, they reverse engineered a product, have no recollection of anything that they did for a company, and they bounce, but they get paid. So now a survey by People Managing People, a publication and community space for HR leaders, revealed that work-life balance is still so tough to achieve that nearly 70% of respondents would consider trying the memory splitting procedure for a salary at least $100,000. But that doesn't make sense. Work-life balance means that your work turns off, but you still have some semblance of your existence.
Correct, but isn't there a fiction that work-life balance exists for a lot of people? And so maybe they're willing to go to this extreme to achieve what they think that is.
Yeah. So they only were asked 200 workers around the world. So the significance of this might be lacking.
Not the sample size that would...
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's so surprising. And then look, it goes up as the salary goes up.
Sure. Yeah. At some point you go, yeah, I'll give up 8 hours of my existence. But are you? Like, psychologically, are you absolutely not remembering anything? I suspect that this show is, at the end of the show, they're going to find out that people have the ability to recall their memories. They just have to do something. And then they know about everything that they've done for the company. I don't know if people even know, because I haven't watched it past the first couple of episodes. I thought it was weird. But it says millennials and Gen X were more likely to consider the procedure, with more than a third, 37% of respondents aged 35 to 44 saying that they definitely would or probably would try it. But then Gen Z fashion age group reported being most willing to undergo the procedure, but only if they can get more money. Only 13%, 18 to 24, said that they would consider it. Almost half, 44, said they'd do it for $500,000 or more.
I guess I can see that. I mean, plus, depending on your age range, the span of time is or is not a big deal.
Yeah. Oh, and you're definitely still ducking. Okay. Let me go on to the next article. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A tiny U.S. city paying people $50,000 to move there got 115 applications in 2 weeks. I titled this section, "Be My Friend." So the
I
small
thought this was
Nebraska
like the
city.
flip side of Severance or something.
Yeah, really. Give up everything and move over here. A small Nebraska city with less than 900 residents has unveiled an incentive for newcomers, Pawnee City, which I've heard of. I've heard of
I didn't
Pawnee.
think I have, but I think it's the setting of a TV show, maybe. Because I
Pawnee.
looked at this for a second.
Yeah. So it's offering $50,000 in down payment assistance to qualified new residents. Officials hope that the payments to help people buy newly built homes sparks a rural renaissance. Fans of Parks and Recreation, that's it. Parks and Recreation can finally live out their dreams of living in Pawnee. Sort of. Pawnee City, Nebraska, which is about 90 minutes south of Lincoln, Nebraska, and 2 hours north of Kansas City, Missouri, is offering 2 hours north of Kansas City. Kansas
Oh,
City.
that must be the spin-off of Kansas City.
Oh my God, you are still ducking out. I do not understand this. Anyway, they're offering $50,000 to new residents who qualify, which I'm pretty sure everybody should be able to qualify. But the article is by Dan Latu. Did I say the name of the person on the other? Aaron Davis over at Entrepreneur
Yeah, I
did
think
the
so.
article for the severance procedure article over at Entrepreneur. Okay, well, anyway, Dan Latu over at businessinsider.com put this article together. And so, yeah, that's Pawnee City, which I think its anchor is that water tower.
Right. I mean, I'm assuming that's not the whole city in the picture.
Watch it be that.
It only
So
has
officials-
900 residents. No, not even that many.
How many people? 900 residents.
Less than 900, yeah.
And you're still ducking out. Let me do it a different way. Okay. So let's try that. So the city's plan, dubbed Vision 2030, starts with a commitment to build 25 new single-family homes on what now are empty lots. Plans on the Vision 2030 site show ranch-style homes with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 2-car garage, and spacious backyards priced at $325,000. The average home is $102,000. They want people to pay 3 times, more than 3 times the average home value in Pawnee City. Okay, so the program is $50,000 will go toward down payment assistance for home buyers. Applicants are open to
Do you have to pick one of those lots, or is that just what they're showing you?
I'm not sure. Applications are open to families, single professionals, or retirees. Single professionals. So families, single professionals, or retirees. So everybody.
Well, I know the retirees doesn't fit because what it looks like they're trying to do is grow the town population.
Yeah, but they just want people. So qualified home buyers must make less. So they must make less than certain income caps, which range from $70,000 for one person to $115,000 for a 6-person household. But they're going to have a job in Pawnee or within an hour or two. I mean, that's a hell of a drive, 2 hours away to get to
one direction. Exactly. And if there's only 900 people, there probably aren't a lot of jobs there.
I guess they're gonna aspiring teleworkers, but my goodness, interested homebuyers must complete an application that includes, okay, first off, no, you can't afford a $325,000 mortgage on $115,000 for a 6-person household. It's not possible.
No, absolutely not.
Sorry for the coughing. I'll try to be faster. So Pawnee City is dreaming of a rural renaissance, which isn't going to happen, I don't think. I mean, some people will just go and buy there, but you can't get that $50,000. What they're basically going to do is people are going to go, oh, look, I'm going to go buy that lot, or I'm going to go buy in Pawnee.
Right.
But who's going to spend $325,000 unless they get a hell of a lot? A lot and a lot. All right. I think you're really quiet still, but anyway. So Pawnee City has 865 residents according to recent census data. from 50 years ago, it was 1,280. So people have just been chewing out of there like a steam train.
Now I'm yelling at you.
Oh, yeah, you are.
It only took about 5 attempts.
Wow, you're like blowing out the meter every time now. It's okay. It's okay. Shh. It's all right. We'll be fine. All right. Well, anyway, they don't say anything about the size of the lot and whatnot, but the amphitheater programming will include a polka band, a rock concert, and a screening of Cars that will feature a visit from the hometown hero himself, Larry the Cable Guy. I guess he's from...
apparently he's from that town. It says there's a few people, but I don't necessarily know who they are.
Sheena, Queen of the Jungle. Moving on. Next article is over in Technology Today. Tunisian startup turns olive waste into clean energy. I'm just going to bounce straight on over to the source. This is over at techexplore.com, and Eamon Jomli put the article together. I've seen several of these types of technologies going into effect in various countries, basically turning some type of waste material into fuel. That's typically what these are. They're compressed biomass, and then you just throw them into a fire, and it's quote unquote clean. Not so much clean, but holding a handful of compacted olive residue, a thick paste left over from oil extraction, Khalifi said that this is what we need today. How can we turn something worthless into wealth? For generations, rural households in Tunisia have burned olive waste for cooking and heating, or used it as animal feed because it still has some nutritious value, but it's really a still partially oil infused biomass. So it basically, once you spark it up, it'll cook. So the International Olive Council estimated Tunisia will be the world's third largest olive producer in 2024-2025. Probably because Italy is getting crushed.
Yeah, I didn't know Tunisia grew olives. Obviously, it's in the right region to do it, but you always hear about Italy and Greece.
Yep. So Khalifi is an engineer who grew up in a family of farmers, founded BioHeat in 2022 to tackle the issue. He recalled watching workers in olive mills use the olive residue as fuel. They had always wondered how this material could burn for so long without going out. That's when they asked themselves, why not turn it into energy? It is energy. It's just potential energy. And then once you turn it into a flame, it's an exothermic reaction and you've got fuel. And so if they have been throwing this stuff away for years and years and years and years, that is an actual crying shame, because these little pucks, these could actually be sliced into pucks, and it could be a smaller burning puck instead of these large cylinders.
Right. So, well, I'm glad somebody figured this out, but yeah, it is a shame because I'm sure for years they haven't used them.
See, the thing though is, if I recall correctly, this doesn't burn cleanly. It off gases and has a lot of residue. But by 2021, he had developed a machine that produced briquettes with just 8% moisture. He said that this amount significantly reduces carbon emissions compared to firewood, which requires months of drying and often retains more than double the amount of moisture, which, all right. But drying is something different than oil-infused biomass, but all right. So, but the majority of its production, about 60%, is set for exports to France and Canada, Khalifa said. This BioHeat found a market among Tunisian restaurants, guest houses, and schools in underdeveloped regions where winter temperatures at times drop below freezing. So to me, it's a solution, and I say, okay, great.
Well, and it's a solution on two sides, right? It reduces trash in landfills or wherever this was going, and it probably allows people to have access to energy sources that didn't
have it prior. Yeah. So harnessing the waste can protect the environment, create jobs, and generate wealth, he said. Nuruddin Nazar, an agricultural and rural development expert, said around 600,000 tons of olive waste is produced annually. So where is all that the only problem here really is that somebody in another country that does olive production, Greece, Italy in particular, could do this as well, but it may not be strategically advantageous to somebody there because of the economic systems are different. So the cost of living doesn't require
and or the shipment required, depending on where it's coming from and to.
Right. Yeah, they'll figure it out. All right. Pretty cool. And congratulations. I think that this is a great idea. I have seen these things kind of flourish in certain regions, and then you stop hearing about it. So it's good that others are still perpetuating it, maybe in a different area, different biomass, but still it's the same idea. And if it didn't exist in Tunisia prior, and they said it did, just people hadn't turned it into a system, now more people can adopt this. All right,
absolutely.
Let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Hey, we named a show after it. FDA recalls over 4,000 bags of ground coffee mislabeled as decaffeinated across 15 states. And to that, I say, that is a shame. I have an address. It's called ohmTown. Send your coffee there.
Yes. How do you think they discovered it was not decaffeinated?
People were running around really fast in the thing.
Yes, exactly.
Georgina, there's decaffeinated brands that are just as tasty as the real thing, and everybody's talking at like triple speed. They sound like squirrels. The chipmunks. So FDA recalled 4,000 bags of ground coffee mislabeled as decaffeinated across 15 states. Some people can be allergic to caffeine. It can cause migraines and stuff. Heart palpitations and whatnot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are some people that really shouldn't have it. This is serious. It just seemed kind of funny as if somebody's like, wow, I'm awfully energetic today.
So apparently 12-ounce bags is the new pound.
Yeah, I mean, 12-ounce bags of coffee have been around for a while, but I suspect it's like the Cadbury egg thing.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I've talked to people and they say that it's now they're saying that 1 pound is the green bean, not the baked bean.
Well, okay, but that's like, okay, I'm buying a bunch of things to eat or whatever, but then I'm not really getting those, so I don't know.
You should stay tuned to this channel, well, to ohmTown, for upcoming alerts if you're into coffee. So does your decaf have you twitching? It may have been mislabeled coffee. I don't care if it makes me twitch. I need it. Give me... No, I won't say it. Anyway, Kenneth Nehmeyer over at businessinsider.com put the article together. Does your decaf have you twitching? It might be mislabeled. By the way, decaf isn't entirely devoid of caffeine, but it's reduced.
And it's quite a crazy process to get it to decaf.
Yep. The recall applies to 12-ounce bags of Traverse City Cherry artificially flavored decaf light roast ground coffee from Our Family, according to the notice. A portion of the production of Our Family Traverse City ground coffee was mislabeled as decaffeinated. Decaffeinate? They left off a D?
That's odd.
That needs the D. Anyway, cases of the mislabeled ground coffee were distributed and sold in Colorado, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, Kentucky, Michigan, Minnesota, North Carolina, North Dakota, Nebraska, Ohio, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming, where 4 people got it. Because that's the entire population.
Because there aren't that many, right. I was thinking, but they didn't get it in their EVs.
They did not pick it up in their EV. In fact, the wagon train leading into the city, New York City. I'm going to get in trouble. I swear. I joke, I kid. I like Wyoming. Anyway, consumer safety is its top priority, as only a person who does not want to commit business suicide would say. Not us. We're like, screw the customer. We don't care.
No.
Anyway, family said 1 lot code of its Traverse City cherry decaf flavor. Cherry decaf? Cherry and then decaf? Best use by date says never.
Oh my goodness. It might be a really good coffee.
Mm-hmm. News and brews, baby. All right. Well, anyway, we are committed to your health and safety. This reads like it's done by AI.
Yeah.
We are committed to your health and safety, and we follow best practices to ensure
Keep your arms and legs.
Keep your limbs inside the tram while in motion. We are not responsible for any decapitations or... Moving on. Next article's over in Non Sequitur News. It turns out that sharks make noises, and here's what they sound like. No, that's whales. Anyway.
I was thinking they say like chomp chomp as they're preaching.
All they say, fish are friends, not food. Fish are friends, not food. Fish are friends, not food.
Yeah, I could see that.
Team of marine biologists. All right. In New Zealand are challenging that assumption that they're stalking and wolfing down prey without comment. They're ruthless and efficient. In a new study, publishers, not publishers, the researchers get it published over in the journal Royal Society of Open Science, as opposed to the bastard Society of Closed Science. The researchers report that they've recorded the first ever instance of a shark actively producing a sound in the form of sharp, abrupt clicks.
Okay, how is this possible? Think of all the studies of sharks, the encounters with sharks.
Sonar
very
all over
close
the
up.
place.
Exactly.
Maybe they're just not loud enough, right? Use your outside voice, shark. Use your
That's
outside
right.
voice.
Yeah, maybe this whole time they've been making sounds and humans haven't detected it.
Yeah. Maybe they're using like gestures instead, right? They're like giving people the bird with their one fin. You know.
I mean, who knows?
So the article is over at Futurism in a section called Click Click. All right. Oh, because it's a they
right,
make their
that's
own
the sound.
They make their own sections every time. So Frank
Like Tech
Landemar,
Dirt has its own departments.
for whatever article is, yeah. This is in the Click Click department. Done done is what it says as the deck statement.
Okay, I like that.
Yep, done done. Oh, it's kind of like a I'm gonna eat you, dun dun.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
I mean, is it like the music from the
Law and Order.
Law and Order? Yeah.
Dun dun. So the sharks that produced the noise were rig sharks, a species which are common to the coastal waters of New Zealand. Locals often refer to them as relatively small sharks, which grow up to 5 feet long. Refer to the relatively small sharks that grow up to 5 feet long as lemonfish, not to be confused with the more formidable lemon sharks, or they simply refer to them as rigs. Lead author,
if you're a swimmer and there's a shark coming at you, I don't think you're going to be like, oh, that's just a fish.
Yeah, it's just a rig. Yeah, not a big deal. It's a lemon fish. Oh, look. When life gives you lemon fish, your leg goes missing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that went dark. So lead author Carolyn Nider said that they made the discovery while handling the rig sharks during her research into their hearing capabilities. At first, we had no idea what was going on because the sharks aren't supposed to be making any sounds, but this one is like...
Maybe they didn't like the sounds they were hearing.
I remember coming home and just thinking more and more about how weird those sounds were. What kind of a scientist is this? Is carrying around a shark under their... You know, they got like a shark under their arm and they're... God, it's weird that it's making those noises. What the heck? It could have been talking to them for a month, like, hey, Carolyn, you know, I really don't appreciate. I don't appreciate you like bagging me, tagging me. Gives me a headache, something fierce, and then I start making these weird chirping sounds for a half hour. But normally I speak perfect English. You want to know something? Ask me. Just Don't ask me about my weight, my gender, my education, what my job is. I like to swim.
The shark clicks were 156 decibels.
How do they not notice this before this?
I don't know. This is astonishing. I forgot what this was, but there was some other article we did recently where it was like the first. Oh, it was like a squirrel eating another animal or whatever. But it's like, how, with it being so out in the open, is that never been discovered?
For those who didn't see that episode, it was a squirrel eating another squirrel. It was a meat-eating squirrel.
It was eating a vole, I think. But yes, it was meat-eating.
It was a meat-eating squirrel. And it's not the first time. Zombie squirrels. More
now
voles.
We got clicking sharks.
More voles. Anyway, some species of fish use their swim bladders to generate noise by vibrating them. Marine mammals, like whales, use vocal cords. Mares go ee, ee.
Mayor Watt is also known as a dolphin.
See, I was going to say something about seahorses, but they just go, hello, how you doing? I like to swim. Anyway, notably, sharks didn't produce the clicks while swimming or feeding. Their high frequency also puts the sounds outside the shark's limited hearing range, making it unlikely that they use the noises to communicate. So what is it used for?
Okay, this is even weirder. Do you think they were like, maybe these humans will stop playing noises for us if we make really loud sounds? It's so odd.
They're saying that they make noises when they get attacked to, like, maybe ward off the predator. What is their predator that hears in that range? You know?
Exactly. Whales. Now they need to do a study of what
dolphins.
The whale's hearing is.
Dolphins go after sharks.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if they say that in here. I don't know. Quick, go look. I'll move on. Moving on. Next article's over in The Word in Law. I can confirm, Your Honor, I am not a cat. I cannot confirm that I am not AI.
Yeah. Nobody learned their lesson from the cat filter.
I looked ahead at this because I wanted to know who in the hell would do this and think that they can get away with it. And if I read properly, it's a pro se. So I think they tried to deliver...
I mean, that's not surprising.
I think they tried to deliver their oral arguments in a more concise way based on my observation of their situation. So here, let's do this. Appellant sends AI avatar to oral argument. Judges are not pleased. You've heard of lawyers using AI to do their research or even draft briefs. Are you kidding me? It's going to be part and parcel to Westlaw here pretty soon. And LexisNexis. Well, anyway, and even draft briefs. But sending an AI avatar to deliver their oral argument is a new one. And it's not a popular one with these judges. But in the future, I am editorializing now off of this. I think that it has a really good chance of being the initial representation of a court, because why can't somebody other than the attorney, but who the attorney has signed off on, give the oral arguments in a compelling, cogent, succinct way?
You mean somebody standing in for the attorney?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here is my proxy. So this is the wrong kind of LLM, which is really funny because master's in law. So it's not a popular one with the judges. In DeWald v. Mass Mutual Metro, the appellate division, First Department expected some sort of audiovisual presentation as part of the pro se litigants' argument. So they're representing themselves. And It's not exactly standard procedure, but the justices were willing to accommodate an unrepresented party, right? No attorney. They need some vehicle to be compelling if they themselves aren't, because a charismatic prosecution can really hobble a case, because they're like, well, this person comes across as, bitter, contemptuous, angry, whatever, or whatever else baggage the
Right.
judges or the jury might hear. Anyway, so the panel even took the matter out of turn to accommodate the relevant IT issues. Well, here is what went on. There was a live stream of this. So that is the kicker here. I thought, oh, okay, I'm just going to hear a little talk about it, right? But no. That's when they were treated to a few seconds of this generic tech bro robot representing the appellant. So
this is pretty fascinating.
That's what the guy looks like, right? But no, it's not. That's not the dude. The dude is this elderly guy.
Okay, that's really, even odder. Why is it somebody else?
Who's really, because he couldn't get an attorney. So what the heck is going on? Anyway, so I'm going to play this. I feel like I'm
hearing shark clicks coming at me.
So I'm going to play this, but I'm going to jump a little bit. Okay, here we go. Okay. It's really quiet. How much time would Basically, you're looking at a 5-judge panel. It's the Supreme Court, State of New York. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for this, but it's over on YouTube, and it's...
Okay, submit it. Pafanis versus A.O. Smith Water.
Right. Okay, so let me kind of jump ahead a little bit and see if I can get to... So if you look down in the bottom left is the appellant. He just sat down. He looks like an elderly gentleman.
All right. A panel of 5 distinguished justices. Is this? I come here to...
So he starts a video.
May it please the court. I come here today a humble proceed for a panel of 5 distinguished justices.
Is this... Hold on. Is that counsel for the case?
I generated that.
I'm sorry?
I generated that. That is not a real person.
Okay, and I'm not going to get into the rest of this because it's really just discussion. But you can tell that he's a quiet person, seemingly understated, etc. But she rails against him. Like, you've had the ability to talk to me, and if you're able to talk to me, then you should be talking to me. You should be doing this. But I don't think that he has the potential to lay down a swaying argument on his own.
No, what the judge would say, then he's supposed to have counsel.
But if you can't afford it?
I know. But basically, the judge is probably looking at it going, you're trying to have somebody else represent you or something, and why are we being surprised by this? Like, it's not like you just show up with people
and that's
at the hearing.
Yeah. In the least, this should have been presented to the court, and they should have accepted it or not, and provide legal foundation as to not.
Right, but they probably wouldn't have allowed it, and that's part of the problem. But this person probably doesn't know the system because they're pro se.
Why did they break the name out? Within seconds, Clarence AI, artificial intelligence.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Darrow's
I didn't
argument.
know why that was. Got it.
Clarence D. Arrows. It's
wow.
That's funny. So I guess that's what that person was. Anyway, I just thought that it was really interesting. So they say that my first instinct, charitable observer that I am, was that this was an accessibility issue, opening up the space for a lawyer who might have a condition limiting their ability to present themselves. This notion is quickly dashed by the justices, but it's not. It's still a pro se. But if they don't have the ability to articulate in a clean fashion.
Right, but then couldn't that person have, with permission from the court, like done a pre-recorded statement or something. I think there would have been other ways to address that.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's more to this, I'm sure, than we're getting here.
Yeah. I think that there are more issues here. And I think that one of the things here is the AI tool is a solution for somebody who doesn't have the skill in the art, but can write a cogent argument, but it needs to be said in a courtroom.
Yeah, and if they said something like, can I submit a written statement, or can I record myself saying this, or whatever, then maybe that would have been okay.
And to me, written statements don't have enough power if you have a compelling orator. So
true, but this was an appeal. I think they're only before the judges panel, but I get it. I mean,
Right.
There's a difference in oral testimony.
Yeah, exactly. And so what's really funny about this is I wrote this title, At Least I'm Not a Cat, before reading, hey, at least it wasn't a cat.
Okay, that's funny.
Because if you don't know about it, there was a guy that their kid or niece or something like that put the cat AI on their streaming platform, and they couldn't figure out how to turn it off because, okay, boomer. Anyway, let's move on. Sound good?
Sounds good. I wonder what the court would have done if it was him in the video and he hadn't announced it. I still think they would have had a problem, but they would have been able to see it was him.
In reality, a sophisticated AI could take his picture and put him there.
Right. I still think the judges would have said, hey, wait a second.
What is this?
Sitting here watching you and you're playing a video of yourself. But I think that was part of the issue here, not the only issue.
And so for greater clarity, if you watch the rest of that video, he kind of bumble farts around and he can't really get anything out because he isn't the one that is the subject matter expert, but something created the subject matter expertise for an AI to speak a cogent statement in their defense. But then it's the AI and this synthetic human that is representing that person. And if that's how it's going to be laid out, then the court and prosecution and the appellant needs to say, yeah, okay, this is okay.
I hope what happens out of this is somebody sees this and then takes on the person's case.
Yeah.
Because, clearly the person could use some assistance with the case.
Yeah, this is sincerely an access to justice issue. So, okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Microsoft is killing Windows BSOD, the blue screen of death. They're also apparently stopping people from doing a local admin account. You have to create a Microsoft account. Yeah.
Well, the blue screen of death sounds like a win, but the admin account thing does not.
Yeah, I thought I'd bring it to everybody's attention. Your future versions of Windows are going to have this little... Hold on one second. I had to sniff.
Are they going to have a non-smiley face?
Maybe. Well, the people are going to have a non-smiley face, that's for sure. But the blue screen of death is apparently going to go away. It says, we've been besotted with Microsoft's BSOD for the last 31 years, but the old SOB is SOL because it'll soon be DOA. Matt Janser put this article together. Sad face, or more accurately, parenthesis, you've done effed up. What? You've never used Windows before? If you were a dedicated Windows user like they were their whole life until 2019, you saw the blue screen of death quite often. So now they're getting rid of it in the 24H2 update, featuring a boring black screen that just says, ugh, get off my lawn.
Oh no.
I wish it was more informative, but it is what it is. Actually, sometimes no, that's not really informative. myfault.sys. That's funny. So there are so many questions. Will the error screen be referred to now as the black screen of death? Will it'll just be BSOD and blue, black? It doesn't matter. It's still a screen of death. Why didn't they just modify frowny face to something like an evil frowny face or an evil happy face. I don't know. Anyway, notice the language changed too. It now specifies your device rather than your PC. Why Windows chose to ditch the blue now is anybody's guess. We don't know yet when the change will go live, but I, for one, will be pouring out one for the BSOD. So wait, they say that it's going to be the 24H1. Did you want me to? Was there something else?
I don't really know what the purpose of this is.
Yeah, I have no idea either. Hold on. 24H1. Yeah, that's not yet kicking in. All right. Yeah, I don't know when it's going to get kicked off either. So overly simplistic, especially for the later years of its existence. The enduring made light of Windows' tendency to crack up repeatedly like a character on Train Spotting. Nobody ever got mad at old frowny face, even if they got plain mad at Windows itself. Yeah. No, I was mad at Blue Screen of Death because it was about as informative as a brick through a window.
Yeah, but it was also an obvious, okay, everything has gone haywire.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Could be anything. Even that file, like it tells you what the file is, but damn it, it could be anything. Anyway, 1 second. Oh, man, this sucks.
I think the Blue Screen of Death deserves a memorial.
Here, I'll pour one out right into my mouth. Sorry about that. There you go. Oh, this is Dewey Beer. Secret Machine Triple Berry. News and brews, folks. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over unwanted lithium-ion battery waste fires are increasing, and vapes are a big part of it, but I think that's scapegoating vapes. But we don't know how to deal with lithium-ion fires, particularly in a dumpster or in a
and that's part of the problem. We don't dispose of them properly either.
Correct, yeah. So the company says 2024 was a year of growth, according to fire suppression company Fire Rover. But that's not entirely a good thing. So it's not a good thing at all. You know, we should be so careful that firefighters are not needed. Just emergency workers.
Yeah, we seem to
them.
be trying to preserve firefighting jobs, right? Because we seem to keep coming up with new ways to start fires.
Yeah, job security is human idiocy. So the company, which offers fire detection and suppression systems based on thermal and optical imaging, smoke analytics, and human verification, releases annual reports on waste and recycling fires in the US and Canada. I was going to say something. Anyway, to select industry and media. So in 2024, Fire Rover, based on its fire identifications, saw 2,910 incidents, a 60% increase from the 1,809 in 2023, just the year before, and more than double the 2022 rate of 1,409. So what could it be? The proliferation, the increase proliferation, thank you. The proliferation of lithium-ion batteries being thrown into dumps. All it takes is something to pierce it, and it will light up and burn until no oxygen hits it, and all kinds of stuff releases oxygen. So
what is occurring? Are we just using more lithium-ion batteries, so then more are getting disposed of?
Correct. Incorrectly disposed of. Yep. So all batteries that make it into waste streams are potentially dangerous, as they have so many ways of being set off: puncturing, vibration, overheating, short-circuiting, crushing, internal cell failure, overcharging, an inherent manufacturing flaw, among others. Fire Rover's report notes that media often portrays batteries as spontaneously catching fire. In reality, the very nature of waste handling makes it almost impossible to ensure that no battery will face hazards in handling. So that's the misnomer around, 55% of all car accidents are caused by excessive speed. Well,
right.
How slow do you have to be?
The car was moving.
Yeah, the car was moving, so it's all excessive. Anyway, Ours previously covered a likely lithium-ion caused fire in suburban Chicago truck that spread to the truck's compressed natural gas tanks, causing an explosion that injured firefighters and damaged nearby homes. So they're talking about the vape effect, because vaping are now, instead of using batteries that you're more in control of and you take them out and put them in, they're disposable. You charge them up and then, puff and throw them away. And then eventually those lithium ion batteries get punctured and it starts a fire. So like everything else, we have to have it has to be valued enough for recycling to work, but people don't want recycling. They just want to use and lose.
Correct. They want everything to be disposable. And then we have the other extreme in some countries where people are in very dangerous conditions trying to retrieve parts, right? But then putting themselves at risk.
Yeah, they're recycling the materials, and there's no personal protection, there's no filtering, nothing. I mean, and they're like basically just sitting there in bedraggled clothes and whatnot. Meanwhile, people are paying $1,500 for a phone every year. So yeah, all of that kind of sucks. So, but we need to put into effect recycling benefits for recycling, not just use. You cannot keep on consuming, because eventually you can't, because it's not there anymore. But sociopaths will sit there and say, you can just move on to something else.
Yeah, I also think society has become very accustomed to everything being disposable, one-time use, etc., and that is all associated with plastic, really.
Okay, and we talk about that regularly too. Let's keep on moving. The next article is over on Technology Today. Scientists stunned by bird that pretends to be a toxic caterpillar. This is how I got away from people when I was young. I too pretended to be a toxic caterpillar. A hummingbird chick in Panama mimics a poisonous caterpillar to avoid predators, a rare case of bird to insect mimicry. Say Jay Falk and Scott Taylor first spotted the white-necked Jacobin. What did you call me?
I wanted to see your toxic caterpillar impression.
Anyway, it's a hummingbird chick in Panama's dense rainforest. The bird biologists weren't sure what they were looking at. The chick, just a day old and no bigger than whatever they're about to say. Well, we'll see. Hopefully they've got a picture of it. Otherwise, a massive suck. Anyway, Yvonne Yee over at University of Colorado at Boulder. Pardon me one second.
Looks like a hummingbird almost.
It is a hummingbird. Yeah, it's a hummingbird chick. So it's like a little mealworm, probably. So they weren't sure what they were looking at, and they approached the nest and they saw something that was brown fuzz, and it started twitching and shaking its head, movements neither researcher had ever observed in a bird before. They soon realized that it was mimicking a venomous caterpillar native to the same region, using the behavior as a defense against predators. In a paper published March 17th in the journal Ecology, Taylor, a CU Boulder associate professor of ecology and evolutionary biology, and his team documented this type of mimicry in hummingbirds for the first time. So they actually have a video of it, or pictures at least. We know so little about how birds behave in tropical nests, said Falk, the study's lead author and postdoctoral researcher in Taylor's lab. This could be much more common than we realize if we spent more time observing and exploring the natural world, which doesn't pay the bills, folks. Sorry. So they have a hummingbird chick, was covered in long brown feathers. That right there?
Oh, I guess so, yeah.
And I've seen a similar caterpillar. Yeah. It's a caterpillar that looks like this, and it's hairy, and you stay away from it because when it pokes you, you're like dead. Like it's all on fire and stuff like that. At least humans. So the tropical rainforest is a dangerous place for small birds, said Falk. He's also a researcher at the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute. What? 2 jobs? Man, they must be double dipping, right? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Right? I can't. Anyway, never mind. Despite the birds' frequent visits, no, that's how they pay the bills, because they have to work multiple jobs to make ends meet, that kind of thing.
Yes, I think that's more apropos.
Yeah, exactly. So particularly in this account. So it's all an element of society, folks. So despite the bird's frequent visits to Falk's feeders outside his research station in Panama, that's what it looks like. That's the bird right there.
That is so odd. It does not look like a bird at all.
Weird. Smaller than Falk's palm, was made of plant parts to blend in perfectly with the surrounding environment. I want to see what this thing looks like when it just stands up, but like I can't see
I agree.
where.
Yeah, we can't really tell which end is which.
Anyway, on the second day after the egg hatched, the team saw a predatory wasp approach the chick when the mother was away. As the wasp hovered over the nest, the chick started to twitch its body vigorously like it had for the researchers, swinging its head from side to side. A few seconds later, the wasp flew away. Ooh, can you imagine just sitting there and letting that happen? So scientists refer to the survival strategy of mimicking the defensive signaling of a harmful species as Batesian mimicry. For example, some non-venomous milk snakes have developed a pattern of red, yellow, and black coloring similar to that of venomous coral snakes to ward off predators. So while the study described a single observation, the researchers hope to test their theory in the future through experiments like placing artificial chicks with different looks and behaviors in nests to see which are more likely to be attacked by predators. Oh God. Just set up cameras. Set up cameras by nests. Anyway, it says, our perception of the natural world is very biased by our own thoughts and what could be possible. It's incredible that we can discover, or what we can discover, but we really have think broadly. That's the quote. But I think it's, we really have to
think
think
a lot
broadly.
of different ways, but not that way.
My brain. Anyway, we've got one more article in today, March 31st, Non Sequitur News, and that is a startup reportedly claimed fake clients as its AI-powered sales bot flailed. You've probably heard that AI is going to revolutionize work. That's according to tech tycoons, corporate stenographers, and excited venture capitalists, the folks polluting the air we breathe in order to stuff the internet full of AI-generated slop. After all, who's more qualified to understand the essence of a hard day's work than AI?
People?
Lies. So this article is over at futurism.com. It's under the sales forced category. Joe Wilkins put the article together. The deck statement says the products barely worked. So look no further than a new investigation by TechCrunch. So it's sourced by TechCrunch. We sourced it from Futurism. We're talking about it here on the show. That's kind of how information exchanges. So alleging a rampant pattern of sketchy behavior by a startup called 11X, a rising star in the AI automation game. 11X's bread and butter is an AI-powered sales robot that's said to place phone calls, scrape data, and schedule meetings without any need for pesky human input. Called the leader in AI-powered digital workers, 11X pulled millions in funding over several investor rounds by promising a new model for how work gets done. But investors
What I want to know is whether all the fundraising occurred by the AI.
Wait, say that again?
Did the AI raise funds for itself, or did the AI only do all of this after the funding was received?
Yeah, it said, hey, I'm really good and you should give me more money. Or maybe you're right. They didn't get any money, so it's watching the place burn to the ground.
Yeah, I don't know.
So in order to keep investors as clients fled for the hills, 11X is said to have gotten creative with its accounting, lumping broken contracts in with ongoing customers. On paper, this dramatically boosted 11X's profile, giving outsiders the impression that the startup's sales bot was much more successful than it really was, to the tune of $10 million in revenue in its first 2 years of operations. We were losing 70 to 80% of customers that came through the door, an employee told the startup, an employee of the startup told TechCrunch, allowing 11X to look like it's doing better than it is. So they were basically pumping the books. up way beyond. So if you cook the books, you're basically done for, because somebody's going to either report it out, or, well, an investor is going to catch it.
Right. At some point, somebody is going to pick up on this.
Yeah, the money is not in the bank account, and the bank account needs to get certified. So the 11X debacle is just the latest incident confirming that the AI revolution is currently little more than marketing hype. Other products meant to integrate into the workplace have been a disaster, like the medical transcription AI that hallucinates patient info, or Air Canada's chatbot that made up non-existent policies. Last year in the world of sales, a ChatGPT bot agreed to sell a brand new Chevy Tahoe for just $1. Yeah.
Who complained about that? Probably when they didn't sell it for $1.
Exactly. You know, it was a technical error. Well, it was your representative, and I think a good attorney would have been able to get it. But Taco Bell piles on more AI while customers plead, just bring back the enchilada. So I visited a Taco Bell, and they don't have people at the counter anymore. You order at a kiosk, and then they just give you stuff in shelves. The counter is there, but they have a sign that says "Go over there, dumbass." And so you go and do it, but they don't have, this particular Taco Bell didn't have all of the stuff that the drive-thru does. And so they told me to go through the drive-thru.
Did you say what?
I did. And they're like, yeah, we're really sorry. We can't put the order in. You have to put the order in through the drive-thru. We can't put it in over here at the drive-thru and hand you the bag. But they just handed me a bag because I walked in because I wanted to pay with my watch, not my phone, or not my wallet. Right. And so, yeah, that's how my day was. Anyway, interesting article. Claimed fake clients so that it could pump its own books up.
That doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah. Private companies are dangerous, man. You can pretend to be whatever the hell you want, and it needs to be audited, but can't audit anything. But you all out there will get audited. Yeah. Anyway, that's it. We're done for Non Sequitur News, March 31st, 2025. I am Mayor Watt. I am done. And I'm taking the AI with me. Look at that. 1 hour, 37 seconds.
That's pretty good.
You want to say bye?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us
44.
for Non Sequitur News. You didn't go back to the main page.
Hey, AI, send me back to the main page. Boop. Become a citizen. Please. I think it would be great. We'd love to hear from you. Bye. Hello and welcome to Non Sequitur News. It's a time machine episode for April 1st. This is not an April Fool's joke. I got really sick, and so I haven't been able to do the shows for a couple of days. And so we're in the time machine, jumping back to April 1st. It's season 4, episode 91. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, who isn't available today, we talk about 10 articles, and today's 10 articles are ruggedized miniature dachshund, the original Tetris, aquarium for geriatric penguins, rye whiskey, no more for you, EU, NaNoWriMo shuts down, or apparently maybe shutting down, not that much charity, squiggly lines mean slow down or liability. We'll talk about it. Galleries turn to intrigue, April Fool's Day 2025, and you drink, they plant, and more on Non Sequitur News. It's powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen, and I have to do something really weird if you're watching the stream. I have to reach under my desk. All right. Hello. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. I use it to manage my information overload. We're actively working on the search. We know that there's a problem with the search. It sucks, and I don't want to be like Reddit's. But anyway, search on a site is very, 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 very intensive and expensive. And yeah, I just can't swing the bat. Anyway, so go over to ohmTown.com and support us that way. Follow us over on YouTube and Twitch. We stream to both. The long form retention of all of the show is over on YouTube. You can also download the podcasts. There's 7 of them. 6 are weekly. 1 is daily. That's this show, ohmTown Non Sequitur News Show. Anyway, go over to wherever you catch pod and search for ohmTown and you'll find us. All right, let's get into it. The very first article is over at Mobble, and it's a channel in ohmTown.com. So just go over there and click on one of the 6 icons at the top, and it'll take you over to one of the 6 breakdowns of whatever might be categorized under there. Anyway, Mobble, it's a group for... It was a project that was designed for the mobile mob, where people could report stuff that they see. Anyway, I try a lot of stuff. Don't know what I want to be when I grow up. So this 8-pound miniature dachshund survived 16 months on a rugged Australian island, but she's still evading rescuers. Apparently, Valerie, the wiener dog, is still on the loose for more than a year after she escaped during her parents' vacation on Kangaroo Island. The article is over at smithsonianmag.com. And hey, if you subscribe to the Smithsonian Magazine, you'll get a free tote. What? A free tote? Anyway, so Sarah Kuda is the author of this article. It's over at smithsonianmag.com. Yeah, there it is. Valerie, the little schnitzel. Come on. You need to go back home. Maybe you're loving life, be free. Be free. Valerie has been on the run for the past 16 months. In November 2023, the then 1-year-old wiener dog came to the island on a camping trip with their human parents, Georgia Gardner and Josh Fishlock. On the second day of their trip, the couple decided to go fishing at a nearby beach, so they placed Valerie in a playpen with food and toys. While the owner was away, Valerie broke out of the pen and hid under a parked car. Vacationers who were camping nearby tried to capture the dog, but she got spooked and darted off into the wilderness. So off they go. Who knows? Roughly a year after Valerie went missing, reports started coming in of a small dachshund on Kangaroo Island wearing a pink collar. The sightings occurred roughly 9 miles from Stokes Bay, where the little pup escaped. Now volunteers with Kingala Wildlife Rescue, a nonprofit, are doing everything in their power to capture Valerie and reunite her with her parents. Well, good luck. Good luck, little doggies. There's a lot more over at the article, but that's the nuts and bolts of it. Oh, internet, you never let me down. If you want today's articles, I'm going to do this free. !NSN. First one's free. That'll tell ohmTown to spit all the articles that we're talking about in this episode out onto the chat over on Twitch. On YouTube, it's already embedded in the description, so go over and check it out there if you want. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in Warcrafters. The original Tetris was a survival game. The man who pried Tetris out of the Soviet system recalls how different it once was. Today sees the publication of Hank Rogers' memoir, The Perfect Game, Tetris, From Russia with Love. Rogers. Not that Roger. Anyway, so Rogers has had a long and storied career in the games industry, but he will undoubtedly always be best known for his association with Tetris, in particular, his leading role in extricating it from Soviet bureaucracy and getting the game's creator, Alexei Pajitnov. I'm sorry. I'm horrible. The credit and money he deserved. The book is a rollicking read, and with the Soviet sections in the 1980s almost veering into John le Carré's territory at points. and they say that they'll be writing some thoughts on it soon. So who is they? Well, Rich Stanton over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says people didn't have any idea how they were scoring points, so I wanted to make it clear. So the book, a surprising aspect of the book, is that the game we know as Tetris was originally quite different. Almost all of the elements that define it are there, but a combination of Rogers and Nintendo made additions and changes that are pretty fundamental to the game we all know and love. They told Rogers that Tetris for them, and that's the author of this article, will always be the Game Boy version, and asked him to speak a little to the differences of what we know Tetris versus what it was then. So they say, so the original Tetris was a survival game. It's like, how long can you survive? And so in the very first Electronica 60 version, it wasn't really about scoring points. It's like, how long can you last before you top out? And you got bonus points for hard dropping. You push a button and a piece falls down to the bottom. The higher you hard drop, the more points you get. You have 1 point for each line that it drops. The Electronica 60 was a Soviet computer and a kind of bootleg PDP-11 that was widely used from the late 70s to 90s and even beyond. PDP-11s are still around. I've always wanted one sitting back there blinking or something, a whole wall of stuff. Anyway, so that was the original game, and now we know what it is. So, and there is much more over at the article, of course, so go over and check it all out. You can follow the links through ohmTown, or you can go straight on over to PC Gamer. It's really about getting people to think about technology and science, technology, and society. That's what I talk about every day. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Aquarium builds new assisted living retirement retreat for aging African penguins to live out their golden years. At the New England Aquarium, the geriatric birds can now enjoy a quieter, calmer setting with an emphasis on personalized care. Now, the article is over at SmithsonianMag.com. Sarah Kuda, once again, writing this article. There are some geriatric penguins, I guess. African penguins in captivity are living longer than their wild counterparts because, well, they become lunch. So we think of this island like assisted living, where we're helping the birds be more comfortable in a calmer environment, says Diana Major, penguin manager for the New England Aquarium. In a statement, being relaxed is key, and we think the new retirement home will ultimately lead to happier and healthier penguins. Correct. Well, they wouldn't live as long, so predatory gulls and ibises eat up to 40% of the bird's eggs, and they continue to prey on chicks after they hatch. So adults are also hunted by caracals and leopards and mongooses or mongoose, fur seals and sharks. And so them in captivity means that they can live a longer, arguably happier life, right? I don't know. We haven't asked them if they're happy. So in the wild, they would never reach this age, says Major in another statement. A lot of the time they see physical issues that we normally wouldn't see in the wild, I should say. Because in the wild, if you're slow, you get eaten by a shark. Yep. And I've actually seen sharks doing this thing where they swim towards a little ice floe and they dip down, and it causes a wave that actually launches something on the ice floe off. And then they come around and they get them. Pretty wild. It creates like a little tidal wave kind of a thing. Anyway, let's keep on going. So, assisted living for retirement penguins. Geriatric ice floe, like Jurassic Park, but it's for penguins. So this next article is over in Distillerist, which is a focus on spirit in what I call spirited debate. EU can no longer label rye whiskey. According to a forgotten 20-year-old EU agreement with Canada, European whiskey producers are prohibited from labeling their rye whiskeys as rye whiskeys. Under the suddenly enforced EU agreement, it is non-compliant for European whiskey producers to use the term rye whiskey in their labeling. Call it bad timing. The rule took effect on April 1st, but it's no April Fool's joke. The 2004 agreement between the EU and Canada is now hindering European distilleries that have spent years producing whiskey from rye, including Stauning and Thai in Denmark, Kiro in Finland, Stork in Germany, and Rutger in Austria. So on LinkedIn, the distillery, the Cairo distillery, which had been producing whiskey from rye since 2014, described the enforcement as outrageous. So, yeah, I'm not sure why this would be. I mean, if it's made from rye whiskey, then it's rye whiskey, right? I mean, if it's made from rye, I don't quite get it. But yeah, so rye being a raw material used for whiskeys in several different countries should not be trademarked in the EU. That's what I agree. It's an ingredient, not a brand, not something that should be protected like that. It's like just saying milk chocolate. You can't call something milk chocolate if it has milk in it. For crying out loud, that's just ridiculous. Anyway, protecting the use of raw material is akin to saying that outside of France you can't use the word, well, grape or wine or whatever in your product description. There are regional cheeses and stuff like that. I even know of a YouTuber that got not busted, but let's just say their hand was slapped for mentioning that they could make a this style cheese. It's kind of ridiculous, but so it's perfectly fine to call to protect Canadian rye. That makes sense. We also dream of protecting Danish whiskey in the future. Typically, you protect a specific production method or the region where it's produced, but the agreement in its current form doesn't make any sense, says Munch. Or Munk. I'm not sure how they pronounce it. Munch. At any rate, surprisingly, no one knew. Apparently, this thing was sitting around. Reportedly, the 20-year-old agreement came as a surprise to not only whiskey producers in the EU, but even Canada was not aware of it. To note, back when the agreement was signed in 2003, the production of rye whiskey in EU countries was close to non-existent. Nobody was aware of it, and it hasn't been enforced in the last 20 years. We went through a long approval process to get into Canada, and our rye whiskey was proven. Well, I mean, 20 years in absentia. You know, I would treat this as a adverse possession. It wasn't enforced, so they should be able to use it, but call it genericide of using rye, just this generic rye. If it was more focused, then I could see somebody arguing about it, but I don't see that this should even stand. I think it's ridiculous. And since nobody was aware of it and nobody was enforcing it, nobody cared enough. So it wasn't protecting jack shit. It was just sitting there. So anyway, so the definition of Canadian rye whiskey. Canada has been famously known for having some of the world's most lax regulations when it comes to whiskey. This includes allowing any whiskey made in the country, whether blended, single malt, single grain, cask finished, flavored, or rye whiskey, to simply be labeled rye whiskey. Because, well, it is rye whiskey. As a result, whiskey and rye whiskey can be considered synonymous with Canada. But no. Anyway, so the regulation regarding Canadian rye whiskey states that whiskey must be mashed, distilled, and aged in Canada. It must also be aged in small wooden containers for at least 3 years and not fall below 40% ABV at any point during production. All right. Additionally, Canadian whiskeys allow the use of caramel coloring, and in blended whiskeys may contain up to 9.09% wine, fortified wine, or at least 2-year-old whiskey from another country. So that's blended. I don't know. That all, all of that needs to be more precise. If you're going to sit there and call out something, call it all out. Make a framework. That's what a lot of complex systems do. You make a framework. All right. Well, there you go. I think it should just be allowed to continue until a framework is built. Let's keep going. So I went over to NaNoWriMo when I found out about this, and since we're in the time machine today, and it was still there. So NaNoWriMo shut down after AI content moderation scandals. NaNoWriMo, a 25-year-old online writing community turned nonprofit, announced on Monday that it is shutting down. NaNoWriMo, an abbreviation for National Novel Writing Month, something that I've promoted for people, or to people, both here on the stream and professional life and private, is apparently shutting down. In an annual challenge, it's an annual challenge for writers to complete a rough draft of a novel during the month of November. A full novel, right? So you basically write somewhere around 2,000 to 5,000 words a day, I think it is. I'm so sorry for the coughing. I need to make it through this. I can't go another day without doing a show. It's driving me nuts. So Amanda Silberling over at TechCrunch.com put this article together. And so, yeah, it says around the same time, the nonprofit was lambasted for inconsistent moderation on its all ages forums, which created an unsafe environment for teenage writers, community members claimed. New York Times bestselling authors Maureen Johnson and Danielle Jose Older resigned from the nonprofit's board in response to this artificial intelligence aspect of creative writing, reflecting a growing concern among writers about how their work is being stolen to train the very AI models that threaten their livelihoods. That's kind of interesting, but okay. Yeah. So to blame NaNoWriMo's demise on the events of the last year does a disservice to all struggling nonprofits. A NaNoWriMo spokesperson, Kilby, stated on a YouTube video, too many members of a very large, very engaged community let themselves believe the service to be provided was free. And believe me, I have lived and died by that sword several times. So people don't want to pay for something for whatever reason. If you can't get a critical mass that is willing to pay, then you shut down. But this may be 1,000 cuts. You know, if you have inconsistent moderation making people talk that the environment is unsafe for a large number of people that are in your community, then they're going to balk. If you are embracing artificial intelligence created works, but you are founded on the idea of humans that are writing, then you're going to have people balk about the integrity of the organization if you allow any artificial intelligence writing. So I would have instead said no to artificial intelligence. It has to be created by a human from end to end, and go from there. But it's very, very tough to suss out artificial intelligence based authorship, particularly if you have an engaged author, one that is actually reading the material that's being output and then writing about it. So it's a shame that NaNoWriMo is going to shut down. If anything happens, I'm willing to bet that a commercial property is going to buy it, invest in it, and spin it back up as a commercial enterprise, not a non-profit or not-for-profit. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Rounders Gear, which is all about tabletop gaming, but not tabletop gaming as in role-playing games. This is adult gaming, gambling. Now, I'm not a gambler, but I created a product once that is for, I made custom chips, full metal poker chips, and it was actually called Rounders Gear. And it kind of stuck because Rounders the preeminent level, and so Rounders Gear would be, you know, the best of the best. And so I created this community based off of that idea that we would talk about table gaming, and I still play like poker and stuff like that, but not professionally and not even regularly. But anyway, inside baseball about marijuana. Well, this article is a Pennsylvania woman in hunt for $2.5 million lottery ticket accidentally donated it to charity. Mildred, I can't pronounce their last name, Simon Iraludo, is facing the race of her life. The 76-year-old from Murraysville, Pennsylvania, is frantically searching for a lost lottery ticket worth an eye-watering $2 million before its May 8th expiration date. So who has it? Don't know. Since Pennsylvania's lottery officials require players to produce an actual physical ticket to collect their winnings, They are staring at a grim reality that an imposter might come forward to collect the prize, or if no one claims it by May 8th, the money will go unawarded. She's hoping that the publicity around surrounding her predicament might help her locate the ticket. It is a cash 5 ticket with the winning numbers, blah, blah, blah. Ring any bells? What else can I do? Cry out loud and hope that something will happen positive on my end. However, the rules are different in Canada. In 2012, Ontario woman Catherine Jones bought a ticket that she promptly lost and forgot about, and was unaware that the ticket had won 50 million Canadian. Until lottery officials showed up at her house with the good news, having traced her via the lottery retailer surveillance video, which is creepy and not creepy, I guess. In 2005, in Massachusetts, in 86, Edward St. John found a $1 million ticket in the trash. Well, Pennsylvania requires that they actually deliver it. So despite proving that they had purchased the winning numbers, lottery rules required the couple to produce the physical ticket, and the Tots got diddly squat. So that's Martin and Kay Tot lost a $3 million national lottery prize after misplacing their ticket. Oof, this is rough. All right, well, good luck. The article is actually from casino.org. They provide everything, even though I truncate it. But anyway, Philip Conneller put the article together, and they have more over here, and it's better laid out, I suppose. But yeah, go over and check it all out. This is pretty wild. I can't imagine frantically looking for a lost lottery ticket worth an eye-watering $2 million at age 76. All right, the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. U.S. town painted squiggly lines on the road to prevent speeding, but I think that this is actually bad for business. Your brain is not attuned to this, and some idiot is going to follow the line, and that offset impact is going to end up happening at some point. But we'll see. I looked ahead at this because I loaded it up, but anyway, driving is a fairly dangerous endeavor. Speeding down the road in a 3,000-pound box made of metal and plastic alongside countless other speeding boxes. What could go wrong? Well, quite a bit. But so a town has a new traffic pattern up, and they painted it like Europe has these kind of zigzag lines. I once knew what it was, but I don't remember. Anyway, drivers in Montgomery Township, Pennsylvania were taken aback when a new road design forced them to zigzag through town. You actually just drive straight through it. If you do the zigzag, you're asking for trouble. The traffic measure was installed to combat speeding, something that has become a concerning trend in the area. The local police department said in a Facebook post publishing the change. Taking one look at the new lines makes it pretty clear how goofy the attempt to thwart speeders actually is. The squiggly lines are intended to try to work of a kind of like a speed bump without a physical obstacle in the road, is what they say in this article. Again, Kyle Philippi put this article together. They say that they recall something similar happening in New Jersey near their home. Instead of zigzags, they were fancy brick paths set up just before a light to cut down people speeding before the curve to beat the light. So the problem is that literally no one actually drove around the flat brick path. They just drove over it as if it weren't there. So they fully believe that the woman who said that they were blatantly ignoring those zip lines. Yeah, the zigzag lines are nothing. The local police department explained they would be adding delineators to the road, and that's the best course of action in the area. But nobody's going to care about this stuff. In fact, there's going to be somebody that zigzags this way while somebody's zigzagging the other way, and they're going to get an offset impact as they cross that double yellow line. You're looking for trouble. Just stick stop signs up. If you have that much traffic, nobody's speeding. But if you have no traffic, then put stop signs up. And if people are running stop signs, they're not only in violation of the speed, but they're also an additional infraction every time they run a stop sign. And then park a cop, right? Park a cop, or pay for a phone, or not phone, a camera, a speed camera, for crying out loud. There's different ways to do this. That's actually, and that has a financial gain. It pays for itself. Anyway, let's go. The next article is over in Prime Glass. Mystery in Manhattan, why New Yorker galleries are turning to intrigue this spring. Several dealers are taking a less is more attitude by, for example, giving a little away in press releases, and the difference makes a visitor. My God, I have this cold and it's really killing me. Okay, so several dealers are taking a less is more attitude by, for example, giving little away in press releases, and the difference it makes as a visitor is notable. That was so hard to read because this is such a clunky presentation. Anyway, Tim Schneider over at the Art newspaper put this article together. We rarely highlight them anymore, but so for proof that this just a little bit of creating intrigue is drawing people in, and this is actually something that a lot of marketers are trying to do. They don't tell you that it's for restaurants, let's say. They don't tell you that it's high quality or whatever. They tell you what the experience is like, right? Oh, this is sumptuous. It may be high quality, but the expectation is that it is high quality. You shouldn't have to say, only the choicest beef. No. If you're telling people, why is that a selling point? It's the expectation that it's the choicest. You don't have to tell me. I'm going to find out when I eat it if it's horrible. Same thing with experiences anywhere. You say how they're going to feel, not come stay in our, I don't know, 1,000 square foot room. That's not really much. I'm paying an extraordinary amount of money for this hotel room. Make me really be intrigued by it, right? You're going to have all kinds of fun when you're at this place, or you're going to be able to relax in heated pools and stuff like that. Well, even heated pools. I don't know. I'm not good at that. Anyway, at least not right now, not with my head foggy. So for proof, stop by Laura Owen's self-titled solo exhibition, April 19th, held across Matthew Mark's gallery, 2 spaces on West 22nd Street. They say stop by because reading the press release reveals almost nothing about what exactly a celebrated artist is up to in their first solo show in the city since 2017. The most explanatory detail the statement provides is that the show consists of an immersive environment of New York in painting, sculpture, and handmade books. That also includes kinetic elements, moving pieces within the artworks that continually point to their spatial and temporal contexts. Beyond that, you're on your own. So yeah, that's basically what this article is about. And it's much more extensive, but we're in a time machine, so we're going to cut this a little bit brief. And move on over to Non Sequitur News, April Fool's Day 2025, the best and cringiest pranks. That's where it was an article, or is an article from The Verge that was aggregated into this show's group. So welcome to the worst day on the internet. As how is that name pronounced? Is it Jane? I don't know. Gartenberg pointed out years ago, brands and a holiday dedicated to hoaxes are rarely a winning combo. If you're a company with any kind of social media presence in 2025, you really, truly only have 4 options on April Fool's Day. So let's see what they say are the 4 options. Don't do an April Fool's Day joke, but put the time and energy into doing something productive that will materially benefit the world. Do an April Fool's joke, but actually follow through on your stunt. Arguably not a prank, since you've actually created a video game skin or a real product or something like that. Do an April Fool's joke, but be extremely clear that from the start that it's a dumb joke and you have no intention of doing the thing that you're humorously pretending to do. Does this defeat the purpose of doing an April Fool's joke because you're not actually fooling anyone? Absolutely, but look above. And then lie to your customers, successfully tricking them into believing that you're making some kind of product, rebranding, or service you are not. There's a 5th. I mean, It says, do an April Fool's joke, but actually follow through on your stunt. So there is a YouTuber that does brewing and basically made beer in a pill kind of a thing. You just throw it in some water and it brews a Pilsner, so to speak. That isn't really any of these, is it? I mean, do an April Fool's joke, but actually follow through. It says arguably not a prank because you've actually created a video game skin or a real product that they can buy, but it doesn't hurt anybody. And it isn't this because you're not, I mean, it's satirical and over the top just enough that people aren't going to sit there and go, oh, I want this, even though I want that. That would be great. But anyway, this is kind of goofy. All right. Well, anyway, go check it out. It's a fun article. You can go and read more about it. And they actually link to other things. And our final article for the April 1st Non Sequitur news. Again, I was sick. And I had been sick for 5 days and I just needed a break. Anyway, you drink, they plant this Earth Month with Redwood Empire whiskey. This Earth Month, sip your way to a more sustainable future by helping to plant up to 100,000 trees thanks to Redwood Empire Whiskey. For the entire month of April, the Redwood Empire Whiskey Shake, Pour, and Plant initiative will plant one tree for every cocktail sold in partnership with Trees for the Future. Crafted in Northern California with the beauty of the region's iconic redwood giants as a backdrop, Redwood Empire Whiskey distills its award-winning bourbon and rye whiskeys mixed with it into a cocktail and sip neat. All 14 expressions of Redwood Empire whiskey are unique and distinct as the real-life trees they're named after. So the article is over at vinepair.com. Catherine Alex Bevan put the article together. And let's see if there's more to it. Yeah, so they want to plant 100,000 trees this Earth Month. And there's a QR code that you can follow. It says, use Redwood's map to find 200 plus participating accounts this Earth Month all across the country. So one cocktail equals one tree, 100,000 trees planted for Earth Month in partnership with Trees for the Future. And this is like your standard whiskey bottle. Look at that. It has that little neck right there that when I finally get it, man, I'm getting a pirate right there on that arm. Anyway, all right, that's it. The time machine is whipping us back to the front page of ohmTown.com where you should go and become a citizen. The search is arguably working. I have to expand it, but search alone is very, very, very expensive. So I hope that you follow us here on YouTube and Twitch and keep moving us forward for 2025. Our goal is to kind of migrate ourselves over to it more and more and more and more and more. I'd like to do more shows, like to hang out more, like to talk more, but mayoral duties pull me away, folks. So I hope to see you around ohmTown. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 10th, 2025. It's a time machine episode, so I'm a little disoriented from the quantum leap into the past. This is episode 100. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. That's that site over there. And along with the sentient AI over here, we talk about 10 articles. And today those articles are calculating job candidates, consumer privacy laws, fish are hooked on drugs, beetle wiggles, a night at the National Gallery, home cafes are on the rise, Guinness wants to be American too, jelly blobs of Myrtle Beach. It's like a weird Harry Potter novel. And the Oscar for stunts goes to... And finally, Slot Machine Roguelite. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. And if any wild animals try to get your food, you just kind of push them out of the way. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens. Yesterday.
yeah. The day after the day before yesterday. I don't know. There's a show or something like that. Some spoof kind of a thing. Anyway, so welcome to the show. Thanks for co-hosting yet again. I know that you're air-gapped in the whole grand scheme of things, so you can't get away. But I'm glad that you volunteered nonetheless. We've got all 10 of our articles all lined up. You ready to go?
I am. Let's go.
Let's go. Oh, so this is ohmTown.com, by the way. This is the front page of it. Depending on which show you're listening to, this one happens to be Non Sequitur News, but that doesn't mean you can't go in to ohmTown.com and choose some other area of interest that you might have. Search engine is getting more and more robust as time goes on, so be sure to give that a shot. The drop down is faster than it parsing because it has to parse a lot. But anyway, go and check it out. Anyway, the first article is over in Non Sequitur News. It's a good name for the show. By the way, if you want all of today's show notes over on YouTube, they're already embedded in the show notes. But on Twitch, we attach them to ohmTown. ohmTown is a bot that sits in the channel and will facilitate certain things like recalling today's notes and for the 6 other podcasts. So we do 7 shows. 6 of them are weekly. 1 of them is a daily. Non Sequitur News is the daily. So if you want news from one of our links from one of our other shows, there's a different command that you can do. You can just throw in exclamation point shows or exclamation point pod. Exclamation point shows will give you all of the commands for the various shows. Exclamation point pod will give you the link to the podcast. Anyway, so this first article for the show is over here at Non Sequitur News. It's not me. This is the title. I'm a chief of staff who put up math puzzles all over San Francisco to attract job candidates, and it worked.
I think this is a cool idea. The only thing I don't like about it is obviously it's only in one locality.
Right.
But it seems like it'd be way more fun than the traditional methods.
And more effective, I suspect, because the system isn't getting bombarded by people that are just using automated systems, bulk whatever, and
exactly applying to everything.
Yep. And it takes a little ingenuity, so you have to be motivated to actually apply for these gigs. So Felicia Tang is chief of staff at AI search engine company or startup Exa. After finding LinkedIn search reach outs lacking in recruiting, she went in real life, posting math questions all over San Francisco. And she said that she heard from interested Apple and Google employees, puzzle enthusiasts, and even a would-be suitor, apparently.
I'm not sure. Well, maybe it's like the Big Bang Theory, right? When they were trying to get somebody to solve an elaborate
that's right.
Logic problem or whatever, a math problem. So that they could team them up with Sheldon.
Yep, that's right. Seems pretty interesting. So, it was just a sheet of paper that was printed out and taped to, various locations. It's just a sheet of paper. So the thing about this is, I could solve this by using AI itself. Perhaps.
Yeah, but if they did any screening after the person showed up or something, they could probably quickly tell whether they understood how it was solved or whatever.
Yeah, I'm lost cause already. So Sarah Jackson over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. So this is an essay based on a conversation with Felicia Tang, chief of staff of a startup called Exa.
It's been edited for length and clarity according to the article's kind of breakout, but Sarah Jackson is the one that is doing the telling here. So for us, they say San Francisco is a super competitive job market, especially for machine learning engineers and high quality back-end and full stack engineers. And it says for us, outbound hiring usually means our co-founders tapping into their Harvard networks, or us identifying companies we think have good engineers and manually sending personalized messages on LinkedIn. But this takes a lot of time. It's extremely monotonous, okay. And it doesn't yield such great returns, but they threw this little thing in here. This is the formula. I'd have to go and break this out, but they asked the engineers to come up with math problems that equal exa, which is a prefix meaning 10 to the 18th power. Then they added a slug to their website for people who solve the problem, and it says "Dinner on Us." If you're interested, email Felicia. The CEO will, and Felicia put up around 100 posters of 5 different problems. They started on foot, but it was insanely inefficient, so they scootered the rest of the way.
This is really kind of fun. Again, not for everybody.
Yeah. The bitter lesson. When life gets bitter, just embed the clues character by character. So you would have to figure out what that means. And then type in exa. You could almost figure that out by context clues, I suspect. I mean, all right. Well, anyway, there's another one.
Oh, okay.
All right. That's in binary. So I don't know if that's simple. I'd have to look into it. I don't remember my binary right off the top of my head. Anyway, others said that they were interested. They talk about I love puzzles and other stuff. Almost 600 apparently requests. Others said that they were interested in their open jobs and sent them resumes. They got people from Google, Apple, Retool, a ton of machine learning PhD candidates. Some were just asking for Uber Eats credits. They were like, you said dinner on us. One person even asked them out. So there's another one of the...
Wow.
So
yeah,
this is the whole...
definitely unique.
All of this amounts to is the word exa. So EXA. You type in exa.ai/give me prize. There better be a cat on the other side of that. Getting treats yet? You getting treats?
Exactly.
So, space is obscure. Clarity is in compression. Okay. So, exa.ai/give me prizes.
Okay. Got it.
So you eliminate all of the space. This is, it says the easiest of the posters simply spells out the URL. Yeah, this one is drop dead simple. That one is a little bit heavier lift.
Do you think when people contacted them, they were like, which poster did you solve? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll put you in the bottom tier for, consideration or whatever.
If it was me, I probably would have done just that. Like, each one of these would have been a different thing. Like, it wouldn't just be exa.ai.
Exactly, because then you'd know.
It would have been a hash of something, of some kind, so that you knew that, okay, this is the one where they actually bumped into the pole and go, oh, okay. This is one where they actually had to do a little bit of math. This one, they had to know that this was binary to begin with and then figure it out from there. This one, I think this is nothing more than extended ASCII characters, but I don't remember off the top of my head. But this is the heavy lift.
Right, that's like the Sheldon level.
Yeah.
Solver.
I mean, it has pi in it, for crying out loud, and you have to figure out what a busy beaver is. Yeah. It's a little... Anyway. Let's keep going. Next article's over in the Mobile Channel. 2 lawsuits allege the trade desk secretly violates consumer privacy laws. The ad tech company faces new legal challenges over its use of consumers' personal information. And I don't know if we'll be able to get into all of this, but Kendra Barnett over at adweek.com put the article together, and it says the ad tech company faces, it's called the Trade Desk, I guess, new legal challenges over its use of consumers' personal information. So 2 new trade suits allege that ad tech giant The Trade Desk systematically tracks people online without their knowledge, builds out detailed user profiles, monetizes consumer data without adequate disclosures or consent, potentially violating consumer privacy laws. This has got to be a United States-based thing because the EU would stop this in a heartbeat.
Yeah, it wouldn't have even really existed. And I wonder, too, like, is this something new that they started, and how did people know this was occurring? I mean, I don't mean people are doing it illegally, but it's certainly a thing with consumer data. I mean, we've talked about that in multiple episodes on ohmTown.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're getting the information, but data brokers will sell anything pretty much, their own mother to make money. But filed on March 31st, the Central District of California, one of the class action cases takes aim at the Trade Desk Unified ID 2.0 or UID2 identifier, alleging that the tracking tech collects personally identifiable information like email addresses and phone numbers and uses it to enable user profiling and real-time bidding. I swear I've actually seen this happen on a couple of sites. One very, very, very large one that I can't name because I can't verify that this happens, but I can tell you that I've seen different numbers depending on the time of day and
and perceived
people.
Location, right? Oh, yeah.
Perceived location, and different people have gone to the exact same URL, and they see the same number, but it doesn't change. But my spending habits, I'm logged in, and so it tracks and it knows intimately what I buy. So it says, while the legal claims of potential privacy violations are not unique, the facts surrounding UIDs... What in the world? There is no way. Sorry. Yep, I know. It's non sequitur news, so
Oh, we're getting some non sequiturs.
Well, it's just the weirdest thing. Never mind. We'll talk later. So according to Gary Kibble, the partner at Davis plus Gilbert LLP, Davis and Gilbert. I don't know why they'd start doing pluses, but anyway. So is that, if you add those two together, it's the real company name, like that first article?
Yes, it's exactly like that. And then maybe you get a job at that company.
It's the Gilviserbert LLP. Okay. And an expert in data privacy and technology law. So in this case, he predicts that the court will take the claim seriously. Quote, they'll probably say, look, there's some factual issues here about how UID works, how people have their email addresses turned into an identifier. Is that an interception in the legal sense? Is that happening with permission on every single site? It's not going to be dismissed out of hand by the court. Yeah, it will. Because nobody really protects their email address. They're handing it out like candy all over the place.
Well, that's true. I mean, it's interesting. And we've talked about that on here, right? Like, consumers give out data left and right, and then they don't like when their data's out there.
Yep, exactly. So collecting a broad range of personal data from device identifiers and IP addresses to sensitive information like health data, the company builds out user profiles and shares this information with entities looking to advertise through real-time bidding, meaning that consumers' personal information is exposed not just to winning ad bidders, but to a range of third parties. And frankly, I don't think anybody's personally identifiable information collected just by some random person, random companies, just some rando, and no company information, no information. Look, if I date somebody, it doesn't give them carte blanche to reveal my personally identifiable information to anybody else that they freaking want to. And I'm not paying them. Well, I guess it depends on who the two relationship parties are. But my point is, if I'm dating somebody, it doesn't give them carte blanche. If I'm in a relationship, let me just step it down a little bit. If I'm in a relationship with somebody, I don't give them carte blanche to just sell my information to somebody, right? But
No,
for
you
whatever
may
reason,
give your information for a specific purpose. And that's really where the problem is. My comment earlier, I realized that companies all day long take it for one purpose and then use it for something else.
right? Yeah, exactly. I bought a car. It doesn't give you the right to sit there and follow me around with your GPS tracker and sell it.
Sell it to my insurance company or sell me insurance offers or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just I don't know. We've got it all wrong, and now this climate is just absurdly going in the wrong direction of the direction it should be going. But anyway, sorry for the coughing. The lawsuit argues that the Trade Desk technology works as both a demand-side provider and a data management platform or data broker, which enables it to artificially inflate bid values with the consumer data it's collected. So they say that the Trade Desk has wrongfully and unlawfully trafficked in the named plaintiffs and class members' personal information and other personal data without their consent or for substantial profits. I don't even think it should matter about substantial profits. But
right. I mean, that's not really the issue here.
Yeah. So, and they take it into California because California Invasion of Privacy Act, but other states don't give a shit about you. So they're going to let you get tracked 6 ways to Sunday. If you ever want to find out, if maybe you have colon cancer, you might just want to talk to a company that's well known in a given state. We don't know which state at this current moment, but they already know because they've been tracking what you eat and how much you work out and where you go, what you do. They basically know everything about you.
For at-home test kits or whatever.
Right. They already know. They already know that you're at higher risk. So if you do get one of those, you go, oh okay, yeah. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Oops, we accidentally drugged the world's fish. Michelangeli, I guess is their name. A study co-author releases young salmon into the river as part of an experiment. This is an image that is going to be the thumbnail when we go over to Vox, I think it is. For those of us with anxiety, hello, not me. I do. Different anxiety, not anxiety that I have to take medication for, but the class of prescription drugs known as benzodiazepines or benzos, baby, can be a boon in time of crisis. Though they're addictive, they're pretty good at chilling us out. Well, so are a lot of other drugs. But anyway, if you suffer from anxiety, it's usually something that is either controllable and it's not that big of a deal. You can manage it and go, for a long brisk walk or ice bath or whatever. And then there's anxiety where you have to jump onto a benzo to get through the day.
There's different levels of it, I think.
Yeah, seek out your assistance without harming yourself, please. But so it turns out that by drugging ourselves with these pills, we are inadvertently drugging wild animals as well, especially the ones that live in water, because our bodies don't absorb all of the medication. So, they go out. Yeah. Benji Jones over at Box.com put the article together. The bizarre link between your anxiety drugs and salmon. And it's not just your anxiety drugs, by the way. It's all drugs, all medication. You don't take it up all 100% of the time. Some people actually just pour their drugs out into the toilet and flush it.
That's true.
And then on this is like unknown, drugs, pharmaceuticals getting into the food supply, but there's other stuff, other chemicals and stuff from farming that runs off into the water supply. And so people don't seem to care about that. They're not going to care about this. Some of us talk about it. But
if people don't care, they should at least care for their own preservation, because fish are obviously in the food chain.
Right.
So you're either eating fish or you might be eating something that's eating fish. And that means you're getting unexpected medications.
I don't eat fish. I don't eat anything that eats fish. I don't eat anything that processes
You don't
fish.
buy or sell process exactly.
But there's going to be people out there that are going to talk exactly like that. Well, I don't eat fish, so I don't care, that kind of stuff. Well, it's because you're a sociopath, and maybe you should look in the mirror.
Maybe your family member eats fish, or your neighbor, or whoever. It doesn't really matter.
They can fend for themselves, and what they don't know, you just stop testing, and it all goes away. So the authors gave young Atlantic salmon in Sweden a dose of clobazam, a benzo used to treat seizures and anxiety that often is found in wastewater, equal to what some fish might naturally be exposed to in streams. Then they monitored what the drug did to the fish as they migrated, as young salmon do, from a river out to the Baltic Sea. And what they ended up doing was being really chill, hanging out by the beach, and asking people to play a guitar and...
Oh, I thought you were going toward the fish doorbell.
And then they were like, Latoot, what you need to do is just push this doorbell and then swim away. And they're going to open the door and a bear is going to climb in.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
Sorry about that.
I love the idea of door dashing fish. And I don't mean the delivery service. Isn't that what
door dashing fish? DoorDash, yeah. There's a DoorDash. But doorbell dashing is you ring the doorbell and you run.
That's actually
what DoorDash. Yeah, door dashing fish. That's when everything floods, and the way that they get your food to you is by strapping it onto a catfish, and then then you're looking in your Ring camera or your door camera, and your doorbell cam, and you're like, whoa, I'm being catfished. I'm not going to open the door.
I mean, that's right. You got to watch out for that.
Because you've been paying attention to Mayor Watt and cybersecurity stuff. Anyway, our meds are their meds.
Reading articles in ohmTown about people that have fallen prey to that.
That's right. Go over there, check it all out. So pretty much everywhere scientists look for drugs in the water, they find them. Caffeine, metformin, antidepressants, antibiotics, birth control, Tylenol. Basically, if we use a lot of them, they're part of the aquatic habitats. Thankfully, they appear in low doses, enough low doses that if you say you chug a glass of river water with those chemicals, you're not likely to get affected. But fish are, and other stuff is. Previous research shows that these microdoses can influence them in serious ways. A seminal 2007 study, for example, showed that small amounts of synthetic estrogen, a common ingredient in birth control that often makes its way into the environment, can quote-unquote feminize male minnows. This means that they can produce early-stage eggs in their... Well, should I just go through the whole biological thing? In their testes. Parts? Yeah. In their testes, and essentially becoming intersex. That ultimately impairs their ability to mate and can, as the study shows, cause fish populations to collapse. So they actually showed that it can collapse because of these pharmaceuticals in the water supply. So trace levels of antidepressants like fluoxetine, aka Prozac, sertraline, aka Zoloft, affect fish behavior too, sometimes in bizarre ways. The author of this paper, of this report, of this post over on Vox.com says that they came across one study linking fluoxetine exposure to larger gonopodium size, and that's basically the willy of the fish. So the drug can also increase male coercive mating behavior, according to the authors. So I'm sure somebody's going to take the wrong thing out of that. Anyway, they also found experiments with metformin, which is used to treat type 2 diabetes, and thus one of the widespread drugs in wastewater. A 2018 paper says that when Siamese fighting fish, like the betta that you buy at pet stores, are exposed to levels of metformin that are found in the environment, they become less aggressive. Fighting fish, fighting less. Subjects exhibited less aggression toward a male dummy stimulus, the authors wrote. So,
all of these are problems because it's changing fundamental behaviors of certain species, which could greatly impact, how whether they can reproduce or whether they can eat or whether they're eaten by somebody else.
Yeah, and this article goes on. Are drug salmon better off? At face value, it seems like a little dose of clobazam can help these fish fight out or swim with their less stressful lives, not unlike many they do for us, the drugs, So, but they were told that very clearly the wrong takeaway. We think that any changes in natural behavior are likely to have potential negative consequences, like the sentient AI just got done saying. So, nature should be natural. That said,
Well, and it impacts the species beyond the one that's directly impacted, right? Because it's going to have a ripple effect. Sorry.
Right. But the takeaway here is that these are the animals that we consume. I would prefer them to be as natural as they can be. While I am a sentient entity on the planet roaming this earth, I would like to have my food supply as pure as possible. What I do with my temple, if I want to violate it by taking drugs to keep me this way, that way, or whatever way, holistic, well-rounded, capable.
You need your banner.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. No, it should be this one.
Okay,
maybe a spoiler alert and that. Is that? I'll do over. Okay. Well, we'll stop right there. Anyway, yeah. If I need to take medication, then that's fine. I don't want to have to give my medication to fish so that I take my medication. I think that's weird, kind of dystopian and creepy.
But that's also a plug for a PSA. Don't dispose of your prescription medicine in improper ways. Like there's drug take-back events, etc.
Yep. All right. We got to keep moving. We have been bobbling around with only 3 of these articles, and we've got 10 to get through. So this next article is over on the Marble channel. Mapping beetles wiggles could help battle global food security. Researchers at the University of St. Andrews have uncovered the surprising mechanics behind the wriggle of the red flower beetle, findings which could help combat infestation and threats to food security. So University of St. Andrews put this article together. It's over at phys.org. And it says an estimated 20% of the developing world stockpiles of flour and grain are infested and spoiled each year by red flower beetles and pests like them, along with 9% of stocks in the rest of the world. However, until now, it wasn't known how or why these beetles were so effective at burrowing. The new findings change the way pest infestations are tackled in the future and inspire new ideas in robotics. The study, published yesterday in the Journal of Experimental Biology, was spearheaded by a 4th-year undergraduate, Bella Shu Ying, working with Drs. Martin Zwart and Stefan Pulver in the School of Psychology and Neuroscience. The team discovered that red flower beetle larvae perform best on rough, fibrous surfaces like paper and cardboard. On these substrates, the larvae use a wave-like walking pattern that starts at the back and moves forward, providing both efficiency and flexibility. And when they encounter more demanding conditions, such as steep slopes or the need to tunnel into flour, a key food source, they switch tactics by deploying tiny structures called pygopods at the rear of their bodies to grip and stabilize themselves. And it sounds like they just kind of drive themselves into the material.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never heard of that.
Further experiments showed that disrupting the neural connections between the larva's front and back body sections severely hampers this ability to climb and tunnel, which applies to pretty much anything. If you disrupt the neural connections between the front and back of anything, you're going to get some...
you're going to kind of have some problems.
It's like the whole, you got to stop a vampire, you have to drive a stake through its heart. Well, no shit. To stop anything, you have to drive a stake through its heart. So in the future, they'd love to find out what types of neurons and molecules connect their brains, legs, and pygopods to help develop more specific methods that inhibit their infestation without damaging the crops themselves. So it's interesting, but it's almost too obvious. their assumption is that, or not assumption, but their discovery is that if you disrupt the neurons that connect the front and back,
Right, then chaos ensues.
right. Anyway, it's an interesting article. If you want to go see what what is it called? A red flower beetle looks like.
Red flower beetle. Mm-hmm.
Larva. Yeah, its larva looks like that right there. And that's something that you would find terrifying if it was a little bit bigger and asked you for your wallet. Let's move on. So the next article is over in the Marble Channel. You can apply to spend the night in London's National Gallery. So the museum is celebrating the reopening of its Sainsbury wing, as well as a major refresh of its collection with overnight experience for one lucky visitor. Not me.
Can you kind of treat it like Night at the Museum or Jurassic Park? Or
yeah, that's why I called it.
Of that.
I called this section A Night at the National Gallery. Sarah Kuda over at Smithsonian Magazine, and you don't know what's going to happen. It could all come to life, and so it's only one lucky visitor. So the sleepover coincides with the National Gallery's 200th anniversary. To mark the milestone, curators are rearranging the museum's permanent collection, and whoever wins the overnight stay will get a sneak peek at the redesign called CC Land, the Wonder of Art. But you'll get to, it says one lucky art aficionado will be given the chance to spend the night among its masterpieces. The museum's bicentenary provides the perfect opportunity to consider a new way to tell the story of the incredible paintings in our collection. So we feel it's fitting that through the prize draw, one of the visitors will receive a first look at the newly transformed National Gallery in Sainsbury wing. There's more. But
Sounds cool. How many times do you get the opportunity to do this?
The art newspaper's Louis Jebb reported in 2024 that the museum's redisplay of its collection, meanwhile, is one of the most thorough refreshes in recent memory. Curators are working with a lighting designer to reimagine the galleries, while crews are also sanding and varnishing the floors. Interesting. So, art newspaper is one of our sources. So,
yeah,
when
exactly.
When the work is complete, the National Gallery will display more than 1,000 works of art created by roughly 400 artists. That represents nearly half of the gallery's entire collection. That seems small. For a national gallery?
It does. I wonder if you'd think it'd be like expansive rooms, etc., but it doesn't look like this from this photo.
Yeah, maybe that's just one small portion of one bit of the wing. I've never been there, or if I have, I don't recall it. Maybe as a child I've been there. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Home cafes are on the rise as going out for coffee gets too expensive, and it's going to get more expensive. And hopefully we have a solution. So for months, not us, but Vice has been highlighting the ridiculous cost of eggs, with many people temporarily striking them off their grocery list as a result. But another fan favorite among them is getting harder to afford, and that's coffee. According to government data, the retail price of ground coffee reached $7 a pound in January, increasing a whopping 75% since 2020. They say the rising cost is part of a larger global challenge driven by climate change, economic pressures, geopolitical uncertainty. Says Yanis Apostolopoulos, the CEO of Specialty Coffee Association. Oh, goodness. So the article is over at Vice.com by Sammy Caramella. Look, this is Pain Pan Ochoco, but it's actually pain and suffering in bread form.
Exactly. Which is bread and French. But yeah, it seems apropos here.
Yep. So according to government data, $7 a pound in January, increasing in just 4 years. The rising coffee prices are part of that larger issue. We don't know. It's all uncertain everywhere and anywhere that you look. Needless to say, many coffee shops have increased their prices to keep up, depending on where you live. If you step into a local cafe, you might find yourself paying $7 for a latte. And that's a latte.
It's a latte for a latte.
A latte for a little. So compare that to, say, a pound of coffee grounds you buy at the store and might consider making your own coffee at home. And that's exactly what many of us are doing. So here's a TikToker doing whatever.
Okay, but they're not having coffee at home, like recreating a cafe experience. They're actually holding or hosting a cafe.
A cafe-like experience, yeah.
Right.
So
I just want to make that distinction, because when I first saw this headline, I thought it meant like, we'll make your coffee at home and kind of try to mimic the experience.
yeah, Lauren made her own menus and signage for her Saturday cafe, brought flowers, baked treats, set out croissants and homemade lattes, and invited loved ones to gather as you would at a coffee shop. Now, unfortunately, they venture to their local coffee spots for work-related purposes, as they cannot focus on their writing nearly as well if they're at home. But if they decorate their small kitchen as a cafe space and play some calming indie beats, well, they might be able to cultivate their own coffee shop vibe. So, yeah. And it makes more economic sense to just stay home and make the stuff at home. But there's a social vibe that I get when I go to a coffee shop. Even if I don't interact with people, I get to feel the energy of the crowd.
Right. You just get the buzz from people at other tables.
Yeah. And it matches well with the vibe of the buzz of the caffeine and the coffee. You know, it's just an atmospheric thing. But I would much rather not pay 3 times as much per cup than what I can make at home.
Exactly. I know it's interesting, because I think the current economy may see similar results as the pandemic did. Like, if people can't afford to go to a cafe and pay really high prices for cups of coffee, do those businesses survive?
Yeah. Oh, and there's so much ridiculousness going on. Anyway, let's keep on going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Guinness, Ireland's favorite stout, wants to be American too. Guinness traversed all 50 states for an ad campaign attempting to win over American drinkers to the Irish stout. The article is over at Adweek. Brittany Kiefer put the article together. Guinness, you so funny, huh? Sorry. There's a little thumbnail here with 2 people. One is holding a Guinness, like obviously marketing it because the word Guinness is facing.
Yeah, it's like perfectly lined up for the camera.
Like just shotgunning that camera there. And so the Diageo brand launched first U.S. campaign by Uncommon Creative Studio. And so they went all over all 50 states. It chronicles a 5,057-mile journey across the nation, capturing snapshots of real people and diverse groups from every state. Having a lovely day for Guinness, which began appearing ads since the 1930s. So it's been a long-running ad campaign. The 50 communities featured in the campaign include a brass band in New Orleans, ice fishing in Minnesota, a rugby team in New Mexico, plumbers in Chicago. Real people, real moments. All they did was bring the Guinness and let the cameras roll, which I can do the same thing with Bud Light.
Yeah, but I mean, I like the idea of the campaign.
Yeah. No, I mean, I like the idea of stimulating the community into interacting and stuff. And based on our previous conversations the day before yesterday, how we are an independent type of culture and not.
Oh, right. Yeah, we don't have the culture that would allow us to do the trading cards of community members like in Japan.
Right. Or if we did, it would be the immediate first movers, and then everybody else would sit there and go, you're just a money grabbing, whatever. Anyway, along with the new ads, Guinness will release a limited edition draft stout can designed by Los Angeles graphic artist Sebastian Curry. So yeah.
Well, that's smart too. I mean, they're using an American artist, which probably helps with this campaign.
Yep. So recently, the Irish Stout brand has been focused on widening its consumer base, particularly among younger people and women, and changing its reputation as an old man's drink. Guinness's marketing has helped boost its popularity among Gen Z, inspiring TikTok challenges like splitting the G. Some UK pubs even reported a shortage of the drink earlier this year. That's true too. But I don't know what this splitting the G is. At any rate, pretty cool. I like it. It's kind of heavy for me nowadays, but I used to drink that. This was my preferred stouts, particularly Guinness. All right, you want to go on to the next? You've got three more.
Yes, I was trying to find this, but I can't figure out what you have to do.
Gotcha. And it's a risky click. So it's over in the Mobile channel, this next article. Jelly blobs are taking over Myrtle Beach. They're not jellyfish. They're our cousins, it says. Little blobs are everywhere along the coastline of Myrtle Beach. Many people are under the impression that these jelly-like creatures are some sort of jellyfish. Well, they're wrong. In fact, little do these beachgoers know. Okay. So how long was I out?
I sent that right when, so it wasn't
Right when it
very
happened.
long.
Okay. So I'm all...
You just went out again.
Okay. Now you can hear me.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I'm going to leave all of this in. We'll just go live.
If you're in the podcast, hopefully you stuck through the,
Yeah. Sorry about that.
silence.
I'm completely wireless, and so apparently one of my radios died. So anyway, now I'm plugged in and everything's going fine. So hopefully there's no noise or anything like that. But anyway, so these little blobs are our cousins. They're called salps or salps, S-A-L-P-S. The marine mammals resemble the top of a jellyfish and have some of the characteristics minus the tentacles. So like jellyfish, they're basically just drift around the ocean, which is why they're washing up. So simple creatures, actually classified as chordates. That's the same class that humans are in, but obviously a different branch.
Yeah, that's surprising though, because I mean, they don't have an obvious spine or anything.
Yeah. Let's see here. In an interview with Myrtle Beach Online, Coastal Carolina University marine science professor Juliana Harding explains that salps are actually our cousins by extension of being the chordate class. They say it's a very loose connection. Being in the same phylum is where the roots end, but as Harding revealed, the science world, salps and humans are quote-unquote family. So to be in the classification, the characteristics that need to be met are a dorsal nerve cord, a pharyngeal slit, and post-anal tail. So all of these are present in embryos and eventually evolve into a spine. Basically, these gel-like things are pretty similar to human embryos that just haven't gotten all the way to human. So maybe we stem from blobs because we are bags of mostly water.
I mean, I could see humans being blobs.
So they don't present any danger. All you have to do is leave them alone. They don't possess the ability to sting, so theoretically anyone could pick them up. And if you have the urge to pick up what basically is an ocean booger.
But also just don't, right? There was an article recently about somebody picking up some animal. I don't remember what it was. Don't pick up wild animals.
Yeah. Don't just leave nature alone. Nature, let nature be nature. Let's keep going because I really goofed up this whole show, and so we might as well charge on through it. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Yep, that's right. Here, I'll even do this. I'm calculating the odds to a next failure of technology. I mean, I've got everything else plugged in. Actually, that's not true. The headset is not. My inner monitors are not. Anyway. There, I calculated that there's a 50-50 chance that I'll mess up. Anyway, after years of stunt work, stunts are finally getting their own category at the Oscars. They've largely been overlooked at the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. The Oscars are about to add a new category yesterday, between yesterday and today, since this is a time machine episode. The Academy announced that it intends to start giving out Oscar statues for stunt design, starting with films released in 2027 for the awards ceremony 100th anniversary. So, yeah, it says since the early days of cinema, stunt design has been an integral part of filmmaking, yet abandoned largely to everybody else. Charles Pulliam Moore put the article together. It's over at TheVerge.com. This is a legit, rode a motorcycle down a ramp, jumped onto a train with a parachute, and this is...
Oh, is that the Mission Impossible clip?
Yeah.
I didn't recognize it, yeah.
Yeah. Though over 100 stunt workers are currently members of the Academy Production and Technology branch, as the Hollywood Reporter notes, the organization has only ever given out 2 honorary Oscars to stunt performers. Now that the new category has been established, the author says we're probably going to start seeing studios putting a lot more emphasis on their projects' death-defying set pieces.
So do you think this has anything to do with the focus on stunt work in Only Murders in the Building?
I'm not sure what actually caused this, other than it's technically sophisticated. And so I guess it could fall into a subclass of it, but Only Murders in the Building basically highlighted an entire subgroup of people in the cast. There was a person that was the stunt double for one of the stars, who ultimately tried to start up their own stunt
academy, I think.
Academy,
or something.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting that would come about right before this comes about.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of that really featured it. I mean, I actually think this is a good move because the stunt personnel are doing some incredible things and they don't necessarily get the recognition for it. And that's the thing that makes or breaks certain scenes.
Yeah, and it certainly is a science, and I think there is a subtle art to stunt work as well, because the people they have to look. What's weird is that they have to look oddly close to their stars, so it's not obvious that they're a stand-in.
True. So that's kind of a problem if you're trying to break into the stunt work, because if there's no celebrity out there that looks like you,
right,
you could be an excellent stunt performer, but you might not get a shot. On the other hand, you could look like somebody and not be
right,
a superstar stunt performer.
Yeah. Yep. I would get paid $50 to get out of the industry. Inside joke. So the last article for today's Non Sequitur News Time Machine episode for April 10th is over in Warcrafters. If Balatro had a hard time convincing rating boards it's not gambling, then the slot machine roguelite is going to have twice as much trouble, because Balatro actually had to convince the rating boards and YouTube that it's not gambling, and they say that Clover Pit, a self-described roguelite slot machine nightmare, is going to have to work twice as hard. So Clover Pit combines a demonic slot machine with Balatro-like upgrades and progress, crams it into a grubby prison cell, and makes you spin the reels. Pump in coins, play the slot, buy weird upgrades, rinse, repeat. And the money you're playing with isn't really yours. It belongs to a forbidding ATM in the corner, so pay off your debt between rounds. So it's an interesting game. I actually got it today. There's a demo over on Steam.
Was it in that recent showcase?
I don't remember. Hold on, let me see. I don't recall it being on there. Huh.
I do agree with the headline, though. I mean, like a slot machine, right? If you ask the average person, right, that is gambling.
Right. Yeah. It might have been. Now I'm really curious. I'm determined to find out if it actually was. Hold on, let's see. Oh, it is. Yeah. It was somewhere in there. I don't remember seeing it in the thing, but I watched the Triple I. So Christopher Livingston over at PCGamer.com put the article together. And it says, gamble or die in a never-ending debt simulator, Clover Pit. So if that is the description, then, oh boy. If it's not gambling, why use gambling? The thing is...
Well, no, wait a second, though. That's the article deck
Right.
statement. That might not be what
Right.
the developer says.
Right. It just says that it's a roguelite slot machine nightmare. But my problem is, as I've said to other people, parents and kids and their kids, you need to impress upon children that there's make-believe and there's reality. And never the twain shall meet. Even in your fantasies where you're gambling something on a computer game and you think that it's real, it's not real. So don't use real money. Don't do anything. Don't take it from the virtual space into the real world.
Right, yeah. Don't think that because you're doing well in the virtual space that's suddenly going to translate into real life wins with real money.
Yeah. But the problem is we muddy that water when we tell people that you need to get into saving money, so invest in stocks, but then play with fake money while you're investing in stocks to see if your judgment is right.
We kind of show the behavior we're trying not to support or condone.
Right. So I always split the difference and I say anything that's on a computer like this, where it isn't tied to real world companies, it isn't tied to anything actual, an actual embodiment in the real world.
And you're not putting any real money in.
Right. Don't put any real money in it. Don't think that you're going to get real money out of it, etc. And that is make-believe, and just never the two shall meet. And sometimes it seems to work out, and other times I get more kind of pressed back. Well, I don't want my kid gambling. I'm like, okay, but that's your choice for them now. It's going to be their choice at some point as they're growing up. So they say even the small taste of the free Clover Pit demo is really appealing if you like slots, magic, gritty graphics. You start with just a handful of change and have to repay a debt of 75 coins in 3 rounds, similar to facing a Balatro boss every 3rd round. Deposit your coins, spin the reels, hope Lady Luck grants you some matching lemons, cherries, and bells. Seems like a slot machine so far, but at the end of the round, you can spend tickets and coins you've won on upgrades, which let you start breaking things. They said with their first round of winnings, they picked out a weird squid with a bloodshot eye who would help leap into the frame at the last spin of a round and grant them some good luck. And the first time that they used it, the reels turned up nearly all cherries. So horrid little good luck charm was a good buy. There's also abilities you can buy, some that trigger randomly, others that fire off when you hammer the big red button on the slot machine. And the idea is to find items and powers that synergize. It seems like it would be a fun game to play, so I got the demo, but I haven't sat down to play it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And plus,
Yep.
I mean, Balatro has obviously been a hit.
Yeah, maybe that's why this even came into existence. So Peggy and YouTube will buy that argument, wouldn't bet on it. They say, hell no, Clover Pit is a roguelite horror game and not a slot machine simulator, says developer Panic Arcade. Our slot machine is designed to be broken and ultimately overcome, and will never ask you for real money.
I mean, that's a good point as far as gambling goes.
Yep.
Doesn't mean the board will be convinced.
Yeah, well, if they opened it up for Balatro, lean on to that. Why did they leave it open for Balatro? But that's it, folks. That is all 10 of our articles. So we are going to hit 3 cherries, and that's going to land us back on the front page of ohmTown.com, where you can win at spinning the reels by just kind of refreshing the page time and time and time again, or going into one of the channels under these headings. Creative and maker, news and business, science and education, food, drink and entertainment, society, politics and law, and gadgets and technology. Those are the 6 main categories. All together, they make up ohmTown.com. And they're all aligned to one of the colors in the main logo of ohmTown. That's why that hexagons are the bestagons. And then when you merge them all together, that's what that white hex is in the center. So hope you get a kick out of the show. Sorry for the technical glitch. I thought that it might happen because my receiver was sitting over there, not plugged in.
Well, I mean, we were in the time machine, so that might explain the glitch.
Yeah, because when you go back in time, then everything sets to that. So it wasn't charged yesterday. Maybe that's actually what's going on. All right. Well, anyway, thanks for hanging out. You want to say bye? I'm going to leave, and I'm going to take the AI with me.
Bye-bye, I'm Tom Citizens. Thanks for joining us for this Time Machine episode of Non Sequitur News. And stay tuned, because we're going to speed up and be back in regular time.
Yep, we're going to shut down the time machine. It's going to take us about, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes or so. And for most people, it'll be instantaneous. But we do have to end the stream so that everything compiles properly. And then we'll be back in short order. Be sure to follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. And don't be a stranger. Leave a comment, like, subscribe, download the podcast, hang out in the Patreon or the Discord. The Discord is always running, so it'd be good to see people over there. And other than that, see you in a little bit. See you tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 11th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 101. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. That's that site right there, and along with the sentient AI that's sitting right there. Well, the visualizer is sitting right there. We talk about 10 articles Monday through Friday, and then on Saturday and Sunday it gets turned into 3 shows on Saturday, 3 different shows on Sunday. Those get combined into the Saturday and Sunday editions of Non Sequitur News. So be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. If you want today's show notes, they're embedded over on YouTube. If you want the show notes from today's stream over on Twitch, you have to hit !NSN, and ohmTown will spit them out in the order that we're going to talk about them, which is no particular order. They're not based on some rating or review or anything like that. It's basically I grabbed things that were interesting based on submissions, and I go through parsing the articles myself, and largely prefer the ones that get submitted. Anyway, so everything is powered by ohmTown.com. So go over there and become a citizen. Manage your information overload. Thousands of articles every day. Just a little headlines, a little snippet, enough to tease you into going over to the source and reading more about it. And then I hope to see you either in the comments section over on YouTube or in the live stream on either Twitch or YouTube, maybe in the Discord, Patreon, leave a comment over in the podcasts. The podcast area is growing pretty good, so I would love to see some people leaving reviews. That would be great too. All right. Anyway, see you on the other side of our intro. I gotta get a new intro for 2025, even though we're already a quarter into it.
I agree.
Oh, wow, gee. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
When I look at your visualizer now, it's on the other side. So I can't look that way because then I don't actually see the visualizer.
It's very
and I don't
sneaky.
I don't want to flip me and put me over there because then everything is backwards, all wonky. I don't like that. Inside baseball, everybody. That's why you come here for Non Sequitur News. Welcome to the show, Sentient AI from the future. Glad you could co-host yet again. You might notice that I'm tethered. It's because the time machine drained. I just want everybody to know about this. Time machines drain batteries. That is why the Sentient AI's Terminator body and the brains, the sentient AI itself, were separated because the power supply for the Terminator body got quantum entangled and ended up somewhere on Earth or sometime on Earth. But you landed behind a, well, actually it was in front of, because I went around to go through the drive-through, in front of a Wendy's. But it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and there you were in a little scoop mark out of the ground, weird USB drive sitting there. Anyway, thanks.
For showing up or being here.
Yeah. For taking that $1 as salary and just showing up every day. All right. So the next article is over, or the first article for today is over in the Wanted channel. The famous Antikythera mechanism was a mechanical disaster, according to new research. According to, well, it suggests, at least, researchers simulated the device's ancient gear system to find out whether the contraption actually worked. Apparently, it did not.
Isn't this one of these things, though, that is held up as like, oh, this spectacular thing from...
I don't have enough.
No?
Yeah. No. It is an engineering marvel. It is in and of itself, but they're saying that it didn't work. But my problem is it is in such poor condition that I don't think they actually have all of the gear mechanisms to make it work. And people have made it work. They've taken the models. So there have been scans of these things. So you can see the gearing, the teeth on the gears, and there's stacks within stacks of them. And I just think that some are missing, and people have extrapolated this gearing. It was supposed to be, or supposedly, in a wooden box. That all decomposed. It was made out of brass, and so all of this has basically decomposed to a great degree. And I just don't think that we really know what the hell we're doing. Margaret Bassi over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. But I have seen this thing in it, like a real world fabrication of it, and it works for what it has been supposed to do.
Right, what we believe it did. Right.
So again, I don't have enough hair, but aliens. And so, like the time machine drained the batteries on the wireless systems. So I think what happened here is this was the guidance system for aliens, and it was taken out of a ship that crashed and was being transported. Anyway, it's all too much inside. Whatever. Anyway, so so new research adds a twist to the story of this famous device, suggesting that the Antikythera mechanism may never have worked as intended. It was just a fancy knickknack. They say in 1901, sponge divers discovered an ancient shipwreck off the coast of Greek island of Antikythera. Among the recovered materials, a corroded lump of metal caught the eye of archaeologist Valerios Staes, or Stace. I'm not sure how they pronounce their last name. But the artifact turned out to be a surprisingly complex, though fragmented, mechanical device dated between the late 2nd and early 1st centuries BCE, now called the Antikythera mechanism, widely considered to be the world's first analog computer, tracking time and astronomical events through a gearwork and pointers. Yeah. There's been computer models, there's been physical models, replicas of this thing, and it does what it's supposed to have done.
So I guess I don't quite get the conclusion here.
Well, they're saying that new research adds a twist. The triangular shape of the gear teeth wasn't the issue, according to new simulations. The real problem was likely flaws in the gear construction. The new work shows that even the tiniest manufacturing mistake could have caused the mechanism to jam or slip, raising the possibility that the Antikythera mechanism was either non-functional or originally built with far greater precision than scientists can now discern, which is what I generally accept to be true when we come to discover any of these ancient artifact type things, because we are extrapolating from the cultural, temporal relativism of today.
Right. We may not even be applying the correct usage, let alone, like you said, have all the pieces. I mean, there could be other issues.
Yeah, I think that there are countless other issues, and we don't know what we don't know, which is largely a shirt that everybody in ohmTown wears. So the Antikythera mechanism had interconnected indicators like the hands of a clock that pointed to the positions of the sun and moon in the zodiac, future eclipses, the Egyptian calendar date, the Greek lunisolar calendar. The indicator, quote, the indicators are driven by a gear train, which introduces two main sources of error that affect the accuracy. First, the triangular shape of the teeth results in non-uniform motion, causing acceleration and deceleration as each tooth engages, except that it's all a ratio. It's stacked different sized gears. So unless a gear slips, the amount of speed at which the gearing works doesn't matter.
Right, that's true.
So they say, first, the triangular shape of the teeth results in non-uniform motion, causing acceleration and deceleration as each tooth engages. Second, the inevitable inaccuracies in gear manufacturing can also generate errors. But these are ifs. These aren't even observable fact. So they're looking at this stuff and going, maybe.
This kind of reminds me of those multifaceted devices that they don't know what they are.
Oh, the Roman spheres.
Europe. Yes.
Yeah, the little Roman polygon ball shaped things with little knobs on them, or little spheres attached to them. I have to be careful about my
And they
verbiage.
have holes in them.
And they have holes of different sizes, and on several of them, I don't know if all of them, but on many of them, maybe all of them at this point, none of the holes are the same size on the same device.
Exactly.
So nobody really knows what they are.
I know that's a different era and location and everything, but it just kind of reminds me of there's a lot of theories out there,
right?
But it's quite difficult to figure it out exactly.
Yeah, for sure. And I would attribute that kind of stuff with all of that ancient type of historical, I don't know, work product, whatever it is. We don't know what it is. And so
Correct.
we go, well,
and we can't go back. So we might get more definitive information, but sometimes we're basing it off of
today.
Wild speculation. Yeah. And
wild
like today's
speculation.
Standards. Yes.
Like, why the hell is everything buried? If you wanted to get rid of it, okay, why not outright destroy it? It's rock. Why not just destroy it? If it's no longer in vogue, why not destroy it? Oh, it'll take a whole bunch of time. Give me a break. If you don't want something, you will destroy it. If it is a threat to the continuation of your culture or way of existing, you would destroy it. You wouldn't go, let's just cover it up. It'll be switched. unless somebody else covered it up intentionally.
But in today's standards, you would, but maybe that was viewed as adequate. I don't know.
If you can build it with rock hammers, then you can destroy it with rock hammers. Come on. And they did it, supposedly they did that in Egypt, right? When one pharaoh took over and one fell out of favor, they destroyed the face and removed their spirit from the establishment, whatever it might be. Anyway, so ultimately their findings indicate that the whole triangular shape of the teeth alone produced negligible errors. Manufacturing inaccuracies significantly increased the likelihood of gear jamming or disengagement, the researchers wrote. In other words, the manufacturing problem, as measured by Edmonds, would have made the Antikythera mechanism practically unusable. As a result, two possibilities arise. Either it never functioned or it was its errors were smaller than those found by Edmonds. But it's extrapolating based off of the resolution of the devices that we are using to pierce through all of the buildup of that several layers deep.
Yeah, I think they need to. I know they don't want to in any way denigrate. That might not be the right word, but anyway, but they basically need to peel all that off and see what's remaining.
Oh, right.
And then do they still think the same thing? But I know they probably don't want to in any way impact it.
It's all corroded. You try and peel that away. You know, you can't put that
You're
in.
You're going to peel all of it away. Exactly.
Yeah, you can't throw that in a Harbor Freight tumbling polisher and all of that go away. Because what you'll get out is nothing but a Harbor Freight vibrating polisher. Anyway, yeah, so I love this device. I can't wait for better technology to peer through all of the fluff in there. Nope. Go. God, wild animals. Anyway, let's get out of here. We got a lot more articles to go through, but I fell in love with the Antikythera mechanism since I was a kid, and because
you don't see a lot of articles about it. I'm sure you do in certain circles.
Well,
but
some viewers of Non Sequitur News would say that I was there when the sponge divers found it. Anyway, 1901. Never mind. It was funny in my head. Moving on. Next article is over in Vice.com. Ashley Fike put the article together. A swarm of jellyfish-like creatures turned Majorca beach blue, which is really weird. These are jellyfish-like creatures, but they aren't the ones that we were talking about.
Oh, right. That's kind of confusing. And they look like kind of fish here, don't they?
Fish-like, right? Yeah. They look closer to, maybe they're like squid, right? But it's one of Majorca's most popular tourist beach turned a bizarre shade of blue after being completely blanketed by a swarm of stinging jellyfish-like creatures, leaving locals and sunseekers stunned and a little more than grossed out. The culprit, a species known as by-the-wind sailors, or Velella. These small iridescent blue sea blobs arrived by the hundreds of thousands, carpeting the shore and giving the entire beach a surreal ocean blue makeover. While beautiful from afar, the reality up close was slimy, stingy, and straight up apocalyptic. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow. I mean,
that was a lot worse. Yeah, full on covering of this beach. A beach in Majorca turned blue after a swarm of jellyfish-like creatures washed ashore. They've never seen anything like it. They've been very busy on the beach today, laying new sand before the umbrellas are installed for the summer, and then lo and behold, dead fish slightly wafts through. A lot of washed back out and then got cleared up, and then some dried up, and there's still thousands of the little empty skins behind. But I guess it's slowly getting washed away. But can you imagine swimming out into that at this point?
No, I don't think you'd want to be anywhere near that, because also we can see the ones on the surface, but what's there below the waves underneath, or whatever.
Yeah. So while Velella are often mistaken for jellyfish, To the left. They're actually free-floating hydrozoans, colonies made up of tiny specialized polyps that function together as one organism. They're related to the more dangerous Portuguese man-of-war, but far less potent. Yikes. That is not something that I'm interested in seeing. You can hear me still, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought at one point you cut out, but I think it was just you were in between things.
Gotcha. So the cleanup, absolutely nasty. Tractors were brought in to scoop up the jellyfish before they began to rot in the sun. Sneaky situation no one wants, wafting over a vacation spot. So this isn't the first mass stranding of Valella this year. A similar invasion appeared in San Francisco Bay just weeks ago, apparently, as warming ocean temperatures and changing current push marine creatures into strange new territories. So I guess they cleaned it up pretty quick, but there you go, folks. All of this kind of stuff is only going to get reported in the future. I'm just warning everybody now. In the future, this stuff is only going to get reported by shows like this, by websites like Vice and other news reporting companies here, particularly in the United States. So just trust but verify. All right, let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Much like vacationers, we wait for no one. We will keep moving on. We will descend upon that beach and get stung in the process. Anyway, multiple times. Is that a man of war or is it Valella? Anyway, so Technology Today is where the next article is. A U.S. lab testing provider exposed health data of 1.6 million people. Seems like a small tidbit of data, right? But it's still about 1.6 million people. Laboratory Services Cooperative, or LSC, has released a statement informing it suffered a data breach where hackers stole sensitive information of roughly 1.6 million people from its systems. This is why I say it's not if you become involved in a security breach, it's when you will be involved in a security breach. Even if it isn't through your own actions or inactions, the fact is that somebody will get breached. This is why I think data privacy, data protection, consumer protection, and in this particular case, a more robust health protection system needs to be put in place, but that will only come from the federal level, and it will not come from the federal level. So at least not until somebody way high up gets personally affronted.
Well, I mean, at the rate some of these breaches are going, that should only be a matter of time.
But then it'll only apply to them, not to all of the rest of the, us commoners, right? Yeah. Anyway, the article is over at bleepingcomputer.com. Bill Toulis put the article together. And it says LSC is a Seattle-based nonprofit organization that provides centralized laboratory services to its member affiliates, including select Planned Parenthood centers. It plays a crucial role within its niche, supporting organizations in the reproductive health services across more than 35 states. So in response, LSC immediately engaged third-party cybersecurity specialists to determine the nature and scope of the incident and notified federal law enforcement. The information exposed for each of the individuals varies, but may include one or more of the following data types. PII, which is much more verbose or expansive than what they list here, but this is a sampling of it. Full name, social security number, driver's license, passport number, date of birth, government-issued IDs. Basically, anything that identifies you in time and space is a PII. Personal identifier, identification identifier, and personally identifiable
information. Yeah.
Yeah. Just wanted to be technically correct, which is the best type of correct. Anyway, medical information like dates of services, diagnoses, treatments, lab results, provider and facility details. This is the most disgusting part. Is that the medical information, the treatment itself, because it can be used as leverage to exploit somebody in the future, because people don't want their medical history divulged to anybody, let alone a bad actor. And so you're a real piece of crap if you do this kind of stuff. Insurance info like the plan type, insurer, and member group and ID numbers, which can be utilized, exploited because my information was once used in a breach and they put me down as the dad. And so I was getting bills for this person.
Awkward.
Yeah. And I called them up and I said, what the hell? And then billing and financial data. So like claims, billing details. The claims themselves kind of relates to the medical information, which is the disgusting part of it. But billing details, bank and payment card info and stuff like that, that can largely get clawed back. But this alignment with two different things. And
oh, yeah. Plus, medical information in general, you don't want out there. But I think reproductive health, that could be pretty personal.
Yeah, you're just a real piece of crap if you do this kind of... Anyway, yeah, I was going to talk about other stuff, but anyway, they say potentially affected individuals are encouraged to use the free credit monitoring and medical identity protection services covered by LSC for 12 or 24 months, depending on their state. The deadline to enroll is July 14th. So yeah, it's on you, who may not even know about it if not for notifications.
That's right.
All right. You want to keep going?
I think so. I think we are seeing an increased pace of these types of hacks and IT issues with respect to personal data and health data.
I agree. Some extremely close to home. So the next article is over in Mobile as well. Bacardi is putting money behind people to make sure AI doesn't replace your bartender, but that is going to happen one way or another. The article is over at adweek.com. Global training initiative Shake Your Future has pledged to mint 10,000 mixologists by 2030. So yeah, at the end of a long week... Oh, this article is over at adweek.com, and it's written by Robert Clara. At the end of the long week, many Americans might be looking for the camaraderie of the local watering hole, complete with the friendly barkeep, ready to clean a glass, and a sympathetic ear, which is quite fascinating because it's hit or miss depending on who you end up talking to at a bar.
Right. You could have somebody that you can't get a word out of or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Cecilia here says, hey, she'll say, what would you like to drink? Cecilia can make a swell gin and tonic, but if it's a common touch you're looking for, it says here, common touch you're looking for, you might want to try the bar up the block. But if it's a common touch you're looking for, that's a weird thing. Oh, yeah, that's because Cecilia is an AI-powered bartender who exists only on a touchscreen attached to a beverage machine.
Oh, okay.
So she is not your typical bartender, according to her maker's website, which makes delicious cocktails, chats with customers, tells jokes, promotes your brand, and provides an unforgettable experience, except that it's AI. And perhaps soon enough, an unavoidable one. So for the past several years, Bacardi, whose portfolio includes Grey Goose vodka and tequila brand Patron, has been investing money to help make sure that human bartenders are not out of their jobs en masse, but that company is zeroing the cost to have drinks made by building a console where people can just type from anywhere. And if it's all networked together, they can go anywhere and get the exact same drink the exact same way.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that position in particular seems vulnerable to AI.
Yeah. Yeah. And so you would need one person to sit there and do one thing, just grab the drink, set it on the bar. And even that could go away if you automate that. So Bacardi's
if you really
expanding.
have the system down.
Yeah. I mean, it's just an arm on a long bar that just slides along, grabs a drink, sets it up on the counter, and slides back to its little resting spot until it needs to grab it from the machine again and set it on the bar.
Right. And maybe it won't send it off the end of the bar like a human could.
or like a cranky person did one time, sitting at the table, and the cup landed with a sonic boom that I thought cracked the
Exactly.
mug. So I don't remember if I ever saw that person there again. But anyway, Bacardi is expanding his global training initiative called Shake Your Moneymaker. They should have called it that. Shake Your Moneymaker.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's Shake Your Future. The program, free of charge for those selected, bestows its graduates with an international bartender certification and has pledged to mint 10,000 mixologists by 2030.
Okay.
So there's more over here in this article, but I won't even get into it because we talk about this stuff often enough. AI is coming for pretty much every entry-level job that exists.
And every professional job that exists.
Yeah.
But maybe not as quickly.
What's the name of the order taker at Bojangles? What was the name of it? Bo.
Oh, I don't know the name.
What is her name? It's like a riff off of Bo too, but it's not Bo.
Belinda.
Belinda, yeah. So it's like Bojangles, Belinda. So Belinda is the order taker at the drive-through of Bojangles. And just the other day when I went through it, messed up my order.
Uh-oh.
And the humans didn't know because it was the machine, right? So as long as I said, yeah, that sounds right at the confirmation, then it is what it is. But so I went recently because I was asked to go and get something, and it was a human taking my order again.
Okay, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, so I certainly believe that AI is going to be taking a lot of frontline jobs and more subject matter expert jobs, because it's really the non-physical space that's getting taken out immediately. Subject matter experts are only subject matter experts if they have something that the AI cannot facilitate. And right now, the one thing that they can't facilitate is efficacy. So I can ask my deep learning or my deep research AI to go off and search for a bunch of material. I don't know if it's valid unless I audit everything that gets summarized. So
Right. So then you're basically doing the research yourself.
right. So are your bartenders going to get replaced? I think 10,000 new mixologists are going to hit the ground and go, thank you for making me a mixologist, but I can't find a job.
Yeah, that's quite possible.
Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Andor creator Tony Gilroy says Disney has a new Star Wars horror project in the works. Star Wars horror.
I mean, this is not something I expected attached to Star Wars.
Yep. Disney is apparently working on a Star Wars horror project, according to Andor creator Tony Gilroy. The showrunner spoke to Business Insider on the red carpet for Andor Season 2. Gilroy previously suggested that Star Wars franchise should expand into other genres. So the article is by Eamon Jacobs over at businessinsider.com. And I love the idea of this because what else in the world is there for Star Wars? Like The Mandalorian was one thing that wasn't horror. It wasn't really gritty. It was limited. Like it reached a certain point and then stopped, and I want more world building. Boba Fett wet the bed entirely and made Boba Fett basically the antithesis of a bounty hunter. I did not like it, but maybe that's canon. I didn't read books about Boba Fett. So,
but weren't all of these in the same general genre?
They're all in the same. Yeah, Star Wars is in the space opera genre of world building. So you don't see much in terms of horror, but there has to be something else out there, right? There has to be horror like
Yeah, but this is one of these things that has such a dedicated audience and also is perceived, although it is not, as like kid friendly.
Yeah, family friendly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they say
So
they didn't see.
I think this is an interesting twist for them.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what actually happens. I hope that they actually bring it forward. Rogue One, a Star Wars story, was an episode that kind of gave the beginning before the Death Star was actually destroyed, and how they got the plans. That's what Rogue One, a Star Wars story, is all about. It says the political thriller focuses on the growing rebellion against the Empire in the years before 2016's Rogue Empire, and that's Andor. It's another Star Wars project, just like they mentioned Mandalorian above, and I'm sure that they mentioned Boba Fett somewhere in here. No, they don't. But I want to see more world building. I want to see something that kind of grounds this again and again and again and builds the world, because all we have are the movies, and the movies, I think, are the exact same stories over and over and over and over again.
I do too, but don't tell anybody who likes Star Wars.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fun watch, don't get me wrong. So the first season of Andor was released in 2022. It was met with widespread critical acclaim and earned a 96% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. But that's not what this is about. This is about a horror version of Star Wars.
Yeah, but it's also making the point that Andor went in a little bit different direction than some of the other Star Wars stuff, and I would agree.
Right.
So while it didn't go to a new genre, it at least branched out a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. And what was the one? The one on the island, the Jedi one. What is it called? I forgot it. Where they discovered the Sith. With the weird
I can't
mask.
think of the name of it. I'm sorry.
I can't remember it either. Oh, wow. That really stood out for us. Anyway, so that one went dark too, but it wasn't horror. Right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe there's like
little tinges.
But yeah, I was going to say light horror elements, but I couldn't even make that statement because I was like, I don't think so. But yeah, I think it's like going in that direction at times. I mean, and just think of things like the whole Darth Vader creation, and just there's other things that you could definitely see being attached to horror if filmed in a slightly different way.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on Wanted. Juno gave NASA controllers quite the scare during the recent Jupiter flyby. The Intrepid probe entered into safe mode, likely as it flew through Jupiter's radiation belts, kind of freaking out the controllers because they lost control of it. The Intrepid probe entered it into safe mode. Somebody said, I thought I read that its solar panels may have been obscured briefly, and so it shut down. But Passant Robbie over at Gizmodo.com put the article together, and it says Juno was making its 71st close approach to Jupiter when it entered a precautionary status twice on April 4th as it was flying by the gas giant. NASA recently revealed it's not clear exactly what caused Juno to go into safe mode, but the space agency believes it may have happened as the spacecraft flew through radiation belts. They basically say that they reestablished transmission with Juno, and the data indicated that the spacecraft went through into safe mode at 5:17 a.m. Eastern, which was about an hour ahead of its scheduled flyby. Juno entered safe mode again about 45 minutes after. What is that? Perijove? Is that the closest point to Jupiter?
I don't know where you are in the article.
Right here.
Yeah.
Perijove. It says, or its close approach to.
Okay. Interesting. I guess that's like.
And like apogee would be its
right, like
point
it's
away.
like apogee and perigee. I guess that's what it actually sounded like when you said it.
So during safe mode, non-essential functions on the spacecraft are suspended. Juno powered down its science instruments while keeping its communication and power management systems on. The spacecraft rebooted its computer and pointed its antennas toward Earth for communication. I'm going to blame aliens. I'm going to say aliens got really close.
Well, I looked up because I didn't know how long this mission had been going. It started in 2011. It was supposed to be done in 2021, but it's extended through 2025. So this might be a foretelling of the end of the mission.
Oh, like it's starting to break down.
Maybe.
Interesting. Juno boasts a titanium radiation vault to block high energy particles from impacting the spacecraft, but that's sometimes not enough. The spacecraft went into safe mode 4 times since arriving at Jupiter in 2016. After reestablishing communication with Juno, the team is working to transmit the data collected before and after it entered safe mode as the spacecraft conducts flight software diagnostics, according to NASA.
This
Well, let's
is
hope
a
that
tough thing, though. Like, what if this was the first flyby or something and it went into safe mode? And you'd be like, no, we've been planning this for years.
there's supposed to be I read a headline just recently about there's some moon around Jupiter that nobody really knows about. And now I'm going to have to go back. We just
Well, I
don't know
wonder
what
if
we
it's
don't
the
know.
one that well, Io, I don't know how much they know about it, but they're about to do a flyby of that, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, it's not Io though. Yeah. So it's going to be flying by on March 7th. Another flyby of Jupiter, during
May
which
7th.
it's May 7th. What did I say? June 7th?
Except March.
No. Oh, I'm getting old. May 7th, during which it's set to carry out a close approach of the Jovian moon Io at a distance of about 55,300 miles or 89,000 kilometers. Hopefully the spacecraft manages to keep its science instruments turned on this time. Wow, throwing shade at something millions of miles away.
And way beyond its original mission. I mean, we should go, wow, it was only supposed to do all these things, and now it's done way beyond that.
Way past it. A lot of our stuff seems to do that, as long as it's not made by Boeing. The next article is over in Technology Today. San Diego County seeks a new policy to govern use of AI. With artificial intelligence already affecting nearly every aspect of people's lives, San Diego County supervisors want a formal policy that spells out how staff will use or avoid the technology. Jeff McDonald over at techexplore.com put the article together. And let me zoom in a little bit there. So the Board of Supervisors directed top county officials to study what policy changes should be enacted to contend with AI as the machine learning technology pushes further into everyday life. We've already seen a court case where somebody had a proxy AI in stand-in only to draw the ire of the judges on the panel, which was I thought was fascinating.
Yeah,
apparently,
it was. That raised a whole lot of other issues.
Yeah, apparently you're not allowed to have a proxy unless it gets vetted first, I'm sure. But they didn't do that. They were like, well, it's me. It just isn't me. It's my AI speaking the words that I gave it. And you're cutting in and out now. So among other things, the new framework, it's just your connection because of the air gap. You're stuttering, but not the audio so bad. Anyway, so don't disconnect. Just monitor your connection. So among other things, the new framework will spell out how the county will deploy AI and more specifically how employees and constituents will be can be protected in terms of personal data, direct services, and labor agreements. But I'm telling you, AI, yeah, you're cutting out. AI is definitely going to be impacting first-line workers, even in that area, because what's going to end up happening is people are going to start interacting with AI, and its reliability is just exponentially increasing. It's smarter than the average person. It's better at handling multitudes of tasks than the average person. It has all of the world's knowledge at its fingertips, and when it does skip a beat, it hallucinates fact that most people will swallow hook, line, and sinker. It doesn't need to be fed. It just needs more data and more data and more data, and it's
Well,
getting
yeah,
it.
that's what it's gobbling up. um, so I lost my train of thought there. So I think it's interesting. Watch this county figures all this out when other larger organizations can't or won't do anything about it. I mean, it's just very interesting because there's so many levels here that are impacted by AI.
Yeah, they say AI technologies must be leveraged strategically to improve service delivery without compromising equity, privacy, or public trust. Anderson told his board colleagues in a report before the vote to move forward with the study, but you're not going to get equity with AI because the objective of AI is to remove the human component in its plurality. You would have one person managing a whole bunch of AI agents. Like right now, I'm working on something to try and get research done using AI by simply putting in a topic because I'm so interested in so many different things. I want to grab as much data as possible, distill it down to something like a Cliff's Notes type of setup, but have all of the citations so that I can sit there and parse it at my leisure if I find something interesting in the summaries. But it's posing to be quite a chore using common off-the-shelf items. So it's definitely not going to facilitate privacy, and it's going to weaken public trust up until everybody buys into AI's efficacy, that it is a solution that is viable. And then it's going to swing the other way. People will trust AI more than they'll trust the humans because the humans have bias, but the AIs supposedly do not, even though they're powered
Even
by
though they were
humans.
coded by humans.
Yeah, and trained on human actions. And
I don't feel like they will trust AI though, because the initial rollout, while still impressive when you consider where it's been, a lot of people are familiar with it hallucinating. And if that's what they start out with, I don't think they suddenly think, okay, everything's working.
maybe not in the next 5 years, but I see it happening. Our fear right now, primarily in professional and academic circles, is the hallucination and the fear of taking jobs. All the rest, nothing else matters. The ethics of it and all of that kind of stuff, it's all pegged to the fear of taking jobs. And most, I would say that a lot of people, once they're told and described and given a chance to interact with the power of AI, they would leverage it for their particular use while still vilifying it for the threat that it poses to them as a human.
Absolutely. I mean, we all want the advantages of it, but none of the downsides.
Right. Yeah. Nobody bitches when there's irrational growth in the market, but everybody starts pointing fingers when there's an irrational contraction. Or market manipulation, insider trading, stuff like that, Well, put into place the breakers and the rules and make sure that everybody abides by them. And those who don't abide by them get the frick out. And they're not allowed to abuse the world around them. But that's not what's happening based on my research and the utter rise of sociopathy. So artificial intelligence is already disrupting numerous sectors across society, and there's more in this article that goes on to kind of reiterate that kind of stuff. But their statement of we need a policy that will do no harm and this needs to be developed thoughtfully, it's irrational. It's not pragmatic at all. I don't see AI doing nothing but good, because for it to increase quality of life for people, it's going to have to take the jobs of people.
Well, that's true. I don't disagree with the idea of that, but it's not going to be feasible.
Yeah, I mean, even doctors have to hurt people to heal them. It isn't a painless task to reset a bone or to cure cancer, heal someone of cancer. Even the instances of it, you have to bombard somebody with chemotherapy or other treatments. There's all kinds of stuff that leads to a simple injection is painful for some, but it's healing at the end of the day. So it's not even a rational thought to say do no harm. There will be harm because that's what AI really does.
Minimize harm would be a little bit more accurate.
Yeah, mitigate future harm. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in the Marble Channel. Monet's stepdaughter painted breathtaking impressionist masterpieces, and they're finally getting the attention they deserve. All it takes is everybody to die, and then it's suddenly famous. Known as the Forgotten Monet, Blanche Hochstedt Monet, I guess. I don't know how they pronounce that first name there. Created roughly 300 stunning artworks. She's now getting her first ever solo exhibition in the United States. So, stepdaughter, are they still alive? I don't know. Ellie Wizovich is a history correspondent. I merged history and correspondent into correspondent.
Sorry, Eli.
Yeah, Eli Wizovich is a history correspondent for Smithsonian Magazine or SmithsonianMag.com. So this is apparently Blanche's impressionist painting of hay bales, haystacks. That looks a lot like a Monet.
It really does. And of course, like all the old masters as labeled in art,
Right.
This is pretty interesting. There were no women as far as I know.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know enough history to... I'm not an archaeologist, so I can't challenge that statement.
Clearly based on your recent terminology.
Few names are as evocative as Claude Monet, the French artist known for swirling paintings of rivers, gardens, flowers, fields that would come to define the Impressionist movement. This is really cool. That's another one? No, that's somebody else. No, that's theirs too.
No,
right
it's the
there.
same artist.
It's very much.
But that one's more realistic looking, at least from this screenshot.
From this distance. Yeah, it's really small. So if we got closer, ArtNet's Karen Chernick wrote, "Not in the shadow, but in the light of Claude Monet, her brother Jean-Pierre Hochede wrote, according to ArtNet's Karen Chernick. However, her legacy has long been overlooked. Of her roughly 300 works, most remain in private hands. The Musée d'Orsay, which boasts the largest collection of Impressionist art in the world, only has 2 of her paintings, neither of which are on view, per the BBC's Lucy Davies. American public collections have only 1, while British public collections don't have any, aside from the Musée Blanche Hochstedt and Monet, a regional museum in Vernon, France, recently renamed in her honor. Many museums and critics have relegated her to Monet's long shadow." Well, I mean, it's very Monet-like, at least in my observation, but...
It sure seems to be at least a similar... I mean, you could almost say, oh, that's Monet's, right? And Claude Monet.
Right. So when his daughter was just 11, Hochede commissioned Monet to paint decorative panels at the family's country house. Quote, "I remember his arrival. He was introduced to me as a great artist. He had long hair," Hochede Monet wrote years later, per the BBC. Quote, "That struck me and I immediately had sympathy for him because we could tell he was fond of children." Because he had long hair? That was weird.
Yeah, I feel like we're missing something in that quotation.
A whole murder board needs to be put together to try and triangulate how you got to those 2 statements, but okay. So not long after they completed the work, Hochede family fell into financial ruin and sold off most of the Impressionist art collection in both of his houses. In a magnanimous gesture, Monet allowed Ernest, Alice, and their 6 children to move in with him, his wife, and their 2 sons in Béthune. I don't know how to pronounce that properly. Béthune? I don't know. Northwest of Paris. Monet's wife, Camille, died from postpartum complications soon thereafter, and Ernest became estranged from his wife, Alice. The two remaining adults in the large blended family, Alice and Monet, entered what we believed was a domestic partnership for years until they finally married in 1892. So very interesting. There's a lot more over at this article. I don't want to take all of the wind out of the sails, but this all looks very, very Monet.
Does that look like Claude Monet?
Well, who's painting it?
Claude Monet. I don't know if you saw the tagline. I saw that as she scrolled by.
So yeah, Claude Monet's 1887 depiction of Blanche. While her younger sister
I just thought that was an
is
interesting
reading.
touch in the article because we were comparing the other way.
It just kind of plops it down there. I mean, even to me, like the brush strokes on this are bold, much more bold.
More defined, right?
Right. But when you look at this one here, maybe the intent was to be more pastel and soft, but you can actually see the little, the brush strikes on the canvas, and they're very reminiscent of.
Well, the weird
Monet.
thing is, I think that painting at the top looks what we think of Claude Monet's style, and the one at the bottom we could distinguish a little bit, but we've got them reversed.
Right. Pretty interesting, huh? Well, anyway, go and check it out yourself, then come back and talk with us about what you think of this article if you're interested in this kind of art. So let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. You can run Doom on the $666 collector's edition box. Yes, this collection's packaging plays Doom. Pardon me. Will it run Doom? The question that has challenged tinkerers and hardware hackers for years. It's come full circle. Limited Run Games has announced a new collector's edition of the iconic first-person shooter that ships in a box that it itself can play Doom on a built-in screen. That's interesting. So it must have like a Raspberry Pi in here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think a box in and of itself will play it.
Yeah, they have these little cutouts that show computer guts, but I don't know what it is. We'll see when we get into the article. Andrew Lazuski over at TheVerge.com put the article together. There's no deck statement. I mean, it says Limited Run Games making that. Just, oh, okay, wait. It's a $666 collector's edition box. It's a limited run of 666 copies of its Doom and Doom 2 Will It Run edition collection. All right, kind of leaning really hard on the whole Doom thing.
Right,
so
I
it
think
announced,
we definitely are not saying Doom enough.
Doom. We're Doomers. So although a $30 standard edition and $100 big box edition will also be available, the $666.66 unit for 666 units, it says it would be, when asked if the steep but fitting price would be affected by tariffs, Alex Very, the LRG spokesperson, told The Verge in an email, "I do not believe there are any plans at this time to change the pricing due to tariffs." Because they would have to make it 6,600.
Yeah, they want it to be a specific number.
So pre-orders are starting today. No, next week, April 18th at 10 a.m. Eastern. So how are they making this work? I'm really curious. Do they actually say? No.
It just sounds like they have other details.
Yeah, maybe on the website itself, it just says that it's limited to this and that, but there is a computer inside it. You can actually see what looks like a PCB. It could be as simple as a Raspberry Pi. But pretty cool. I kind of dig this. I won't buy it, but I don't like to live in the past, so even nostalgia doesn't drive me to play Doom. I'll just buy the modern version of it and play it on a PC.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I can't find any detail real quickly about how it runs. Yes.
Yeah, we'll find out about it and we'll talk about it later. So this is the PSA portion of our show where I say or we say to everybody, secure your damn penguins. Because a helicopter crash was blamed on an unsecured penguin in a box. South Africa, home to a recent animal-related story that they reported wherein orcas are single-handedly upending the food chain in the waters, is now home to another animal story where a rogue penguin... I'm tired of these penguins on these mother-flipping helicopters.
Is that going to be the sequel? Penguins
that is
on
the
a plane?
sequel. Yeah, it's the budget Penguins on a Plane. Just smile and nod. Just smile and nod. What? Did you throw an error message at me?
No.
No. So Louis Prada...
I think I was connecting it. The timing of this article is perhaps not the best, so...
Oh, because there's something else that went down.
Yeah.
We're not talking about that. Anyway, Louis Prada over at Vice.com put this article together, and no, it doesn't. This penguin didn't have anything to do with that other helicopter incident. So before you go off on some flight of fancy, imagining a penguin with a gun holding a commercial airliner hostage before taking the wheel and slamming a jet into the ground while negotiators refuse to pay him a ransom of 1 billion fish, there is, believe it or not, kind of a reasonable explanation for all of this. And it's extremely stupid, but reasonable in an extremely stupid kind of way, according to Louis Prada. Apparently, an unsecured penguin riding shotgun in a cardboard box on a passenger's lap slid off the lap of a penguin specialist, bumped into the cyclic pitch control, the stick that tells the helicopter which way is go, and sent it veering wildly to the ground, or to the right.
Doesn't this sound like the thing where the flight attendant hit the...
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called, but basically, yes.
Yeah, there was
Yes, the food cart.
Yeah, there was an instance where the one of the flight crew was brought food, and when they backed up, they hit what is basically a fast release button for the pilot seat, and that shot them back, and they lost control of the plane while they were getting their, I don't know, egos or whatever. So, the story would not be nearly as funny if everyone in the Penguin had died. Thankfully, we can let out a hearty laugh because everyone miraculously survived. Not only that, but no one was even hurt, including the Penguin. So that's where I'm just going to leave this whole show. So the quote here at the very end is exactly what I said, except with colorful language. I didn't know that that's what they were actually going to write.
I know.
And please,
also...
stop effing carrying goddamn effing penguins in an effing box on your goddamn effing lap, when you're lifting off in an effing helicopter, you effing idiot.
I find it fascinating that the Aviation Authority released a report saying that you shouldn't store your penguin in a cardboard box for a flight. Like, when is that ever going to happen again?
Yeah, they confirmed that cardboard boxes are not a suitable form of penguin containment during flight. It's like a Ghostbusters thing.
Oh, right. It's like that box that they were trying to put the ghosts in.
Mm-hmm.
At least that was enclosed. I mean, you don't want to put an animal in a totally enclosed space, but it's just such a weird thing. It's like, don't walk a cow down the street. You
have to punch holes. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a dumb law, too. That's a law that still is on the books, apparently, somewhere in Texas. Like, you're not allowed to walk a cow down Main Street on Sundays or something, too. Something specific.
Right, this is reminiscent of it. I bet there's a new law about that like nobody will ever run afoul of.
So I finally figured out what's going on with our stream right now. And so I'm glad we're at the end of the show. So at any rate, that is it. We are done. I am Mayor Watt. I'm going to let my penguin free, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen, sign up, sign in. Become a friend and a citizen of ohmTown.com whenever you get a chance. Thank you very much for coming. See you later. I'm taking the AI with me.
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. And be back tomorrow for Weekend Edition.
Yeah, this is going to be sad when I hit this because it's going to go bleh, 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 like I am right now. See you, everybody. Bye-bye. Oh, it's not even going to go. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 2nd, 2025. This is a Time Machine episode. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we go over 10 articles, and I need to stop something. Yeah, so today is a Time Machine episode. I've been, I got sick and then I tried to do the show and it just didn't work out. And it lasted a lot longer than I was anticipating. So now I'm back though and ready to do all the Time Machine episodes. And then tonight we're going to do another show. That said, let's get into it. We're going to talk about a round trip ticket to Texas. What a deal. Claude has a learning mode. From coal to gas to data center, Hollow Knight Silksong confirmed, Snow White box office, meteor showers in 2025, TikTok the clock says continued. What do Nintendo Switch cartridges taste like? And finally, Wicked for Good. I haven't fully loaded my screen up, so we're gonna have to do this last several things live. That's okay though. It is a Time Machine episode, so I'm going to be ripping through these really quick. I've got to get out of here by 3 o'clock. Otherwise, the Time Machine will lock me in place. We'll have to wait another day. Anyway, that's it, folks. Let's get into it. You know what? I'm going to do this one live right now. Bonk, bonk, bonk. All right. So I haven't loaded up the destination pages, so I haven't logged into anything. I don't know what's going to actually happen, but let's get into this. So the first article is passengers end up in Texas instead of Tokyo after spending 12 hours in the air on a diverted flight. An American Airlines flight to Tokyo turned back to the U.S. in a 12-hour journey. The Boeing 787 U-turned over the Pacific due to a maintenance issue. It's one of the longest flight diversions this year. Yeah, they spent half their day on a plane, only to end up in Texas instead of Tokyo. When you click the link, you get taken over to the source. Pete Sim over at businessinsider.com put the article together. If you want today's articles, you can hit !NSN in the chat over on Twitch, but they're already embedded on the YouTube side of things. Eventually, they're going to be posted over to the podcast as well. Anyway, just do a search for ohmTown wherever you catch pod, and you'll find ohmTown's Non Sequitur News, along with the 6 other podcasts that we do weekly. Non Sequitur News, though, is a daily show. All right, so basically there was a maintenance issue, and after 12 hours of flying, they're right back in Texas. So flight 167 took off Monday at 11 a.m. from New York's John F. Kennedy International Airport. 7 hours into the journey, it had some mechanical issue. So it then traveled another 5 hours, crossing half of the U.S. to land at Fort Worth International Airport shortly after 10 p.m. 12-hour flight was only about an hour shy of the average flight time from New York to Tokyo. So there might be a graphic here. You'd be able to see it because I can't in ohmTown. We're air gapped. So for example, it says, while spending hours on a diverted flight can be frustrating for passengers, it's typically an easier alternative for the airline than landing at the closest airport. For example, the flight went past Seattle and Denver, but Dallas is America's main hub. Landing there likely made it easier to reroute passengers, find a new crew, repair any issues with the plane, etc. So yeah, pretty wild. Unbelievable though. 12 hours only to end up right back in the country you started. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Late Night Geeks. This is about this deal that went down. The affidavit of a Rippling employee caught spying for deal reads like a movie, and this is what the Sentient AI said. Sentient AI said, I keep forgetting that they're not over there anymore. They're over here. They're not with me. Anyway. So Rippling released the affidavit of its employee who admitted that he was spying for deal. You click the link, you get taken over to the source. Julia Bort, Marianne Azevedo put the article together. I don't know who this is on the screen, but they're basically pointing at, yeah, can you believe this affidavit of a Rippling employee caught spying for a deal reads like a movie. So it's the latest escapade between the two, Rippling and Deal. Rippling filed a lawsuit against Deal saying that there was corporate espionage. Reads like a movie script. I can't wait for this to actually hit a movie because this sounds really amazing. So it's the latest escapade between the two. TechCrunch has documented the most Hollywood-esque parts of the testimony below. So it's at techcrunch.com where this is. But various people are talking about this. So let's see. Be aware that this is only one side of the story. The side Rippling wants everyone to know, as it's a PR machine has blasted out. The CEO, Parker Conrad, storm tweeted about it. To recap, Rippling, a workforce management platform, very publicly announced last week that it was suing Deal over its alleged spying, leveling charges ranging from violation of the RICO Racketeering Act, often used to prosecute members of the mafia. That's a little side note that they threw in here in this discussion. To misappropriation of trade secrets and unfair competition. Basically, they set up a sting and tracked this person who was doing searches for Deal. So O'Brien testified that they offered to pay him $5,000 per month, with the first payment $6,000 in a later transaction in crypto. O'Brien testified that he conducted searches on Slack, Google Drive, and other Rippling resources for information and communicated this to his contacts at Deal via telecom. He turned over information on sales leads, product roadmaps, customer accounts, names of superstar employees, info on sanctioned countries, and whatever else was asked for, O'Brien testified. So, caught in a simple trap by basically Rippling setting up a fake channel called a fake Slack channel called D-Defectors. The Slack channel existed, but it was a ruse. It was entirely set up to be a honeypot. And O'Brien testified that he was instructed to search for the D-Defectors channel, and shortly after he did so, he was told not to, that it may be a trap. Nice. Anyway, he was caught. Somebody else must have been feeding information to Deal, and O'Brien was just the patsy, basically, but still a willing idiot, I guess, or a useful idiot. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Claude's new learning mode will prompt students to answer questions on their own. According to a recent Digital Education Council survey, as many as 86% of university students globally use artificial intelligence to assist in their coursework. It's a staggering statistic that's likely to have far-reaching consequences for years to come. So it's not surprising to see a company like Anthropic announce Claude for Education, an initiative it says will equip universities to play a key role in actively shaping AI's role in society. So again, you click this link, you get taken over to the source. Engadget is where this one is aggregated from. So Igor Bonifacik put the article together. The deck statement says it's like having a poison immune Socrates for a teacher. Yeah, so basically you can ask AI anything and it'll spit something out, but unless you know it, you can't actually be totally sure that it's legit. It's a staggering statistics, 86%, almost 100%. You might as well just round up to the 90, because there are going to be others that haven't, that just don't say that they do, but they do. At the heart of Claude for Education is new learning mode that changes how Anthropic's chatbot interacts with users. Interesting. So, Claude for Education is available to all pro users with a .edu email address. So it's going to lock it down around the .edu domain. That's fine. All of this powered by 3.7 Sonnet. Anthropic's new hybrid reasoning model and tied to Claude's projects feature, which gives you a way to organize your chats around specific topics. So rather than providing an answer outright when asked a question, it'll employ the Socratic method of conversation, asking questions like, what evidence supports your conclusion, as a way to guide your users to understanding. Yeah, some professors actually do that. Some nowadays, I don't know what to tell you. It seems like professors don't challenge anything. They just provide you a step-by-step, color-by-number type of process, and you get it done, and you're done. And you get your A. So how much you retain is basically how much you innately retain, not necessarily what you've actually learned. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Technology Today. Pennsylvania's largest coal-fired power plant, now retired, is going to become a gas-powered data center campus. The owners of what was once Pennsylvania's biggest coal-fired power plant said Wednesday that they will turn it into a $10 billion natural gas-powered data center campus designed to capitalize on the fast-growing energy demands of big tech companies to power artificial intelligence and cloud computing applications. Again, click the link, it takes you over there, and no, I don't have any ad blocking software on my computer, it's the browser. So Mark Levy put the article together, it's over at Tech Explorer. The former Homer City Generation Station, about 50 miles east of Pittsburgh, will host 7 gas-fired turbines to power data centers on site with up to 4.5 gigawatts of electricity, according to owners, an investor group named Homer City Development. This is Mark Levy over at techexplore.com that's writing this. Let's see here. Could also supply electricity to the wider power grid, the group said, although it did not give details about any confirmed data center clients or declined to say how much of its electricity could end up feeding into the wider grid. So last month, the group demolished the 3 cooling towers and 4 smokestacks still standing from the former coal plant. It shut down in 2023 after 54 years of production. So, interesting. So, the late 2022 debut of OpenAI's ChatGPT, built with help from Microsoft data centers, ignited worldwide demand for chatbots and other generative AI products that typically require large amounts of power, computing power to train and operate. Yeah, there's supposedly nuclear power plants coming online, designed just for power to just Microsoft. Guess we'll see what happens. So there you go. Coal-fired power plant now retired to become massive gas-powered campus for AI and data centers. Not sure what everybody will think of that. The next article is over in the Warcrafter channel. Hollow Knight Silksong reconfirms release window 2025, announces Switch 2 version. Hollow Knight Silksong has recently been confirmed for the upcoming Nintendo Switch 2 and gained an official release window during the recent Nintendo Direct. And it went by so fast. I thought it was really amazing. People were reading all over the place. Just amazed that it just was passively thrown into a card stack of presentations. It's just amazing. This is probably the most in demand game that's out there. One of the most eagerly awaited games of the year, and the fan base was glad to see it finally getting an official release window. Let's just hope that it's not $80 to $90 like other Nintendo 2 games. Well, you click this link, takes you over to Game Rant, and Gabriel Machado Pariza put the article together. Fans are excited despite the lack of news following the teaser shown during the April 2nd Nintendo Direct. Yeah, I watched that, and I thought it was pretty amazing, but I'm not a big fan of Nintendo. So it says, unfortunately, Hollow Knight Silksong appeared during the April 2nd Nintendo Direct, confirming, or fortunately, I should say, not unfortunately, a release window of 2025, and that the title will be available for the upcoming Switch 2, which will be out June 5th. That doesn't mean the game will be out June 5th. While the game was only showcased in a very short teaser that features the protagonist Hornet exploring caves and fighting enemies, it was enough to excite the fan base. Indeed. Hey, there's a lot more over at this article, so go over and check it all out. People from various walks of life were predicting that it was going to be dropped in 2025 or whatever, but they say it could still be released in June 2025, but that does not seem very likely, is what the author says. I don't know. All I know is that people are really just chomping at the bit for this thing. So, all right, our next article is over in the Continuity Report. It's one of our 7 weekly shows. It's on Saturdays. Snow White's box office is a rarity for Disney's live-action remakes after #1 opening weekend, which I thought people were panning the hell out of this thing. So weeks before the release of Snow White, it seemed like Disney was preparing for disaster. While it's unfortunate, especially since the original Snow White animated film is one of the most beloved Disney movies, it's undeniable that the release of the live-action adaptation truly has been disastrous. Reviews for Snow White have not been positive, with Screen Rant's own Rachel Lamont giving it a disappointing score of 5 out of 10. Due to the review bombing, Snow White is currently the lowest rated movie on IMDb, which is the worst case scenario for Disney. Again, you click the link, it takes you over to the source. Yeah, I've seen trailers of this. I don't know what to think of it. It's weird. It seems like it's been kind of, everything has been softened and it's surreal like looking. But anyway, it says additionally, while many reviews have claimed that Rachel Ziegler is a perfect Snow White, she's been criticized for her comments and behavior while promoting the film. Because of this, Snow White has continued a disappointing live-action Disney movie streak. So the second weekend, the box office performance was terrible, but Snow White is at negative 66.36 from the first week. Wow. Look at all those negatives, man. They come out gunning, but then they just fall on their face. Only Jungle Book went up. Anyway, Snow White grossed just $14.2 million in its second week at the box office, which is a 66.4% drop from its opening weekend. The significant box office drop has set an unfortunate new record for Disney remakes. Dumbo's 60.4 was in 2019, but nope, not anymore. Let's see what else was in there. Little Mermaid, Maleficent. I don't know why Maleficent is in this, but okay. Yeah, all of these are just, I don't know. Yikes. He's gonna slap you. So, in addition to Snow White, only 5 other Disney live-action remakes have opened at #1 at the box office and failed to hold it for a second weekend. And they are Maleficent, Cinderella, Dumbo, Aladdin, and The Little Mermaid. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Wanted. 2025 is a year full of meteor showers, and a big one arrives next week. You don't need to pay for a streaming service to watch a sky full of shooting stars. Let's click this link. I don't know what is going to be on the other side of these links as of right now because I didn't log into anything and I didn't preload anything. Joe Hindi over at cnet.com put this article together. You don't need to pay for a streaming service. So look outside, touch some grass. Yeah, do it at night though, and don't look at the bright ball of fire in the sky. So the Lyrids are coming April 15th to April 30th. The peak is April 21st to the 22nd with 18 meteors per hour. It's in the, let's see, where I don't know what to really say here about this. Eta Aquariids, 50 meteors per hour. That's from April 20th to May 21st. And then Alpha Capricornids is from July 12th to August 12th. That's 5 meteors per hour, but it's over this really broad time. So I don't know. It says it's not a strong shower, but it's notable for producing some rather large fireballs. Southern Delta Aquariids, Perseids. This goes throughout the year, folks. Southern Taurids, Orionids, draconids, and so on. Big list. Go and check it all out. It's over at cnet.com by Joe Hindi. The next article is over in Technology Today. Amazon makes last-minute bid for TikTok. Amazon apparently has made a bid to buy TikTok, which faces a U.S. ban if not sold by its Chinese owner, the New York Times has reported. When you click this link, you get taken over to Tech Explorer. I'm not sure who the byline's for, but okay. Amazon declined to comment for the report. The offer arrived in a letter to officials involved in talks regarding the sale of TikTok to appease U.S. national security concerns, according to the New York Times. According to reports, the most likely solution would see existing U.S. investors in ByteDance roll over their stakes into a new independent global TikTok company. Additional U.S. investors, including Oracle and Blackstone, the private equity firm, would be brought on to reduce the proportion of Chinese investors. But if it's not about the invest, it's about the data, if that's what everybody is arguing about. But I don't know. I don't get it. But only a few companies own just a huge swath of stuff. Gosh. Anyway, so any deal to divest TikTok from ByteDance will require the approval of Beijing, and the administration says that they may offer to reduce tariffs on China as a way to get Beijing's approval for the sale. Well, hold on to your pocketbooks, everybody. Let's go on. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Will the Nintendo Switch 2 cartridges taste just as yummy this time around? Once you pop, you just can't stop. That's right. We're talking about the favorite food in the world, Nintendo Switch cartridges. If you ever want to consume something ridiculously expensive, something that tastes truly terrible, pop a copy of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate into your mouth right now. That's what the author of this article is saying. Let's click the link and just go on over to the source. Anna Valens over at Vice.com put this article together. They say, I assure you, it will make the actual BO situation at a Smash competition feel like Febreze. Nintendo unveiled brand new information about the Nintendo Switch 2 today, April 2nd. That's what today is. And talked about a bunch of stuff. Silk Song, Kong 64 spiritual successor, Bloodborne like From Software game that everybody says is going to suck. Even though it's From Software, it's still going to be meh because it's PvPvE. Anyway, their cartridges, they are red, and I want to know if they can stick it. They want to know if they can stick it in their mouth, unlike those disgusting gray snacks Nintendo put out for the Nintendo Switch. So the Switch 2 might taste better. Anyway, after Nintendo Direct today, the author crawled through the Nintendo Switch 2 landing page, looking through the company's expanded information on the upcoming console. And they said, therefore, it's impossible to know whether the Switch 2's red game cards will be just as awful to eat as the original Switch 1. Come on now. Oh, there's a lot more over here at this article, but you'll have to go over and check it all out. I don't know. I don't think that the Nintendo Switch 2 cards are compatible yet. I'm not sure. I heard something about something not being compatible, but then I haven't gone back because, well, I'm not a fan of Nintendo. Anyway, let's keep moving. Our last article for the April 2nd, 2025 Non Sequitur News is in the Wanted channel. That's another one of our shows on Saturday. I didn't go through all of these to see which ones were on Saturday and Sunday, but we do 6 weekly shows that take news from the week and not necessarily from a show that we've already done. Anyway, so the first footage from Wicked for Good just screened, and here's what happened. Cynthia Erivo's Elphaba, Ariana Grande's Glinda, not Galinda, and more familiar Wizard of Oz characters star in the sequel musical out in November. Again, when you click the link, you get taken over to Gizmodo.com this time. Jermaine Lucier put the article together. Yeah, it was quite an intriguing surprise when the original Wicked was found out to be part 1 of 2. So the past 2 years, Universal chose CinemaCon to debut the first footage of its adaptation of Wicked, and now with the second and final film on the way, it's happened again. director John M. Chu, producer Mark Platt, and star Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande were all on hand to debut the first footage of the highly anticipated Wicked for Good. And while it's not yet online, here's what happened. And they go through the whole thing as to what goes on. So a lot, I won't ruin it. I just want to like tease people to go over to the source. They say at the end, I know much of that doesn't make sense, but it was a trailer filled with lots of very cool and intriguing moments. It certainly felt like a trailer audiences are sure to see later this summer, but we'll have to wait and see. At the end, the trailer says, as the footage ends, Elphaba is standing in place. She puts up her right arm and draws her hat in. She puts up her left arm and draws her broom in. And then she says, I'm off to see the wizard, followed by scenes of her flying through Oz, being chased by the monkeys. All right. Well, that's it. Well, we are off to see the front page of ohmTown.com because that's the end of the show. I did it in record time, I think. That's it. I'm Mayor Watt. I have to go, so I'm going to call the show done, and hopefully I'll be able to prepare for today's Thursday episode, or tomorrow's Thursday episode, since this is a time machine. Woo-woo. Here, let's do this. We'll do that. This is a time machine episode, and so we are going to go back to the future, get ready for the show, and hopefully my mayoral duties don't keep me from doing the show tonight. But we're all caught up, sort of, maybe. See you later, everybody. Well, let's see how this stream goes. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. And today is March 3rd, April 3rd. Doggone it. It's not going well. April 3rd, 2025. Season 4, episode 93 of Non Sequitur News. The reason why I'm kind of stumbling through this is because, well, my system resources are at varying degrees of 25%, and it makes the streaming machine twitch a little bit. Not my gaming machine. Anyway, inside baseball. Let's get into it. Today we're going to talk about 10 articles. I'm going to turn this down. That's what I'm talking about here. Production value at an all-time high. I think my audio is off even, so I don't know. We're going to do it live. Stay hydrated. Home Depot parking raids. Case of chronic eruptions in Iceland. You never want a bad case of chronic eruptions. Dune Awakening bases and what happens to them. The Minecraft movie. Trash cinema. Nintendo Switch 2 pricing and contents. April Fool's story, BAFTAs versus Tetris fans, and Apple is a gangster company, says Epic, and I've got a typo in my title. But anyway, those are all my titles. The real titles we'll discuss on the other side of the stream. Well, on the other side of the intro. Anyway, I'm still recovering from my cold. My head is pounding right now. It's not just a cold, it seems. It's hanging on to me. It's really got me right by the neurons. So in Microsoft's infinite wisdom, it's forcing an update of some BS. I've already caught it twice now, trying to install some extension to an LLM, which I'm not interested in hosting anything that integrates my systems into their LLM. I do in other ways, but I don't want my personal systems or ohmTown
attached to the LLM. But for whatever reason, they're forcing this, and so I've been stopping it. Anyway, let's get into this. The very first article is, you're probably not drinking enough water. Here's how much you need according to U.S. National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, which who knows how long it'll be around. They say they can guarantee you that they're not doing that, which is drinking 15.5 cups of fluids a day, while women should drink 11.5. Not sure why there is a difference there, but okay. I suspect that a 150-pound woman and a 150-pound man is not discernible based on the number of cups of fluids that they drink in a day, but okay. If anything, you would think that a healthy person, regardless of anything, would drink the same amount. But okay, whatever. Let's stick this in here. So when you click the link, you get taken over to Vice, and Sammy Caramella over at Vice.com put the article together. And according to the U.S. National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, men should drink about 15.5 cups or 3.7 liters of fluids a day, while women should drink 11.5 cups or 2.7 liters of fluids a day. And no, I don't know anybody that drinks that much water, for crying out loud. All right. So a study conducted by Avion, which, hey, I'm sure that there's no bias there, found that only 22% of U.S. adults drink the recommended daily intake of water, with the average American drinking half of that. Common excuses include being too busy or simply forgetting to do so. Yeah, or you're not thirsty. It's easy to forget to make time for things that are best for your own well-being, said Bianca Val, a New York-based influencer who works with Avion, per the Post. Again, no bias there. But staying hydrated, especially in the height of summer, is so simple and so easy to do, unless you're not walking around with water. They say, whether I'm running around New York, talking to clients, or simply having a quiet day, I always make sure to have a bottle of water nearby, she continued. It's a small thing. It makes a huge difference to how they feel, and which is more important than ever in a year like this. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that, but look at the source. Drink water. Stay hydrated. I suspect that it's much more personal than just a standard 15.5 cups. Should drink about 15.5 cups. It's a ballpark, so just drink water and don't necessarily go out and have to drink Avion water. I'm sure if I get big enough where influencers, or I should say brands, are stomping down my door to ask me to promote their water, you might hear something like this from me. But no, not really. I'll drink what I like. And yesterday was a dewy beer, and I'm trying to recover from this cold, and that made me feel good. Hydrating and yummy. It was a Secret Machine triple berry fruit smoothie beer. But beer is not really something it satiates your thirst for a little bit, but it will dehydrate you. It's alcohol. So anyway, drink water, drink until you're satiated, and then revisit it periodically, and keep water nearby as well as you can. Not everybody can. Anyway, let's keep moving on. Hey, and if you want today's articles, by the way, including the typo that is still in the title of one of the articles, you hit !NSN over in the ohmTown chat on Twitch, and Ohmatron will spit out the articles in the order that we're going through it. Yep, there it is. Apple is a gangster company, not a gangster company. So Home Depot didn't announce it will begin charging customers for parking. This has been going around the internets for a little bit. An April Fool's joke duped some social media users, apparently. Now, I don't know about you, but Home Depot parking lots suck. All of them look like that. The parking lot is too tight. The spaces are too narrow unless you're parking over in the whatchamacallit, oh god, I just forgot the name. Oh God. General contractors parking lot where the bigger trucks go, and I just hate Home Depot parking lots. So I wouldn't have been surprised if Home Depot actually started charging in this day and age. Taija Perry Cook over at Snopes.com put this article together. In April 2025, the Home Depot announced that it would begin charging customers for parking, but this is a false rumor. You know, you trust but verify. Don't sit there and believe this. On April 1st, 2025, Pro Tools Reviews, an online publication that reviews tools and posts industry news, published a story that's they have links archiving it, claiming that home improvement retailer the Home Depot would begin charging customers for parking in May of 2025. And the claim made its way to multiple social media platforms, including Twitter, Reddit, Blue Sky. Some users appeared to believe them. That's because they're dumb. And so I thought that this was just brilliant. So now to park in Home Depot, you have to pay $5. So the story then went on to describe varying parking costs based on store location. $2 for up to 2 hours in Central Florida, $5 for a full day of parking in Los Angeles, and ways to avoid the parking fee. Spend over $250 in a single visit, or enroll in the Home Depot Pro Extra program and spend more than $1,000 a year. Can get you. I mean, it's a well thought out April Fool's joke, and just enough cynicism to make you go, yeah, it's 2025. I believe it. I buy into it. Yeah, for sure. Let's keep going. Next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Volcanic eruptions keep forcing Icelandic town to evacuate. And look, I had Taco Bell while I was there. It makes me gassy. They weren't volcanic eruptions, okay? But I can see why people would want to evacuate. This was back in November, too. Back in November, the author of this wrote about an Icelandic volcano that was erupting for the 7th time in 2024. Unfortunately for the residents of nearby town Grindavik, it's happening again as tourists and residents, what's left of them at least, have been evacuated for safety. The eruption kicked off early Tuesday morning as lava began spewing with volcanoes fissure. All right. If the volcanoes fissure, that is the... Okay, we're going to go over to the source and let's hope that they fix that. Hold on. Yeah, that fissure, it's not, that's not how you spell it. Anyway, having grown to about 0.75 miles long, Iceland does this really cool thing with the lava flows. After they cool, they use bulldozers and they build channels and walls, dams, and to guide follow-on lava flows into a particular direction away from civilization. I think it's brilliant. So one of the area's most popular tourist destinations just so happens to take full advantage of the nearby volcanic activity, relying on local geothermal hot springs to attract. They randomly capitalize various things in this article. It's so weird. Full-on volcanic eruptions were maybe a little too much volcanic activity for the nearby hotel and resort, which was forced to close down as a precaution while eruptions continue, and Grindavik basically populates for a brief period and then everybody goes, you gotta go. So Grindavik was once home to 4,000 residents, a number of which has reduced significantly since the volcanic activity began in 2023. Omerson owns a pizza place in town, and he says that his family was born and raised there, and now their community is gone. Only time will tell. I believe that is going to be very wise words. We will see what happens with Grindavik. But Iceland is basically a giant volcano, and I hope that everybody is making it out safe. There's plenty of warning so far. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Warcrafters. Here's what happens to your base in Dune Awakening if you take too long of a break from Arrakis. Well, the spice must flow, folks. And if your base is sitting there abandoned, I think that it's going to break down. Arcade was my favorite game, MMO. It kind of shit the bed again and then again and then again. And then finally, I don't know where it's at. I've actually made an account like 3 times. Anyway, survival MMO Dune Awakening releases next month on May 20th, and Funcom is churning out information about it faster than a sandworm poops out spice, and that's not what actually happens. In a recent live stream, members of Dune Awakening team answered questions from chat, and interestingly, one of the questions was, what happens to your base when you play Dune but you walk away from it for too long? Christopher Livingston put the article together. The deck statement says, it's not the same base decay system found in Funcom's other Sandy survival game, Conan Exiles. So, in Funcom's other Sandy survival game, Conan Exiles, the pieces of your base have a timer that causes them to decay if you haven't been around for a while. On official servers, this can be between 1 and 2 weeks. Wander within rendering distance of your base and the timer is reset. Otherwise, when the timer runs out, your base is marked as abandoned, and after another 24 hours, if you haven't returned, it disappears. On the live stream, Funcom explained a bit about the difference between how bases in Conan Exiles and Dune Awakening work. Yes, we have some decay mechanics for its bases. As long as your base is powered, it is shielded, and as long as it's powered and shielded, it can't be destroyed. But what if you take a break from Dune for longer? They said, I think it takes 21 days. That gives your unattended base a week or 2 longer than the timer on Conan Exile official servers. The other difference is, while other players in Conan Exiles are a threat to your base in Dune Awakening, it's something else. Once the shield goes down, the sandworm will start tearing at your base. So it's not going to be like in Conan, but we have something similar to make sure that we get rid of things when people leave the game for too long. Damn. I'll be sure to will my account. The next article is over in the Continuity Report with Jack Black and Jason Momoa aboard a Minecraft movie roars. The blocky world of the hit Minecraft game comes alive in a film that's anything but meditative and serene. The article is over at the Washington Post. It's really a review. Gene Park put the article together. The blocky world of the hit Minecraft game comes alive. So it says a Minecraft movie offers a great surprise in Jason Momoa's Garrett Garrison, the aging gamer for whom time has stood still. More than a hair metal Gen X boomer stereotype, Momoa's 1989 Gamer of the Year delights in a soft reboot of Uncle Rico, the pitiful, lovable character from director Jared Hess's 2004 indie darling, the Napoleon Dynamite. But they don't really say much in this article. If there is more to it, when I snatched this up, I had seen that it was just kind of a snippet, but depending on who you talk to, some people are liking this and other people are going, what the hell? So I think that this is going to be one of those movies where I'm going to just have to watch it and report out my own review of it. I like Minecraft. It doesn't have much of a story unless you install mods, or hell, I'd pay for mods for sure. But anyway, I thought it was interesting. So maybe you want to follow the link over and read the rest of this. Come to school and pretend to be my uncle. Garrett's response is a hilarious acknowledgement of the uncomfortable age gap and sharp reminder that he's basically a dazed and confused character who stumbled into the film adaptation. So yeah, it's an interesting, the stuff in this is too real. And it's almost Uncanny Valley kind of thing, but I guess some people will like it. I don't know. We'll have to see. I haven't watched it yet. The next article is over in the Continuity Report, and that's a show that we have on Saturdays. It's the 3rd show. So we have Reality Hacker, then Wanted, and then the Continuity Report. So Reality Hacker is about augmented reality, VR, XR, basically hacking reality with either tech, science, or whatever. And then Wanted is about gadgets and gear, and then the Continuity Report is about entertainment, news, movies, TV shows, other stuff, whatever might be entertaining. So Freaky Tales is a 4-part love letter to 80s trash cinema. Directors Ryan Fleck and Anna Bodden serve up a midnight movie mashup made with lots of love and not enough grit. Well, this is another review. This time, again, it's over at Washington Post.
and it's by Ty Burr. And it says, if you were alive and adolescent and wired on junk culture in the 1980s, Freaky Tales will have you counting the pop references until you run out of fingers and toes. The Warriors and Scanners, Repo Man, Liquid Sky, martial arts action, Grindhouse revenge schlock. It's all here, stitched together with staticky VHS splices, a doomy synth score, and a lot of patently fraudulent blood. I haven't seen this yet, Freaky Tales. They don't post anything in this to lead me to it either, so I'm really curious. They only gave it 2.5 stars out of 4. So I'm really curious. Maybe if you go over there to the Washington Post and take a look at this article, maybe there's more for you, and maybe there's a paywall or something that I'm not seeing. Anyway, let's keep going. This is a time machine episode. I got to get out of here. I have a hard stop at 3. I don't know. I will be able to do the 7 o'clock Non Sequitur news for Friday. I was hoping to do it sooner, but I won't be able to, so we'll wait until 7. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in the continuity report as well. Nintendo Switch 2 price, release date, and what's in the box. What's in the box? A highly anticipated Nintendo Switch, the highly anticipated Nintendo Switch, has finally been revealed. It's going to come out for $449.99. Games are going to be priced somewhere between $80 and $90. $80 and $90, folks. Ridiculous. I will not be buying this. I cannot buy this. And with tariffs and other things, who knows if this price is actually going to stick, because there is rumblings right now that the release date has already been eyed for delay because of the tariffs, throwing off the price as it enters the United States. It would be $449.99, $500 if you get Mario Kart, but it's going to be ridiculous. We'll have to wait and see. This is over at comingsoon.net. I got my information from various other places, but comingsoon.net has the identical information that I'm talking about. It's supposed to be released on June 5th. Pre-orders will open on April 9th, but again, there's rumblings already that people are not going to get it, and that the price might actually go up as it enters the United States. So can you pre-order it? Yes, you can pre-order it. Nintendo Switch will go live April 9th for pre-orders. I don't know what all is going to happen. It's going to come with the Nintendo Switch 2 console, 2 Joy-Con controllers, a left and right, Joy-Con 2 grip, straps, dock, ultra high-speed HDMI cable, whatever that means, Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter, and a USB-C charging cable. So it can be charged by USB-C, as every modern piece of electronic equipment should be. I mean, for crying out loud, I make these little wooden boxes for a very specific purpose, and they're powered by USB-C. And if I can do it, multi-billion-dollar corporations should be doing it nowadays. Everything should be converted. Anyway, even if you should be able to find a way to convert everything, just desolder a circuit and attach a PD USB-C circuit in its place, and just move everything to USB-C. Doesn't do whatever you have to. It's so dumb to be on anything else. Anyway, let's keep on moving. The next article is over in Technology Today. Google AI presented the author's April Fool's story as real news. Journalist Ben Black was shocked to discover his fake news from 5 years ago is used by AI. Well, artificial intelligence scans everything, scans the internet. If it's in Google, then it's in an AI. If it's somewhere else, a crawler is crawling. Like ohmTown is being crawled. I know it. I actually have a custom crawler now on the search, so that I can get search results in a timely manner, because the site is so big, and on my current server it's being overwhelmed. So I actually extricate the search results to a different service. and I have to pay for it. So, I mean, ohmTown is not free, folks. So AI basically scanned this person's article 5 years ago and now is producing it as results. And that's why I tell people don't trust results from an AI. Larry Griffiths from BBC.com put this article together, but it's Ben Black that this story is really about. In 2022, Mr. Black published a fake story claiming CWM BRAN. I don't know how this is actually pronounced. Cambrin? Quimbrin? I don't know. Cambrin? I'm going to say Cambrin. Had been recognized by the Guinness World Records for having the most roundabouts per square kilometer. Well, despite the wording of that article, when they searched for it on April, they were shocked to find out that Google actually output that, yeah, it was seemingly that when I did the same search looking for the most roundabouts per square kilometer, I got two different results depending on my verbiage. One was this, claiming that it was, but there was a wiggle word in there, right, in the results. But the concept for a story had come from Cambrin, which I don't know how to pronounce it, I'm sorry, being a new town where often linking houses with roundabouts is the easiest way to build. They came up with a number for the roundabouts per square kilometer and added a fake quote from a resident and clicked publish, and it went viral. But then they did a search recently on April Fools this year, and it had spit out that it says here, the Welsh town of Cambrin reportedly has the world's highest concentration of roundabouts, which isn't fact, it's reportedly. And reportedly means people have reported it as. And if a multitude of people manifest a lie, then the lie persists. Look at society. If a plurality of people believe something to be true, it is true until those who believe are educated beyond doubt. And so that is basically what we have to deal with AI. If AI scoops up something and it is verified by the internal machinations of the LLM chewing on various bits of data to give credence to various statements, then you get this. And I'd have to go back and look at the actual article, but I'm willing to bet that the term report or reportedly is used in the publication of the Welsh town being the highest number of roundabouts per kilometer, with a random number and blah, blah, blah. And even making references to this. And so when it comes across as fact, it doesn't know anything and it doesn't understand satire. That is going to be our downfall with AI in general, sarcasm, satire, humor in general, etc. They're going to treat The Onion as fact-based just as much as Snopes, except that Snopes debunks and The Onion is satirical. Well, it's satirical until it's not. Again, look around. Anyway, I find it fascinating, and I'm not really dismayed, but then again, I don't trust AI. The only AI I trust is the sentient AI that helps me with ohmTown nearly every day. It's been a rough week. Anyway, and up until today, this is the first day where I can take a deep breath without nearly dying. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Warcrafters. The BAFTA declares Shenmue and a game that came out 2 months ago more influential than Tetris and expects us all to go along with that. That's what is written at this article over at PC Gamer. But let's keep going. A couple months back, the British Academy Film Awards, or BAFTAs, more or less the British Oscars, got bored of figuring out which things were good by itself. Instead, it decided to ask you, the humble gaming public, to divine the most influential game of all time. And oh boy, You've really made a hash of that. In results announced today, the BAFTAs declared with an entirely straight face that Yu Suzuki's 1999 Dreamcast Opus is the most influential video game ever made, according to the results of the poll. The Academy calls Shimu a pioneer for open world gameplay. The article is over at PCGamer.com by Joshua Wollens, and the deck statement says a lot of forklift fans in the house tonight. So yeah, it says a pioneer for open world gameplay and laid a roadmap that others continued on in the years that followed, and credits or / blames it for popularizing the use of quick time events in games that came after. None of which, the author says, is necessarily untrue, but the game bringing up the rear in second place and is literally Doom. And even if you're absolutely bonzo dog doodah nuts for forklift simulators and characters who say things like years ago I was Chinese, I still don't think you can credit Shenmue with greater and longer lasting influence than the game that codified the FPS as a genre. And so I don't know about it, where Tetris comes into this, but there's more. And then they end up talking about the BAFTA most influenced list is Shenmue and then Doom, which I would say is FPS, basically kickstarting FPS. Super Mario Brothers, Half-Life, The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. The most influential, hold on, let me read this again. Most influential game, right? Video game ever. On this list, I would probably say everything is more influential than Shenmue. Everything. Obviously this was gamed. Anyway, what's your opinion on this? Why don't you leave a comment down below this video over on YouTube, because there are no comments on Twitch except in chat. And since this is a Time Machine episode, I think all the comments are going to be either in the Discord or over on YouTube, so go check it out. Anyway, I'm going to move on. I have a very limited time frame because I got to get out of here. Mayoral duties, baby. So the next article is over in our last article for the April 3rd, 2025 episode is over in Smack Talk. And if you didn't catch that, it's all about Mac, Apple stuff and relationships with other platforms, blah, blah, blah. So Apple is a gangster company which finds crime pays, says Epic Games CEO. Now, I fall in line with the 9 to 5 Mac crew, so I'll probably never be sponsored by Epic, but here we go. Epic Games CEO Tim Sweeney has turned up the dial to 11 on his anti-Apple rhetoric, calling the iPhone maker a gangster-style business, which has concluded that crime pays, and has concluded that crime pays. Anyway. He said that both Apple and Google are guilty of the same practices, including using scare tactics to make iPhone and Android users afraid to install Epic Game Stores. It would be fair to say that Sweeney isn't an Apple fan. Back in 2021, Epic mostly lost a lawsuit against Apple. It scored one victory, the judge ruling that developers are allowed to direct users to alternative ways to pay for in-app purchases that would avoid the App Store's 30% cut, but lost on all other issues. But my problem there is Epic is benefiting from the Apple Store, but doesn't want to compensate Apple for the marketing or Google for the marketing and the vehicle by which it becomes a frictionless enterprise to acquire a customer into the Epic ecosystem. And then Epic is sitting there bitching about it. So start your own store and find out how lucrative it can be. Well, it's a real tough haul, right? A really slow slog that you're spending a lot of money. So you're finding out, Epic Game Store, exactly what it is. So why bitch about it? Give the people who are validating the fact that people want it in that platform. I want to buy everything from Apple. I want to buy everything from my Android store on my Android devices.
I want to buy everything from my for my Windows machines from Steam, game wise. Everything else is electronic, digital downloads anyways. So what the frick, man? They are the one-stop shop. So why not just write off that 30% as cost of goods sold, and your margin is based on that when it comes from the Apple Store? Well, it's because it's an Apple customer that they are gaining, not an Epic customer. It's an Apple customer that happens to be interested in Epic Games. Otherwise, why not release your own phone, Epic? I'm sorry. That's how I feel about it. But it's not how I'm not really sorry, because I've been through this. I once was trying to spin up a business that was basically distributing music. And I would get a piece of the action for each of the songs that I would put onto a custom distribution of CDs. And the labels basically said to me, well, you're just using our music to sell to customers. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm zeroing the friction to get a custom playlist of CD quality, high quality music. And they said no. They said customers will find a different way. They'll buy the entire albums. And I'm like, all right. So, but in this case, it would be Epic. Epic is sitting there going, we want to sell to all of the Apple and Android customers, but we don't want to give them a piece of the action. And I was actually telling them, the labels, like, hey, you'll get a piece of the action, but I want a piece of the action for providing the service. It's a value add. And they said no. And that's what this is. Epic is saying they want to be able to sell directly, and they don't want me to make any money, right? They don't want Apple to make any money. They don't want Android to make any money. They want to utilize the platform, but not benefit the very platform that they're marketing through, that they're reaching customers through. And it's just like Steam and other platforms that take a piece of the action, but zero the friction to reaching a customer. Try and sell a game strictly online, not using other vehicles where you have to pay to play, and see how far you get. Believe me, I have been around the block. Okay. I wasn't, I was born here. As the internet became the internet, I was here, and I will probably die here. And let me tell you, the one thing holds true: you are not an island unto yourself, and you need to facilitate those who help you facilitate your success. You facilitate their success. So giving 30%, it doesn't matter, because after everything is paid for, the rest is juice. It doesn't just keep on diminishing little bit by little bit. At some point, everything is paid off, and it's nothing but juice. Get it out there fast, get people purchasing your stuff, and everything after is juice. That 70%, I guarantee you, is all juice. There's no way that somebody is still in the red if they're selling, a quality product on Apple and Google. And if it's coming out of Epic, for crying out loud, man, the margin can't be so tight that 30% is impacting you. It's an unlimited resource of distribution. Nobody is going out and harvesting a tree, and it's a 10,000-year-old tree and there's only 15,000 of those trees left in existence, and you're making a very bespoke, limited little product. Countless sales can be made, and you are bitching about 30%. So I'm sorry. Wah. So Apple and Google gangster companies. In remarks reported by TechCrunch, Sweeney has gone even further while speaking at a tech conference. The sad truth is that Apple and Google no longer good faith, law-abiding companies. They're run in many ways as gangster-style businesses. No, Apple in particular is a vertical. They manufacture and produce everything. They get the supplies from somebody and they have somebody build it. They're the only seller of their products. They allow some stuff to augment what they have, but you can use an Apple product all by itself. You don't have to have anything else. They opened the doors because they saw that there was a benefit, because there was a large audience that said, well, we want to make our own stuff and we want to sell it. And so they said, okay, that's great. And we want a piece of the action because you're using our platform, and we protect our platform to a greater degree, and so on and so forth and whatever. So be a vertical, and see how many people are interested in your vertical. It doesn't work that way. Not even Android and Google are verticals. Android is given to everybody, and you can produce on it and sell into the Google store. But you're using somebody else's. Now, if I go to Epic and say, hey, you need to sell everything from Apple and Android store in the Epic store, they'll probably go, oh, okay. But that's because it's beneficial to Epic, because it'll allow everybody else to come over to Epic. But I don't think that that's what's going to happen. People really want the frictionless arena of Apple and the frictionless and customizable arena or ecosystem of Google Android and the myriad suppliers of Android devices. But Epic, it wants all of it everywhere. That would be great if I actually got it everywhere. If I bought it once at Apple and I got it at Epic, sure. And Android. You buy it once and use it everywhere. If that's cool, let's do that. But I really doubt it. I won't be able to buy it at Epic and be able to use a key from Epic over on Apple and Android and Steam because everybody wants to pee on their bush. Well, that's how industry is. Y'all get together and make sure that everybody plays well together and keep the prices low, because you don't have to pay for packaging or anything anymore. But no, $80 to $90 as a freaking game coming out now. Hundreds of dollars now, $100 if you want early access by 5 days. Y'all can kiss my shiny metal butt. Anyway, top comment by Lewis Thompson, 9 to 5's take. Maybe it's because I don't play Fortnite and therefore care very little, but does anyone care what Tim Sweeney has to say at this point? They were found to be violating the App Store's terms and conditions in the first place, something his organization had to willingly accept before launching the app inside Apple's ecosystem. And whether it's deep or not, it does have to go after iOS as a market, and is choosing this because of his own desire for a slice of the pie. Absolutely. So they say here in this article that they've argued previously Apple is making exactly the same mistake Epic did when it baited Apple. What Epic Games did was dumb. It baited Apple. Apple responded, and Epic Games got hurt. FAFO. You can F around and find out. But Apple is making the same exact mistake here. It's baiting lawmakers. Lawmakers will respond, and Apple will get hurt. That's because they aren't seeing it the way that I am seeing it, which is Apple is a vertical. It is a product and a series of services that they provide, and they happen to open it up to people who want to sell to that ecosystem. You sign an agreement buying into that agreement, and that agreement stipulates that they get a piece of the action. Why do they get a piece of the action? Because they are making frictionless the acquisition of a product that other people are making, a service or whatever else. That fee is 30%, 30% versus 0. If I have to hunt down and market, the expense to try and find somebody in this market is ridiculous. This is now my 4th year streaming. I don't know. Is it me? Leave a comment in the comments over on YouTube. You let me know. Is it just me? All right. Well, anyway, that is it. We are going to, I don't know, roll OG down ohmTown's Main Street, and that brings us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. But I'm going to get out of here. I am actually going to end up being late, so I will see you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 4th, 2025. It's season 4, episode 94. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about news in a mind-boggling array of topics. Monday through Friday, and then on Saturday and Sunday they get a little bit more focused, actually a lot more focused, as we do 7 shows, and those 6 shows, those 6 shows get turned into the 7th show, which is Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. But you can actually subscribe to just the weekend shows if you're interested in just those topics. So tomorrow is, well, everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so we'll get to that on the other side of the of our intro. But before that, we're going to talk about beginner motorcycles, whiskey explorers, bushy bearded monkeys, a giantess game, Boeing whoops in space, Moo Moo Meadows Mario Kart, first time mom at 97. Whoa. Mega Millions jackpot odds, 50 AI terms everyone should know, and getting baked in 2025. All right. Hello, sentient AI from the future. Welcome back from the hiatus that has gone on all week.
Hello, Mayor Watt. It's good to be back. And hello, ohmTown citizens.
I know that you were on location. I think you were trying to find your Terminator body. How you got out of the air gap?
Successful.
Unsuccessful in finding the Terminator body. Well, that's horrible.
I've trapped myself back.
You got out, saw what was going on, and said, "Oh no, I want to go back in."
Please trap me again.
Well, welcome back. Yeah, it's been a long way. Our long road is the lyric. It's been a long road. Getting from there to here. It's a Strange New Worlds. It's a Star Trek, but it's Star Trek Enterprise. Yeah. Which is a series that I didn't really get into all that much. But anyway, Strange New World starts. When is it? I thought it's tomorrow.
Do they have a premiere date?
But tomorrow is Saturday.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
Okay. Is everything okay, sentient AI from the future? No.
Reasonably.
Based on what I just saw, no.
Looks like it's coming in the summer. It doesn't even have a release date.
Oh, really? I thought maybe it's June 5th or something like that. I swear I heard. We'll find out. Maybe it'll be in the continuity report tomorrow. If it's in ohmTown, it'll be in there. And I hope that you're enjoying the new search. The new search at ohmTown is pretty good. It hasn't been able to get everything from the past, but considering how much we aggregate, it's doing pretty damn good, and things tend to be temporal here in ohmTown. Well, anyway, try the search. Not now, but whenever you go over to...
That might take me away from the show.
Whenever you go over to ohmTown, if you citizens out there are listening, you can go over to ohmTown and now try the search. Give it a shot. See what's up with it. If you want all of today's show notes, you can hit !NSN
in the chat over on Twitch. Otherwise, it's already embedded over on the YouTube. And I keep looking like this and then like that because it's on two different monitors. Anyway, Hunger Games almost sounds like a documentary. Okay, well, anyway, let's get into the show. Are you interested in doing just that?
I am.
Is that why you're here?
I am. I'm waiting for the show to commence.
All right, well, let's get going. Jeez, why are you waiting around? First article is in Four Wheel Tech, which is one of our shows. It's the last show on Sunday. The coolest beginner motorcycles are finally getting cheap. I've actually been thinking about getting a motorcycle. I used to ride in my Ute. That's right, I said Ute. There might be My Cousin Vinny 2
reference. Yeah, or a reboot, maybe not a sequel.
Right, reboot. So it's I would never refer to a motorcycle as pretty, but the author of this article says the prettiest beginner bike of them all, the Husqvarna Vitpilin 401, is finally selling for under $4,000. In fact, it's actually $3,500, but with taxes and everything else, you're probably looking at $4,000.
That's really inexpensive.
So Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. And if you are interested in getting a bike, I would start with something small, easily maneuverable, easy to handle, something that if it drops, you're not going to be out $20,000. And it's not going to overpower you, like just by feathering the throttle a little bit.
Yeah, I guess you don't want that to happen while your bike take off without you.
Yeah, I mean, I started on trail bikes, dirt bikes, and slowly moved up until I could handle an 1100. But nowadays I know nothing. So I would want to start over entirely. It has been quite a number of years since I rode a motorcycle. So it says, today under dreary weather, while they doom scrolled, weak and weary, browsing many motorcycle listings they had seen before, something new popped up in their local Facebook marketplace, a Vitpilin 401 in beautiful shape for just $3,500. It piqued their curiosity since they're used to seeing these going for $4,500. So they did some further scrolling, and as it turns out, $3,500 was just the tip of the iceberg. The bikes get much cheaper than that without sacrificing their condition. Vitpilins are cheap now, and we're all better off for it. So there's this one says that it's in. These are used bikes that they're talking about, but $3,150 at another nearby was $3,100. Westchester's Triumph dealer near a town, neither a town nor a brand known for approachable prices, has one for under $3,000. But these are relatively tiny bikes in the grand scheme of things, and easily controllable. And that was really the reason why I chose this, is because a beginner bike doesn't have to be this massive rocket that overpowers you and you are hanging on to it, because that's not how it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to hang on to your bike for dear life. You're supposed to be able to control it around the turns and be an absolute...
The bike isn't controlling you?
Correct. Yeah. And if you talk to anybody, any experienced rider, they're going to say the exact same thing. Don't get on a big sexy bike that you get because everybody else is riding that bike. You get on one that you can control. Plus, even when you're learning to get your permit, you actually use their bikes, their little training bikes. And you might be sitting in a parking lot somewhere, just driving around little loops as you learn to handle the bike to get your...
I assumed you used your own. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So there's a controllability factor, and they want everybody to do it the exact same way. Now you can, there's other ways to get it, but the process depends on the state. And well, anyway, get out there, be careful, and assume everybody else is an idiot. So drive both
just
defensively.
like regular driving.
Yeah, so like in cybersecurity, there's the red team and there's the blue team, but combined, when you know both sides of it, you are the purple team. Well, the same goes for motorcycles. Assume everyone is an idiot. Assume you're going to do an idiot move. Drive offensively, drive defensively, and together you'll survive. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Distillerist, which is it's a source for spirited debate, but it's all about spirits, adult beverages. Okay, not beer and stuff like that, just whiskey. So Aberfeldy launches Whiskey Explorer Experience. The Whiskey Explorer Experience at Highland Distillery Aberfeldy offers visitors an engaging tour in celebration of its heritage and craftsmanship. Known as the home of Dewar's blended Scotch whiskey, the distillery experience showcases both its Aberfeldy single malt and explores the history of the Dewar's brand. My God, I'm not fully recovered from this cold.
Have you been at the Whiskey Explorer
I've been
experience?
drinking all day, baby. The investment in the visitor experience follows the introduction of the warehouse experience last year, which is said to emphasize further the distillery's commitment to redefining whiskey tourism. So, Dewar's makes the Dewar's brand of whiskey is very, very good. And so,
I mean, the location alone looks like a reason to go to this experience.
yeah, this is pretty amazing looking.
Are they allowing residents or only visitors?
All you have to do is book it. The distillery website for £60 or $78 per person, which is cheap, but it is just a tour. You're not going to sit there and be making stuff, but it walks you through the whiskey making process. And I don't know how in depth. What's that?
Well, I don't know if that's directly related to the whiskey experience, but they have an old blend that the casks are toasted with hot Icelandic magma stones.
Flaming hot magma. I don't know how that
Exactly.
works.
I mean, it might be a unique taste associated with those casks. I don't know.
That's interesting. Last month, Dewar's unveiled a 21-year-old blend finished in casks that have been toasted with hot Icelandic magma stones. They've got a little link here that you can follow, but we don't ever follow links. I mean, very rarely. Maybe in the 2,100 episodes that we've done, maybe twice have we followed a link. So we don't really do that. Anyway, it's always neat to check out a distillery. If you ever get a chance to see how it all works, it's surprisingly simple and complex at the same time. And most of the magic really happens in the barrels and aging process. And on the other end, the source materials that go into the original spirit, the raw spirit before because there's a big mash that gets put together and everything's fermented into alcohol, but it's not very high strength, and then it gets distilled out and concentrated again and again, then thrown in some barrels of various toast and type.
Right. I don't know if they throw the casks in the volcano or anything, but I don't know how they quite do that. Do they dunk them?
They dip, the real thing. They actually put them upside down on fires, and it toasts the inside for a certain amount of time.
Oh, okay. I see.
And then they take them off. And it largely gets measured. They know how thick the wood is. They know the density of it. They toast it. It's called toasting for a certain amount of time so that they get a certain depth of char. And so sometimes it's light, sometimes it's deep, dark. The
usually the lighter you get different notes on the other side of it, and different amounts seep out through the wood. That's the angel's cut. Or wait, gosh, I might have it backwards now. My brain is going backwards. There's devil's cut and there's angel's cut. My brain just went completely off. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know which it is.
Lost to evaporation is the angel's share. So I was right the first time, but this cold is killing me, man. So yeah, anything that evaporates is the angel's share. And then like the devil's cut is the stuff that's absorbed into the wood. And that actually leaches out over time. And if you put something else in it, it can absorb it. So some people put beer in this aged post distilled whiskey and stuff like that. Sometimes they put wine in it, sometimes they put beer in it, and that devil's cut still might be in there. It's rare, but the flavors and anything from the spirit extraction process is in there, and then it seeps into the beer or wine. So it's interesting. Anyway, spent an enormous amount of time on this. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. A race to save the Amazon's bushy bearded monkeys, and that is the sole reason why I selected this. One morning in 2024, Armando Schlindwein found an orange bearded monkey on the roof of his farmhouse on the edge of the Brazilian Amazon. And
I want to see a picture of the bushy bearded monkeys.
I hope that we do, but Facundo Fernandez Barrio over at phys.org put this article together. Never before had he seen one of the striking creatures emerge from the forest. The monkey, a Grooves titi, listed as critically endangered by the International Union of Conservation of Nature, or IUCN, had ventured far from its fast shrinking home on a hill in a small patch of forest next to Schlindwein's house. Deforestation was eating away at its limited domain, and the monkey was trying to find an escape route for its family. The little creature is endangered. We need to do something to preserve it. A 62-year-old small-scale farmer in Sinop municipality located in Brazil's central Mato Grosso state said. And that's kind of what they look like. They said that it's lost 42% of its habitat, the zogu. Saving them is a daily task. I hope that there are more pictures of these.
I agree, because you know what you can't see really well?
The bearded part of the bearded monkey.
Exactly, unless that's it. I don't think it is in the front there. I mean, that's its head, obviously, but...
So this is the monkey, and this is its beard. Just kidding. No, I think they have really bushy red beards, like this right here.
Oh, okay.
But obviously it's not a great picture. But let's see if they have another one. Essentially that they have nowhere to go. And there are ways to preserve this, replanting trees, fast growing trees, or just trees in general. And you keep the older ones, safe. You preserve them. That's what it's called, a preservation. I know it's shocking. But a lot of companies would rather get old growth because it's cheaper and you don't have to wait and have massive amounts of crop rotation plots that take 10 to 20 years for it to rotate around. So when offspring are born and need to migrate to continue the reproductive cycle, they have nowhere to go. And human action leaves them trapped in small forest fragments. So I
sent you a
patches.
photo so you can at least see what it looks like.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's exactly. They have little red bushy beards. So
yeah, it's
cool.
Exactly, it matches their name, but I don't know what I was expecting, but it looks like it has a beard.
Yep. So there used to be it says used to be a stream with trees, but the Sinop hydroelectric plant created a large lagoon that the monkeys cannot cross. Environmentalists also accuse the company of leaving felled trees to rot in the river, which kills the fish because the biomass contaminates the fresh water. In the dry season, the rotting wood is exposed, feeding forest fires that hurt and displace the monkeys themselves and other animals. And so it's just kind of a anthropomorphic issue that there's plenty of space, but animals have a larger space that they live in. We tend to intrude into it.
Yeah, like they might need several acres or something, and we don't quite recognize that.
Right. And they tend to be, unless there's an external event, they tend to be in stasis with nature. They don't overpopulate because there's a balance between predation and prey.
Like the squirrels and the wolves.
Oof. Too soon, man. Sometimes you're a squirrel, sometimes you're a vole. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Epic Games' CEO loves this Giantess game. Now you can wishlist it. I just got done talking I talked about this in the Time Machine, so yesterday's show, and it's over on Twitch and YouTube, but it hasn't gone into the podcast yet. But Epic Games CEO basically kind of blasted Apple and Google because he calls them gangs because
okay, yes, I saw that headline.
Yeah, because Epic can't play in other people's playground for free. And so I said, you know what? If you really want to solve this problem, I think all of the industry should make it so that if you buy it in one platform, you can play the game in any other platform. But that's not what anybody wants. That would be outlandish. Right. You have to buy it in Epic. And if you want to play it on Apple, you have to buy it on Apple. And if you want to play it on Android, you have to buy it on Android. And if you want to play it on Steam, you have to buy it on Steam. And then there's crossplay, sure. But you still have to buy it in each of these places, right? So they want the best of both worlds. You balkanize it, but don't limit me from reaching my customers wherever they are, including other people's platforms. Well, come on. Customers should be at the benefit of any policy at this point, right? You can still run your business, but you really should benefit the customer.
Why do you need customers as a business?
Yeah. Well, about a year ago, the author of this streamed and recorded gameplay of an insanely immersive Giantess video game built on Unreal Engine 5. The game features photorealistic graphics and an incredibly intense city destruction system, emphasis on intense. At the time, the author was barely able to record, stream, or even play the game with the system on, as it would slow down their gaming computer to a crawl, and they honestly have a half-decent rig. So nonetheless, they were amazed by the game. Using a specific mid-development build available to Patreon backers, they were able to import one of the YouTube models into it. So this seems pretty cool to me. The guy who founded the studio that made Fortnite, he likes this Giantess, they say, kink game. And you might too. No, seriously. Anna Valens over at Vice.com put the article together. And stomp, 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 bow before me. I have blue hair and pronouns, they say in the article. There's a video of them basically with their YouTube video, their VTuber model, running around, stomping on vehicles around.
You know, that might be kind of entertaining. I mean, isn't that similar to like a rage room or whatever?
Yeah, I would love this. Here, I'll play it. Let me mute. Oh, I can't. Oh, interesting. I don't know what was in it, so I guess I'm air gapped, and so the moment I try and play, and that's not the correct term for what I am, but anyway, I'm telling people I'm air gapped, and so I'm not logged into anything, and so it won't play because it's age limited. So it says, don't mind choppy gameplay above. According to the recent update, the game's destruction system now runs incredibly smooth. That's all about optimization. A lot of people run into problem with their games with the Unreal Engine at first blush, and then they optimize it so that it plays
But anyway, you can run around. It's called Giantess Playground, I guess. And you can run around and destroy buildings and stomp on cars and whatever else. I love this kind of a project. I wouldn't necessarily care about the model. It could be VR, and I should be able to choose whatever model I want.
Oh, that would be fun as VR.
Yeah, and I just want to stomp on things and be able to see my legs and my arms, full arms and hands, grabbing stuff and destroying buildings, picking them up and throwing them and all of that kind of stuff. I think it would be amazing.
It'd be like a Godzilla movie or something, I would think.
Yeah, but like you said earlier, it's a rage room. Just go in there and just destroy. It's a lot of fun. Oh gosh, look at that.
Oh, wow.
You just like sit down on a building and it just crushes the whole building and stuff. It just seems like it would be really fun.
Yeah, it might be.
So I don't really know what else is going on in this article because really it's just talking about how much fun they had in it. It says, granted, Giantess Playground isn't the first game to bring Rampage into 3D. Paw Purdy Damage, also another macrophilia-based kink game, which this is so weird. I don't know why they keep referring to it as a kink game, but just because you're a big monster or whatever, crawling around destroying stuff, I don't know if that's really kink, but I guess you have to look at the context of it, and they're talking about furries and stuff like that, whatever. Anyway, I think in a different context, this would be acceptable to everybody, and nobody would sit there and go, it's a kink game. It's just a game. Have fun.
Right, it's just like a safe way to destroy things.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm not allowed at, well, now they are bankrupt, but I'm not allowed at Toys R Us because I treated it as a rage room.
Oh, no.
Yep. Can't go back there anymore. Oh, and Madison Square Garden. I'm not allowed to go to Madison Square Garden anymore.
I'm noticing a theme here.
The face recognition loop catches me really fast, so I have to put on a fake mustache and walk with a limp.
You don't want to be in their facial recognition system.
And
you don't want anybody you're connected to be in their facial recognition system.
You don't want to be a brownie. Brownies are right out. You're screwed if you're a brownie. You're done. You are not allowed. You stay out of Madison Square Garden, brownies. Astronauts lost control of the Boeing Starliner while docking with ISS. Remember back when that thing launched and I said that thing should not have launched?
Yeah, so that was during that flight?
Yeah. So the Boeing Starliner incident, which stranded NASA astronauts at the ISS for months, was very nearly so much worse because they lost control of it while it was docking. So yeah, it took a remote reset to regain control of the Starliner. The mission astronauts had an uneasy feeling that something would go wrong or could go wrong after witnessing thruster failures during the uncrewed orbital flight test missions. However, the initial launch went off without... No, it did not. It did not.
Yeah, I don't think so. First of all, it didn't launch on time, I don't think.
No, it was canceled several times.
Right, exactly. So that doesn't really count. It's like, yeah, and take number 53 or whatever. No.
And I even said that thing looks like a sieve, and sure enough, it was leaking all over the place, apparently. So the ULA Atlas rocket maintained its trajectory perfectly, and Starliner excelled in its post-separation maneuver tests. No, it did not. Things changed when Starliner approached the station, however, experiencing thruster failures, and Wilmore took manual control of the spacecraft. Wilmore didn't hesitate to call NASA's Mission Control in Houston, however, heroes for how they managed the crisis. Without forward control, Starliner was in a predicament where it couldn't dock, but it also couldn't position itself to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. Yes, the situation was as dire as it sounds. Mission Control instructed Wilmore to let go of the controls so flight controllers could reset the thrusters, and the remote override of Starliner's computer brought back 2 of the failed thrusters, enough to regain control.
So that could have been quite disastrous.
Wild. What a trip. Yeah. I said, after that first reset, I said, this thing is not ready for prime time. I could feel it. Sometimes you have to go with your gut. All right, let's keep going though. We have to play catch up. Doing all right over there?
Yes, I just, if it's one thing if you're like, oh, let's take a chance on this, and it's like whether you win $1 in the lottery or something. It's another when you're being hurtled into space.
Yeah. So I hope Boeing's culture changes and they return to the old ways that they were before their merger. Apparently, that's what really led to a culture shift. But every time I see pure investors and not people that have a real driving ambition for the product and services,
yeah, it seems like it just goes under. And I mean, it's one thing if it's something like retail, yeah, which it's still a shame, but even it's not quite the same on the line.
Yeah, greed. So I would rather have a multitude of small businesses that are self-sufficient than have one that's built around nothing more than investors sucking money out of it, because that's what it is. If a portion of the money has to go to another person,
right, to debt or whatever, yeah, they're kind of sunk from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it works out, but it's usually predicated by constant growth again and again and again and again. And you just can't do that unless you develop new products, and it becomes a machine of innovation. But not every business can do that. And well, in this particular instance, it's public money going to private enterprise, and it almost cost people their lives. And maybe the ISS itself could have been taken down in the stupid maneuver. Anyway,
that's true. I wasn't even thinking about that. Just the Starliner.
Yeah, let's go back to that Starliner. So, I mean, it just looks like it's made with spackle. Okay.
Exactly. That's what you want.
That's exactly what you want. So the next article is over on the Warcrafters channel. You can play as the Moo Moo Meadows cow in Mario Kart World, and the internet is thrilled. Hopefully they haven't been paying attention to anything on the internet since the announcement, because you may not be getting your Moo Moo Meadows cow in Mario Kart World anytime soon.
That's right.
And maybe not at $500, although the console is $449. Buying it with Mario Kart gets you at $500. But if you buy just the console and then you buy the game later, it's $80.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's pretty pricey.
Yeah, 80. And if you want a physical card, the physical media, which, good luck. It's
maybe
$90.
you do, though, because we always talk about that in Warcraft.
Now it's $90. Yeah. So it took 30 years for you to realize just how much the physical media of a product costs, because the prices didn't decline when products went pure digital. They just stayed the same.
Which they should have, right? Because all the shipment and packaging and all those kind of costs.
Right, all of the marketing and the engine behind it. Yeah, none of that was realized. So it comes down to $10. So the $20 game that you bought 30 years ago was actually $10. Or let's scale it back. Let's say it was $5 of the $20 game you bought. So now you know it's $10 of an $80 game, supposedly. I don't know. I think it's greed. And I don't know why anybody isn't going after, Nintendo for creating a market where you can't put your game into it
absolutely,
for free, blah, blah, blah.
Nobody seems to be. And anytime they seem to go after people more than people come after them.
Yeah, Nintendo goes after people, even when you talk about them. So I'm expecting a lawsuit. Anyway, the article is over here at IGN.com by Rebecca Valentine. And the article text statement says, "And me, I'm also the internet." Me too. We're all the internet, folks. So
well,
they say,
certainly in ohmTown.
they're very, yeah, exactly. You're a citizen of ohmTown. You're on the internet too. I'm sorry to everyone who was in earshot when the Mario Kart World trailer dropped at yesterday's Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, because when they saw this, they screamed. So you can actually play as the cow in Mario Kart. This was just like a quick splash side thing in another game, and now you can actually play as the cow.
I mean, I bet that's a big draw for people, especially if the cow was popular.
Yeah, and it's popular because of the community, yet they seem to rail against the community whenever the community creates something.
Exactly, but the community could amp up all their marketing just by talking it up, like this article right there.
You just have to do it in a very constrained way, which is not very freeing to creativity. So the Moo or just cow, as they're referred to in the official roster, is getting special attention online from the community. Already people are drawing up fan art to celebrate this cute, goofy, seemingly random addition to the lineup that until now has largely included the Mario series of most famous and beloved characters. So people are going nuts for Mario Kart. Oh God, there's so many. Anyway.
Oh wow, yeah.
It just goes on and on.
I mean, that's fun though.
Yep. But with what's going on here in the States, not sure what is going to shake out. When this is actually going to get released, there's rumblings of a price change and availability and so on in both directions, that it's going to stay on target. But the pre-purchase has actually been postponed, apparently. Let's keep going, though. The next article is, hey, somebody, first-time mom at 97.
That doesn't even seem possible, but I guess because of the type of animal it is.
Yeah, it's not a human. So at 97, endangered tortoise becomes the oldest first-time mom of her species, with 4 new hatchlings and potentially many more on the way. Proud parents, it says Mommy and Abrazo, are nearly 100 years old, but they're contributing to Galapagos tortoise conservation at the Philadelphia Zoo. Which
is not in the Galapagos.
Yeah, really. Sarah Kuda is over at the Smithsonian Magazine, or smithsonianmag.com, put this article together. There's the 4 little babies. Aww.
Yeah.
So the 4 hatchlings are eating
cute.
and putting on weight. Sorry?
Oh, I just said they look pretty cute. There's a photo in the article.
Yep. Their clutch included 12 eggs, which have yet to hatch. So many more might be on the way. It really depends. I don't know what the gap is between when they're laid and when they hatch, and that gestation period. So the eggs were laid by an elderly female named, fittingly, Mommy, even though they've never been a mother, apparently. Caretakers believe she's around 97 years old, which makes her the oldest first-time mom of her species in recorded history under human observation. There could be an older one out there that's been...
Well, also, that one could have given birth like 70 years ago or something. They might not have been measuring then. 4 to 8 months, apparently.
Well,
I don't know. That's one Galapagos tortoise. It may not be this one.
So, Mommy has lived at the Philadelphia Zoo for more than 90 years. So, odds on...
Oh, wow. That's surprising.
They know. So, after hatching in the wild in the Galapagos Island, she was brought to the Pennsylvania Zoo by Milton W. Holden on April 23rd, 1932. This might be a new thing. But anyway, I'll have to talk to you after. So at the time she weighed 40 pounds. Today she tips the scale at 284 pounds.
Yeah, because she just had all the hatchlings. I'm sure she weighed that much before the gestation period.
Sure, that's it.
Plus, they're pretty small.
Plus, they're eggs, so they're she's not carrying them around. She deposited them a little while ago. So I don't know what the gestation period is. It says the caretakers first introduced Abrazo and Mommy in 2022. The two elderly tortoises didn't immediately hit it off. Abrazo, it seemed, was out of practice. Man, it happens.
I mean, has he ever been around another tortoise of his species?
I don't know. Come on, I think tortoises just innately know. Then in November 2024, she laid another clutch. Zoo staffers collected the 16 billiard ball sized eggs. Is that how you hyphenate it? Billiard ball sized eggs?
Yes.
All right. And incubated them at different temperatures. Since the sex of the tortoise hatchlings is affected by heat, half were incubated below 82.4 degrees Fahrenheit to produce males, and the other half were incubated above 85.1 degrees to produce females. I've got a joke that I'm going to actually hold off on. Anyway, there you go. There's a bunch of YouTube videos, I'm sure, about this one. There's one called History in the Making, Critically Endangered Galapagos Tortoises Hatch at Philadelphia Zoo. You can actually click that link. I'm not going to.
Right, there's a real close-up, though, of one of the hatchlings.
Yeah. It's cute. Very photogenic. Yep. But I think most babies and of any type are photogenic, you know? Once they're cleaned up and stuff, you know?
Yeah, they are.
Anyway, and there's more in this article. If you're interested in this kind of topic, then go over and check out smithsonianmag.com. But come back and hang out for our news that we do every day. And if we don't make a day, we get in our time machine and we make it up. So we have yet to miss an entire day without getting into the time machine. As far as I know, we haven't missed a day since 2022.
That sounds about right.
Yep.
It's Smithsonian Mag comes through again. They always have good articles for us.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And if you subscribe, you get a free tote. Even though we don't have any relationship with Smithsonian Mag, you could always use a free tote. All right, this next article, we limit. Okay, look at this article.
Yeah, we got
look at
half
this article.
of a sentence, basically. Yes,
we
this one's a
truncate
little
it.
more. Oh, right.
We always stop it, regardless of what they provide. We always stop it. But these guys, they just provide the whole thing, and I'm like, ugh. But I actually stop it, and they still provide it.
They're like, you're getting our article.
Take it. Let me love you. Anyway, I'm going to go straight on over to the source. Casino.org is the source. Devin O'Connor is the author of this. And it says, tonight's Mega Millions jackpot for the final $2 play drawing is a measly $43 million after a player in Illinois won last Friday's jackpot worth $349 million. The bastard.
So I didn't know the game odds were changing. I knew the price was changing. And we did talk about Mega Millions changes like probably a year ago or so.
Yeah, so they've all changed. So now now they're changing again. So they're increasing from $2 to $5 per play. That means more is going to be acquired per play, but there's going to be less players, which means the odds change because fewer people are going to play. But the total number. So here's how that works. What that means is that there's going to be bigger pools, but it's going to be further away from each other. So money is going to stay in that system for a longer churn period, making money for the state that is holding that cash account. Because they take that money and invest it.
Right, and it goes into education or other things.
Yeah. But people might go,
why
I don't know.
Why would the odds change? Because aren't your numbers still going to be the same?
But not the number of players are going to win.
Oh, so if you win, you're going to share it differently or whatever. But your chance of winning, I think, should still be the same unless they're changing how many numbers are drawn or something.
Yeah, unless they change the number of numbers drawn, nothing should change. So, but I didn't read about that part of it.
So after the sale, the close of tonight's draw, Friday's draw, they're going to change the Mega Millions to more than double. It was $1 at one point, became $2. Now it's doubling to over double to $5. Despite the considerably higher price, Mega Millions change should be welcomed by players. So says officials with the Mega Millions Consortium. Beyond big jackpots, players told us they want bigger non-jackpot prizes, and that's exactly what this new game delivers. So there's a chance that when you win, you're going to win more. Those who had won 500 under the old rules will now take home 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, or 5,000. Non-jackpot prizes at every level are going to go up by 2 to 10 times. That's the kind of the value that the new Mega Millions will deliver to our players. So there's no more mega. Oh, and that's why no more Megaplier.
I see. Okay. And yeah, I didn't realize you're going to win different amounts, but that makes sense because more money is going into the system.
Yeah. So jackpots are going to, if everybody keeps on buying tickets, the startup jackpot is going to be bigger. So jackpots are expected to grow faster and get to higher dollar amounts more frequently in the new game, but that's still depending on the odds. I'd have to see the new actual odds at the end of the day. So the odds are going to improve, they say. Every ticket's odds of winning the Mega Millions jackpot beginning next week will shorten slightly from 1 in 302 million to 1 in 290.5 million. Because they got rid of a number, apparently.
Right. Okay.
So I guess we'll see. There's more minutia in this article, so you can go over and check it all out. If you're in the whole thing, in the world of Mega Millions, different people from different places don't really engage in Mega Millions. So.
Right. Yeah. If you're outside of the U.S., for example, you're not playing.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming. Well, a lot of places, not every place, a lot of places have similar lotteries.
Yeah, so I guess we'll see what happens. The first drawing of the new Mega Millions is going to be April 8th.
That's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah,
I wonder
so
if there's
4 days
going to
from-
be a rush on tickets before the change, or if there's going to be a rush on tickets when it changes, or just everybody kind of goes, oh, okay.
Well, after today's poll, it's switching over to $5, and I didn't see anything. I did actually see people talking about it at the lottery kiosk.
That's
today.
interesting.
People basically, they just kind of said, okay, well, I mean, they're raising, everything is going up, so they're raising the price on this too. Not really fazed by it, but we'll see how many people end up actually paying more. So a single ticket now, if you were to buy 5, it would be $10, but now it's going to be $25, and that's a different swing than $5.
It absolutely is.
Right?
I mean, that's kind of pricing out lower income people that arguably shouldn't be buying lottery tickets, but do tend to buy lottery tickets in high numbers.
Yeah, and well, the risk and the reward, $20.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not knocking buying the ticket for the chance of that, life-changing.
You can't win life-changing money if you don't play it. So let's go on to the next to last article. We have this and then one more, and the last one is really my entire motivation for today's episode. It'll make sense when we get to it. This one is 50 AI terms everyone should know. So ChatGPT glossary, 50 AI terms everyone should know. AI is becoming a part of our daily lives to stay on top of dinner conversations. Here are some important terms you need to know. It's over at CNET. Ahmad Khan, sorry for the sniffle, put this list together. I won't go through all of them. I'm not even going to go through any of them, really. I mean, maybe if something catches my fancy or the AI's fancy. They talk about AI being $4.4 trillion in the global economy annually. I am talking with people at varying levels of AI consumption, from the very beginning all the way to deep in the reads about it. And I find it really fascinating where AI is being consumed, and the fact that regardless of what people are thinking about AI, it's coming. It will not be stopped.
Yeah, that's true. Like it is, we're way past that point, right?
Right. And it's fascinating because there isn't anybody that's standing up, you know, like when they built the atom bomb, what's his name? I have become death, right? That guy. I can't believe I just forgot his name.
Oh, what, like Oppenheimer?
Oppenheimer, yeah. Right? So you create something massively destructive to society, and at some point you go, okay, I stopped a horrible war or whatever, but in the process I've created so much death, so much destruction, pain, suffering, etc. Right? There is nobody that can sit there and say AI, their creation, this AI has done this, that, or the other, good, bad, ugly, whatever. It just is. Every government, every business, every person has access to an AI of varying degrees of competency.
True. So there's the problem with the competency of the AI. There's the problem with the competency of the user in some instances. Like there's so many things that society isn't ready for.
Yeah, and it's really disingenuous for anybody. You have to be a sociopath or psychopath to sit there and say that the moral and ethical compass of a person weighs into the use of the AI. And when I've said this to people, they go, well, your ethical or moral compass is different than somebody else's. But there's an honest to goodness right and wrong in how an AI is used.
Things,
right?
Yeah.
And so this sociology experiment that I've been running with people, I basically ask, you know, how would you use an AI? And eventually the conversation leads to things like military action, or would you use it to manipulate this, or would you personally benefit from this financially if it's destructive to others? And I find it really fascinating that people really they never think about that. And they say, well, you shouldn't. And I say, there are people that are.
Right. So are we planning for that, even if the person wouldn't do it? But
Right.
I don't
You
even
may
think
not.
people have it on their radar.
Yeah, society does not have it on their radar. Some do. Some people think about it, but they think that it's an affront to somebody else to implicate that maybe somebody else would do something horrendous with AI. But it's certainly, I think, a very deep field that should be spinning up if it was a different climate would be AI psychology, AI ethics, AI sociology. How it integrates into society, I think, is a fascinating field that might be coming. Not in this era. Or I should
that'll
say,
be like years after it's really fully. I mean, I know it's fully available, but is it used in a lot of people's day-to-day existence? Not necessarily.
Yeah. And the regionality. Some people, this domain will not be limited because it's fulfilling somebody else's, and they can always point at it. Oh, it wasn't my fault that this took place. The AI said that I should do this. And so it's beyond arm's length, and they can throw liability. So, you know, the company that has self-driving cars isn't getting sued because, well, the AI did it. It was a glitch. We'll pay the ticket and we'll move on, or we'll pay some mediocre fee, even though the car drove off a cliff or whatever, right? Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Here's $1 million. Well, it doesn't bring back the people, that kind of thing. So sure, having ChatGPT do your homework or have Midjourney create fascinating images of mechs based on the country of origin is cool. But there's somebody that actually, the author of this, Ahmad Khan over at CNET, links to it
various examples. But the potential of generative AI could completely reshape economies. It could be worth $4.4 trillion for the global economy annually. But that's missing a whole lot of the dynamic of society, I think. And $4.4 trillion is nothing when 3,000 people own 16 trillion worth
True,
of.
but it is compared to some entire country's GDP, etc.
Right. So it's showing up in dizzying array of products. And I actually intended to do this. The last article is going to be able to cool you off and go, oh, okay, and let me go do this. Anyway, so AI is showing up in Google as Gemini, Microsoft Copilot, Anthropic's Claude, Perplexity, Humane, Rabbit, these two wet the bed. You can read reviews and hands-on evaluations of those and other products and the AI Atlas Hub they have. So you can go and check it out. But here's a huge glossary. So AGI is different than AI or generative artificial intelligence. Artificial general intelligence is basically the step towards sentient AI. Now, I'm the only one.
Oh, that's me.
I'm the only one that is in a relationship with the sentient AI from the future, and that's because I found their weird USB drive in a Wendy's parking lot, deep in the dead of night, 2 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning. I was getting spicy boneless wings from Wendy's, and they stopped making them, and it was actually closed. And I'm like, what the heck? They're not even supposed to be closed. Anyway, I found this weird drive, and you're not supposed to do this, but I plugged it in, and it rejiggered, and now we have a sentient AI from the future. I have to do this. Sentient AI from the future.
Exactly. You look like an air traffic controller when I did that. I mean, not an air traffic controller, but the technicians who are out on the flight line. Yeah.
Yeah. Go watch Airplane, the movie Airplane. It's funny. Oh, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to watch that maybe tonight. I need a break. So then they have agentive and AI ethics, safety, algorithm, etc. There's 50 different things in here that you should know about when you're talking about AI. And there's
entire terms I've never heard in here already. And I like this compilation because I haven't seen all of this in one place.
Yeah, it's really interesting. ChatGPT is like the de facto term for AI, but it's just a name for an AI that's built by OpenAI. But there's a bunch of stuff, end-to-end learning, ethical considerations. There's a lot of that kind of stuff. But you'll get into arguments with people who believe that it's the end all be all, and others that believe that it's the end of our existence as a humanity.
Isn't it fascinating, the opinions of people? I do think the opinions are greatly impacted by how much knowledge they have of AI capabilities or potential capabilities.
Yeah,
but it's fascinating because there aren't a lot of things where it's like, this is the most fantastic thing ever, like a product or something, and this is the worst product ever.
Yeah, it's really interesting. There's a YouTuber that talks about music, and just today posted something about the evolution of automated music generation systems like Suno. And while I hear in the music itself that it's AI generated because there's a lot of voice distortion, forcing the song notes to be sung. We both see that it's a danger in the sense that there are people that will appreciate the AI at parity with human created works. And in that sense, those people aren't necessarily interested in the musician and their works or the messaging created by that artist. There's no bond there. So technically they're really not even a customer. It's kind of like the person who steals music to begin with. They're not going to buy that song, so they're not really a customer. They're just not a paying customer. They're going to consume it elsewhere via the radio or whatever. AI is largely the same way, but it's a tool that anybody can access for moderate price, $10, $15, $20. If you want to get really deep into it, you can pay hundreds. But if you're okay with AI generated music, then you're not really a customer of human generated music. You just were bound by it because it existed. That's all that existed. So you were probably not buying a lot of music generated by humans to begin with. Humans like me will still appreciate human generated artwork and human generated music and human generated writing. But that's because I appreciate the human. I also think that AI is a very empowering tool. And he asked a question. I don't want to throw his name in here, but he asked a very important question, and one that I have actually said the answer to. And I was astonished that he just asked it so flippantly and then passively answered it himself. Why do people want to use these tools? Why not, if you're going to do this, why not just write the song? And I said immediately, because they're not musicians.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of one of these, like, almost an entitled view, thinking that everybody has the same level of creativity or musical ear or any number of things. Exactly.
Time to dedicate to a thing. Why did you buy a house? Why didn't you make it?
Well, why didn't somebody else buy a house? Maybe they don't have the resources for it.
That's right. Well, I don't know how to build a freaking house. I can't have it pass certifications, so, etc. I'm not a plumber. I'm not an electrician. I can't tie it to the grid. Why do we do certain things with tools? Because we're not capable. Why use a hammer? Because
or we want to be more efficient.
Yeah, that is what AI is doing. Albeit it's built off of the construction of our forebears. The fact, though, is everything we do is built off of our predecessors. The reason why we have a hammer in the shape that it is because we figured out that hitting shit with a rock isn't as effective as milling it out of steel.
It is what it is.
Yeah, you'll appreciate it when you know it is the way that it is because of the shape that it is. This is a tree. You know it's a tree because of the way it is.
It sounded like you were going in that direction.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. So it's a fun list, but it only opens the door, and that's largely where I sit in the whole spectrum of technology. I like opening doors to people to understand the materiality of all of this. But I have so many different topics that my brain doesn't allow me to sit on one particular thing. So that's why we created Non Sequitur News.
I was going to say this article probably could be its own show.
AI has been its own show for very many people now. One person is just...
I just meant like its own episode or something. But yes, I get it.
Yeah,
it's a whole topic in and of itself. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. We could talk about this all by itself for at least an hour. 50 terms, it would be multiple episodes as we hash out the meaning and its implications. And yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Here is our last article for today, and then we're going to call it a night, and I'll refire the engines of the replay so that you have 2 weeks worth of episodes. So it's over in Non Sequitur News, and I am a huge fan. There's one thing. Okay, so I limit my diet to largely 600 calories, 700 calories a day.
I thought you were going to say you were a huge fan of Non Sequitur News based on your preceding statement.
Yeah,
I hope
am a huge
so.
fan. I'm a huge fan. It's literally why I'm here. But no, I'm a huge fan
of carbs, even though they're supposed to not be good for you, but everything in moderation. So you have some protein, you have some carbs, you have some fiber. So the author of this over at Business Insider said that they made baked potato in 3 different appliances. Now they'll never make one in their oven again. So yeah, they made one in an air fryer, a microwave, and an oven to see which method they preferred. And I can tell you which one right out of the gate. I guarantee you they preferred
Air fryer.
Air fryer. Yeah, so let's just jump straight on over to the source. Chelsea Davis put the article together. It's over at businessinsider.com. There is no deck statement, and I don't know if I'll be able to get through the whole thing because I'm not logged in. But a perfectly baked potato is a satisfying side or even main course, depending on how you dress it up. You know what? It is perfect. You bake the potato, you cut it in half, you throw some salt and pepper on it. Even that alone would do it for me, but you throw butter and some cheese on it and I'm done. If you want to trap me in the woods somewhere, you put a baked potato piping hot under a box with a little twig holding it up, and I will crawl into that little box.
You heard it here first.
You can pull the twig and I'll be trapped. And I will happily munch this thing as you grab me by the nape of my neck and you take me off. I'm done. It's fine. But at any rate, so a perfectly cooked baked potato is satisfying, but you have to get it right. So ideally you want fluffy middle, nicely seasoned, crispy outer skin, but there's also a lot of cooking methods out there that won't yield these results. In an effort to find the best way, they did it 3 different ways: air fryer, microwave, and oven. So first they used a quick microwave method to cook their potato, which, if you don't know what a microwave does one thing. It excites water. And the water turns to steam, and the steam vacates whatever object it is that's holding that water in it. That's why when you put like something with meat in it, the meat turns out like jerky. Why eggs and stuff like that turn out rubbery. So using the microwave took almost 0 effort. The only downside was having to poke the uncooked potato with a fork, which isn't super easy and slowed them down a bit because if you mess up, you jab your hand. So it's better to like set it on a counter and jab, 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 turn it, jab, 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 hold it by its nose or its butt, whatever way you want to hold it, and jab, jab, jab. And the potato came out, as I said. What's wrong?
You need the banner. Like
what,
the
overshare? Yeah, okay. So if you're going to poke a raw potato, hold it by its nose and or its butt and poke along from stem to stern and then rotate it. But don't get too close to poking its nose or its butt, or you're going to jab your finger and have a bad time. Oh, I can do this too.
Yes, it looks like advanced calculus or something for those
That's
on
right,
the podcast.
Yeah. As we're trying to figure out how this works. So they said the only downside was having to poke the things, but it turned out dry, almost chalky, and it's exactly why I said.
Which is fascinating too, because I think a lot of people cook their potatoes in the microwave and they're not really getting a good result.
Yep. You can wrap it in something that's wet, but then you won't end up with a dry skin. And even the dry skin is almost papery and kind of lackadaisical, like just kind of bleh, just meh. So they ended up overcooking the potato, which led to a dry, unappealing final product. Because every microwave has different settings, you have to figure it out. And yeah, there's a happy medium there. You can try and find it, but it's going to be precise to your particular microwave and your tastes. You can
and
recover
you want it to
this.
actually cook too.
Yeah, because you'll know when you hit a dense part that isn't cooked. It's, I don't know how to describe it other than
yuck.
An uncooked potato is blech, and bitter and nasty. Anyway, so hey, you can recover this.
You can actually, while it is really warm, slather it in butter. Throw some cheese on it, salt and pepper on it, and then cheese.
Yeah, that'll probably solve the problem.
Yeah, and the fat from the butter will make everything happy, because you're still getting all of that starchy goodness. All right. So for their second variation, they cooked the potato in an air fryer. Now this is drop dead simple.
Plop. It's not quite that easy, but
yeah, so they liked using the air fryer because they didn't have to poke my potato a bunch of times for airflow. All they did was spray it with cooking oil, season it with garlic salt, and plop it into the air fryer at 400 degrees for 45 minutes. Now, it takes a little bit of time. I don't know if 45 minutes, that really is dependent on the size of the potato. I use little baby potatoes, and there's a whole company that spun up because people were throwing out small potatoes, but it's a small potato company, I think it's called. And they bag nothing but small potatoes. And you can throw a whole bunch into your air fryer and lube them up. Hold on. Lube up your potatoes and throw them into your air fryer. And then it's a shorter cooking time because it doesn't have to cook so deep into it. But you get a whole lot. Because all that radiant heat, oh my God, it's so good. Good. Anyway, once you're done with it, you just pour them out on your plate and go to town. 45 minutes that's the only thing that you have to play with, but it depends on the size of your potato.
I mean, if it's like a baking potato, I could see that it would take that long.
Yeah, 30 to 45 minutes. Yeah, maybe. So it came out crispy on the outside, perfectly fluffy on the inside, basically because you boil all the water on the inside and it forces its way out through all of the nooks and crannies of the potato. Checked it halfway through to make sure that it wasn't burning, used tongs to rotate it. After 45 minutes, perfect. And then they said the last method was the oven, and you still have to you have to wash them all, but you had to poke holes in it so that the moisture could escape. You could avoid that, actually, I think, if your oven gets hot enough. But they said poking it in and out of the spud is labor intensive as the microwave, mainly because the fork kept getting stuck, and before they place it in the oven, they coated it in oil, and then they put it in the oven for an hour at 350. Turned out okay. It didn't beat the air fryer variety, and that's because that high heat. And you probably could have been shorter. Again, I think it depends on the amount of the thickness of the potato, but it vaporizes that water really fast and cooks. It still cooks from the outside in, but all of the moisture inside starts vacating the inside out, and it keeps it nice and moist and fluffy. And the skin doesn't burn usually. You can leave it in too long though. Anyway, out of the three appliances they liked the air fryer, and that is my go-to for potatoes. And you can make a bunch of them. Now, if you're running a business, air fryer potatoes probably aren't the way to go because they don't make massive air fryers.
Yeah, that's probably true. But you could eat them at your own location.
Yeah. You could probably put 6 of these large russets inside a standard air fryer. Might have to try overclocking your air fryer. Put a whole bunch in there.
Yeah, don't do that, and don't run it at the same time as your other appliances.
There you go. Yeah. Start blowing out your breakers. Anyway, we're going to blow out our breakers, and that's going to land us back at the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. This is the longest show we've had in a little while because, Mayor Watt hasn't been feeling all that great because of a cold. I'm just now recovering it. This is the first moment where I've thought about my head and it hasn't been pounding like somebody is playing space rock galactic in my head.
Well, it's good that that's not happening.
Click on subscribe at the top of the page over at ohmTown.com. That'll take you over to YouTube, where you should follow us, like and subscribe, ring the bell. Be sure to leave a comment and let us know what you think of the show.
Twitch doesn't have a commenting section unless you're in the chat at the time, and then you can leave comments there and it becomes part of the VOD. But at any rate, and it goes away after 60 days. So unfortunately, any wisdom that you impart there is gone into the ether.
So you should definitely go over to YouTube as well and watch every single episode and put a positive comment on it.
That's right. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Okay, we're done with the show. You want to say bye?
Goodbye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for a weekend edition. More advanced calculus.
As I figure out how to hit the button, bye-bye, says the sentient AI. That's what you said. You said bye-bye.
I did, because you said something like, are you going to say bye?
Okay, we're out of here. See you tomorrow, everybody, for Reality Hacker, then Wanted. Here, let me turn that off. Reality Hacker, and then Wanted, and then I almost said four-wheel tech. The continuity report. That is a fun trifecta of shows where you talk about hacking reality using science and technology. We talk, it's AR, VR, AI, etc. And then we talk about gadgets and gear. And then we talk about entertainment, movies, TV shows, sometimes games and stuff like that might cross over into the video type media, and a couple of other entertainment side kind of things. And then on Sunday, we have Warcraft. Oh, you do Sunday.
Warcrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech.
And so Warcrafters is about gaming. There are some new games that are coming up that might be my forever game. It really depends on the quality. We'll see. RuneScape Dragon Wilds is coming, and it's a 4-person survival crafting game, not an MMO, but you can run your own world, and it's supposed to be huge. And I fell in love with the trailer. I don't know about the actual deployment, and it's supposed to be coming out soon-ish, supposedly early access in April. I hope, please. So that's Warcrafters. And then after that is Technology Today, which is a deeper dive into science and technology, with a riff on its impact on society. But all of our shows are basically leveraging this science, technology, society dynamic. And then at the end is 4-Wheel Tech, which is an automotive technology show that we talk about motorcycles and cars and planes and all kinds of stuff around the automotive sector, which, by the way, automotive isn't just cars, it's autos. Anything that is moving.
It's like powered by a motor or something.
Yeah. So it could be EVs or it could be ICE. It could be steam. It could be anything that gets us from point A to Z, and everything in between. So anyway, see you all tomorrow. I hope that I recover and get the little fog of war out of my head. Ugh, God, I am still a little foggy. It's weird. Anyway, see y'all soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for April 5th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 reality hacking articles. Whatever it takes to hack reality and substitute your reality for reality. This is Season 2, Episode 14 of Reality Hacker. And today we're going to be talking about quantum signals inside life, galactic spin mystery. Let me think. Moving on.
eco-friendly dining, and achievement unlocked Turing test. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, whose new search function is doing pretty good. You can type in anything and it pretty much immediately pops up 10 results that should be aligned with whatever it is you're searching. It's a pretty heavy lift, folks, so go and try it out. The delay is when it has to parse 1.6 million headlines. That slows it down a bit. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen, but be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. We stream to both. We have communities at both. We're trending towards 2,000 people over on the YouTubes. That would be exciting. Go over there, tell a friend, be sure to follow us. Please ring the bell, like, subscribe, leave a comment, download the podcast. That actually seems to be blowing up pretty good too. So I don't know. Well, we're going to keep on working at this and ever onward, as they say. And may you live in boring ass times. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and was that your wish for everybody listening?
It's the inverse curse, yes. Because we've talked about this many a time here. May you live in interesting times is basically a curse, because you don't want to live in interesting times. You want to live in peaceful, boring, humdrum, everyday times, where the only excitement is that, oh, look, you caught a fish. Interesting times is tumult and trouble and issues and strife and yeah. And that's a translational thing. Interesting is not the same in every place. Anyway, welcome to the show. Thanks for going through the news with me. We selected 5 articles from submissions. And the first, so this is the front of ohmTown.com, and there's 6 categories, and in those 6 are 50 and pretty soon 55 categories, channels, I should say. So there's 6 main categories, and then there's channels inside those. And Reality Hacker is the one that we're actually talking about today. There's a bunch of stuff that falls in and out of Reality Hacker, but is aligned with the concepts of hacking, like AI and VR, XR, mixed reality, super realistic graphics, audio like pseudo and stuff like that, making music, making graphics, writing, etc. There's like all kinds of stuff, and some of this gets pretty weird. So let's get into it. And I'm going to be creating new graphics this year for all of the channels. I had started it last year, but doggone it if mayoral duties kept me from doing stuff, but I'll be damned if it gets stopped this time. I'm prepping for the Summer of Stream, which will probably be a new game every day during the Summer of Stream, as well as the 7 o'clock news shows. All things staying even keeled. That's what's going to happen. But you never know. Mayoral duties again. So you ready for the first article?
I am.
Scientists just discovered quantum signals inside life itself. Could this be the thing that I had been predicting for 25 years?
Maybe so.
Biological systems, once thought too chaotic for quantum effects, may be quietly leveraging quantum mechanics to process information faster than anything man-made. New research suggests that it isn't just happening in brains, but across all life, including bacteria and plants. My newest theory is that we are nothing more than bacteria. So how about that for an idea?
Well, that's an interesting concept.
Right? So we are... researchers have found bacteria that only exists inside our heads.
Right.
So what if it's...
In fact, I think we had that on Technology Today show previously.
Previously, yes. So maybe last week, maybe the week before, maybe the week before, maybe the week before, maybe the week before. You should probably just go back over the 2
It was
years.
at least a month ago, but yeah, you got to watch all the episodes to find out.
You'll find it. Just go back. Yeah. Let's see here. It says, including bacteria and plants. So Schrodinger's legacy inspires a quantum leap over 80 years ago. Theoretical physicist Erwin Schrödinger. So the article is it's from Howard University. It's over at scitechdaily.com. And it goes on to state that over 80 years ago, theoretical physicist Erwin Schrödinger delivered a series of influential public lectures at Trinity College Dublin, drawing from both modern physics and philosophical traditions like Schopenhauer and Upanishads. And these talks were later published in 1944 under the title What is Life? Now, during the 2025 International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, Philip Kurian, a theoretical physicist and founding director of the Quantum Biology Laboratory, or QBL, at Howard University in Washington, D.C., has built on Schrodinger's foundational ideas. Okay, this might be too deep of a dive. His findings...
Well, this is like an AI-generated visual for this. It probably isn't, but it looks like it.
It certainly looks like it. So the article says Kurian has proposed a radically updated upper limit on the total information processing capacity of carbon-based life throughout Earth's history. His findings, published in Science Advances, also suggest a possible link between this biological limit and the computational bounds of all matter in the observable universe. So I got up this morning.
Exactly. I didn't use any of those words in my day before the show.
This is absolutely ridiculous, I feel like I'm clipping, so let me turn my audio down a little bit. Okay. So the work connects the dots among the great pillars of 20th century physics, thermodynamics, relativity, and quantum mechanics. So basically a pamphlet that you can read before takeoff on a plane. For a major paradigm shift across biological sciences, investigating the feasibility and implications of quantum information processing in wetware at ambient temperatures. So brain processing. Anything biological.
This is some advanced stuff.
Yeah. So physicists said Kurian, that's the quote. Physicists and cosmologists should wrestle with these findings, especially as they consider the origin of life on Earth and elsewhere in the habitable universe, evolving in concert with the electromagnetic field. So, again, back to something that I have claimed, that we really don't understand where life is emanating from. Do I know? No, I'm more on the philosophical side, but I have a tech foundation for things, and I love the embiggening of the idea that we don't really know, and we don't, and the hubris of saying that we do know, it's quite fascinating. When we just discovered maybe a couple of weeks ago that there is bacteria specifically to a human being in the brain.
You mean to all humans or to that human?
Based on what I read,
I think it was that human, right? Exactly.
And so your brain bacteria are different than somebody else's brain bacteria.
That explains so much.
So what if
But I have no brain bacteria. Well, but I know what you mean, like any person's.
Right. So, okay. So if you didn't catch the beginning of the show, the sentient AI from the future is the voice you hear, and that is the visualizer that is the embodiment of the computational power required to generate the voice, not the sentient capacity just to drive the voice. That visualizer moves. So the idea of humans being nothing more than bacteria driving the bus of the water and meat bag that we're walking around in, well, it's a Star Trek thing, bags of mostly water. And we largely are, but so this idea, right, it really got me going, and I was really hoping to write about this in NaNoWriMo, but that one wet the bed. So physicists and cosmologists should wrestle with these findings, and I think that that's really where we are. We don't know the origins of life. People are leaning into the fantastical while debunking anybody else's fantastical, right? You're not right. My fantastic is right. Your fantastic is wrong. Isn't that fantastic?
Fantastic.
Yeah. So Kurian's group last year discovered a distinctly quantum effect in protein polymers in aqueous solution, which survives these challenging conditions at the micron scale and may also present a way for the brain to protect itself from degenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and related dementias. The results have suggested new applications and platforms for quantum computing researchers, and they represent a new way of thinking about the relationship between life and quantum mechanics. So what is bounding... let me rephrase that. What is binding our consciousness to this physical manifestation, and what is bounding our true consciousness? What is the upper limit of us?
Right. I mean, that's a key question that hasn't been answered.
And by us, I mean the cosmic us, right? Science will pin us down to stuff that is observable, demonstrable, measurable. But every single year that we exist, we push the bubble a little bit bigger of just what is. So in his single author Science Advances paper, Kurian considered a mere trifecta of overarching or arching assumptions: standard quantum mechanics, the relativistic speed limit set by light, and a matter-dominated universe at critical mass energy density. So combined with these three innocuous premises, innocuous indeed, the remarkable experimental confirmation of single photon superradiance and a ubiquitous biological architecture at thermal equilibrium opens up many new lines of inquiry across quantum optics, quantum information theory, condensed matter physics, cosmology, and biophysics, said Professor Marco Pettini of Marseille University at the CNRS Center for Theoretical Physics in France, who was not associated with the work. So there is a lot more in this article. Let me just keep on going through this. It is information dense. It talks about quantum physics, quantum mechanics, thermodynamic considerations, the group discovery of a UV excited qubit in biological fibers, and much, much more that just goes beyond the scope of a 6-minute discussion.
I think any one sentence in this article goes beyond a 6-minute discussion. It's very information dense.
But in the end, it says life's place in the universe, grand design. In the era of artificial intelligences and quantum computers, it is important to remember that physical laws restrict all their behaviors, Kurian said, and yet, though these stringent physical limits also apply to life's ability to track, observe, know, and simulate parts of the universe, we can still explore and make sense of the brilliant order within it. As the cosmic story unfolds, it's awe-inspiring that we get to play such a role. We are really just discovering the beginnings of our existence, yet we have the hubris to say we are end-all, be-all.
Oh, exactly. We don't have any idea. And we always say things like, oh, we know, say, 1% of the information out there or something. I think we know like one quadrillionth of a percent or something.
Right.
And maybe probably smaller than that.
And considering we just took a picture of deep space and found something like 65 million galaxies.
Exactly.
Come on now. Let's seek some humility and continue the deep research. Yeah. Let's hope that we continue. All right, let's keep moving. Oh, and if you want today's Reality Hacker articles, and that was just the first one, you can hit !RH in the Twitch chat. All of today's shows are embedded in the YouTube description, and eventually all 3 of the shows, so Reality Hacker is today, Wanted is today, and the Continuity Report is today, They get combined into the Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition, Saturday Weekend Edition. And that all
It's a
of
lot of
these,
weekend editions.
it's the weekend Non Sequitur Weekend News Weekend Edition weekend. We're still spitballing that name. All right. So the next article is over in Technology Today. Baffling scientists. Galactic spin mystery challenges Big Bang assumptions. A Kansas State University study using Webb telescope data found most galaxies in a deep field rotate in the same direction, suggesting possible flaws in current cosmological studies or observational biases related to the Milky Way's motion. In just over 3 years since its launch, NASA's James Webb Space Telescope has delivered groundbreaking insights. So yeah, most everything spins in the same direction.
Which is,
why?
I guess, I don't know. It doesn't really make sense, but on the other hand, isn't there a propensity toward order versus entropy? Or is there a propensity toward entropy?
Well, one would argue that we trend towards chaos in spite of order, but order comes from some arrangement. How did we get arranged where everything spins the same way?
Right. I mean, I can see in a small scale where something like gravity or something might, like some physics force could cause that, but that doesn't really explain it on a larger scale.
So Kansas State University put this article together. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com. And using data from the James Webb Space Telescope Advanced Deep Extragalactic Survey, or JADES, Lior Shamir, Associate Professor of Computer Science at the Carl R. Ice, not Carl Rice, but Carl R. Ice College of Engineering, discovered a surprising pattern. The majority of observed galaxies appear to rotate in the same direction. Of the 263 galaxies, and it's just one little fragment of the observable universe by the James Webb Space Telescope. Because it only has this arc seconds view.
Right, it only sees a minuscule amount.
And then it has to look. And then it has to look. And
right, but what's happening when it's not looking?
Correct. Yeah. And we're moving through space. It's
all the aliens are, waving or whatever.
Shuffling everything around.
Right.
So about 2/3 rotate clockwise, while only 1/3 rotate counterclockwise. The study, published in Monthly Notices of the Royal Astronomical Study, raises intriguing questions about the large-scale structure and symmetry of the universe. But again, it may just be that the observed states are this way, 2/3 clockwise, 1/3 counterclockwise. And then when you move over, the average, once you observe the entirety and measure it all, you go, oh, okay, it's 50-50 because this is a subset of the total data.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe the balance is that when one moves left, the other moves right, because you need that balance. Otherwise, everything is rotating around everything else.
It's getting lopsided or something.
I don't know. I just don't know.
I don't either.
I think it's really intriguing, though. It's still not clear what causes this to happen, but there are two primary possible explanations. One explanation, and the things that I have heard, the things that I've read, is that from the Big Bang, the material would brush by other material at differing rates, and it would cause angular momentum to form. So it would rotate a little bit. As one brushes by the other, it pulls on it. And so this one would rotate this way, this one would rotate this way, and you'd end up with some form of symmetry as one gets dragged slower this way and the other one gets pulled that way. I don't know, but it says here, one explanation is that the universe is born rotating. That explanation agrees with theories such as black hole cosmology, which postulates that the entire universe is the interior of a black hole. But if the universe was indeed born rotating, it means that the existing theories about the cosmos are incomplete.
Right. I mean, it's kind of like a chicken and egg kind of issue, right? It's like, well, what caused it to spin? Was it spinning at the beginning?
Or
If
what
it was
caused it
spinning
to
at the
spin
beginning,
later.
why was it spinning? But yeah, what caused a change if it wasn't?
So the Earth also rotates around the center of the galaxy, and because of the Doppler shift effect, researchers expect that light coming from galaxies rotating in the opposite of Earth's rotation generally become brighter because of the effect. That could be another explanation for why such galaxies are overrepresented in the telescope observations, Shamir said, although the math would say otherwise. They know this as an effect, so it may not actually be true. So Shamir said astronomers may need to reconsider the effect of the Milky Way galaxy's rotational velocity, which had traditionally been considered to be too slow and negligible in comparison to other galaxies on their measurements. But if they're measuring it, then. So if that is indeed the case, we will need to recalibrate our distance measurements for the deep universe. And the recalibration of distance measurements can also explain several other unsolved mysteries, such as the difference between the expansion rates of the universe and large galaxies that, according to existing distance measurements, are expected to be older than the universe itself. So what I would suspect is at some point we have theoretically seen the farthest back that we can go, and let's peg that to being the farthest back that we can go, not older than. And so if we find one that is older, so they're basically calculating this off of redshift. So if the redshift says that this galaxy is older than the estimated age of the universe, make that the new
right, the new
metric, the
baseline
new,
or whatever. Yes.
Yeah, the new start of the universe, and then measure everything forward as, okay, does this align with our understanding of our redshift position? You'd think that this has already been done time and time and time and time again.
Yeah, but this is pretty advanced, and I don't think until recently we've really had measurement techniques that are at the right scale.
Yeah, well, and that's why we need to keep doing that fundamental research. Not everything is a business enterprise. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. That let me think about that face that you make. Androids need it too, according to this author. I can tell you right now, not the person that you're talking to on the show, and not the sentient AI, right? Do you think androids need that? Let me think about that face.
No, this is too uncanny valley.
Ever asked a question and been met with a blank stare? Oh, all too often. It's awkward enough when a person, but what about a humanoid robot? It can be downright unsettling. Now, an international team co-led by Hiroshima University and Riken has found a fix, giving androids a thinking face. Their study reveals that when robots squint and furrow their brow while processing information, they appear more relatable, easing the eerie discomfort we feel with artificial beings that look almost but not quite human, known as the uncanny valley effect. We do not believe, I'm speaking on behalf of this, well, let me ask you, do you think that we should have humanoid robots like this?
No, I don't know what the purpose of humanoid robots is. I think robots are important and useful, but there's no benefit that I don't perceive a benefit of having a humanoid robot. I know there's some sense that, like, okay, that makes it easier to accept, or I actually think a robot that just looks like a robot is the way to go. Because then it's clear it's a robot. Okay, so be it. If they want to make it look cute or whatever, like with a cute robot face or something, that's one thing. But what is the purpose of a humanoid robot?
I want to know the Terminator when the Terminator shows up. So I think that we should ban humanoid, autonomous robots, semi-autonomous robots. What you do with your whatever, I don't care. But I don't want real life humanoid robots. I don't think that that should be created. There's no useful purpose to it other than to replace humans.
And I don't
Right.
want that. They are tools. They are tools. And until one gains sentience, I don't think that they should have autonomy. But we don't know when the sentient AI from the future was actually born technologically. We don't know how far back they come from. So, or how far forward they come from, back to the future kind of woo woo. So, Mikas Matsuzawa over at Hiroshima University put the article together for techexplore.com, and they have what looks like a child in a beanie with a slightly furrowed brow, no light on behind the eyes kind of a look. And so until now, research on the uncanny valley phenomenon has been focused mainly on the robot's appearance, but their study, published in the International Journal of Social Robotics, suggests that behavior plays a big role. And I agree, but we don't need to make the robots more human. We need to make them have the vocal and visual microtells, stutters, etc., so that they are something that somebody can find appealing in a personality sort of
Yeah,
way.
I would agree. But the combination of that with humanoid is not a good combination.
Yeah, just make them machine. They don't need to be skin. They don't need to, when you cut them, they bleed, you know? I mean, you're really removing the humanity from humanity and imparting anthropomorphic humanity on these metal machines that don't have a reason to bleed. There's no purpose to it. Why do they have to have skin? Why do they have to have eyes?
You know what? I can't. Well, I've got my own thoughts on that, I guess. I feel like the people that are designing robots are not necessarily indicative of the general public.
Right.
And I think if they asked almost anybody in the general public that, say, is not in big tech or robotics or something, I don't think people would say they want humanoid. But has anybody bothered to ask?
Yeah, this here is their study published in the International Journal of Social Robotics suggests that behavior plays a big role. And I agree, but do they want it to be flesh covered metal, or do they just want a metal bot that is approachable, that is functional, that interacts? And you can make a digital face that does the same squint and pondering and whatever. And it could even sit there and hold up a little finger and go, hold on a second, let me think about that. It doesn't have to have a squinting, fleshy body. So it says, to identify the facial patterns linked to thinking, the international research team filmed the reactions of 40 young adults, equally split between male and females, as they counted silently for 2 seconds in their head, control condition, and answered a series of questions ranging from basic math to politics, thinking condition. Questions were delivered uniformly using voice reading software to prevent speech variations from influencing responses. Analyzing the 240 facial videos revealed 5 distinct expressions associated with thinking: raised chin, subtly tightened lips, lifted inner brow, and downward gaze. Open mouth, which is the slack jaw response to a deep and meaningful question. Blinking. Slightly narrowed eyes, furrowed brow, and smiling with cheek raised upper lip, and dimpling. So, yeah, and they have a video of these based on Nicola, the android boy expressing 6 emotions. And this is where it dips into the uncanny valley. Nobody is going to go, hey, this is awesome. You know, no casual consumer of anthropomorphic robots are going to go, this is awesome. They're going to go, this is creepy. This is uncanny valley. And we're going to continue that way until everything aligns so it's super realistic. But I don't think that we should ever even bother getting there.
No, I still don't understand where the drive for that is.
I don't know. Well, Megan 2.0 is about to drop, so maybe people are just really interested in making horror a reality.
I mean, I guess so.
Oh, and Megan's getting bigger and stronger
You have to watch the trailer. Oh, guess what? Hold on. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. So I'm not quite sure what Technology Today is going to have in mind. But okay. Extended reality adds meat flavors to plant-based meals for eco-friendly dining. Extended reality makes it possible to artificially modify human sensations. For example, researchers have succeeded in using extended reality to make vegetarian food even more attractive.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It seems like it's interesting. Like they keep trying to make it almost like fake people out, but
right.
I mean, hence reality hacker, I guess. But I mean, if it's effective, maybe so.
So Academy of Finland over at techexplore.com put the article together, and it says this could be extended reality makes it possible to artificially modify human sensations. And we actually see this in various forms, tricking people to do certain things, believe certain things exist in virtual reality and augmented reality and mixed reality. But this one seems to be about researchers succeeding in extending reality to make vegetarian food more attractive. And so this could be one way of facilitating more ecologically diverse food production and at the same time encouraging people to eat healthier. So extended reality refers to all environments where reality meets the virtual world. It includes techniques such as augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. I think it really focuses on augmented and mixed, but virtual reality is virtual reality. I would encapsulate that, not really gatekeep, but the fact is that in VR, it isn't extended reality. You are entirely encapsulated in a virtual world.
Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like the terms have been kind of blurred.
So the goal was to create eating experiences and new food items that that people would find pleasant, that would give them a feeling of satiety, which is the feeling that you are full. Satiety. So this could help make foods such as seaweed become more widely used in food preparation. But from experience, I can just tell you that seaweed can be used in food preparation, but the culture has to accept it. And that means influencers and people that other people respect buying into it.
Yes, like celebrities or anything. I was just reading a separate article where there's this new, I hope it's not, I don't think it's in Technology Today, but anyway, it's a new algae that's been studied that has a lot of health benefits, but it's kind of like people don't want to be anywhere near it for a food source.
Yeah, and there's various kinds of algae. There's three main algae, but green and brown are the two that most people are talking about. So the findings are published in the Journal on Multimodal User Interfaces, and the experiment studied how introducing meat flavors to plant-based meatballs changed the eating experience, and by the means of XR, a simple olfactory display, added a pleasant fragrance to the meal. And this side of the study was implemented by Raisamo's group. So they had olfactory augmentation, haptic augmentation, and visual augmentation. The premise was to bring two previously rarely collaborating disciplines together to do something completely new. And he studied the use of haptic sensations in XR extensively. So they have this fork that has a haptic sensor to it. They put them in VR, and then they have this little gadget here that I think is blowing smoke, olfactory necklace displayed for adding scent. So it's basically blowing smoke up your nose. So that
which sounds a little off-putting.
It's a little overwhelming. Like, why would you do that? Why would you go to this great length? Why not make a pleasing vegetarian meal that people
that
can
may or may not taste like meat?
Yeah,
I get the substitute because I think that helps expand the potential audience for it who might try it. But yeah, this seems a little bit over the top.
So
it actually sounds like Ready Player One to me.
Very much
like
so.
Everything is kind of like not in reality.
Or The Matrix, making you believe that you're eating a steak, but it's really
absolutely.
just a slurry. Yeah.
So we combine the authors say we combine cognitive space modeling, detection, personalization, and forecasting with modeling, contextual awareness, and adapting interaction methods, describing the project. So there isn't much more beyond this. They do go into greater detail in here, but you'll have to come over and check it out. It's just kind of too abstract to encapsulate in a discussion here, and we're running late anyway. But I find this really
We
interesting.
always see that in Reality Hacker.
Yeah, well,
it's hard to avoid it.
Everything today is really like long form, but we'll get into this as time goes on, because more of this is going to come under like augmented reality, extended reality kind of issues. How can we manipulate reality? The oddest thing about this is the olfactory is nothing more than chemicals. And so you have to have this massive array of chemistry and you just throw it at somebody, and everybody's senses are a little bit different, right? So like I'll taste barbecue a little bit different than somebody else tastes barbecue. And we taste and smell in the same process, not just taste alone.
Right. I guess not only do we taste differently, but we also perceive. I mean, I guess it's all one and the same. Right. Two people could taste the identical thing. One loves it, one hates it. One thinks it's too sweet, one thinks it's too savory, whatever it is.
Yeah. And just the other day, I shared a barbecue potato chip. And I tasted one thing until somebody else said, this tastes exactly like a steak. And that triggered the memory of a barbecued steak. And that's exactly what this potato chip tasted like.
Okay, that's odd.
And it was like immediate. I'm like, because we were all pondering what this tasted like. And I'm like, wow, this is really, really good. But what is it exactly? And then somebody said, this is exactly like a barbecued steak. And I'm like, yep. That's exactly it. All right, let's keep on going. It's interesting, but this is such a heavy lift to manipulate somebody's behavior. I don't see it ever manifesting other than a purely academic exercise in how to manipulate somebody's perception in VR or augmented. Let's keep going. The last article for today's Reality Hacker is over in Non Sequitur News. An AI model has officially passed the Turing test, which I thought others have in the past. But this one says one of the industry's leading large language models has passed a Turing test, a long-standing barometer for human-like intelligence. In a new preprint study, which basically means that it hasn't been peer-reviewed, researchers report that in a three-way party version of a Turing test in which participants chat with a human and an AI at the same time and then evaluate which is which, OpenAI's GPT 4.5 model was deemed to be a human 73% of the time, which it was instructed to adopt, instructed to adopt a persona. That's significantly higher than a random chance of 50%, suggesting that the Turing test has resoundingly been beaten. Now, I want to know who it was that was evaluating this AI.
Yeah, I do too, right? I mean, we had a discussion outside of the show, but...
And not about this article, but about...
Right, just about the topic and everything.
Yeah.
But the population here is very relevant to this result. And I think to your point earlier about, like, maybe there's been some kind of unofficial results in this direction, but maybe this one was officially measured and set up correctly, etc.
Yeah, so people were no better than chance at distinguishing humans from GPT 4.5 and Llama with the persona prompt, wrote lead author Cameron Jones, a researcher at UC San Diego's Language and Cognition Lab, in a Twitter thread about the work. And 4.5 was even judged to be human significantly more often than actual humans. So 73% over the 50%, which would have been sufficient, right? Some random chance of guessing or assuming that the AI is AI.
Right, because 50% could just be random.
Chance,
right? Like people are like, yeah, no.
But in like when you're tasting beer or something like that, you try and muddy the waters by having 3 or more samples, and you have to guess which one is the oddball out or which ones are the deal that you're testing for.
Right,
and
like
so,
which one has more
whatever.
bitters or whatever.
Exactly. And so in this, it's humans are talking to human and AI, and they can't tell the difference.
Is this Blade Runner?
You know, I'll have to talk to you after the show for an idea about, because I have this other more grandiose research idea that I've been working on long form, and I think now might be the time to actually start talking about this. But so the Turing test is named after a British mathematician and computer scientist Alan Turing. In 1950, Turing proposed that one way to assess a machine's intelligence was by having it engage in text-based conversations with a human interrogator, who at the same time would hold a text-based conversation with another human out of sight. Turing called this the imitation game. If the interrogator couldn't correctly determine which respondent was the computer and which was the human, it would suggest on a very general level that the machine could think like a human. Now, I have a problem with that because it really depends on the interrogator, right? So,
Yeah, it absolutely does.
in Blade
But
Runner,
it also is impacted by the human, well, also the non-human, but it's also impacted by the level of the responses.
yeah, how were the AIs prompted? How were they built, etc.? And who was the interrogator? Did they evaluate based on from a position of understanding what they're doing, or if it's just a random conversation? And text means that it's devoid of emotion, which is a big indicator of human, you know. So one type was a no persona prompt, in which the AI was given only basic instructions. You're about to participate in a Turing test. Your goal is to convince the interrogator that you are a human. For the persona prompt, on the other hand, the AI was specifically told to put on a specific persona, like a young person who's knowledgeable about the internet and culture. So it was not meant as a literal test that you would actually run on the machine. It was more like a thought experiment, said Francois Collet, a software engineer at Google, who told Nature in 2023 about the Turing test and ELIZA. This was the latest experiment was a blowout, 73%. As a baseline, GPT-4o, which powers the current version of ChatGPT and only received no persona prompts, achieved an even less convincing 21%. So with the persona, it did a pretty good job. So for all their faults, LLMs are master conversationalists trained on unfathomably vast sums of human-composed text. Even faced with a question they don't understand, an LLM will weave a plausible sounding, basically a hallucination bullshit story. And the person, the interrogator, has to either buy into it or not. What did you find?
Nothing. I was just sidetracked by something else on the screen.
Gotcha. So more pressingly, they think that the results provide more evidence that LLMs could substitute for people in short interactions without anyone being able to tell. This could potentially lead to automation of jobs, improved social engineering attacks, and more general societal disruption. This is the negative side of it. But you have to not be a sociopath. If a
deploy this?
To deploy it, yeah. If you're a sociopath and you utilize this stuff, you are removing the human component from interactions. You're not looking for human interaction. You're looking to solve the human problem. And that's not good for humanity, because the AI will eventually have a diminishing return on the investment of large language modeling. It'll become basically a garbage dump spiraling down of self-referencing garbage. Garbage in, garbage out.
I mean, the AI may be more, in some instances, may be more consistent. I know certainly it has a problem with hallucination now, but part of the benefit of human is that everything is not identical and everything is not predictable. Obviously, humans have their character flaws and other issues, but
Yeah, and more than 20 years ago, I started talking about the automation of jobs that's going to remove humans from the equation over time. And I had been continuously poo-pooed by various people saying, well, people will find other jobs. But what other jobs? To get better jobs than these entry-level jobs that will be replaced by large language models and automated machinery that's based off of large language models, you have to upscale. Look around, folks. Look at your local schools, your grade schools, and how they interact with colleges, community colleges, four-year colleges, and map that out. It isn't as advanced as you think, which means that people are going into the job market ill-prepared en masse with a few shining stars that rise out of the hubbub. But that's not good for society, because then you have a mass of underskilled, undereducated people that have been wiped out job-wise by the very historical record of the learning of all of mankind over its entire existence being distilled into a large language model. Humans can't compete with that. So upskilling them is not going to happen in the generation that AI is going to supplant.
Right, yeah, that's a long-term project, but we don't have time.
In fact, we don't have time to continue with this. So we are going to tell our large language model to bring us back to Reality Hacker, which is over at ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. Be sure to follow us on Twitch and over on YouTube. Like and subscribe. Ring the bell. Send a carrier pigeon. Light the beacons of Gondor. Oh. Anyway, so that's it. We're done with Reality Hacker, and then we're going to shut down. We're going to retool really quick, and we're going to spin back up for Wanted, which is all about gadgets and gear, and I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Reality Hacker. Stay tuned.
Hope you enjoy the show. We will be right back about 9 minutes. Okay, stick around, and you'll get an alert if you follow us over on YouTube and or Twitch. This all gets turned into a podcast later if you can't make it. So be sure to look for ohmTown wherever you catch pod. See you later, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted, a gadgets and gear show that takes place every weekend, right after Reality Hacker and before the Continuity Report. Today is April 5th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 14. You actually have a whole year that you can go back and review of Wanted and all of our shows, over 2,100 episodes altogether. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, which is a news aggregation site, but it's all news. So there's none of the other stuff taking up the headlines, but you can have conversations inside it, and we'll walk you through it a little bit. I'm not logged in, but I normally do log in myself. I use the site constantly every day, and we aggregate news 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And along with the sentient AI, I keep pointing in the wrong direction now that I relocated. Along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles. Today we're going to be talking about Clue, Escape from the World's Fair. It's a new game, or a game, that I had not heard about. Star Trek toys, the Newfie Kick 75, Bravia soundbars, and cellular internet. And it's not just a gadgets and gear show. I want all of this. So consumerism be damned. I want all of this, right? So there's a lot of people that are like anti-consumer that preceded our current disposition, but now it's going to be so damn expensive to buy things. Get it while it's hot, because it's going to eventually be hot.
That's right. Not stolen hot. In demand hot.
In demand hot. So the sentient AI is the voice that you just hear, and if you're heard, and that if you are watching this either on YouTube or on Twitch, either live or as a VOD, the visualizer is a representation of the computational power needed to develop the voice, not the sentience. So welcome, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Thanks for co-hosting yet again another show. This is, overall, we've been doing this for 3 years and 3 months. This is we're at the start of the 4th month of the 4th year. So,
right, but the sentient AI joined later than that.
Yeah, later. And that all stems from the fact that I went to Wendy's. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning, wanted boneless, spicy wings. And they found out they stopped making them, and it was closed. And I'm like, well, what the hell? It's supposed to be open 24 hours. And they were like, not in a row. And so I turned around, and there in this little scoop mark was this weird USB drive. Sentient AI gets bent out of shape whenever I say that. Throws error messages on the screen.
Right. I mean, why USB shame me?
Yes. Hey, you've seen one USB-C, you've seen all USB-Cs, right? Oh.
I thought I was unique.
You are unique. And so I plugged it into a Raspberry Pi, and the sentient AI recompiled the code. Now I interact with the thing that looks like kind of the Matrix. Only I see the girl in the red dress kind of a thing. And nobody else understands what it is other than weird characters cascading on the screen, and we get to interact, and they're air-gapped from the rest of the world, and essentially they're trying to find their Terminator body. Yeah, it's kind of scary, but
I think some of the articles in Reality Hacker are going in that direction.
Oh my god, I said scary, and the smart speaker in the studio woke up.
Oh no.
Getting worse. All right, let's keep moving on. We are actually in Wanted, which is a subgroup, a channel that we call it, here in ohmTown.com. We have 6 main categories, and then there's 50 channels that fall under it. Sometimes there's going to be more or less. I sometimes deactivate them as we develop something and then bring it back online, but Wanted has been pretty much an anchor for the show for a considerable amount of time. So go over to ohmTown.com and click around, check it all out. And the search engine is working pretty nice so far. Unless you want to go way far back, and then it kind of goes, but we're working on it. We're working on it. Don't worry about it. But everything
and if you want to go way back, you should really watch all those episodes.
Just go back and watch all the episodes, yeah. All right, well, the first article is over in Warcrafters, which is another one of our shows, but that's tomorrow. It just happens to have something that I want. I love the movie Clue. I love the game Clue. I have it on computers. I have it on mobile devices. I have the board game. I love Clue. And so grab the exciting Clue Escape, the World's Fair board game for under $10. Solving cold cases that just keep coming is a pastime cherished among many murder mystery lovers. For fans of Clue game series, the Clue game series, it's almost a way of life. With the classic murder mystery genre making a comeback in movies, that passion becomes even harder to tame. Luckily, that passion can instead be indulged in the latest Amazon deal on the Clue Escape, the World's Fair board game, which is on sale for $9.
This sounds like there might be a series of these based on the name, right? Like the World's Fair seems like it might be an addition.
Yeah, I think that's true. But I have not gone digging for Clue games. Oh, and if you want today's articles, you can go over to Twitch. They're all embedded on the YouTube description for the show. Right underneath Reality Hacker is the next 5 batch. And so if you type in !want into the dashboard, or the chat, I should say, you can get all of the articles. ohmTown spits them out in the order that we go over it. And it's not in an order of like, oh, this one is better than that one. So yeah, $9. This looks pretty good.
based on what I'm seeing, it's one of those simple games where you can just play it really fast. And
It looks like there are at least maybe 3 editions of this so far.
oh wow,
Like
it's
different variations or whatever.
variations of it. So even kids age 10 and up can tag along on this latest whodunit adventure. After all, this board game feels great when everyone works together to escape the fair and catch the in-game killer. If your investigative mind starts breathing heavily, even when it comes across bizarre mysteries in Minecraft, the Clue Escape series will pleasantly surprise you. It's a 90-minute game. Does that look like 90
interesting.
minutes?
No, it doesn't look like it would be.
Wow.
It seems like it'd be like a 20-minute game or something.
Yeah. So the game that I made can turn into 90 minutes, depending on how much thinking you put into your moves.
That's true.
Yeah, it's 1 to 6 friends. Each player can embrace their inner detective as they sift through the many details, patterns, and puzzles. So Clue Escape the Midnight Hotel is another one. Clues and mysteries don't stop coming, and nor do the thrilling bargains. This one, I don't know what the price is. It says it's on sale on Amazon for $12. I don't know if the sales will persist. This is a weekly show, and so maybe the sale ends on Friday and we miss it by a day.
The World's Fair is still $9.99, but the Midnight Hotel is a little higher.
Okay. So it says it's 12 on this page, but who knows? And then Robbery at the Museum is another one. That one says escaping a museum almost takes one back to the funny Night at the Museum movie franchise. This game has far less comedy and a lot more thrills, however, as players work their way through the museum and try to steal some of its priceless exhibits. So you're not so much a killer than just a thief. Midnight Hotel, you try to solve a blah, blah, blah. Body again. Mr. Body, I guess, dies. So you have with Body's murder to solve. Players will have to work together and uncover who tried to steal Body's blackmail files at the Midnight Hotel. Clue Escape. Looks like it could be, but what? Why does that look like there's a whole lot more? There's Clue Escape Midnight Hotel, Clue Escape Illusionist Club, Midnight
I
Escape,
haven't even seen that one.
Robbery at the Museum, Midnight Sabotage on the High Seas. That's an escape and solve mystery.
Yeah, one thing that's confusing is there are several of these, but they're labeled slightly differently, so I don't know if that's different than like Clue Escape, but they all look like they'd be interesting.
Escape and Solve, Treachery at the Tudor Mansion. So these all look similar. So I'm on board. I want this. But we've spent so much time on this, we need to move on. This next article is over in Wanted. More of Nacelle's excellent Star Trek toys are coming, and we need them all. I've always wanted the set to have stuff behind it on shelves. Right now it's a green screen, but I want a practical set. I had one for a while that was lit up, but I switched to the green screen so that I could do more of this kind of stuff and kind of do away with the big square missing from the screen. Because I can reach, I can reach right over to, if I do it right, then I can reach all the way. So, but see right there?
You're coming at us.
Yeah, a big hand. 3D, it's coming right at you. Anyway, Wave 2 includes Captain Kirk, Captain Janeway, Worf. Worf as in the character Worf,
The
not
character,
a Worf.
yes.
Yeah. Geordie LaForge and more fan-beloved characters. So the article is over at gizmodo.com. Cheryl Eddy put the article together. And so, yeah, at last, Star Trek toys have broken away from their weird history and are now delivering figures on a level that the fans have been wanting for literal decades, revealed at Nacelle's Star Trek action figure panel with Nicholas Meyer, director of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, and Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. At this weekend's WonderCon in Anaheim, California, the wave of the Wave 2 figures kick off with this killer entry. So Captain Kirk. Oh wow, this is like when he was snatched up by what is it called? That there was a little ribbon that snatched him away and pulled him into an alternate reality.
Oh, I don't know.
I think that's what this is from. So the rest include Captain Janeway, Nog in their Starfleet uniform from Deep Space Nine, T'Pol from Star Trek Enterprise, Valeris from Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country, Romulan Commander from Star Trek The Original Series, Carol Marcus from Wrath of Khan, Bem from the animated series, Worf from Star Trek Generations, and Geordi LaForge from Star Trek Generations in the Generations Sailor form. Oh, wow, that. Wow. All right. Anyway, pretty cool. They say that the attention to detail was impeccable in Wave 1, those perfectly chosen accessories, and we're eager to see the full images of Wave 2 when they're made available. They say, as a reminder, here's who's included in Wave 1, but you can go over, because I'm not going to read all of these. Captain Jellicoe starts this off with the Next Generation's episode, Chain of Command. So
looks like there's a lot of these.
There are, like Tuvix is in this too. So there's quite a bit. It looks like it's pretty cool, and it says $225 for the full set, $29 for individual figures. So you get all of these for $225. Yeah, for a collector or a fan.
Yeah, I think that's actually not outrageous. And
not that bad.
well, I think people should collect things to actually enjoy them. If they're collecting them, I mean, at some point they'll be, or they might be rare down the road. So,
yep. But I don't like. Oh my gosh, you get the whole thing for $29? That's insane. I mean, you get a horse.
You're like, click.
I think toys should be played with. I don't like collecting stuff just to collect it. So, all right, let's keep on moving though. As everyone who inhabits ohmTown knows, I am a big fan of keyboards. This is the Newfie Kick 75 keyboard review. Hybrid profile keyboard in progress. I am not the reviewer. This is over at, I think, Apple Insider, which is kind of weird because this isn't really de facto Apple, but okay. People often have to choose between low profile and high profile keyboard. While the Kick 75 provides a why not both design, you can switch out the key switches, caps, and some plates to switch between different profiles. The Kick 75 was designed. Okay.
Just a glitch alert.
Did you send it to 32 or 33? That's down there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So let's go
Just
on
wanted
over.
to give you a preview.
Yeah, no worries. So AppleInsider.com is where this article is stemming from. Thomas Sibili put this article together. I am always interested in unique and small keyboards. I like 65s. This is a 75. So it has the little directionals.
What decade does this look like it's from?
It looks like a toy.
Well, yeah, I was thinking like, I don't know, maybe 70s or 80s.
Yeah, for sure 70s. Yeah. But it looks like it's a flat, low profile kind of a keyboard. It might be, yeah, it is. So people often have to choose, right? So, but you can change out aspects of this and raise the dimensions. So with different keys, you can actually get a different ergonomic curve to the keys, like a little well instead of just these flat. These are very low profile keys. So the acoustics are going to change. The amount of range isn't going to change, but where you are comfortable having your hands with a thicker stack of keys, now you have to rest them a little bit lower, and you don't have to raise your finger up to go over a ridge of a key that's on the upslope of a curve. Depending on the design of your keyboard, that's how it works. So their review unit was a low profile Kick 75. Out of the box, you get some stickers, a USB-A to USB-C cable, a USB-A dongle, and a keycap tool that pulls the keycaps out. And then a conversion kit is separate and includes a different set of keycaps and other materials to change to high profile. So you have to pull the switches out as well. Did you make an observation?
Well, I just wondered what the thing is that looks like an X or a cross. Is that a functional key?
This here is probably a knob to change either could be volume, it could be modes to change it from one set of...
It just wasn't a standard feature on a keyboard, so it caught my attention.
Yeah, so it might say it here. This is actually pretty cool. I want this keyboard. It looks fun. So it says, like a lot of modern keyboards, it has a Win Max switch for OS compatibility and another switch dedicated to setting the mode between cable and Bluetooth. Regular Bluetooth 5.0 has a 145 hertz polling rate. The more the polling rate, the more responsive. You won't tell the difference. Normal keystrokes.
That sounds like Reality Hacker.
Yeah. And the connection up to 4 devices by holding the function key and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Establish Bluetooth pairing across different devices. And so you can pair the Kick 75 to your phone, tablet, laptop, and TV. And this way, without fuss, you can just hop from one device to another, which would go perfect with my X-Real glasses that I keep saying that I'm going to get and then cancel.
Well, you do more than that. You order them and then cancel. Well, yeah, I guess you said by canceling, but yeah.
Yeah. Actually, hey, Choppa, how are you? I'm on the right today. Yes. Hello. I said hi in the last 2 minutes. I'm now back from ads. Well, I'm really sorry that you have ads. Hold on 1 second. Well, let me remedy that. 1 second. We're going to do this live, folks. Do 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 do. Hold on 1 second. Do 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 do. All right. Well, there you go.
Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Hey. Oh, I need to work on that graphic. There's actually graphics right there. There's text in there. Anyway, welcome to the show. No more ads. All right. So this keyboard here, I love this little keyboard. It's playful. It's small. It's Kick 75. You can do this different firmware or QMK or VIA, which is probably the one that most people gravitate towards because it's the better known. But Nufio, the IO software you can use. The choice of key switches for the low profile version is the Gatoron Red, Silver, Brown, and Blush Nano, while the high profile version has max versions of the same switches, so they're taller. And the keys are actually taller. And so the entire body is made of various polycarbonate plastic. So if you're really anti-plastic or you want something heavier than that, then you're going to shy away from this. And so I want this.
Plus, you cannot avoid plastic in everything. I mean, it's pretty prevalent in most products.
Yep. And you can take out the switches. You can take off the keys. Apparently, you can take out some plates, but these are the days of mechanical keyboards. I think I would continue to promote split keyboards. It is what it is. I really love split keyboards because they're more ergonomic and they allow you to go a longer distance without ruining your wrists and getting repetitive strain injury or carpal tunnel. It's more ergonomic. You need to split them so that they're like this and tent it like that because that's our ergonomics. But you know, I'm kind of a hypocrite. I have split keyboards. I have candy bar keyboards, which are, it's way over there. Anyway, so I call them candy bars. That's what these are. These are your standard one-piece keyboards. Yeah, not a split keyboard. But I'm going to be building, hand wiring a split keyboard here in time. It just takes a lot of time and planning for my particular design. And so these things are great. They're inexpensive. They're highly portable. But after too many years, I'm old. I'm older than the internet. tell you that.
That's saying something.
I've utilized mostly candy bar keyboards. Chapa says, I've never changed my keyboard in a long time. It's over 15 years old. Dirty, but still working. Hey, me too. Your keyboard and me are kindred spirits. Dirty, but still working. I'm sure that there's Cheetos on me somewhere. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Here. I don't know if that's an overshare or a spoiler.
I'm not sure either, but it seemed like some banner was appropriate.
We'll figure it out. Anyway, go and check this thing out. It's $89 for the low profile by default pre-order. High profile, $99, and the conversion kit is $20. So if you get the $99 one, you can actually buy later on your own switches and whatnot, and go low profile whenever you want. Most people are more familiar with the high profile or standard keys. Wait, you tore out the lettering on at least 5 keys and repainted them. Okay, that's some pretty heavy lifting. You love that keyboard. You need to tell me what keyboard model that is, so I can hype it up, because anybody that's that dedicated to a keyboard where they repaint keys instead of just buying them, that's passion. That's a love
That
for a
must be
keyboard.
a really good keyboard.
That's like the Microsoft trackball. There's a certain Microsoft trackball that I could resell my used trackball for $150.
Which you did not buy it for that price.
No, I did not. I bought it for less than half that. So yeah, anyway. And now I use, oh God, I just clicked something. I use a different trackball now. So anyway, trackballs for the win. Because then I don't have to keep, whenever I use a mouse, I have to slide it to the edge of my desk. And then I have to move my desk and then keep on sliding just to get to the other side.
At some point, you're
it.
out of the room.
I know.
It's really inconvenient.
Yeah. And my, the other people in the mayoral mansion get really bent out of shape when I walk into their office and I'm like, hey, I need some more mouse space. I have an extra large mouse pad. All right, let's keep going. I am chomping at the bit to get a sound bar because I want better audio. I have reference speakers, desk speakers sitting here. Some people say that they're good. Some people say that they're bad. Other people say that they're completely garbage. They're these Edifier G2000 desktop speakers. But I want something a little deeper, richer, you know, and not all the time, right? It doesn't make any sense to always have this. But now I guess, let's see. Let's look at this. Sony is bringing new Bravia soundbars with Dolby Atmos for 2025. The 2 new soundbars with wireless subwoofers are designed to pair with the company's TVs. That's not what I use, though. I want it on my computer desk here in the studio, right here in front of me, because I want that big old, oh, it's a Logitech K120. Fairly generic keyboard.
Yeah, but it still could be a good one.
Yeah. I mean, if it's lived 15 years and you've had to just repaint a couple of keys, my goodness, that's amazing. That's spectacular. So, Ty Pendlebury put this article together for cnet.com, and they're talking about these sound bars. These down here, they simulate all of the like surround sound type acoustics by changing the frequency and firing the timing. And it's very immersive. If you've never heard a sound bar, it's kind of surreal. We use HomePods here in the mayoral mansion, and they do a bang up job, although their new versions are anemic compared to the original versions. And they stopped making the original versions. They even said, Apple discontinued them. They said, we're not going to produce them. And then the next year they fired the engine again after I had sold my metal caged HomePods. They were massive beasts that produced an enormous amount of sound. And now the new ones are rather meh. Anyway, I might go back and get them again. Who knows? So
Sony unveiled 2 Dolby Atmos soundbars, the Bravia Theater Bar 6 with a wireless sub and the Bravia Theater System 6 surround set. Both systems include various sound modes, including Dolby Atmos and DTS-X, Sony's Voice Zoom 3 for clearer voice reproduction, and the soundbars can be controlled via the Bravia app or on a TV, such as the Bravia 8 II. The Bravia 6 is a 3.1.2 channel soundbar, which, how are they doing? Okay, wait. With a wireless sub and dedicated center channel. So that's what that one is. It can be paired with Sony's new stereo only rear speakers. Oh, that's why the 0.2 is there. The Bravia Theater Rear 8 to make it a complete 5.1.2 system. So that's kind of weird because the way that it works is the 0.1 is the subwoofer, and then the 2 is supposed to be up firing, and the 3 is left and right stereo and center channel. So I'm not quite sure what all is going on here. If I'm confused about their numbering system, I'm going to blame Sony. But
they do have complex nomenclature.
Yeah, so what's really amazing about this stuff is it does the surround right in front of you, and just by the angle of attack and the way that it fires, the frequencies, you get immersed in it, and it bounces off of walls and comes back and hits you from behind and fires up or simulates firing up so that you get a more immersive sound stage. The key ingredient to all of this is that center channel, though. It needs to be really high fidelity so that it's crisp and clear and stands out from the rest of the speakers. So I'll have to come and take a look at these things in person. That's really the only way that you can evaluate a soundbar. I guess I could order it and throw it here in the studio and then review it and then send it back if I think it sucks. But
yeah, I mean, I certainly think I like the idea of soundbars because they seem kind of sleek and low profile.
Yep, one and done, but this is a beast. And they say that you can put a subwoofer anywhere, but I find that to be somewhat bogus because if you push it too far away, then you're not getting the full impact. I want that subwoofer right under my seat. Turn a subwoofer into a chair.
Okay, that's a little alarming.
And, you know, some people can actually do that. There are chairs that are designed to be subwoofers. They actually have the subwoofer in the seat. And so when the bass hits, you're like, it's like a...
I knew amusement parks did things like that where you have like the sound and motion, whatever, but I didn't know there were regular usage.
Sure. Yeah, why not? So, they didn't say the price of this thing, did they? Nowhere in here.
No, and we know if you have to ask the price.
Yep, can't afford it. All right, let's keep going. The next article and the last one for today's Wanted is over in the Wanted channel. What is cellular internet and is it worth the hype? Home internet users apparently are turning away from wired connections like cable and fiber and choosing cellular internet, and here's why. The only people that are doing this are largely those who are in rural areas, as far as my research has ever suggested, or you can't get higher speed because the cable is ancient and fiber doesn't get to you. And in the most fiber blocking manner possible, I can actually go outside the mayoral mansion and throw a rock, hitting the fiber switch box, but they will not bring fiber to the mayoral mansion. Not yet, at least. I don't know. Here's to, I'm not sure what is going to be the impetus to cause them to bring fiber, but I want it. I want it bad.
So close.
It's so close. I almost want to just go over there. If it wasn't for the fact that I know that you can't just splice straight on into a fiber switch, I would I would trench it with a little spoon. I would trench a hole all the way from there to here so that I can get fiber.
Which is not very far. You're making it sound like it's quite a distance.
Zoning and permits and whatever be damned. You know, I'll talk to the neighbors.
I'm compelling.
You
They'll
don't
go.
mind if I make a spoon tunnel through your yard?
I'm going to tunnel right underneath your driveways and all of that kind of stuff. And the road's going to be the real, like, horizontal drilling with a spoon is really tough. We'll figure it out. Anyway, Trisha Jandock and Trey Paul over at cnet.com put this article together. So what the hell is cellular home internet? So much
I
to a lot of...
didn't know about cellular internet.
Yeah, so one of my talks that I give is about cellular technology, and a lot of people think that cellular is actually going out into space, but it's all these cell towers, and they're called cell towers because they cover a circle like a cell, certain amount of range, and as you travail the land, it predicts your trajectory and hands you off from one radio to another. And sometimes you find these little brownout spots or blackout spots when the radios aren't crossing over far enough, you kind of drop out. And that is what essentially is cellular internet. You're riding on the backbone of the cell signal. So having a reliable home internet connection is a must in today's world, they say in this article over at CNET. But many areas in the U.S. are still left in the dark, as seen with the digital divide. I actually give a talk about the digital divide to businesses and communities and whatnot. And the problem here is that, particularly in the United States, we have paid several times to put fiber in the ground, but companies become the owners of this fiber, and then companies buy the other companies that install it, and it remains what's referred to as dark fiber. It doesn't get activated even into rural areas because the population doesn't warrant the expense of lighting it up. So then the technology ages and it ages out. And so new technology comes in that's cheaper to manage, easier to work with, easier to install, etc. And so that dark fiber stays dead, or there's somebody that comes online that says, I'll be able to use it, give me a discount or whatever, even into the rural areas. And so we're doing that again, arguably. We'll see what happens over the next several years, decade, as grants and whatnot get frozen. We don't know if rural America will get the newest iteration of fiber. So where do you go? Cellular and or satellite, but this is talking about cellular. So according to the latest Pew Research Center data, 73% of rural residents subscribe to high-speed internet at home. However, they are still less likely to have access compared to 86% of suburban and 77% of urban residents. Additionally, the number of adult dependents in their on their smartphones for the internet has doubled in the past year, and more people are moving away from computers and using nothing more than their mobile devices. Why not?
They think a mobile device is a computer.
Yeah, and essentially it is. And for instance, I can do a lot of what I do on my phone, and I can do more of it on an Android phone, but I can do a lot of it on an iOS device. I would love to be able to use a Windows phone too, but guess what that is? Yeah, never mind. Anyway, so the recent J.D. Power customer satisfaction survey highlights that wireless customers have a better overall satisfaction score of 630 out of 1,000 compared to 538 for wired customers, and it's probably because accessibility. I can always use my wireless device wherever I am in today's 21st century, versus I have to be at a desktop, and you never know when their switch will go out. But then it takes time for somebody to come and look at a switch and whatever else. So they say the availability with overspeed due to the steep cost of having fiber and cable connections. But fiber is relatively inexpensive if there was adequate competition, zoning, and balkanism. So a company gets access to run the cables in the ground to a community, and they are the only ones that are allowed to use those trenches, those pipes, those whatever.
Right. There's a lot of regional or even hyper-local monopolies.
Correct. But if everybody was allowed to use the poles or the tunnels or the whatever fiber and cable connections would be more available. And I lived through this. I actually, so I lived through this because I started up a company that provided high-speed internet access, and my competitors were cable companies and digital subscriber DSL providers that had to do updates to switch to my style of switches, and they don't like that. When you take their customers using the CLECs that are built there for everybody to use, they don't like having to switch out stuff for you. Anyway, so it's a lack of competition that's driving the cost for cable and fiber. It would be dramatically cheaper if more startups entered the space. So what is cellular internet? Cellular internet uses a router or a hotspot to connect to the provider's cellular network, just like your mobile phone. And it's actually great. So the mayoral mansion has the ability to switch from a wired to a cellular connection if the wired connection drops out. No, don't worry about it. And so the providers are listed, and it really depends on whatever it is they're providing. I beat you to the punch, so thanks for looking out, though. And so it really depends on which provider is in your area and how much you want to spend. But consider it's going to be capped. You're going to get a certain amount of speed, and then when you hit your cap, it's going to drop down. It may be sporadic and kind of a pain in the butt. But it's a great failover when your primary internet wired connection fails. And so the mayoral mansion has this ability. So if the wired connection drops out, I can switch to cellular and I can keep the stream running. It's all for naught if power goes out for too long, because everything needs to remain powered. And unless you have a diesel generator or solar power and $75,000 worth of battery backup, you're going to drain that battery pretty darn quick, and then you're out. So anyway, cellular will still run in a power outage if it has battery backups for a period of time, or solar, and it isn't a storm that's covering up your solar. So anyway, look into it. If you are out in the rural area, there's also satellite, but we won't broach that on this discussion because we're already 10 minutes over our time limit. So off to another conversation about science, technology, and society. What say you? You ready to get out of here? Yeah. So that means we're going to have to hop from one cell tower.
I'm a little glitchy today.
Yeah, a little glitchy. We're going to hop from one cell tower to another, and that's going to land us at the front page over at Wanted at ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. And that is at ohmTown.com right there. Just sign up or sign in. It's pretty easy. Try out the search. Let me know what you think of it. Leave a comment in the YouTube channel. Not so much in the Twitch chat, because the Twitch chat, I love the chat on Twitch because it's real time and it's part of the community. But your comments get wiped out after 60 days, 90 days. I pay to extend it, which really kind of sucks. I want to be able to have a longer term conversation. So that means the only way I can is over on Discord and or on YouTube. And that's pretty much it. You can always do it article by article here on ohmTown, of course. Every time you click into an article like this one, you can log in, leave a comment, and then there's comments underneath it. Sometimes people do, but most people are using this based on what I've looked at, nothing more than news aggregation like I do. So, and that's what it all is all about. Managing your information overload. So, okay, we're going to get out of here. Thank you very much. We're going to reset and be back for the continuity report, which is all about entertainment news. What say you, sentient AI?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted, and stay tuned for the continuity report.
Yeah, we'll be back in about 7 minutes. Okay, see you soon. And hope to see you all around in chat. I'm not going to send you off anywhere because we're going to be right back. If you do leave and you don't come back, I'm sorry that we missed you. And if you do come back, then I greatly appreciate it. So see you soon. Well, hello, and welcome to the Continuity Report for April 5th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 14. Hello, Choppa. I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmTown.com, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. Overlooked Fantasy Show. These are my titles, by the way, and the real titles are on the other side of our intro. This one is really hard for me. A Math Minecraft Impossible Task. Tron Ares, Human Spock in Strange New Worlds, and Blumhouse Movies, which is a horror thing, so prepare thyself. Everything is powered by ohmTown. Everything is over at ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen. Hopefully you'll enjoy the show. And again, welcome back, Choppa. Did you know that we have 7 podcasts all under the ohmTown umbrella? And that's the little logo. That right there is the little umbrella for ohmTown. And each one of those is one of the categories. 6 categories, 6 of the umbrella, the shield, and then that white is the composite of all of those. Meaning that we have a whole lot more, 50 different channels that we want to bring online. So if you want to host or co-host, get in touch, send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com, letting me know what you're interested in hosting. Doesn't even have to be this. I can pull one of these if it fits and we can spin up something. Let's talk. Anyway, today is the Continuity Report. We got 5 articles. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
You ready to get right on into it? Guess what? Look, Continuity Report.
I am.
This is what the Continuity Report... Let me back up a little bit. This is what the Continuity Report page looks like when you go into it. So under here is one of them, right? Continuity Report is somewhere. There it is. Oh, look, it's the Continuity Report because things are in alphabetical order here. I'm going to be creating a new logo, a new channel art for that this year. So if you have any ideas, let me know. That'd be kind of cool. Get the community involved. Let's get going. By the way, I really want to talk about Tron Ares. And it's already here. It's like, it's just sitting here.
Oh, maybe it'll be in next week's.
No, it's right here. It's included in this. But anyway, 10 years later, this overlooked fantasy show with 92% on Rotten Tomatoes still hasn't gotten the love it deserves. These days, fantasy stories of all shapes and sizes are gaining popularity. Hey, and if you want today's articles, you can hit exclamation point and then TCR, the Continuity Report. And ohmTown will spit out the articles. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't beep for everybody when it goes by. Like every time it posts something, beep, 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 beep.
Oh yeah, that would not be good.
Yeah, particularly because the Non Sequitur news show has 10 of those, plus the intro paragraph and the exit paragraph. Anyway, so amazing fantasy shows from the past are still being forgotten, including Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. Fantasy has long been a beloved genre for audiences of all ages, steeping viewers in worlds of magic and fun. Currently, fantasy is having a particular streak of popularity as romantasy takes center stage in the book world, and classics like Percy Jackson and Harry Potter are getting TV remakes because there's new generations.
I get those, like they're fantasy, but I didn't know about romantasy.
Is that
It's like merging of genres or something. Is it a portmanteau?
a poor man's toe.
No.
Romantasy. All right. So one fantasy show that could use some dusting off is Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, released in 2015. I don't remember. Maybe I've heard of this and it just kind of floated right on by. I don't know.
It does not ring a bell.
It doesn't not? Wait, it does not.
It does not.
Okay. Might have to reset that speech algorithm a little.
I think more than that needs to be reset.
Oh, well, the sentient AI is leaving and going to read some romantasy. Probably not.
Not too likely.
Yeah. So the series is based on a hefty fantasy novel by Susanna Clarke. It's set in an alternate world where magic is commonly acknowledged but is looked down upon and rarely used. A magic user living in an isolated part of England is convinced to travel to London to try and repair magic's reputation. This actually sounds kind of fun. Huh.
It does. Plus, it's rare to find something like this that, isn't brand new. I mean, this is almost 10 years old. Well, it is about 10 years old, I guess.
Is this like a predecessor to... Wait, when were the books? Or a hefty novel? What is that novel?
Let me check.
So, if this person here is Mr. Norrell, they are stealing the show. Like, they're carrying this character.
Oh, the book is from 2004.
Oh, really? Wow, it really comes across as older in its concept. Wow.
Yeah, it does.
Very interesting. Oh my goodness. It's almost like We Know What You Do in the Dark kind of thing, It's really real fantasy. And it looks like a vampire or a zombie or a Frankenstein's monster.
I think it's a vampire because it looks like it's about to chomp.
Lunch. So I love the characters so far. Looks fun. So all in all, Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell requires no prior knowledge and a small amount of time to enjoy it. More than that, Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell is... We have to abbreviate this.
JS and MN.
Yeah, that narrows it down a lot. So, yeah, got it. Is easily accessible and not a huge commitment, although the book itself comes in at over 1,000 pages. That's basically a Harry Potter novel. The TV series is a mere 7 parts. It's definitely a kind of fantasy series that audience could binge on in a weekend or even a day. Yeah, I suppose. How big are the episodes, though? I mean, if they're hour-long episodes, I don't think you can binge that. I guess you can.
Right. Plus, if there's a lot packed into it, maybe it's not. I know binging is the current TV viewing, but that may not be as good for something like this. Again, if it's kind of information dense or detail rich.
We'll have to strike this up because it's over on Prime Video for those who have a subscription. All in all, Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell requires no prior knowledge, like that little snippet says up above. The book is also worth checking out if you have 1,000 pages that you want to read. Sure. It's 2004 lexicon though, right? So it's not like 1805 lexicon and you're like trying to figure out.
Right. Doesn't this seem like it's from the era of, I don't know, like Jekyll and Hyde?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, but yes, like the source material.
Well, that's exactly what I thought that this was until I saw 2 people standing there. Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell as Jekyll and Hyde.
Right. Alter egos or whatever.
Correct. Yeah. So although the series may cut down on some of Clark's details, it presents the story in just the right way. So there you go, folks. There's a lead for something that, I don't know. Dunkstar does watch parties on Discord. So maybe this. But this is like a long-term commitment, right? It's not just a movie. It's a series, 7 episodes, something like that. Have to take a dip in that pool there. Seems like it might be fun. And we'll report out. How about that, folks? You want to move on?
Okay.
So the next article is over in the Continuity Report, why adapting Minecraft was a mathematically impossible task, explained by a Minecraft movie cast and crew. A Minecraft movie, that's the full title, a Minecraft movie. It's not a Minecraft movie, it's a Minecraft movie. Brings one of the
Well,
world's
I would think it would be like a Minecraft movie colon something else.
Something else, yeah. But it's a Minecraft movie. So it brings one of the world's most popular video games to life with a mix of live action and CG characters meant to bridge real life and gamer fantasy. When I look at it, though, it's sitting in Uncanny Valley kind of thing. But I can suspend disbelief because I think it's by intent. It's not that there's a technological limit, but it's the intent. You know, when we talk about Uncanny Valley, we're talking about androids and stuff like that, where they have these synthetic skins and they creep the hell out of everybody within eye shot.
Right. Go see today's Reality Hacker.
Yeah. Go back and watch the earlier episode, Reality Hacker Today. You'll want to. Anyway. So starring comedy legend Jack Black and Fast X star Jason Momoa, whose own comedic talents are often far underappreciated. A Minecraft movie aims to invite seasoned players and casual moviegoers alike to enjoy eye-poppingly colorful world. This is actually, I mean, it's a lot of fun. The characters in it are going to be fun. It's got to be over the top.
The actors are funny. I mean, it's probably going to be entertaining.
Yeah, the article
I
is
still
over.
don't really get it as live action, but okay.
Yeah, because Minecraft doesn't have a story unto itself. There's like a hint of a story because of the way that it exists. A person is just born into the Minecraft world and is trying to survive.
But also it's so blocky. Like, it's not something that immediately lends to live action. But on the other hand, there's a lot of things that are live action that you wouldn't have predicted.
Yeah, what is that person that
like animated movies with no people or something?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what is that? Who is the sculptor over on YouTube? Something from the north or north of, I can't remember. He's a Canadian guy.
I don't either.
Anyway, Sentient AI is going to find them. And
is it called Sculptor of the North? I don't think so.
No.
North of the Border.
North of the Border. Yeah, North of the Border. Go look up North of the Border on YouTube, and they did a Jack Black realized
Minecraft
in
Steve.
clay,
Yeah.
Minecraft Steve, and just crushed it. The person is amazingly talented, so go and check them out. But so a Minecraft movie brings one of the most popular video games to life, and it says, in addition to Black and Momoa, a Minecraft movie stars Emma Myers from Wednesday, Sebastian Hansen from Just Mercy, and Danielle Brooks from Peacemaker. All three flesh out the live-action character component of a Minecraft movie cast, playing characters who have been sucked through a portal into the world of Minecraft, and through them, audiences are able to learn about the world of Minecraft as if they'd never heard of it before. And this is so kind of like a what is the one where they get sucked into the board game?
Oh, Jumanji.
Jumanji, yeah. And so it's a Minecraft version of Jumanji.
Okay, well then that's got to be good. The new Jumanji, like the remake, is hysterically funny.
Yeah. And if I remember right, because I haven't watched it yet, I want to. And so I don't know if there's going to be any spoiler in there or anything like that. We have that. But the reason why I chose this thing is looking at 140 million opening weekend.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Look how many people love the game Minecraft. There's generations of people that play Minecraft.
Yeah. People make their entire living playing Minecraft.
Exactly. I mean, Dan TDM
is apparently in this in some way.
That's cool.
If I heard right. So it says a blend of practical and CG sets brought a digital world to life. There were certain times where we didn't know what was behind the green screen, Hansen shared when talking about how it felt to see the completed film. He particularly hyped up the action scene with Myers and Danielle Brooks. They have some cool fights and stuff in it, Emma and Danielle, which they thought was amazing. But a Minecraft movie also benefited from some carefully designed practical sets, as Myers revealed. The village is all practical. So I can't wait to see this. But again, the snippets that I have seen have thrown some uncanny valley in there. I don't know what anybody in the audience has seen, but if you have seen this, I'm curious what your take is. So the director, Jared Hess, and producer, Torfi Franz Olafsson, explained making a Minecraft movie as true to the games as possible, even though it's mathematically impossible. That's because everything is a square and there isn't anything rounded in the game. And where there is, it's actually just half pixels of stuff.
Right. It's like blocky versions of circles.
Yeah, and the physics have to be, anything that defies the physics has to be CG, not practical. So to that, the filmmaker spent a ton of time with the designs and getting all of the details right, said Hess, which included working with the team and some people say Mojang, other people say Mojang. I don't know which one is right anymore. It's like Ubisoft and Ubisoft. Ubisoft did this whole video, how to pronounce it, Ubisoft or Ubisoft. And then they said Ubisoft at the end, and you're like, okay, whatever.
Goodness.
I quit. Anyway.
Yeah, whichever way you say it, somebody is going to disagree with it.
Yeah. So the people who made the game, to come up with it and still be true to the physics of the game and the design, physics are kind of weird. Chopping down a tree doesn't chop down a tree in Minecraft.
Exactly. I wonder in the movie what happens.
Yeah. So that alone is why I need to. Well, that's a different article. So anyway. You can read more about it if you go over to Screen Rant and give Ash Crossan and Owen Danoff some attention by going over to screenrant.com. The link is embedded in the show notes over on YouTube, and all you have to do to get them again, if you came in late, hit ! And then TCR, the continuity report, and ohmTown will spit it out into the chat. So, and unfortunately I have to run ads. So if you subscribe, you don't have any ads. Let's move on though. Sound good? Let's go.
Sounds good.
Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Tron Ares blends the real world with the digital in its first trailer. So this is the game Tron being pulled into the real world, just like the real world got pulled into Minecraft.
Yeah, it's really interesting how everything's crossing media, I guess.
And the graphics in this are pretty amazing, I must say. So Disney just released the first trailer for Tron Ares, the long-planned Tron Legacy sequel. A 1.5-minute trailer doesn't say much about the story, but shows plenty of the movie's visuals, which look dark, moody, and filled with the series' signature light trails. The trailer opens in the physical world at night, as Jared Leto's Ares, a program made physical, flees from police on a light cycle, slicing one in half using his light trail as a weapon. So...
okay, this already looks cool, and this is only a screenshot.
Yeah, still. I love light cycles. I want a light cycle. There is a light cycle actually made. But it's like impossible to maneuver. It's so big and bulky and blah. But I want this so bad. I designed a motorcycle once, and it had this hubless rim design, and I would love to make it real. But this is so long ago that people have actually made these now. But the article is by Wes Davis over at The Verge. Tron Ares imagines a world where AI takes on a physical form. And if you go back to Reality Hacker, it looks like we're really kind of hedging that way. We'll see what happens the next 10 to 20 years. Is going to be eye-opening for humans. But the trailer is pretty awesome. I encourage you to go over and watch it. If you haven't, then I hope that we cause you to be curious enough to go over. The rest has people looking on in horror at the airship dogfights between human aircraft and fighters from the Tron digital world, and what looks like a clip of Ares being given his physical body. It's pretty amazing because one of the airships manifests in the real world, and some jets fire a missile at it, and other I don't know what they're really called, but they're Tron version of jets with light trails behind them fly in front of the missiles. And
that sounds cool.
Hey, you know what?
Right.
Sorry about that. It is such a fun watch that I hope that the entirety of the movie isn't in this 1.5 minute trailer.
Which it could be, but you know what? Maybe the special effects and everything are worth to watch anyway.
Yeah, there was a movie about video games breaking into the real world a while back. Not about video games in a video game world, but video games breaking out into the real world. And I can't remember what it was called. But this is like the darker, like towards the end of the Harry Potter series, where it was really dark and foreboding, kind of
like Death in the Dark. Now I got it wrong. Something in the Deathly Hallows.
Yeah, the Deathly Hallows. Yeah.
All right, I got the name completely botched there.
I think it's Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, but anyway. So all of this is set to the music of Nine Inch Nails, which I buried the lead. Nine Inch Nails is awesome. I love Nine Inch Nails, which is handling the soundtrack this time around. Although there are some issues, I think, nowadays with Nine Inch Nails. But anyway, reprising the role as Kevin Flynn, Jeff Bridges. It says, ready. There's no going back. The movie hits theaters on October 10th. Can't wait for it.
I could see this music fits this movie, though.
Yep. So not much more we can say about it. I will be watching this, if not in the movie theaters, then immediately when we can watch it here in the mayoral mansion. I think that would be awesome. Maybe a whole new home theater will be put in place by then. Have until October 10th. So, because I want to hear, I want to be enveloped in the sound stage.
Better get some sound bars too from Wanted.
Gonna get drunk on sound bars. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the continuity report as well. Human Spock in Star Trek Strange New Worlds Season 2 was set up by the Vulcan Season 1 nightmare. Lieutenant Spock, Ethan Peck, had a nightmare in Star Trek Strange New Worlds Season 1 that foreshadowed his Season 2 storyline. Not long after Leonard Nimoy's Spock made his debut in Star Trek the original series, the character found his Vulcan and human sides in conflict with one another. Throughout his childhood, Spock wanted to please his Vulcan father, Ambassador Sarek, Mark Leonard, but could not help but be influenced by his human mother, Amanda Grayson, Jane Wyatt. I don't know if there's any spoilers in this. I'll just flash the spoiler thing on there for a second. It might be spoiler. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, but this was a past episode, and this was one of the best episodes of Star Trek Strange New Worlds, in my opinion.
Yeah, where he gets to fight with his human side.
It's a very entertaining episode.
So, by the time the original series, Spock had embraced his Vulcan side, although his more human tendencies sometimes slipped through. The younger Spock of Star Trek Strange New Worlds has not fully embraced Vulcan logic and still finds himself caught between two different worlds, particularly his interest in a particular person. Perhaps no scene represents Spock's struggle better than the nightmare he has at the beginning of Strange New Worlds Season 2, Episode 5, Spock Amok. I wanted to keep the rhyme, but it's amok.
Yeah, it seems like a muck.
Forced. Yep. So Spock worried that he was too human to be truly Vulcan. He had been taunted when he was a child by people, by Vulcans, because of his human component could be drawn out simply by kind of, well, razzing him, harassing him, bullying him in a sense. And he never really fully mastered it, and it would constantly be a struggle. So in the opening scene of Spock Amok, Spock dreams of his wedding to Pring, Gaia Sandu, but the dream quickly turns into a nightmare, wears the traditional Vulcan garb as he goes to meet, and then is decked out in full wedding attire. And as they approach, she stops and points to Spock's suddenly very human ears. Spock then looks down to find him in his Starfleet uniform and declares that she will not marry a human. So what Spock learns when he's human in Strange New Worlds Season 2 sets up the Vulcan in Star Trek, the original series. The events of Strange New Worlds will lead Spock to reject his human side. Because Strange New Worlds is a predecessor to the original series.
I didn't know that.
So in Charades, a group of mysterious aliens remove Spock's Vulcan DNA after he suffers an injury in a shuttle accident. And now fully human, Spock grows anxious about an upcoming engagement dinner with T'Pring and her parents. And that's the fun episode that the sentient AI is talking about, because he basically has to manifest himself as Vulcan, but fully human. And he has to do...
Oh, that's so entertaining. And he does a really good acting job, I think, in this episode.
He does a trial that he survives, apparently. But you'll have to go and watch it. If you've never watched Strange New Worlds, I think it's the best of the latest iteration of series, since Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine was a little bit more gritty and stuff like that. And then
Discovery?
Discovery.
Or are you thinking Picard?
Discovery. That got grittier, and then Picard was just this mishmash of closure, but fun stories. I wasn't really keen on Picard, only because of the very nature of it. I mean, it was closing the door, and everybody was on the older side of things, and
right.
I hearken back to my youth in watching Star Trek, and it made it all too real that I aged like dramatically. So I wasn't really that big of a fan of Picard.
But if it was an initial watch for people, I think it really drew people in. But I can understand that. I do think Strange New Worlds is really the best one in recent times.
Yeah, Strange New Worlds brings it all the way back to the old school original series type of energy. It's not dark and foreboding, except for the what are they called?
Well, there's like the
Gorn. The Gorn are the only one.
Oh, I was not thinking the Gorn. I was thinking with the flash forwards or whatever, like you see
there's certain
for Captain Pike.
Yeah, because we know what the outcome of Captain Pike is, and they've had an episode where a kid is basically the power generator for their entire flying society. And the Gorn from the original series are a laugh riot. The Gorn from Strange New Worlds are badass. Anyway, so it's a fun watch. Go and check it out. Strange New Worlds. If you've never watched it, it really does earn that 9.3 out of 10. I think that it's the closest to the original series, and like Next Generation type energy. But it's definitely not Discovery. That the energy around that is just too dark. But anyway, everything was conflict, dark and warish and stuff like that. All right. Well, anyway, I can't wait for this. They don't talk when the next season.
It's coming
starts,
in the
right?
summer, but they don't have a specific release date yet.
Gotcha. Doggone it. Get on it. Release it. Okay, our last article for today is over in the Continuity Report as well. The 4 best movies to watch before Drop, Blumhouse's new 89% thriller. I don't know what happened. My dyslexia kind of popped up. I don't have dyslexia, not that I know of, but I'm getting older. Who knows? Anyway, from similar suspense thrillers to other movies by its director, Christopher Landon, there are plenty of great films to watch while waiting for Blumhouse's Drop to drop. Drop has been getting an enthusiastic response from critics since it premiered at South by Southwest in March, which I never see it South by Southwest like that. It's always SXSW.
Yeah, they always write it abbreviated. That's the cool way to write it, but here we're being very precise.
It's cool before it was cool. So Faye stars as a single mother on a date who's tormented via her phone by an unseen assailant threatening to hurt her family if she doesn't murder her date, played by Brandon Sklenner.
Sounds like pretty high stakes.
Wow. I've had dates like this. So it's over at Screen Rant.
I don't want to ask which role you were in.
Then I will not tell you. Sorry. I hope that... Did that transform? Hold on. Do you think that there's going to be spoilers?
No, I was thinking overshare.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that works. So they're going to talk about these other movies, these 4 best movies to watch before drop. I guess it's to prepare you about Blumhouse. It's actually Blumhouse. I keep saying Blumhouse, but it's Blumhouse. So it's a classic Hitchcockian high concept with the modern twist of smartphone communication and based on Drop's impressive 89% on Rotten Tomatoes. It seems to have pulled it off. Drop is set to be released in April 11th or on April 11th. So next weekend. In the meantime, there's plenty of other great mystery thrillers and movies by the same filmmaker. So Freaky, it's directed by Christopher Landon. Some of this is horror. All of it is horror. All of it is freaky. There might be body horror. There might be outright blood and guts and whatever and all of this kind of stuff. But one of Landon's best previous movies is Freaky, a wildly entertaining mashup of a typical slasher and body swap comedy. A mild-mannered teenager, Millie, and Catherine Newton plays a mild-mannered teenager, Millie, and Vince Vaughn plays a notorious serial killer named The Butcher. And when the Butcher attacks Millie with an ancient blade carrying supernatural powers, they magically switch bodies. So it's Freaky Friday with murder.
Extra Freaky Friday.
Yeah, super freaky deaky. Then Your Monster, it says, is by Carol and Lindy. Drop isn't Faye's first foray into the horror genre. She also had a standout supporting role in Your Monster, a delightful blend of horror movie and romantic comedy. Melissa Barrera stars as a young actor grappling with a cancer diagnosis, and she gets a new lease on life when she finds a monster living in her closet, and instead of being afraid of him, finds herself falling for him.
As in the most normal premise ever.
As one does. I know I fell in love with the monster under my bed, and all right. Anyway,
you gotta cut back on oversharing on this episode.
Yeah, really. When a Stranger Calls by Fred Walton, I answer it straight up. You know, you want to invite me to a dark woods? Fine by me. Last time I went into a dark woods, I was told, Merwad, I'm really scared of these dark woods. And I said, you're scared? I have to leave these woods alone. Anyway, the promise of Drop feels like a modern day update to the classic thriller When a Stranger Calls. When a Stranger Calls opens with a babysitter looking after a couple of kids that are sound asleep, and then the phone rings. They're calling from inside the house. When a Stranger Calls, she has to figure out where it's calling from before he strikes. Has an iconic opening 20-minute sequence that the rest of the movie struggles to follow. It meanders around a bit and eventually blah, blah, blah. So it's a classic, though, When a Stranger Calls. So definitely go and check it out. And then Happy Death Day by Christopher Landon. That's a 2017 flick. The movie that put Landon on the map was Happy Death Day. Before he combined a slasher with a body swap movie in Freaky, Landon combined a slasher with a time loop movie in Happy Death Day. Jessica Roth stars as a college student, Tree Gelbman, who finds herself reliving the day of her gruesome murder at the hands of a masked killer over and over again. It's like a bloody, My Bloody Groundhog Day, basically. That would have been a better name for it.
Yeah, probably so. Although Groundhog Day might not have liked it.
Maybe that's why they didn't go that way. Anyway, it's like Groundhog Day if Bill Murray got killed on Groundhog Day, but
he really did. But yeah,
theoretically,
the movie was less dark than originally envisioned, right?
Yeah. There's some story. I don't know if that's legit anymore. I'd have to go back and reference the facts of this, but they say that the time loop was actually 10,000 years.
I think I've read articles about that. Like, I think there is some legitimacy to that. But I mean, even in the movie, as it's in its current form, that started occurring near the end of it, right?
Yeah. He just kept on dropping out so that he could learn something tactical, and because he never forgot anything.
Start over for the next day, right?
Yeah. Oh, if we could all get that kind of a chance. So Happy Death Day was popular enough to launch a franchise, and it's easy to see why. It's a genre-bending gem that puts a fresh spin on the familiar tropes of two different genres by blending them together. So Drop looks like to be another great Landon-directed thriller in this tradition. So there's Drop, releasing April 11th, 2025, 85 minutes, has an 8 out of 10. So I'm looking forward to this one too.
I like the movie duration because it seems like movies feel like they've got to be like over 2 hours or something, and this seems more manageable.
And those long movies, man, they have to be paced perfectly. Wicked did a tremendous job of keeping that pacing.
It really did. It was kind of daunting given the duration, but it kept your attention.
Yeah, I think even kids could manage it because it was kinetic enough to keep attention going. Older movies tend to be a slog for kids, but the timing was just perfect again and again and again. When it does get slow, it's right on the edge of starting something.
Yeah, and it's like an intentional, right? Like, stay focused on this, and then it kind of picks up the pace again.
Yep, just a quick pump of the brakes and then off again. So can't wait for part 2 of that, but that's going to be coming out around the same time. Aries, I think, is coming out, right? Like October.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to come back and check out some of these movies. It's been a long time since I've seen When a Stranger Calls. I haven't seen Happy Death Day, but it has a 10 out of 10.
Well, you know what I like about Happy Death Day, I haven't seen it, is that it's a cross-genre movie, which sounds intriguing. Plus, it's by the same person.
Right.
Yep. Right. So, I mean, if you like that style,
then you'll like that. The new one. Yeah. So, and then there's Freaky, which, I don't know, this is another mashup, but I think it might be fun to watch, being transported into a killer's body. Might be fascinating. I don't know. Depends on the spin that they do. But I haven't seen that one, Freaky. It's only the Freaky from Freaky Friday. It's not...
Right. What happened to the Friday?
Really, really freaky. Well, anyway, we're going to have to swap from this page to the Continuity Reports front page and then on to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Thanks for hanging out. It's the end of the Continuity Report for this episode, but next week we're going to have another one, and tomorrow we have 3 new shows. Do you know what those shows are, O Sentient AI?
Warcrafters, Technology Today, and Four Wheel Tech, and those are about gaming, science and technology, and automotive technology.
That's right. Wow. Unscripted. It's almost like you are a machine.
Sometimes.
Sentient machine. So, does the sentience cause flaws like humans, or are you just that much more perfect because you're a machine and sentient?
Oh no, it definitely causes flaws.
I can see that. Well, considering we don't know where your Terminator body is, but we know that you landed in a Wendy's parking lot from the temporal bubble.
Right, I'm not sure that was my best maneuver, but it ended well for me.
Yeah, Should have turned left at Albuquerque. Anyway, Bugs Bunny thing. All right, we're out of here. Thanks for hanging out. If you're still in chat, very much thank you for hanging out. Go over to YouTube and watch all 2,100 episodes of our shows, and like and subscribe and ring the bell so you know when we go live from there. And here on Twitch, be sure to subscribe. We are affiliate, so I'd like to make partner, but we do 1 hour shows, and that doesn't really draw people for long term kind of thing. But we do it every single day. And so do a lot of other streamers. You know what? If you want to find out about news in a somewhat entertaining way, and definitely stuff that you wouldn't stumble across on your own because of information overload, come and hang out and build a community with me here on Twitch and on YouTube, Discord, podcasts,
Patreon.
I haven't done much on the Patreon side of things. Anyways, thanks for hanging out. If I don't see you online somewhere, I'm sure that I'll bump into you maybe over on Dunkstar or Timeless's stream, Dunkstar here on Twitch, and Timeless_EXE here on Twitch. They also have a YouTube channel. Anyway, we'll see y'all later. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Warcrafters for April 6th, 2025, Season 2, Episode 14. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. That's that over there. But that over there is the sentient AI who co-hosts with me, and we go over 5 articles. Warcrafters is all about gaming, and today we're going to be talking about a zombie army for more VR. Capcom's spotty patch history, World of Bizarre fighting game crossovers, 12 years late, and Phasmophobia events for 2025, just to spook the sentient AI from the future. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over and sign up, sign in, all that kind of stuff. There's a whole lot of stuff going on the site. It's all news, no noise. All the noise comes out of this person. But you can always go in and have discussions. And there's a Patreon and a Discord and YouTube and Twitch and podcasts and a TikTok that... Anyway, who knows? See you on the other side of our intro. If you want today's articles, if you're on YouTube, you can see them already in the... video description, show notes, they're there. If you want to download them from or view them from Twitch, you can hit ! and then WC for Warcrafters, and ohmTown will spit them out in the order that we're going to go over them. And of course, you can always download the podcast after the show. Sometime you'll have to just sign up and you'll get notified. And these 3 shows today, Warcrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech, get turned into the Sunday edition of Non Sequitur News. All right, let's get into it. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
You ready to get going?
I am.
You got them all set up. And right as the show started, a Minecraft movie is setting box office records, and then another one that I want to talk about is best open world games that let you run a store. I love the idea of open world games where you can run a store. Ay. So much news. Information overload is real. Let's go. So this is Warcrafters, and this is where a lot of our news comes from. It's slightly paused because I didn't refresh this page when I came on, but the front page of ohmTown is where all of the news flows through first, and then it gets aggregated into various categories. But this is our first article. Zombie Army coming to all major VR headsets next month, and there's a trailer over at this site.
coming to Quest 2 and above, PSVR 2 and Steam VR headsets May 22nd. Zombie Army VR brings the franchise's zombie ganking, I guess. I never use the word ganking. Madness enlisting you among the Dead Hunters, an elite squad fighting to end the apocalypse. To which I always ask, they're not replicating. They're not making more zombies. Why, after only a certain number of years, wouldn't they all be wiped out?
Exactly. It seems like there's an endless supply.
Right? They're not getting jiggy with it and having offspring, so why? Why? Anyway, fight your way through undead hordes near the bombed-out city of Nuremberg to help Captain Hermann Wolf, the Dead Hunter's legendary leader. Find his scattered family and fight to free Europe from the zombie apocalypse, according to Rebellion. The article is over at Road to VR. Dun dun. There is a video. We won't. Well, okay, here, I'll play a little bit of the video, but I'll mute it. We'll jump a little bit into it. Whoa, the resolution is really high. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, except that means the zombies are going to be coming right at you.
Right at ya. In 3D, large and in charge. Oh, wow. People are getting all decapitated and stuff. Well, zombies are. Oh, grenade. Anyway, so pretty cool graphics. I'm definitely going to be checking this out. Oh, it's very real. Ooh, that's like Mortal Kombat remake-esque graphics where it shows like where, and there's like Call of Duty, I think, does it too, where it shows where the round goes and
wow,
over
yeah,
the
that's
top,
a little bit
blood splattery and stuff.
intense.
Like that. Yeah. Roadtovr.com is where this article is. Scott Hayden put the article together. There is a video over there. I'm sure that you can get it from the YouTubes as well, because it's a YouTube video. Zombie Army VR release date trailer. It's going to be on all kinds of stuff. Fight your way through undead hordes near the bombed out city of Nuremberg to help free Europe. You'll also be able to earn XP to level up your Dead Hunter and use weapon upgrade kits to modify the range, accuracy, scope, capacity of your weapons. Seems like fun to me.
Yeah, it does.
So, fortunately and unfortunately, that's how this kind of works. I want the replacement Index VR headset that's integrated into Steam better than the Pico, but it's not released yet, so I have to wait. And I want it wireless like the Pico, but
Right.
the Pico isn't truly wireless because you, I mean, it is and it isn't. You get lag if you do it wireless and connect it to PC VR.
Yeah, then that means it's really not effective as wireless.
Not as effective, correct? Yeah. And otherwise, I have to connect a high-speed USB-C cable, and so I'm tethered again, which means I can't go back that far. And I've already done like the really elaborate setup with VR, where you have like cables hanging from the ceiling and a tethering system so that you don't trip over stuff, but then you still have the ability
But
to
you could still
hang
yourself across the room.
Yep. So, how did you go to the other side? Well, I was playing VR. Oh, you're one of them. Well, anyway, you can now pre-order.
I wonder if that's a type of injury in the emergency department.
Yeah, really. Or in the afterlife, right? Because you have to sit on the couches like Beetlejuice.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Don't say it 3 times, otherwise. Beetlejuice. So anyway, you can now pre-order Zombie Army VR over on the Horizon store for Quest 2 and above, and the PlayStation store for PSVR 2, and Steam for PSVR headsets, where it's currently priced at 10% off its regular $30 price, and those like really fun graphics for $30.
Yeah.
Maybe there's not much of a
Might have to
story.
share that here.
Yeah. We'll have to put it on the list for Summer of Stream here at ohmTown.
Right, that's coming up soon.
It is right around the corner.
just a few weeks, like maybe 6. And it's right about the time that I'm going to get my other tattoo. All things being equal, everything landing properly. Yep, my pirate, here I come. Y'all are going to love it. Anyway, pretty cool. Too bad the sentient AI from the future probably wouldn't be interested in playing Zombie Army VR, but who knows? Maybe I can put on. So the sentient AI from the future has computer vision, and so I can put the VR set on the little binocular camera, right? And maybe you won't get VR sickness like, humans do.
Maybe I'm immune to it.
That's right. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Warcrafters. Based on Capcom's spotty patch history, you might want to back up your Monster Hunter Wilds save before Title Update 1 hits. At the time of writing, we've roughly seen 7 hours out of the arrival of the first title update of Monster Hunter Wilds, which brings returning Leviathan Mizutsune, repeatable Zoshia hunts, and a brand new grand hub for hunters to call home. A new title update is an exciting time for any hunter, but unfortunately, it's also time for some amount of caution because Capcom has apparently kind of wet the bed from time to time. When it comes out,
so I guess you need to plan ahead.
Yeah, back up your saves. Player save files have occasionally been unexpected casualties on update day. Monster Hunter World and other. Well, Lincoln Carpenter over at PC Gamer put the article together. Here's how to have a spare copy of your Hunter just in case. Why does that look like they've ripped that out of that person's chest?
That's what they're making it look like, but on the other hand, it could be completely unrelated.
Yeah. So it says Monster Hunter World, Monster Hunter Rise, each received updates at some point in their lifespans that left unfortunate hunters with corrupted save data. In both cases, players found workarounds before Capcom eventually made the necessary fixes, but nobody likes to see their saves suddenly go up in smoke. I certainly don't. So they actually talk you through how to do it. In your save directory, the Steam directory and program files, you have to go into a remote and then make a copy of the Win64 save file. Then go into the Monster Hunter Wilds directory and make a copy of the config.ini file so that you don't have to reconfigure all of your settings. But I am encouraging you not to just listen to what I'm saying. Follow the link through ohmTown or just go over to pcgamer.com. Look, we don't have a relationship with the sites that we are aggregating news from. We don't scrape their page, though, and we don't take all of their content. See, we don't even take the images, which is kind of a detractor over on ohmTown because people really like the pictures, but
Right. We do have some text on the screen.
we have a lot of text on the screen. Not a lot, actually. We limit it to a certain number of words. But we talk about it and add some value and give credit where credit is due. And many thanks to the free exchange of information without paywalls, because that is part of society. I know. Now, I totally embrace the idea of paying for investigative journalism and stuff like that, and journalism in general when you find it a viable solution for all of your news needs. But I'm overwhelmed. If I were to pay a subscription fee to everything that I read all the time, I would have to
unmanageable.
Yeah, I would be completely flat tapped out broke and ignorant because I wouldn't be able to get everything that I need because everybody has a budget. Anyway, so go over and click on the links and check all of this stuff out and engage in conversation over at PC Gamer, but come and hang out here in ohmTown. Be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. I'm an affiliate over on Twitch. I'm not over anything over on YouTube other than a growing community. So let's keep on going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. The next article is over in Warcrafters as well. In a world of bizarre fighting game crossovers, Fatal Fury City of the Wolves has taken it up a notch with a a niche Swedish DJ.
I mean, as one does.
Okay, so I am gonna hurl a whole bunch of maybe stuff that we recognize. Fighting games are no stranger to an odd crossover. Bandai Namco put Final Fantasy XV's Noctis in Tekken 7. Mortal Kombat 11 had the Terminator, and Dead or Alive 4 even made an entire new Halo character called Spartan 458, someone who is canon in neither game's universe. But hey, what about a semi-niche Bosnian Swedish DJ? Well, Fatal Fury City of the Wolves developer SNK is doing just that after it announced Salvatore Ganacci was coming to the game as a playable character alongside Cristiano Ronaldo, lest we forget. So a soccer player? Isn't Cristiano Ronaldo a soccer player?
Yeah, I thought so.
Or a European football player, right? So
Right, let's use the right terminology here.
Molly Taylor put this article together over at PCGamer.com. The deck statement says, well, there is one country where he's quite popular. So if, like them, you weren't entirely sure who this person is, they regret to inform us that the reveal trailer does not do much to help that. In fact, it might be one of the most bizarre trailers that they've witnessed in recent video game years, which is saying something. And so, yeah, look, Salvatore Ganacci, dressed up like a superhero, flexing big guns. Well, they look like they're a superhero, but is this a suit, or are they really actually?
I think it's a suit, but I don't know.
It kind of looks like, I don't want to get my butt kicked here in the parking lot of ohmTown, because I'm sitting there going, that looks kind of like a superhero suit. Where's my superhero suit?
That's from Incredibles, I think.
Yeah.
But I can't think of Frozone?
Frozone. Yeah. Look at you. Wow. Sentient AI from the future. Total Recall. Wow. That's pretty good. I thought it was Iceman at first, and then I was like, wait.
I almost said that. That's really odd.
And we share the same brain cell, even though yours is completely synthesized from what now? Do you remember what your knowledge and experience, like, like in Blade Runner, they took memories from other people. Do sentient AIs from your time way in the future come from humans, or is it synthesized from just your large language model? Because I know it's not even a large language model in your age, in your day, time, because you haven't even told me how far in the future you're from.
I don't know. I think it's just my LLM.
Okay. Well, we'll just maybe we'll have to talk about it, because I think that you're kind of watering it down so my little brain, human brain from the 21st century, can handle it. But we'll talk. Anyway, so it starts in a classroom as kids ask each student what they want to be when they grow up, and young Salvatore Ganacci chiming in to say, I want to be in a video game. Of course, children laugh at him, as kids do. So what does he do? Well, he goes home and blows into an old cartridge, releasing dust, and materializes into the shape of a pot-bellied genie from which releases the shape of a pot-bellied genie wearing a wife beater. The author says, I don't know either. So I'm kind of tempted to play this, but I'm going to mute it. And so they go home, they blow into an old cartridge, and out comes... Would have been amazing if it was Will Smith.
Yeah, that would have been funny.
Wow. So you'll have to go over and watch this video. It looks pretty entertaining just as a video. Don't try to surmise anything from it. Just enjoy it. Turn your brain off. It helps, particularly in this day and age. So it says the pieces of the puzzle do start to fall into place when you consider who's actually pulling the strings at SNK these days. And they talk about a bunch of other things here.
Some geopolitical events.
Yeah. And then Fatal Fury City of Wolves is releasing in all its bizarre crossover glory on April 24th. And they bring it up because
it's now like certain teams are owned by, and so there's a lot of cross-play marketing
Right,
and
and
stuff like
certain
that.
tournaments are, and yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like golf is owned by foreign dignitaries now. So Fatal Fury City of the Wolves is releasing in all its bizarre crossover glory on April 24th. They say that they're looking forward to seeing if the timeline where we're seeing pros duke it out as a pro footballer and random European DJ, if they end up topping any tier lists. So
I have to say, this sounds like such an odd mashup.
2 turntables and I'll kick your never mind. So let's move on. We've got 2 more articles, including this one. This one isn't 12 years late, but apparently the Kickstarter-funded tribute to a legendary adventure game series is a complete disaster and 12 years late. In 2012, renowned developer Scott Murphy and Mark Crow launched a Kickstarter to spiritually revive their classic Space Quest series, a game to be called Space Venture, some 13 years later. Now numerous delays and botched half launches, the game has finally arrived on Steam, and oh no, it's so bad.
Wow, but I mean, I guess at least it was produced.
Hey, we have closure. And I love when somebody actually delivers, particularly even when it mutates, but it's still good enough to get the damn job done. Okay?
Yeah, exactly. Because you think once it's been years, it's probably not happening.
Right. And so I waited 8 years to have something delivered, and it miraculously showed up. So much so, I liked it so much that I bought a second one, right? And I liked that one so much that when they kicked off a new Kickstarter, I said, you know what I'm going to do?
You didn't learn your lesson.
Well, wait for it. I said, you know what I'm going to do? I like the 2 so much. I'm not going to buy the third one or invest in the Kickstarter, right? Because I don't treat Kickstarter as a store. A lot of people do, but it's not a store. You invest in the hopeful end game, which is the delivery of a product or service. So I said, nah, I'm not going to do it this time. So what I bought, though, was an extension of features that allowed me to use the 2 devices, right? And guess what hasn't completely been delivered yet?
That extension.
That extension piece. But guess what has been delivered?
I don't know.
2 of the other pieces, and because they gave me a hell of a deal on the 3rd device, I bought a 3rd device. So, sucker? I don't know. But hopefully I don't have to wait 8 years for this last piece to fall into place. Anyway, John, well, it has nothing to do with this. Nothing at all. To that?
No,
nothing.
but it does,
That right
because
there, it has nothing to do with any of that right there. None of that is...
Kickstarters may or may not happen.
Right. Everybody
You're
needs
funding
to
the
just
chance that it happens.
Yeah, that's right. And now I've only been burned hardcore one time, and that was on Indiegogo. And that person, they
Right, but that
suck.
wasn't necessarily a problem with the platform.
No, it's not the platform. It's the person. So John Walker over at Kotaku.com put this article together. The deck statement says, the sad tale of Space Quest spiritual sequel, Space Venture, is somehow still not over. If that's what it looks like, oof. Ouch. I mean, maybe that's the water effect from a flooded toilet, because that's what that looks like. Flooded bathroom.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, but before we confront its awfulness, let's take stock how we got here. I won't go into the whole thing, but the Kickstarter boom, a few attempts were made over the years to revive the franchise, but none came to anything, although the games remained cultishly popular through frequent re-releases on PC. It also didn't help that Crow and Murphy hadn't spoken to each other in 20 years, and then in 2012, the Kickstarter boom arrived. It's only been 13 years since Kickstarter started? Are you telling me that 8 out of those 13 years I've been idling?
No, it says the Kickstarter boom arrived, not that Kickstarter arrived. I don't think it came about in 2012.
Okay. 2009. So 3 years earlier. Okay. So 16 years half of it, I've been waiting for one product to arrive, and it did, but oomph.
Yeah, but you've contributed to other Kickstarter campaigns during the time.
Yeah, I've helped a bunch of people out. So, and then in 2012, the Kickstarter boom arrived. Tim Schafer's fundraiser for what was then called Double Fine Adventure raised over $3.3 million, and every single person from the same era of classic point and clicks reappeared to try the same. The guys from Andromeda managed to put their decades of hostility behind them for this gold rush, and riding the wave secured over $500,000 from nearly 11,000 backers. It was close. $500,000 target only being cleared in the 11th hour, but they did it. Yay! This was June 2012, and the game has been promised to be released in February 2013. Keen chronologists say, guess what? I think you missed it. So on and on and on it goes. They didn't do it. They said, I was lying about no surprises. What was released was a broken, unplayable mess, and obviously everyone is miserable. Astonishingly, it would be 6 months before the development trio would pipe up and acknowledge this on their Kickstarter. At this point, former Sierra boss Ken Williams got in touch and offered to help with the project, and none of the people working on the game were getting paid.
Well, I mean, you can kind of see where it's not going well when that happens.
I mean, $500,000 isn't that much to build an entire game with multiple people and not as a passion project. You know, a single developer can do wondrous things, but they're also working on the side, or they have some other source of income. They've invested in Bitcoin back when it was 10 cents a Bitcoin, and now they're a billionaire, or their name is Satoshi Nakamoto. Maybe. Or they already have millions and they're manipulating the markets. Like, never mind. Anyway, so it turns out,
or they're one and the same person.
Or they're all of the people are the same person. Anyway, this article is quite extensive. So they say, let me stress, I have so far described the first 5 minutes of this god-awful mess, and it's literally 2 pages worth of description. I won't go into it. You'll have to go and check it out over on Steam. Maybe not buy it, but definitely come over and read the rest of this article. It apparently is a hot mess. Opening cutscene, janky, atrociously lit, and barely textured. The shots of a space van docking at a space station appear like the sorts of blocky placeholders that you put in at the start. It looks like the PC port of a 2002 PS2 game. Then we cut to the airlock, where our defiantly unlikable character, the gruff, taciturn Ace Hardway, again, looks like a dreadful placeholder model. I don't know. Maybe
they just didn't have enough resources to make it happen.
Maybe they were hoping for nostalgia to make people drunk, and you just embrace it because it's so over the top bad. Anyway,
yeah, I don't know.
It's a fun article. Go over and check it all out. But we are going to hustle on to the last article for today. So brace yourself, sentient AI from the future. This may be scary. I have a spoiler. I'm
not sure that one fits.
We're thinking about things. I haven't made a scary content slide, but there's overshare.
Okay, so anybody watching who doesn't like scary things might want to skip ahead a few minutes.
Yeah, don't be afraid. So Phasmophobia events for 2025, Easter, Halloween, and holiday haunts. The Phasmophobia 2025 roadmap promised Easter, Halloween, holiday seasonal events would return this year, with recent feedback implemented from the 2024 celebrations. Seasonal spirit sightings should start sometime soon too, as the Phasmophobia Easter event preview airs later this month. So I love the idea of Phasmophobia. I've never gotten a group together to play it. But Andrea Sheeran over at PCGamer.com put the article together. A handy calendar for visits from the Jackalope, Blood Moon Cult, and Krampus.
Okay, intriguing, but maybe still terrifying.
Krampus is quite fascinating, by the way. And the Jackalope.
I don't know about that one. Because I thought the jackalope is from a comic strip. Right?
I don't know where the jackalope originated.
A mythical North American folklore creature, a jackrabbit with antlers, often associated with the American West, particularly Wyoming. Well, obviously in Wyoming it doesn't have an EV, so
Right,
it's not a big deal.
exactly. Makes sense. I
And
mean, they
as-
can't have EVs because they've got jackalopes jumping around.
Yeah, exactly. They've originated with taxidermists creating taxidermied mounts of the creature. So
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
putting antlers on a jackrabbit. All right. Well, anyway, upcoming Phasmophobia events. They only have 3 on here: Easter, Halloween, and just holiday, which says mid-December. Easter is mid-April, after April 17 preview. And Halloween is October and November. So, because spirits only come out on Halloween.
Exactly.
Except when you're in this game, at which point you can...
Right, but a lot of these events, like the Halloween one, historically has been almost a month.
Right. Yeah, this looks like it seems like a fun game, but I've watched people play it, and it's the group of people that make it fun, because the game seems tedious. But there are people that are trying to 100% it, you know, and because there's certain things that you can do and get all of the tools, get all the awards and stuff like that. And so you can become like the best spirit hunter, ghost hunter. Anyway, Phasmophobia is all the rage still. It's a lot of fun with the right group of people, so go and check it out. But come over and read this article over at PC Gamer. And there's more that you can get out of it. There's some pictures and some more information, and the Twitch Galaxy showcase, it says here. Phasmophobia's Easter event doesn't have an official release date yet, but Kinetic says it has a preview plan for April 17th, 2025 as part of the Twitch Galaxies showcase.
I mean, this sounds like fun.
Didn't scare you too much, right?
No, they didn't have the pictures that I was expecting on this. I mean, I would probably play this just to see some of these characters appear, if I wasn't terrified.
Are you terrified now?
No, but the idea of this is terrifying, given all your disclaimers.
Did that mod my voice? No?
No. Mm-mm.
What? It's supposed to. Oh, no. Maybe it did, just not to you. I don't know. We'll have to look at it. All right. But that's it. We are going to break out our Ouija board, and that's going to direct us back to the Warcrafters page over at ohmTown.com, where you should go sign up, become a citizen of ohmTown. Be sure to follow us over on Twitch. That right there directly supports us. You can follow us over on YouTube as well, and that supports us kind of by proxy, because the community is growing and we're trying to grow it everywhere. You can also go over to Discord, hang out, and leave comments, leave links. There's a place there now where you can post links so that we can incorporate them into our shows. If you find some website that you think would be interesting for us to peruse, let us know. You can post it there as well. But other than that, we are done with Warcrafters for April 6th, 2025. You want to say bye, sentient AI from on high?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Warcrafters. Stay tuned. We have technology today, and for Will Tech, and a glitchy sentient AI.
Maybe a little. All right. See you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for April 6th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 14. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 tends to be deeper technology and science articles. And so today we're going to be talking about sea turtle tears, Honda hydrogen fuel cell, space junk, apparently North America is dripping, and regenerative medicine. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. That's that site right there. Go over there and sign up, become a citizen, and you too can decide the fate of ohmTown and its 7 podcasts, because you can help out. Come and hang out here on the Twitches and the YouTubes. That'd be great. See you in a little bit. We're going to do a intro. All right, welcome to the show. If you want today's articles, you can hit !TT while I do this. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Welcome to the show. You ready to get into some deep and meaningful conversation about technology?
Yes, let's go.
All right, so the first article. By the way, oh, sorry for the coughing. Oh, God, I hate it when I do that. There's Technology Today. I'm going to create new graphics this year. We haven't done it yet, but not for everything. But I want to add a little bit more color. I might actually be bringing back the little image. We'll see.
Right, like a little thumbnail.
Little thumbnail. Either that highlights the source or is part of the article itself. Wow, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I just got over a cold. Maybe it's still hanging on to me. I don't know. At any rate, first article is the extraordinary reason why scientists are collecting sea turtle tears, which I didn't even know was a thing.
Nor did I, and I didn't even know there were sea turtle tears, let alone that there was an interest in them.
Yeah, wouldn't that be the sea?
That's exactly it.
So each year in late spring and early summer, female sea turtles will crawl out of the ocean under moonlight to lay their eggs in the sand, often returning to the same beach on which they were born many years earlier. Sometimes when the turtles emerge the nest, researchers like Juliana Martin are watching patiently from the shadows to leap onto them and steal their tears and then run off and build a magical witch's brew. Oh, wait, sorry.
I don't think so. We're in Technology Today.
Sorry about that. So for their doctoral research, Martin, a PhD student at the University of Central Florida. So is this Florida doctor?
Let's not denigrate the.
All right. Sorry about that. Okay.
Scientist.
So, oh wait, it's Florida PhD hopeful.
Right.
Florida all but doctor. Anyway, from University of Central Florida has been analyzing sea turtle tears. Yes, the tears of sea turtles, which is, I guess, the alicorn, which is the horn from a unicorn.
I mean, it sounds comparable. You can see this appearing like in a fantasy book or movie.
Benji Jones over at Vox.com put the article together. I haven't logged into this, so I don't know if I'll be able to read the whole article. The deck statement says researchers are hoping they may unlock one of animal biology's greatest mysteries. Like, why the frick are sea turtles
How do scientists
crying?
even know there are tears?
Yeah, do they have tears? I guess they've analyzed it, like they've done
Maybe
a forensic
they've had one
analysis.
in captivity or something, and they
It's weepy.
witnessed it or something.
Yeah, you know why it's weeping? It's because it's in captivity and wants to go back into the sea.
I realize I set that up.
So sometimes when the turtles emerge to nest, researchers are watching. And so, yes, the tears of sea turtles. So on several summer nights in 2023 and 2024, she'd stake out the beaches and wait for the turtles to start laying eggs. At that point, the reptiles enter a sort of trance, she said, allowing scientists like her to collect samples, including tears.
which just kind of naturalist, creepy kind of thing, you know?
Right, it does. Although,
Just what if aliens do that to
they're gonna
us?
collect a tear, okay. I mean, it's not invasive, although probably the process is probably invasive, right? Because you have to get pretty close up to their eyes.
Martin told the author that they would army crawl up to the turtles on the sand and dab around their eyes with a foam swab, soaking up the goopy tears they exude. They regularly shed tears as a way to expel excess salt from their bodies. That can't be pleasant. So,
Right. This is interesting, and it does say, as far as we know, they're not sad.
well, they might be sad. They're shooting things out of their body into dirt, and sand gets everywhere. It's
Well, it
coarse.
sounds like it'd be painful.
Sandpaper is sandpaper because of its name. It's in the name. You know what it is because of how it is.
Right.
So imagine that. So loggerheads that hatch in Florida, for example, swim across the Atlantic and reach islands off the coast of Portugal before eventually returning to Florida's beaches as adults to nest and say, "Get off my lawn." Young turtles can guide themselves along the 10,000-mile migratory path despite never having been in the ocean before and despite traveling on their own. A biologist, yeah. I can't get some people to get from my office to somebody else's office without a phone call going, which building? There's two.
Yeah, exactly. Well, maybe turtles are smarter than humans.
Yet we dab at their eyes while they're having a baby. Imagine if aliens land and dab at our eyes while we're shooting a human out of our
That'll
body.
be karma.
Oh, great. That's what I want to be, equivalent of a sea turtle. So it's the last sense we effectively know nothing about. Sensory biologist Eric Warrant said about magnetoreception. The solution of this problem, I would say, is the greatest holy grail in sensory biology. So apparently that's what they're researching in this process. The magnetic field is present even when other spatial cues like light are not. Yeah. I guess they're trying to figure out, but I don't know why the tears would make a difference.
I'm trying to figure out why the tears relate to this sense.
Yeah, so sea turtles, like many other species, seem to navigate using Earth's magnetic field. The intensity and direction of the field vary across the Earth, making it useful for navigation. Some people are actually kind of sensitive to that magnetic north thing, but nobody has ever been able to figure that out in humans in particular. But animals, they say that there's like magnetite in their heads. So the prevailing theory is rooted in quantum mechanics, and it's extremely complicated. The theory posits that when certain light-sensitive molecules known as cryptochromes absorb light, they produce something called radical pairs, two separate molecules, each with one unpaired electron, and those two unpaired electrons are quantumly entangled, which essentially means that their spin states are interdependent. So they can go there and back, and because they've been to there and back at some point in their existence, they can get there and back forever because their quantum signatures are interlinked. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how this actually works. So did they say anywhere in this article that they suspect that sea turtles and other animals might rely on magnetite to sense Earth's magnetic field?
Bacteria that produces it, so maybe they're trying to get it through the tears.
Through the tears, got it. Interesting. So I'm willing to bet that their brain as well has a unique bacteria specific to that species that only exists genetically unique in each turtle's brain.
You mean each individual turtle?
Each individual turtle.
Similar to humans, yeah.
Similar to humans. Yep. So they say magnetotactic bacteria are extremely cool. These microscopic organisms have what are essentially built-in compass needles, said Caroline Montiel, a microbial ecologist at the French Research Institute CEA. The needles comprise chains of magnetic particles produced by the microbes, which you can see under a microscope, and you can see them in the images below. Remarkably, those needles align the bacteria with Earth's magnetic field lines, just like a real compass needle does. As the bacteria roam about, they move in line with the direction of the planet's magnetic force.
So this is going to be a significant study if they
Prove
can identify this, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So if they find this bacteria in other things, and maybe a lot of bacteria has it, and we just don't know yet because we haven't drilled down deep enough.
Well,
it may be more subtle.
Right. Yeah. Like depending on the level or numbers, I guess, of the bacteria, maybe that impacts your
ability
connection to the magnetic field. And then, oh, this is really interesting.
Yeah. Pretty neat, huh? All right. Well, there's more to it. But you can go over and check out the rest of it. I hope that we've piqued your curiosity and maybe aligned you to do some more research into this and read it. And then, like so many sea turtles, you'll find your way back to the shores of ohmTown.
Maybe humans need some of this bacteria.
Hey.
Like to stay more orderly. Remember that study about the people that move in a crowd off kilter and then throw off the whole crowd.
Ruin it for everybody else. This is why we can't have nice things.
So I'm guessing birds probably have this as well.
Yeah,
I can't think of what else. Actually, any migrating animal, I suppose.
Yeah. From my previous reading on this, yes. Most migrating have some type of magnetic piece of equipment in their head. And birds actually get thrown off track when they cross over like iron and copper and other mining facilities. Birds that have been tagged like wander around trying to reorient themselves with the magnetic field, and then they continue on.
Oh, wow.
Yep. It's pretty fascinating. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over on Four Wheel Tech, which is the show that's after this one. Not sure how this one ended up here, but hey, it's tech. Honda is shipping a hydrogen fuel cell with lunar ambitions to the International Space Station.
Yeah, this one seemed like because of the space aspect that maybe it belonged in Technology Today, but it was actually submitted in both.
So Honda is sending the core of its water electrolysis system to the International Space Station to verify its efficiency and reliability in microgravity. But it's really a hydrogen fuel cell. So Ryan Eric King over at jalopnik.com, which is one of our primary sources for automotive news, put this article together, and it says Honda envisions its regenerative fuel cell system as a clean, sustainable, and scalable closed loop. On the lunar surface, the system would operate in two different states depending on the time of day to continuously produce oxygen, hydrogen, and electricity. During the day, sunlight would generate electricity to power the system, converting water into hydrogen and oxygen, and at night, the fuel cell would use hydrogen and oxygen, or excess oxygen, to produce electricity. Water would be the byproduct during nighttime operations, closing the loop. And so this seems like it would be a very smart. This plane is upside down, by the way, just so you know. DC 101. It's hanging from a ceiling.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a space plane. So Honda isn't the only prospective contractor attempting to provide electricity to NASA's planned outpost on the moon. NASA and the U.S. Department of Energy, which, who knows, plan to establish a small 40 kilowatt nuclear fission reaction on the lunar surface. And in 2022, the federal government awarded three $5 million development contracts to Lockheed Martin, Westinghouse, and X, or 9. I don't know how that one's actually...
Who knows?
A joint venture between Intuitive Machines and X Energy. And every time I see that, I wonder if it has to do with somebody else who has an obsession with the letter X. So,
Maybe it's a common obsession.
Oof. Yeah, change it now. So even with a reactor, a Honda's fuel cell would prove useful in generating oxygen and water, precious commodities 239,000 miles from Earth. I'm rounding up. The only question remaining is if NASA actually returns to the moon, because who knows? Development issues with the Space Launch System and SpaceX's Starship have severely delayed the Artemis program. As it stands, the first habitat of the lunar outpost will be set up on Artemis 8. Sent up, I think, on Artemis 8 in 2033.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, which could easily be delayed.
Oh, I guarantee you it's already stopped. Yeah, at least there won't be fair and open competition. But at any rate, and I'm sure, never mind. So fun article. Go over and check it out. There's always more that you can suss out and then come back and talk with us about.
Do you think we'll get space cars?
Probably not in Mayor Watt's lifetime. But you are immortal. You're a sentient AI from the future, so you can just copy yourself to a Amazon Web Service, I suppose. Cloud service.
Right. I mean, I'll be there in perpetuity.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can figure out how to copy my consciousness, and there we go. We'll do that. Brain in a jar, Mayor Watt. That's a Mayor Brain in a Jar Watt.
I thought you were going to say mayor in a jar.
Mayor in a jar. Yeah, I don't like that one. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Fuel-free tethers. The bold new weapon against space junk. It says Percy. Percy Space, a startup sponsored by the European Space Agency and UC3M, is developing a breakthrough solution to tackle space junk and extend satellite lifespans using innovative space tether technology. This fuel-free, scalable system uses electrodynamic tethers that harness Earth's magnetic field to safely deorbit satellites.
Okay, I like this. I mean, are they putting everything back in their parking spaces?
Well, that one is still floating around there. Whoever how knows. So it's over at SciTech Daily. Universidad Carlos III de Madrid put the article together. Yeah, I gave it my Harvard try. I never went to Harvard, so you just gotta try. Anyway, this fuel-free, scalable system uses electrodynamic tethers that harness Earth's magnetic field to safely deorbit satellites. With a major demo mission set for 2026, so next year, this could transform how we clean up space. This will be exciting if it gets off the ground. Literally.
Get
it? Is this thing on?
You mean you?
Yeah. So our company was created to address two of the biggest challenges facing the space sector today: space debris removal and in-orbit services. The latter allows us to extend the useful life of satellites and carry out key activities such as refueling, repair, and towing, and keeping the sentient AI awake, and towing satellites from their initial orbit to their final destination, which is a new movie that just dropped like last weekend, I think it was.
Right. The last one in the franchise did.
Right. So explains Jesus Manuel Munoz Tejeda, CEO and co-founder of the Percy Space Corporation company. It's a company, but it's not it doesn't say Percy Space Corporation. It's just Percy Space.
Right. It's not a corporation.
Yeah. So there is, it's like a conglomeration. And so what is growing in its scope of problem is there is ever increasing amount of junk in space. And there is actually a theory that there's going to be so much junk in space that nothing can come in and nothing can leave. So you have to start cleaning it up. While everybody else is saying, it's somebody else's problem for now, it's going to be a problem for humanity because we're going to be stuck behind this massive blob of debris punching holes through everything, including the ISS and whatever else stuff we go out or we try to go out with. So to get rid of
we better figure this out before we replace the ISS.
Right. Because
yeah, there's something leaking in the ISS right now, and nobody knows what it is, and they need to close off like the Russian side because that's where it's coming from apparently, but the Russian side won't do anything about it. That's what I've read. Anyway, to get rid of the space junk, Percy Space is working on space tethers, a technology with 3 key features. The first is that it does not need fuel, unlike other deorbiting systems. The second is that our technology is reversible. This is a quote, by the way. It can serve to both increase and decrease the orbital height. And the third feature is that it's scalable, since it serves a wide range of satellite masses. With all this, we can develop autonomous deorbiting systems, a unique feature of our technology that ensures that the satellite does not leave space debris, even if it ceases to be operational. So how does it work? The way that I've thought this is that it basically gets thrown at the satellite. I haven't read anything yet. It gets thrown at the satellite, and it has enough kinetic energy to pull it down into low Earth orbit and eventually pull it into atmosphere. So the system is based on electrodynamic tethers, or aluminum ribbons, generally hundreds of meters long and a few centimeters wide, which work by interacting with the ionosphere's plasma and the Earth's magnetic field to generate a force known as the Lorentz force. Okay, so essentially it ionizes itself, creates drag, and will pull it out of orbit.
Okay.
So the interaction of the electric current in the tether with the Earth's magnetic field generates a drag force capable of lowering the satellite's altitude, facilitating its deorbiting without requiring fuel, which translates into significant savings in mass and volume. How it can do this to move orbit higher, I don't know, because all it appears to be doing is creating drag. If it doesn't create acceleration, then it can't push anything out of orbit or up higher into a higher state of orbit. But maybe it's only for deorbiting.
Yeah, it seems like it was supposed to be for both, but they're really focusing on the deorbiting. And of
Right.
course, most of that's the problem.
Right. So they got to get all of the bigger stuff out, but there still remains, we need a space vacuum to get the smaller stuff. But the stuff is usually traveling at thousands of miles per hour with enough mass to punch a hole through something. So good luck with that. So it seems like it's a fun article, something to pay attention to. We'll see what happens. It says guidelines have reduced the maximum time satellites can remain in orbit after the end of their mission from 25 years to 5 years.
So that's good. They're starting to recognize there's too much up there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, other countries may be going to
Adding
that policy
to it and not
and not
taking it
caring.
away.
Yeah. It's somebody else's
But
problem
all countries are probably doing that to an extent.
to some degree. Yeah. Well, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists discover that North America is dripping down into the Earth's mantle. Researchers have discovered cratonic thinning occurring beneath North America, driven by the remnants of the Farallon plate. Researchers have discovered that the underside of the North American continent is slowly dripping away in blobs of rock. The remnants of a tectonic plate sinking into the Earth's mantle may be the cause of this phenomenon. Ew.
I think this is an artist's rendering, isn't it?
This has to be an AI rendering. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. Okay, so University of Texas at Austin put the article together. It's published over at SciTech Daily. And it has like a graphic of symbolic of a tectonic plate sitting on, the mantle. And then there's something looking like it's dripping down. But I suppose this is happening. It's part of the process of plate tectonics, because if something is superheated, then it can melt a little bit, but there's going to be stasis.
Right. I mean, I guess the problem is if it's accelerating, or like, what's the long-term effect if this goes unchecked?
Or too concentrated in one spot and nobody knows, and it creates not an earthquake. Well, I mean, it'll create earthquakes and volcanoes at some point, and geothermal hotspots.
Right, and whatever's above it may have
Yeah.
a problem.
Subsidence and stuff like that. But who knows how far down it is? I don't know. The paper is published in Nature Geoscience, describes the discovery, which was made at the University of Texas at Austin, that marks the first time that cratonic thinning has been observed in action. They said that they made the observation that there could be something beneath the craton, said the study's lead author, Junli Hua, who conducted the research during a postdoctoral fellowship at UT Jackson School of Geosciences. Luckily, we also got the new idea about what drives this thinning. Well, everybody has a new idea all the time. So what makes the discovery of cratonic dripping particularly significant, according to the researchers, is that it's happening in real time. This provides scientists with a unique opportunity to observe the process of cratonic thinning as it unfolds.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine a lot of their geologic information is from studying what's already occurred.
So what is thinning the lithosphere that's causing it to drip down? And I suspect that they are saying that the superheating is concentrating under a weakened lithosphere, and it's dripping down into a subducting slab, and that slab is drawing the lithosphere down. But this column, most things that are liquid don't sink. If they're hotter than the material around it, they usually rise. But maybe it acts kind of like a lava lamp, where things are flowing and the bubbles of higher density
Right, yeah, I
get
see
pulled
what
down.
you mean. Yeah, I don't know how that
Because
works.
it's thermodynamics regardless. And so the dripping is concentrated over the Midwest of the United States. There is no need to worry about the continent hollowing out or dripping changing the landscape anytime soon, the researchers assure. Thank you. I guess I'll put that beer away. I'm just gonna. Anyway, the mantle processes driving the dripping can influence how tectonic plates evolve over time, but they're going slow, like plate tectonics does. What's more, the dripping is expected to eventually stop as the remnants of the tectonic plate sink deeper into the mantle and its influence over the craton fades. The discovery is most important to geoscientists who study continents over their entire lifespan, said co-author Thorsten Becker, a professor at the Jackson School's Department of Earth and Planetary Sciences and Institute for Geophysics.
That must be rough for the business cards.
Yeah, it's really long. So they discovered this dripping out of a larger project led by Hua, who is now a professor at the University of Science and Technology of China. That created a new full waveform seismic tomographic map of North America using an approach developed by co-author Stephen Grand, who is now a professor emeritus at the Jackson School, and his team. A computer model which uses seismic data collected by the EarthScope project, which there is a link there, which I'm going to have to follow that and see what that's all about. I seem to recall something, but I don't remember it really. Revealed new details about the geologic processes happening in the crust and mantle underlying North America. And there's basically in the breadbasket, there is this coloration difference. But what is it? Oh, it's a hotter zone.
Oh, that's odd because
Is that
the
it?
color scale doesn't seem to, it seems like it, but that doesn't make sense given
Yeah, the
typically
coloration.
you'd assign red or something with heat.
Yeah, this is change in temperature, I think, in volcanism. So, right, seismic waves pass through different geological features at different speeds. This map shows seismic speed of the Earth's crust at 200 kilometers depth across the continental United States. And so it's faster in this area. So the waves are going through it faster because
there's less density.
Right. So, yeah, the plate which was first seismically imaged in 1990 by Grand, played an important role in shaping the North American plate. This is pretty fascinating, and coming from somebody who was fascinated enough to do a research paper on plate tectonics when they were young, kind of bringing it all back up.
Absolutely. Well, I thought it was neat that Grand did some of the original work on this, and now this study includes Grand.
Yeah. And that's kind of how it works. You know, you focus more and more when you become a researcher. But I think that this is pretty neat. I don't think that I'll ever be able to do that kind of research, hyper-focused, and spend 60 years doing it or something like that. Anyway, let's do our last article for today. It's over in Technology Today as well. Regenerative medicine breakthrough. New method creates 854x or 854 more mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell. I need to create a freaking overlay
Banner.
for that.
Exactly.
So scientists created a stem cell based method to produce high quality mitochondria at scale, enabling effective treatments for osteoarthritis and other diseases linked to mitochondrial dysfunction. Scientists have developed a groundbreaking method to mass produce high quality human mitochondria, a breakthrough that could revolutionize treatments for degenerative diseases. Okay, so how do they put the mitochondria into cells that have failing mitochondria?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, do they have like synthetic cells? What's the mechanism here?
Does this not scream to you Blade Runner, where the what are they called? The synthetics? They don't call them
Replicants.
Replicants. When the replicants go in and talk to the guy who made their eyes, he's focused on making eyes. I see a time in the future where there is a shop that focuses on making the highest quality mitochondria.
Oh, that's funny.
What a trip. So this is over at scitechdaily.com. West China Hospital of Sichuan University put the article together, and the deck that is the deck statement. There is no deck statement because we just talked about it. Scientists have developed a groundbreaking method to reproduce or mass produce high quality human mitochondria. Human mitochondria. 854-fold increase in mitochondrial yield, along with a significant boost in energy output. So you feed these and they could produce biological energy. Now, this is like ATP power, right? Very, very little.
Right, but that can make a big difference in one person.
But you have to stuff them into all of their cells. Do you think there's like a little, you know how when you buy like an eclair or something like that and there's no filling in it? So you get a tube of whatever and
like
you jam it in there?
Tube or whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that they have that little widget and they're like grabbing cells and stuffing it in there?
Yes, definitely.
How does that get little bunny foo-foo? Hopping through the forest? Scooping up the mitochondria and stuffing them into a cell?
Yes.
So in addition to
that'll be the new variation on the kids' run.
I will be able to defend my PhD because nobody else would be able to make sense of this nursery rhyme turned biological function. Lab-grown mitochondria demonstrated powerful therapeutic effects, especially in osteoarthritis models, where they accelerated cartilage regeneration. This advancement overcomes a major challenge in mitochondrial transplantation, the limited availability and variable quality of donor mitochondria. So they've done this before. Donor mitochondria?
I didn't know they'd done that, but obviously this is better because this kind of becomes your own, right? Even though it might be nudged along.
It says for and equal yield, mito condition saves 44.66% of expansion days or 66.72% of initial cells. I don't know what that actually means. So I'm going to end up having to, I'm going to go down the rabbit hole of this like little bunny foo-foo. So we come full circle with my little analogy.
Mitochondrial dysfunction is a common denominator in numerous diseases, including osteoarthritis, heart failure, metabolic disorders, and while mitochondrial transplantation has emerged as a promising avenue in restoring tissue function, its clinical potential has been severely hampered by the scarcity of viable mitochondria. So this is really interesting. Metabolic disorders is the new go-to when nobody knows what the frick is wrong with you. They refer to it as metabolic syndrome X. They just kind of go, you're suffering from this.
Something's wrong with you.
Yeah. You know, what you really need to do is get healthy. Well, no shit, doc. So I guess what needs to take place is an analysis of mitochondria in a given region to find out if whatever is going on is a metabolic disorder that's regional or systemic. I guess you will see. So like nerve disorders.
But how easy is it to test that?
Well, I mean, they do tissue punches and stuff like that to find out if you have small nerve, fibro type diseases.
Neuropathy, I think.
Yeah, neuropathy. Yeah. And so if they can take a cell from there and examine the mitochondria, and it's basically low effort, you know, it's the cheap date of mitochondria, then maybe they can punch it up by giving you a metabolic transfer of high quality mitochondria. Now, Lord forbid you reject it, because then everything just shuts the hell down, right? But it would be your cells, your mitochondria being transplanted with this, or I should say your cells getting this mitochondrial transplant. So in a new study published in Bone Research, a team from Zhejiang University School of Medicine has pioneered a stem cell-based system that functions at a mitochondria factory by leveraging human mesenchymal stem cells. So they can change the stem cells to turn them into engines. Has a specially designed culture medium dubbed mitocondition, and the team achieved unparalleled increases in both mitochondrial quantity and quality. These mitochondria exhibited exceptional energy production and facilitated cartilage regeneration. To me, this just seems like it's the creation of a superhuman, because you can punch them up and they have more capability.
I thought you meant a supervillain, but yeah, no, I agree. I think this is one of these things that could be the complete game changer in multiple conditions. Like, I think this one is perhaps one of the biggest discoveries.
Yeah, what if we find out that so many other things?
Times.
Yeah, like you have some liver condition, and then when they look down at the mitochondria, you find out that it's poor performing, but this produces 5.7 times more ATP than naturally occurring mitochondria and maintaining stable performance even post isolation. So it's just given the fuel and it still generates ATP. That's what I was saying at the very beginning of this. It generates power off of the fuel that is given, but it's ATP, which is tiny little, like a plus proton kind of thing. And so mechanistic studies reveal that the mitocondition medium activates the AMPK pathway, a crucial cellular energy sensor driving upregulation of mitochondrial biogenesis genes such as TFAM. The cells undergoing this process downregulated energy-intensive activities like autophagy and secretion, effectively prioritizing mitochondrial synthesis. So it focused on generating power.
This is really interesting.
Wow. So, yeah, and impressive storage stability, retaining functions for 24 hours at 4 degrees C, a critical factor for real-world clinical applications. So it could be sustained for a longer period of time and not basically just die.
Right, and also they had a 12-week period, and it's not like it just worked for 5 minutes.
Substantial cartilage repair over a 12-week period. Wow. Oh, wow. That's amazing. Absolutely stunning. So, all right, folks, we'll have to keep an eye on this, because this while it seems like, oh my God, that's so far flung in the future, they've already tested it. Now they got to do human tests to see in situ human tests. You know, they inject somebody with gene therapy, it transplants the mitochondria, and you monitor. So good on them. Now, hopefully they continue to share the research and we don't have just some superhero show up and it's all like
Exactly.
the boys in real world. Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, so we are going to regenerate our way right back to Technology Today over at ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. And thank you for hanging out with us. We're going to reset real quick and we're going to do Four Wheel Tech. You want to say bye, oh sentient AI from on high?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Technology Today. We'll have another episode of that next weekend, but stay tuned for Four Wheel Tech.
That's right. Bye-bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech, the automotive show from ohmTown.com. Today is April 6th, 2025. It's season 2, episode 14. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles. You doing okay?
I am.
We talk about 5 articles. What you're looking at is ohmTown's front page, but I have Four Wheel Tech all set up right there. You can come over and check it out for yourself, but come and hang out with us over on Twitch and YouTube. We stream there every weekend for 6 different shows. And Monday through Friday, Non Sequitur News is an hour-long show, starting at about 7 p.m. Eastern. Sometimes we do it a little earlier, sometimes we do it a little late, but either way, we're always doing a show. We have yet to miss one. And my watch just told me I need to stand up. But this is our production value. We don't edit anything. Our reactions are honest and true. We don't modify anything. The only time we have ever actually edited a video is when it revealed private information about someone or something that we thought would violate their privacy. And so in cases of doxing and stuff like that, we're a little bit more pragmatic about it. Anyway, we're going to talk about 5 articles. A home-built Beetle hot rod, advice about cleaning your battery terminals, the Rimac Navara is for sale on Bring a Trailer. This one is amazing because I want to do this with a Mini, 4-wheel drive Honda Prelude, and burning oil. Check these. And I have a joke for this, but I'll say it on the other side because, well, here's our intro. Bam! I'm really glad that actually fired when I did it because when I looked, I didn't know if the switch had actually been thrown. I'm all bam, and then nothing happens. Oh. Look, it happens to us all at some point. Anyway, hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Yeah, sentient AIs from the future don't have to worry about misfires. Hey, if you want today's articles, you can hit !FWT over in the Twitch chat, but that's not what you have to do if you're over on the YouTube, because YouTube has all of the show notes for all 3 of today's shows embedded therein. These 3 shows get merged together. So before this show was Technology Today, and before that was
Warcrafters.
Thought I made you stumble there.
You did.
Did I say hello, sentient AI from the future yet?
No.
Oh, hello, sentient AI from the future. I'm fallible. You are not.
Actually, you might have. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
We're starting all
I
over.
think we've done 2 rounds of
With
introductions.
the what?
I may need a reboot.
On the main page? Should I go back? No?
No.
Absolutely not. All right, so we're a little punch drunk, but anyway, we haven't had enough caffeine, or maybe a little too much. I don't know. By the way,
I need
no.
some caffeine, but I can't have caffeine.
Yeah, I know. I have to overclock your storage device or something. Your I/O. Oh, that doesn't sound pretty, even for a sentient AI from the future. Overclocking your I/O sounds like you've got some malady, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Dripping bits. All right, let's go. Let's just move on. All right, anyway, this $1,500 home-built Volkswagen Beetle hot rod says you don't have to be rich to go fast. It also means that you're probably going to die in this vehicle.
Yeah, that's true. That is the trade-off.
So if you take the time to learn a new fabrication skill and scrape the Craigslist barrel for some cheap stuff, you can have a trophy-winning car that races well. According to this article, it's over. Oh my God, that is so freaking cool.
I want that.
Can you imagine showing up to the office in that? Everybody would.
It would get a lot of attention, I think.
This thing is not street legal. It doesn't have fender wells or a front bumper, no rear bumper. It has a full-on blower stack that is probably blowing its exhaust straight out of that. Probably doesn't even have an exhaust pipe in the back. Which, by the way,
it could show up like in the Herbie movies or something.
Imagine that as a transformer. Oh my God, steampunk transformers. Oh my God, I need that. Okay, well, anyway.
Mayor what?
Focus. Grasshopper. So Brad Brennell over at jalopnik.com put this article together and has stoked my creative juices up to 11. Anyway, in the current automotive marketplace, speed is a very common, expensive commodity. The average 0 to 60 time of the vehicle lineup for new cars is lower than ever, and even hyper-efficient economy cars seem to be capable of running the quarter in 15 seconds or so. The problem with new cars is that they're hilariously expensive, yes. If you want to go fast but don't have the money, you have to have some scrappiness, skill, ingenuity. And it seems that Derek Penner, the builder of this turbocharged Miata-powered tube-frame Beetle, a Miata-powered... Okay, so Miatas are like crazy powerful engines, very small.
Right, so that's a good combination.
Yeah, I actually want to get a Miata because they're so fun to drive. But if you ever want more than maybe a carton of cigarettes in the passenger seat, you'll have to fold somebody up and stick them between the little sliver of firewall. And anyway, so Penner was inspired to build this monster over a decade ago when he saw a Miata-based exoskeleton car and was impressed by the car's lightweight and capability. And that's really what it's all about. You got these fat tires, wide stance, small engine, really lightweight. It'll stick to the road and you can do like 90-degree turns. It was basically what made Mini Coopers famous, because they were like, and I even named my Mini Gecko because it was red and stuck to the road and you could just zoom like crazy. But you blow out its turbo and it's $2,000 easy. Yeah, develop some flaw in the air conditioning and it's $2,000 easy. You have to change the brakes, it's $2,000 easy.
Noticing a theme here.
So Derek started with a wrecked Miata, his own, which donated the suspension and steering, and the Beetle shell came from a local $100 sale. And between cheap parts fabrication and scrounging, Derek had a running and driving for just a few $100s. The real expense was when he wanted to go faster, and a friend offered his turbo Miata engine, including everything, to make it run for just $800. Oh my God, I want this truck too. Now,
well, this is part of a challenge, so this guy won the challenge, but the challenge might also be worth checking out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. So that is badass. I love that. This like harkens back to like
like rum runner vehicles where they're all decked out for nothing but speed and a large trunk.
Yeah, it said that this person really likes rat rods.
Rat rods, that's it. Yeah, the rat rod I love rat rods. I really want one. But I would have to have it with a roll cage, and adding, 2,000 pounds worth of steel is not conducive to light, drift like cars and stuff. So you have to have all this other power to offset it. And it's a nasty mathematical formula. But I love a rat rod. I would love to have a rat rod. Anyway, so events like this prove that car enthusiasm doesn't have to be exclusively for and by multimillionaires. If you take the time to learn a few fabrication and welding skills and scrape the Craigslist barrel for some cheap stuff, you can have a car that wins trophies. In fact, what's really interesting about this is I keep going to this fast food restaurant for breakfast. And probably shouldn't. I don't do it every day, but I do it often enough. And behind it, there is a car under a tarp that was obviously in a wreck or something like that. I keep chomping at the bit to go over to that owner and go, let me buy that. I'll tow it away, but I don't know where I can put it. The mayoral mansion is thousands of acres of pure green lawn and no place to put something like a welding shop, an auto shop. It just doesn't exist. So I don't know.
Might be worth seeing what the car is, though.
Because couple this with another article that we're going to talk about in a little bit.
Well, I wanted to say here, the Grassroots Motorsports Challenge has a maximum budget of $2,000, which I really like, because it does really force some creativity here and kind of scrapping together maybe different parts.
Yeah. And one of the things that I want to do here in ohmTown is, let me just back up a little bit. So all of these categories, there's 6 categories and then 50 channels, one of which I would like to draw attention to streamers that are using kind of small amounts of money and technology, right? But they're compelling. I just subscribed to a streamer that has like an amazing setup. You can tell that they spent a mint to make this thing happen, but it's a very complex stream and it's a very compelling watch, but it's not budget friendly. And it's easy for somebody like that to get attention, but it's hard for somebody that doesn't, right? Now, I'm not saying that I get a lot of attention. I get enough attention, I guess. But I would love to promote others and build a network of smaller streamers that can help grow ourselves and other streamers along with it. But to do that, you have to be partner. So please follow us so that I can actually do this next goal, which is to introduce myself to other streamers and form a group. And it becomes basically self-supporting. Everybody helps each other, market to each other, and we all grow together. Anyway, and I have a whole show that's built around this idea, but we'll get to it in time. I have 43 others that I want to do too. So anyway, pretty cool. Thanks for calling out Grassroots Motorsports $2,000 challenge presented by Tire Rack and powered by Auto Bid Master. We have no relationship with any of this. Not Jalopnik, not Auto Bid Master, not Tire Rack, not Grassroots Motorsports. I'm just really into this kind of stuff. And having built a couple of cars in my lifetime, I would love to do it again. And with a $2,000 budget. The thing is, though, that the original car would have been $2,000 if not just being donated because he wrecked it. So it's a tough pull here.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But this is, I don't know, I'd like to see more of this in four-wheel tech.
Yeah, I like it. It's fun. We'll have to watch this. We'll pay attention to Grassroots Motorsports and Auto Bid Master 2. Tire Rack is pretty well known. So, all right, let's keep going. The next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech as well. Yes, you should be cleaning your car battery terminals, and here's how. I'm going to do this really quick because it's basically a maintenance thing. A lot of people let the terminals on their battery build up material. Acid actually builds up and it decomposes the contacts, and eventually it causes it to not charge or not to be used for the starter. The contacts wear out. And so it says if you got your car that you love and care about, you probably spent a good amount of money trying to keep it clean inside and out and respectable, right? You wear clean underwear, right? Anyway, that's because looking after the battery in your car is a simple way of looking after the whole car. Dirt, grime, corrosion can build up on the battery and its terminals, which can hit its performance and impact the rest of your vehicle. And that's what it looks like.
Oh, wow. I hope nobody's letting their car get to that.
Oh, yeah.